An hour later outside the mountain gate of Tianji City, a cyan spirit boat about 3 zhang long hovered in midair. Its hull was sleek and streamlined, intricate array patterns carved along the gunnels on both sides, faint glimmers of spiritual light flowing within the lines. Chun-Yi stood at the prow with his hands clasped behind his back, having changed into a moon-white long robe. A storage pouch hung at his waist, making him look for all the world like a young scion of a noble clan out for a leisurely excursion. Qiu Mingxin stepped onto the boat in a streak of escape light. She too had changed into a cyan ruchu, and her hair was coiled up high, the usual sharpness in her demeanor diminished, replaced by a softer, more feminine grace. "Let's go." Chun-Yi lifted his hand with a casual wave. The spirit boat gave a slight shudder, then turned into a streak of cyan radiance, streaking toward the south. The boat traveled through a sea of clouds with rolling mountain ranges below and rivers winding like ribbons across the earth. Qiu Mingxin stood by the rail, watching the scenery below recede swiftly beneath them. She suddenly spoke. "Tower Master Chun, do you truly only wish to take a look at the southern border?" Chun-Yi turned his head to look at her, a half-smile tugging at his lips. "What else would it be? I just feel." Qiu Mingxin bit lightly on her lip, choosing her words with care. "You are not the sort of person who would set everything aside merely to enjoy the scenery." Chun-Yi did not answer immediately. His gaze fell upon the distant mountain silhouettes growing gradually clearer ahead. After a brief silence, he said, in Miss Chiu's eyes, "What kind of man is this Chun?" Qiu Mingxin was slightly taken aback, though she had not expected him to turn the question back on her. Lowering her gaze, she pondered seriously for a moment. "You are one who calculates without leaving a single flaw. Every step you take is with utmost caution, every matter is weighed and measured again and again. You never allow yourself to stand in a situation where you have no control." She paused, then lifted her eyes to look at him. "So, I do not believe you would abandon everything in Izhou merely because you want to go out for a stroll." The corners of Chun-Yi's lips curved slightly, yet the smile did not reach his eyes. Miss Chiu truly sees through this Chun rather well. He turned to lean against the rail, his gaze resting on the vast southern skyline. His tone was even yet carried a rare trace of frankness. "Indeed, this journey is not merely for sightseeing. The 36 tongs of the southern border have long been your sect's domain. Outsiders find it difficult to intervene. But after the recent calamity in Izhou, everything lies in ruins and must be rebuilt. Spiritual materials, pills, magic artifacts. None of these can be obtained without the output of the southern border. If we can gain a firm foothold in the southern border, even if we only open a single trade route, it would be no small boon to my tower." After listening, Qiu Mingxin showed not the slightest hint of surprise, and instead, she let out a subtle breath of relief. "Now that sounds like you. But what I said earlier about wanting to go out and see the world is also true." Changing the direction of his words, Chun-Yi turned his head toward her, his gaze carrying an uncharacteristic ease. "For more than 10 years of cultivation, I have either been cultivating bitterly in the mountains or hurrying about in the mundane world. I haven't even finished traversing the 7 prefectures of Izhou. If I don't go out while I am still young, I fear that in days to come I will truly become a cultivation maniac who knows nothing but seclusion." "Young?" Qiu Mingxin's mouth twitched slightly. "You are 22 this year. In my 5 poisons sect you haven't even reached the age for the Kamingafage ceremony, and you still dare to say such things." Chun-Yi was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but laugh. "I actually forgot. May I ask how many springs Miss Chiu has seen?" "It is very impolite to ask a young lady her age." Qiu Mingxin shot him a sideways glare, though there was little real intimidation in her tone. Knowing where to stop, Chun-Yi did not press the question. He merely smiled, shook his head, and turned his gaze once more toward the distance. The spirit boat passed through a thick bank of cloud, and suddenly the view opened up before them. Below were no longer the familiar hills and plains of Izhou, but endless verdant mountain ranges. Mists coiled between the peaks, faint waterfalls and streams visible here and there like a living painting come to life. "Another 500 li to the south, and we will be within the territory of my southern border," Qiu Mingxin said, standing by the rail, as she raised a hand to point at a distant mountain range shrouded in miasma. "That area belongs to Beitong, one of the 36 tongs. It is famed for its rich silver mines and poisonous insects. The Miao Tong master of Beitong maintains a fairly decent relationship with my 5 poisons sect. If we greet them as we pass, we should at least be able to get a cup of tea." "Only a cup of tea?" Chun-Yi cast her a sidelong glance, his expression somewhere between a smile and not. Qiu Mingxin's tone carried a rare seriousness. "My southern border is not like the 3 provinces of Qingyun. Though our sect is the nominal master, our relationship with the 36 tongs is more one of loose vassalage than direct rule. Each tong has its own laws and customs. If you show them a chi of respect, they will return you a zhong, but if you break their rules, even the face of our sect may not be enough." Chun-Yi nodded slightly, committing each piece of information to memory. The spirit boat continued southward, and the scenery below gradually grew more desolate. Dense primeval forests blanketed the undulating mountains. From time to time, thin wisps of cooking smoke could be seen rising between the trees, villages scattered amidst the deep ranges. "We're here," Qiumingxin said suddenly. Following her gaze, Chun-Yi saw that between two opposing mountains a stone-built pass stretched across the mouth of a gorge. Above the pass a black banner fluttered in the wind embroidered with a silver-white centipede bearing its fangs and claws vivid and lifelike. In front of the pass stood several cultivators clad in beast-hide armor. At their head was a burly man with a full beard, his cultivation at the late stage of chi refining. He gripped an iron-gray spear in his hand, its tip gleaming with a faint, eerie blue chill. The spirit boat descended slowly before the pass. Qiumingxin drew a bronze token from her sleeve and gave it a brief shake toward the burly man. Inner disciple Qiumingxin of the Five Poisons sect traveling with a friend into the Tong for sightseeing. "I must trouble you to allow us passage." The burly man took the token and examined it carefully, then lifted his head to scrutinize Chun-Yi, his gaze lingering for a heartbeat on the storage pouch at Chun-Yi's waist. Only then did he return the token, speaking in a deep, rumbling voice. "Senior Chiu, please proceed. However, things in our Tong have been unsettled of late. You two would do well to be cautious on the road." "Unsettled?" Qiumingxin's brows knit slightly. "What has happened?" The burly man lowered his voice. "Half a month ago, a mine vein to the southeast of our Tong had an incident. More than 300 miners vanished overnight, leaving behind only bloodstains all over the ground. The Tong master sent a Foundation establishment elder to investigate. After entering, that elder sent back only 4 words. Something is there. And then there was no further word." Qiumingxin's expression shifted slightly, and she exchanged a glance with Chun-Yi. "Thank you for the warning." Chun-Yi cupped his hands in salute, then lifted his hand. The spirit boat rose once more, soaring over the pass and continuing southward. Only after the boat had flown several li did Qiumingxin speak in a low voice. "I am familiar with Beitong's mine veins. They produce refined silver ore, though not of the highest grade. The reserves are vast and form Beitong's primary source of income. For more than 300 miners to vanish without a sound, and even a Foundation establishment cultivator to fall within, I fear this is no ordinary demonic beast at work." Chun-Yi, however, spoke with utmost seriousness. "According to the experience I have gleaned from storybooks, such deep mountains and underground mine veins either hide the relics of some ancient cultivator or seal away some extraordinary fiend." Qiumingxin couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Those storybooks of yours are tales spun by street storytellers to trick mortals. You actually take them seriously. Storybooks arise from life after all." Chun-Yi smiled indifferently, yet his gaze was fixed on the miasma-shrouded mountain range to the southeast. "Since we've run into such a matter, wouldn't it be a pity not to take a look?" Hearing this, Qiumingxin's delicate brows knit slightly. Though her heart was clouded by infatuation, her wits were still very much intact. As a true disciple of a major sect and a candidate for the Golden Core stage, her sunk costs were immense and resources plentiful. Thus, the very first lesson she had received was a gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. If such a suggestion had come from an ordinary person, she would have rejected it without hesitation. Yet, she lifted her gaze to Chun-Yi. "Are you serious? We're idle anyway. Walking around here or elsewhere, it's all the same," he replied. Chun-Yi spoke in an easy tone as the spirit boat had already turned sailing toward the southeast. Qiumingxin bit her lip, yet in the end did not voice any objection. The farther they went to the southeast, the heavier the miasma became. Below, the mountains grew more precipitous, cloaked in dense primeval forest that blotted out the sky. From time to time, waterfalls cascaded down sheer cliffs, veils of mist shrouding faint flickers of spiritual light. Milky white vapors rose from between the trees, slowly flowing through the valleys, carrying a damp, decaying. Qiumingxin drew 2 emerald green pills from her sleeve and handed one to Chun-Yi. "Poison-wording pill. Keep it beneath your tongue, and you will be safe for 1 hour." Chun-Yi took the pill and placed it in his mouth. A cool sensation spread from the tip of his tongue through his entire body, and the stifling discomfort brought by the miasma dissipated by more than half. Good stuff. He immediately had the system decompose it. Decomposition successful. A new recipe had been obtained: Poison-wording pill 5 poison self-use version. Poison-wording pill 5 poison self-use version, a detoxification pill secretly refined by the 5 poisons cult, primarily using 7-leaf lingji and icy toad saliva supplemented by 36 auxiliary ingredients. It can dispel 100 toxins and is especially effective against poisons below the 3rd tier. Chun-Yi's eyes gleamed. The foundation of Wanbao Pavilion had just grown a little deeper. The spirit boat slowly descended toward the clearing at the mine entrance, and before it even touched down, dozens of figures flashed out from the dense forests on either side, encircling the vessel. At their head stood a woman of about 40, clad in dark purple Miao borderland garb, her silver ornaments chiming softly. Though youth had passed, one could still glimpse traces of the allure she once possessed. The woman's gaze fell upon Qiumingxin. She froze for a heartbeat, then her expression eased slightly as she waved the cultivators behind her to stand down. She clasped her hands and salute joy upon her face. "I am Yao Xingyang Tong, Lord of Baitong. Who would have thought that just after our Tong sent a plea for aid the sect would dispatch you, Chiu, true disciple? Chiu Mingxin waved her hand lightly, her tone indifferent. Tong Lord Miao, you misunderstand. My friend and I are merely passing through. Upon hearing that something had gone awry with the vein, we came by to take a look. We were not sent by the sect. The joy on Miao Xinjiang's face froze at once. Chiu, true disciple, this matter is no trifling issue. The lives and deaths of my Tong's 300 miners are unknown. Even a Foundation establishment elder perished inside. Our patriarch is away. If we delay any longer, rest assured, fellow Taoist. Since we are here, we have no reason to stand idly by, Chun Yi said with a smile. Miao Xinjiang's gaze shifted to Chun Yi. This man could speak on Chiu Mingxin's behalf. She could not help but size him up from head to toe, then turned back to Chiu Mingxin. And this is Huanbao Pavilion, Chun Yi. Chun Yi returned her salute, neither humble nor overbearing. Miao Xinjiang's pupils contracted slightly. The name Huanbao Pavilion had been thunderous in the cultivation world of Yu country over the past 2 months. They had slain a demonic golden core, resolved the corpse calamity of Yi Prefecture, and even had a golden core peak expert sitting in town, whom even Xinyan's sect could not easily handle. This young man before her was actually the master of that Huanbao Pavilion. So it is Pavilion Master Chun. I was blind to Mount Tai. Miao Xinjiang hurriedly returned his salute, her attitude suddenly far more respectful. The Pavilion Master's name has long been renowned. Seeing you today, you are indeed outstanding at such a young age. Tong Lord Miao flatters me. Chun Yi waved his hand and turned his gaze toward the mine entrance. The opening was about a zhang wide, extending inward, its depths swallowed by darkness. Tong Lord Miao, would you describe in detail the sequence of events that transpired within? Miao Xinjiang drew a deep breath and began to recount everything she knew. The silver essence mine of Baitong had been worked for over 100 years. The vein stretched more than 100 zhang beneath the earth and had never once suffered an accident. Half a month ago, on a certain night, a strange rumbling suddenly echoed from the depths of the mine, as though something were awakening beneath the ground. The more than 300 miners working inside that night never emerged again. Thereafter, no matter how many people she sent inside, none returned, as though they were oxen sinking into the sea. Only the Foundation establishment elder who had entered once transmitted a single strand of divine sense something is. Then the connection was severed. As Miao Xinjiang spoke, a trace of dread flashed in her eyes. Among the batches of cultivators, I sent one shares a bloodline link with me. I can still sense that she lives, yet no matter what I do, I cannot awaken her response. Chun Yi's brows furrowed as he exchanged a glance with Chiu Mingxin. The bloodline resonance remains, yet she cannot answer. Chiu Mingxin pondered for a moment. That does not sound like the work of a beast. It is more akin to some formation or restrictive ward at play. Chiu, true disciple, speaks rightly. Miao Xinjiang nodded repeatedly. I too have suspected as much, but our Tong has stood here for hundreds of years, and I have never heard of any ancient ruin beneath this vein. Ruin or no ruin, we will know once we look. Chun Yi said, his gaze falling lightly upon the mine entrance, his tone as casual, as if speaking of stepping into his own backyard. Miao Xinjiang's expression changed. Pavilion Master Chun, if we are to explore, we should proceed with caution. How can? Before she could finish, Chun Yi flicked his wide sleeve, releasing a cloud of silvery white mist accompanied by a low buzzing. Miao Xinjiang swept it with her spiritual sense, yet detected no trace of life, her eyes widening. Are these puppets? In more than 100 years of cultivation, she had seen no shortage of puppets, but ones so exquisitely crafted were wholly beyond her experience. Yet shock aside, her brows knit once more. If Pavilion Master Chun intends to use these puppets to scout the interior, I fear it will not work. Previously, we sent spirit insects to probe. Less than 100 zhang in all divine sense contact was severed. Miao Xinjiang said with a weary shake of her head. These puppets may be ingenious, but once they enter that uncanny region, I fear no message will return either. It's fine, it's fine. My puppets are not driven by divine sense, Chun Yi said with a smile, waving off her worries. A spark of spiritual light flashed at his fingertip, and the silvery clouds split into more than 10 puppet insects, each no larger than a grain of rice, which beat their wings and flew into the mine. He slapped his storage pouch, and a bronze mirror flew out. Meeting the wind, it expanded swiftly until it was the size of a millstone hanging in midair. Spiritual light flowed across its surface, gradually revealing a hazy image. Miao Xinjiang's pupils tightened. The scene in the mirror was unmistakably the interior of the mine. The 10-odd puppet insects had fanned out to scout each vantage point partitioned across the mirror's surface. Though slightly blurred, the images were clear enough to show the state of the tunnels. This is real-time projection. Miao Xinjiang looked to Chun Yi in stunned disbelief. She had seen jade talismans that could transmit messages over great distances and shadow pearls that could record images, but a method that directly projected what puppets saw onto a mirror in real time was truly unheard of. A flicker of unusual light passed through Chiu Mingxin's beautiful eyes. She could not help but glance at Chun Yi again. The odd and wondrous objects on this fellow were simply too many. A trifling trick hardly worth mentioning. Chun Yi appeared unconcerned. He tapped the mirror, lightly enlarging several of the images. The interior of the mine was far more spacious than expected. Silverescence or dotted the tunnel walls like stars glinting with a cold faint sheen under the puppet insect's spiritual light. The deeper they went, the denser the ore became. Eventually, the silver crystals nearly formed a continuous sheet, a dazzling field of light. The vein's quality is quite decent, Chun-Yi remarked offhandedly. Miao Xinyan's mouth twitched slightly. At a time like this pavilion master still had the leisure to be concerned about the quality of the vein. The images continued to advance. Not a single human figure appeared in the tunnels. Only upon reaching the deepest level of the mine did Miao Xinyan sway, almost losing her footing as she stared at the scene. In the projection at the entrance to the bottom level stood a young girl of about 17 or 18, motionless and blank. Not far behind her, a middle-aged man held a serpent-shaped sword in one hand, the other still extended toward the girl. Clearly he had tried to pull her back, yet in the same instant he too had frozen his entire body like a lifelike stone statue. Ruer, Yuga. Miao Xinyan's voice trembled, her eyes reddening as she fixed her gaze upon the two familiar figures on the mirror. The girl was her only daughter Wen Rui, and the man her Dao companion Wen Tianyu, who was also the Foundation establishment elder that had entered last. Before them, more than 300 people were scattered across the vast mining hall, each frozen in a different posture. Some clutched iron picks mid-swing, some knelt, as if to gather ore, and others were just turning one foot lifted half a step from the ground, suspended in midair. More unsettling still, their faces were calm, yet their eyes were hollow and vacant like puppets. Miao Xinyan stared fixedly at her daughter's features, so familiar yet devoid of pain or terror, only a serenity that made one's skin crawl. They are still alive, Chun-Yi's voice suddenly sounded. Miao Xinyan snapped her head toward him. Pavilion Master Chun, is that truly so? As long as the bloodline resonance is unbroken, their flesh still holds life, Chun-Yi said, tapping the mirror to magnify part of the image onto the miners' faces. Look, their chests still rise and fall. Their breaths are shallow but even. It is more as though something has entranced their minds and fixed them in place. Listen, Xiaomingxin suddenly raised her hand in warning, her ears quivering slightly. Everyone held their breath. From deep within the mine, a faint, intermittent chiming of bells drifted through the projection. All were taken aback. There was no wind inside the tunnel, so where were the bells coming from? Chun-Yi immediately controlled a puppet flying insect to continue advancing along with the sound of the bell. The scene passed through the crowd over a thick stone pillar in the center of the mining hall, and ahead the mine tunnel suddenly narrowed to the width of a single person. At the end, a miner was working, his pickaxe embedded in the rock wall, his entire body frozen in the posture of The sound of the bell was emitted from the crack struck by the pickaxe, sharp, yet faint, likely reaching the entrance as a delicate whisper. What a terrifying sound that confounds the heart. Just this sound alone can daze the mind. There must be something extraordinary hidden within, Xiaomingxin said, her expression slightly tense, as she suddenly exclaimed, Pure Heart Bell. Sounds like quite a remarkable treasure. Chun-Yi rubbed his chin, looking at Xiaomingxin. Xiaomingxin lowered her voice, saying this item was an accidental discovery by an ancestor of our Wadujio thousands of years ago. It has the ability to purify the mind and suppress all evils forged from the Jinkong stone, found in the fallen meteorite, by ancient great beings. When the bell rings, all malevolent spirits within several miles will be subdued. This bell sound can disturb so many minds merely by its residual waves. The only explanation I can think of is this. Chun-Yi narrowed his eyes, nodding in contemplation. If that is the case, how could such a treasure of your sect appear here? Alas, our sect's misfortune. This item was stolen 3,000 years ago, and our sect has searched tirelessly for hundreds of years, without success, ultimately becoming a cold case. Miao Xinyan's face was a mix of joy and sorrow as she said, if it truly is the Pure Heart Bell, then the lives of the 300 people from my cave. Xiaomingxin smiled, and said, if it is indeed the Pure Heart Bell, this matter will be easier. The ability of this treasure lies in confusing the mind, and stabilizing the spirit rather than taking lives. As long as they move out of the range of the bell's sound, they will awaken naturally, without serious harm. Miao Xinyan, hearing this, finally relaxed her shoulders, but the tears in her eyes could no longer be contained, rolling down her cheeks, as she said, Thank you, Qiuzhen, for your guidance. I shall send someone to carry them out now. Wait. Chun-Yi raised his hand to stop her, his gaze still fixed on the bronze mirror. Since the bell sound can confound the mind, sending people in would only add a few more puppets to the mix. Miao Xinyan was taken aback, then revealed a difficult expression. Then what does Chun Luju suggest? I will go. Miao Xinyan was stunned, instinctively looking at Xiaomingxin, only to see the true disciple of Wadujio merely frowned slightly, not stopping him. Chun Luju, that bell sound is quite strange, even ego. Miao Xinyan hesitated, but her meaning was clear. Elder Miao, rest assured, Chen never undertakes ventures without confidence. Chun-Yi patted the storage pouch, and dozens of shadowy figures leapt from the pouch, landing on the ground as towering black-armored puppets. The puppets were entirely black, clad in armor from head to toe, with only 2 points of cold spiritual light visible beneath their faceplates, exuding a steady and imposing presence. without any fluctuation of magical power. What is this? Miao Xinyang's eyes widened, scanning the black-armored puppet back and forth. This puppet was many times larger than the flying insects from before, and it was wholly forged from black iron with a low-grade spirit stone embedded in its chest the size of a fist. Black Brother No. One puppet specifically designed for hazardous environments, impervious to poisons and mind-confounding, requiring no divine sense control. This item is forged from black iron with a low-grade spirit stone embedded in its chest as a power core capable of continuous operation for 3 months on a single charge. He paused, his gaze on Miao Xinyang's face. If Elder Miao is interested, I can offer you a 10% discount after this matter is settled. Chen Loju this. Miao Xinyang's mouth twitched, momentarily unsure of what to say. This master of Wanbao Tower, who just moments ago seemed ready to personally take action, suddenly began promoting his own goods. Elder Miao need not rush to decide. Chen Yi waved his hand, his tone relaxed. Once this matter is resolved, if you find my puppets useful, we can discuss the sale later. After saying this, he flicked his fingers, and the more than 10 black-armored puppets began to stride into the mine. Watching the scene unfold, the cultivators of Baidong collectively gasped. Although the movements of the black-armored puppets were stiff, they did not appear clumsy. They even tilted their bodies to pass through narrow spaces, their posture indistinguishable from that of a human. When rescuing people, they knew to approach from the entrance first, and their embrace was remarkably gentle. Hiss. Wasn't it said that such self-operating puppets are extremely rigid? How can these puppets without divine sense control be so agile? A Baidong cultivator couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. A low-grade spirit stone can last for 3 months, while a miner's monthly salary is 5 spirit stones, not counting food, drink, and death compensation. Buying this puppet means permanent labor. It only requires occasional maintenance. As long as it's not prohibitively expensive, buying 10 or 8 would be. Another elder had already started calculating with his fingers, his eyes growing brighter with each calculation. Hearing the murmur from the crowd, Chun Yi couldn't help but smile more. It was true that he came out to play, but he was also genuinely developing trade routes. One must understand that these puppets were not produced by a system. They were crafted by the artisans of Wanbao Tower. Although they lost battlefield calculation capabilities comparable to supercomputers and most combat functions, they were still Wanbao Tower's first self-developed product, fully capable of handling tasks like mining and exploration. You asked, just 2 months, and combined with the previous city construction, it hasn't even been a year. How could the skills of those second-rate artisans at Wanbao Tower have improved so rapidly? Big brother. Supercomputing. The forging heritage of Longyuan and Taibai is right there. That's the database. Making additions is difficult, but isn't making reductions easier? Just simplify the difficulty to what those second-rate artisans can handle. To achieve this, hundreds of Xingqiu puppets were painstakingly simulated for over a year. This Black Brother No. One is the best proof. Those artisans have progressed from being unable to carve restrictions steadily at first to now being able to independently complete the entire assembly of puppets, relying precisely on the simplified process derived from system simulations. They broke down the complex forging steps into dozens of standardized procedures, with each person responsible for only one link, leading to improved efficiency and yield. It's a tale of tears. Others travel across worlds with systems granting them cultivation techniques and divine artifacts, becoming invincible while lying down. Meanwhile, he, the system host, has painfully become the director of poverty alleviation in the cultivation world. Now he could finally see the light at the end of the tunnel. How could he not push for sales? But Chun Yi's smile quickly faded as he squinted into the depths of the mine. What is the purpose of the pure heart bell? To purify the mind. What is the effect of the love poison? To corrode the mind and confuse the emotions. The love poison within Xiaomingxin is precisely the bargaining chip for Wanbao Tower against Wadujio. Just as he came out to play this long-lost antidote, the pure heart bell suddenly appeared. Isn't that a bit too coincidental? As someone who measures the world by profit, Chun Yi never believed in coincidences. Is it coming for me? Or for Wadujio? If it were the latter, there is no doubt that this is a miraculous hand to save one from peril. If it were the former, Chun Yi could only say that the planner is truly terrifying. He came to the southern wilderness on a whim, and the matter of Baidong had occurred half a month ago. Could it be that there really exists a technique to calculate the heavenly secrets? Amidst the turmoil in his heart, he suddenly heard Miao Xinyang's panicked voice. Qiu Zhenchuan, did you not say that they would awaken once they left the sound of the bell? How come they still haven't woken up? Qiu Mingxin's expression tightened as she stepped forward quickly. She reached out to place her hand on Wen Rui's wrist, channeling her power into her body for a moment of inspection, her brows furrowing tighter. Strange. She murmured, their sea of consciousness has been sealed. The pure heart bell should not have such an effect. Is what you say true, Qiu Daoyu? Chun Yi immediately stepped forward to press for answers. A group soul attack with just the residual wave capable of leaving Foundation establishment cultivators in a daze was a bizarre sound. Moreover, considering Qiu Mingxin's background, it is only natural to think of that long-famous ancient treasure. However, she could now confirm that it was not the work of that treasure. With a grave expression, she said, "The effects of the pure heart bell are recorded in detail in my teachings. It should not have such effects. I was too arbitrary before." Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This indicated that the probability of someone setting a trap had greatly diminished. Unlike Chun-Yi, Miao Xinyang's face drained of color, and she staggered back a step, only stabilizing herself with the help of a disciple behind her. The sealing of the sea of consciousness is no small matter. This is where the cultivator's soul resides. If the soul cannot connect with the physical body, the cultivator is no different from a living corpse. Once the soul and body have been separated for a long time, the lightest consequence would be a regression in cultivation and damage to the mind, while the worst would be the scattering of the soul with no chance of recovery. "Qiu Zhenchuan, I beg you to save them." Miao Xinyang pushed the disciple away and bent her knees ready to kneel. Qiu Mingxin was quick to react, grasping Miao Xinyang's arm to prevent her from kneeling. "There is no need for the Lord of Miao Cave to do so. Since I am here, I will do my best." Her tone remained calm, but it carried more seriousness than before. "However, this matter has exceeded my previous judgment. I must go inside to investigate to know the truth." Chun. Turning back, he saw Chun-Yi's fingers tapping, and the images on the copper mirror rapidly changed the perspective of the puppet flying insect sweeping through every corner of the mining hall. After a moment, he furrowed his brow and looked at Miao Xinyang. "Miao Cave Master, you mentioned that you had sent spirit insects to scout. Did any of them come back?" Miao Xinyang was taken aback, then shook her head. "None. Not a single one returned." "That's strange." Chun-Yi tapped the mirror surface, saying, "My puppet flying insect has swept through the entire mine. Aside from people from your cave, there are no other living beings." Upon hearing this, Qiu Mingxin's gaze sharpened, and she quickly walked to the copper mirror, tapping her slender fingers on the mirror to replay the images transmitted back by the puppet flying insect frame by frame. The mining tunnel was empty indeed, showing no trace of any insects. Though spirit insects are humble, they are still living beings. If trapped within the sound of the bell, they should stand still, like miners. Qiu Mingxin pondered. How could they disappear without a trace? Were they swallowed by something? If so, it must be related to the strange occurrences in the cave. But why did it leave the Foundation establishment cultivators alone and choose to eat those spirit insects instead? Chun-Yi looked at the unconscious when Tianyu, his gaze heavy. Is the flesh and blood of a Foundation establishment cultivator not more nourishing than a few spirit insects, Unless... Qiu Mingxin's eyes flashed, slowly exhaling a breath. The goal of that thing was never to eat. Chun-Yi nodded and said to Miao Xinyang, "Miao Cave Master, can you let us see the spirit insects from your cave?" Although Miao Xinyang did not understand the reason, she still took out a spirit beast bag from her sleeve and gently shook it. A silver-armored centipede about the thickness of a chopstick crawled out from the spirit beast bag, resting in Miao Xinyang's palm, its 100 legs moving slightly as its antennae cautiously probed the surroundings. "This insect is called the bright silver centipede, passed down secretly in my Bai cave." Miao Xinyang held the shiny centipede. "The one I sent in before was this insect, and not a single one returned." Looking at the spirit insect, Chun-Yi nodded thoughtfully. After fiddling with the copper mirror again, he said to Miao Xinyang, "Please send the insect into the cave. Let us see where this spirit insect has gone." In order to save her loved ones, how could Miao Xinyang refuse? She sent her palm forward. The bright silver centipede, upon receiving its master's command, flashed with silver light and leaped from Miao Xinyang's palm, quickly climbing along the cave wall and disappearing into the darkness. Chun-Yi flicked his fingers, and several puppet flying insects closely followed, firmly locking the figure of the bright silver centipede on the mirror surface. The centipede was initially cautious, stopping to probe after climbing several feet, its 100 legs moving while its antennae swept around continuously. However, once it entered the mining hall, Miao Xinyang's face instantly turned pale. "The connection to my mind has been severed." Looking at the mirror surface, she saw that the bright silver centipede did not stand still as before, but suddenly accelerated, its 100 legs moving in unison as it swiftly navigated the cave wall, heading straight for the crevice from which the bell sound emanated. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the depths of the crevice, no longer visible. Chun-Yi's fingers flickered with spiritual light, immediately controlling the puppet flying insects to pursue. The crevice appeared narrow, yet within it lay a vast expanse. The puppet flying insects burrowed inside, passing through a passage, and the scene suddenly widened. Under the illumination of the spiritual light emitted by the puppets, a strange scene was revealed before everyone. It was a rock cavity only a foot square, surrounded by rock walls covered with silver or resembling silk ribbons, with no other exit apart from that crevice. In the center of it, a flower as large as a grinding disc and a bizarre crimson color was blooming, with petals layered upon one another, nearly 1,000 in total, dazzling to behold. The bright silver centipede was feasting upon it. Scattered around it were dozens of small spheres the size of eggs, dark silver all over and sparsely dotted with golden spots. They trembled occasionally, emitting a sound like silver bells. Miao Xinjiang stared intently at those silver spheres, her eyes wide with disbelief. How can this be? The bright silver centipede has actually cocooned. Upon hearing this, everyone showed expressions of astonishment. Only Chun-Yi looked confused. Xiao Mingxin quietly explained, when spirit insects cocoon, it means their bloodline is advancing. Chun-Yi raised an eyebrow. If a cultivator's aptitude is determined by their spiritual roots and comprehension, then the aptitude of a demon beast is determined by the level of its bloodline. Moreover, because demon beasts possess low intelligence, the difficulty of advancing their bloodline is far beyond that of humans breaking through bottlenecks. Unless there is a significant opportunity, it would be difficult for them to break the shackles of their bloodline throughout their lives. Chun-Yi's gaze involuntarily turned towards that bizarre red flower. If he was not mistaken, this event's instigator was this object. A heaven and earth spiritual object that could seal the sea of consciousness of human cultivators, but allow the bloodline of demon beasts to advance. Xiao Daoyu, your school is founded on poison, and Gu, do you have any records of this object? Chun-Yi asked. After a long contemplation, Xiao Mingxin shook her head. Although my sect's texts are vast with abundant records of poisonous insects and strange herbs, I have never seen such an extraordinary object. However, the reactions of those spirit insects earlier reminded me of something. What is it? Chun-Yi pressed for an answer. Xiao Mingxin lightly uttered 3 words, demon luring grass. Everyone was taken aback. The name of this item was as notorious as thunder, considered one of the most useless spiritual herbs in the cultivation world. It itself is non-toxic and has no medicinal effect, but when it blooms, it emits a fragrance that demons cannot resist, even attracting third-tier demon beasts. If that were all, it could still be considered a peculiar herb effective for luring demon beasts. However, the peculiarity lies in the fact that once it is removed from the soil, the fragrance disappears entirely, and no means can preserve it, requiring 100 years to mature. Surely one cannot afford to wait 100 years to use it for luring demons to hunt. Thus, despite its loud reputation, it is viewed as nothing but a useless item by cultivators. It could even be deemed a menace. Who would want such a cursed plant growing at their doorstep? What if it blooms someday? Wouldn't that attract demons? Especially in places like Qingnan and Nanjing, adjacent to the gathering grounds of the 10,000 mountains filled with demon beasts, cultivators have always eradicated every one they encounter, leaving no room for its existence. Chun-Yi had heard of it, and had even pulled it out himself in his previous life. The characteristics of this item for luring demons indeed align with the scene before us. Xiao Mingxin's gaze fell on the strange red flower, continuing. But the flowers of the demon luring grass are pale golden, with only 3 layers of petals, and I have never heard of them having the ability to seal the consciousness or induce insects to cocoon. Regardless of what it is, let's retrieve the item before discussing further. As Chun-Yi spoke, he flicked his fingers, controlling a set of black-armored puppets to approach the rocky crevice, intending to clear the passage. No, no, no. Just then an abrupt voice interrupted. The crowd turned toward the sound, only to see a ripple appearing on the rocky wall at the cave's entrance. A figure slowly squeezed out from the rocks. The newcomer appeared to be an elderly man in his 50s, short in stature, with a gaunt face and a goat-like beard that pointed slightly upward, his small eyes sparkling with intelligence. He wore a brown robe, its hem caked with dirt, looking no different from an ordinary farmer at first glance, but the faint spiritual pressure radiating from him made the onlooker's heart shudder. A Peak Foundation establishment cultivator. Xiao Mingxin's expression changed drastically, and the 100 scales 1,000 spiders sword appeared in her hand. The cultivators from Baidong also summoned their magical artifacts surrounding the old man, and the atmosphere tightened like a drawn bowstring. Hey, my friends, please don't be alarmed. The old man hurriedly waved his hands, wearing a harmless smile, retreating 2 steps to lean against the rock wall, indicating he meant no harm. I am the most timid and conflict-averse person. I cannot withstand this kind of pressure. Chun-Yi raised his hand to press down on Xiao Mingxin's arm, signaling her to calm down. He focused on the old man, scrutinizing him for a moment before slowly speaking. Who are you? Hiding here? What is your intention? Seeing Chun-Yi blocking the crowd, the old man breathed a sigh of relief, his goat beard twitching as he clasped his hands and smiled. I am Han Shi, I'm a wandering cultivator, the kind that travels everywhere. Han Shi, the earth mouse. Miao Xinjiang interjected. Earth? Mouse. Han Shi's expression stiffened, and he became furious, his goat beard twitching as he retorted. I have mastered the art of earth escape to perfection. If you do not recognize the value of this, you may as well call me pangolin, who would call me a mouse. Miao Xinjiang ignored him, whispering to Chun-Yi and Xiao Mingxin. This Han Shi is a well-known wandering cultivator from my country. Do not be fooled by his foundation establishment cultivation. He possesses an extraordinary skill in earth escape. Even golden core cultivators may not surpass him in this regard. Moreover, he has an exceptional ability to locate hidden treasures underground. Nothing escapes his notice. Over the years, he has traveled across the famous mountains and rivers of country, unearthing countless valuable items. Chun-Yi's eyes glimmered with interest upon hearing this. Whether it be a pangolin or an earth mouse, the ability to burrow underground and search for treasures is indeed rare. Did you stop me just now, Han Daoyu, because you feared my puppets would harm your precious flower? Han Chi's expression changed, and he chuckled awkwardly. Chen Yi, you jest. That flower is not mine, or why would I claim it as mine? If it is an unclaimed item, then I shall take it away. Chen Yi pretended to manipulate the puppets again. Don't. Han Chi hurriedly shouted, seeing Chen Yi looking at him with a half-smile. He immediately deflated with a bitter expression, saying, Chen Yi, please see clearly. That flower may not be mine, but I discovered it first. I guarded it for a full 3 months, just waiting for it to bloom. 3 months. Xiao Mingxin's gaze sharpened. So the changes in the cave were caused by you. Han Chi shrank his neck awkwardly, saying, I was just passing by. Just passing by. Passing by. Xiao Mingxin scoffed. You just happened to pass by and coincidentally released the aura of this demon flower, coincidentally, causing over 300 people to be frozen like corpses. If I were to slay you with a sword, would that also count as a mere accident? Xiao Mingxin's 100 scales, 1,000 spiders, sword shimmered with cold light, the delicate scales rippling in layers. Han Chi's face turned bitter as he waved his hands repeatedly. Please calm down, friend. You truly, pointing at one of the miners, he exclaimed with a distressed face. If it weren't for this fellow striking with a pickaxe, this passage would certainly not connect to the mine, and it wouldn't have. Han Chi's voice gradually lowered, realizing that he was speaking nonsensically. Xiao Mingxin stared at him coldly, her sword unwavering in her hand. So are you blaming these miners for mining? I dare not. Han Chi waved his hands repeatedly, his goat beard trembling violently. What I mean is, this was all an accident. I absolutely did not intend to harm anyone. Chen Yi pressed his hand on Xiao Mingxin's sword hilt, gently pushing down. You possess the skill of earth escape, yet still wish to excavate the passage, indicating you are aware of the flower's ability to seal consciousness. If so, tell me how we can awaken them. He glanced at Miao Xinyang, saying, otherwise I cannot guarantee what actions Miao Dongzhu may take in her anger. Miao Xinyang immediately understood, extending her magical artifact forward, the cold light aimed directly at Han Chi's throat. Han Daoyu, over 300 lives from Baidong hang in your hands. If you cannot provide clarity today, then even if you flee to the ends of the earth, Baidong will mobilize our entire clan to take your life. Han Chi's expression changed, and he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The 36 Dong of Nanjing are notorious for their vengefulness. Had he known it would come to this, he would never have shown himself. Just then he heard Chen Yi say, Miao Dongzhu, since he has entered my trap, he cannot escape. Han Chi was horrified. His spiritual energy surged beneath his feet, and he crashed violently against the rock wall. However, with a muffled thud, he not only failed to merge into the stone, but was also bounced back by an invisible force, staggering back several steps. Han Chi's complexion alternated between green and white, looking back at Chen Yi with terror in his eyes. When did you set up this array? Indeed, as you said before. Chen Yi stepped forward, and the scattered insect puppets on the ground suddenly radiated brilliant light, intertwining with spiritual brilliance, as the 9 palaces and River Luo unfolded. The crowd was momentarily dazzled as stars filled the sky, enveloping the area within several dozen meters. Han Chi's expression twitched, and he already had 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind. This formation is merely a first-tier array. If he wished to break it, it would take only a few breaths. However, these tiny puppets, no larger than a grain of rice, could instantly form a formation. Who knows what those black-armored puppets are capable of? With the presence of Xiao Mingxin, a renowned Peak Foundation establishment cultivator, he had already lost the chance. He sighed quietly, having heard of the unparalleled talent of this master of the Wanbao Tower. Whether it is flying boats or puppets, anything in his hands could serve as a battle flag. Previously he thought it was mere exaggeration, but today he has witnessed it. Master Qin, your methods are impressive. Han Chi forced a smile and cupped his hands, showing a sense of resignation. I admit defeat. Then let's talk about it. Chen Yi slowly retracted the formation, and the dozens of insect puppets landed back on the ground, their spiritual light fading as if they were just inconspicuous stones. Han Chi gazed at the strange flower in the bronze mirror and said, what Xiao Daoist mentioned before was indeed correct. This item shares the same origin as the seducing demon grass, and it could even be said to be the seducing demon grass itself. Xiao Mingxin's eyes narrowed. Are you joking? The petals of the seducing demon grass are only 3 layers, while this flower has nearly 1,000 petals. How can they be confused with one another? I would never dare to deceive you all. Han Chi stroked his goatee, a hint of triumph flashing in his eyes. Since you all know that demonic beasts and spiritual insects have paths of bloodline ascension, do you also know that precious herbs and spiritual plants have their own ascension stages? Absurd. Xiao Mingxin's eyebrows shot up. If you were referring to that strange wooden demon flower, I might believe it a little. But how can spiritual plants which possess neither spirit nor intelligence ascend? Your words are misguided, Taoist friend. Han Chi remained unhurried, pointing to the bronze mirror. 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng can take on human form, while 10,000-year-old Wu can burrow into the earth. These are all proof of plants ascending their stages. However, they do not ascend through cultivation, but rather, hiding. Xiaomingxin was about to speak again, but was interrupted by Chun Yi. What do you mean by hiding? Hiding means avoiding the tribulations of heaven and gathering transformation in form. Han Qi stroked his beard as he spoke, his eyes shining ever more brightly. Chun Yi showed a look of realization. In his past life, while reading novels, he had always had a question. The meaning of any living being's existence is to continue its lineage. However, the significance of those heavenly materials and earthly treasures seems as if they were born to be consumed. Being consumed is one thing. Many plants and animals in nature have evolved to be delicious specifically to hitch a ride on the human train, ensuring the continuation of their genes. But spiritual plants are different. The more miraculous their medicinal effects, the harsher their growth conditions and the longer their growth period. Isn't that almost a direct path to extinction? This completely contradicts the meaning of biological existence. Now Chun Yi finally understood. What if the purpose of spiritual plants is not the continuation of genes, but rather their own eternity? Then could everything possibly make sense? Cultivation is inherently an act against nature, which leads to heavenly tribulation for destruction. Cultivators seek it and demonic beasts consume it. All of it is tribulation. Only those fortunate enough to be born in extreme peril can survive. Chun Yi looked up at Han Qi. Are you suggesting that this flower is the seducing demon grass that has grown for countless years? Han Qi saw that Chun Yi understood instantly, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes as he nodded repeatedly. Master Chen indeed possesses remarkable talent. I estimate that this seducing demon grass has been growing for at least 3,000 years. He pointed to the layers of crimson petals in the bronze mirror, his tone carrying a hint of obsession. Ordinary seducing demon grass matures once every 100 years, attracting disaster due to its fragrant scent. But this one is different. It has grown at the very core of the silver essence, or vein. Han Qi pointed to the silver white or walls surrounding the demon flower in the bronze mirror, his voice filled with admiration. Silver essence, or has a metallic property with a dense texture which inherently possesses the ability to isolate its aura. This, or vein, encases the aura of the seducing demon grass tightly, preventing even a trace from leaking out. Thus it has been able to survive steadily for 3,000 years, never detected by demonic beasts or noticed by cultivators. Chun Yi nodded thoughtfully. The aura vein shields its aura, allowing it to evade heavenly tribulations and human disasters. In turn, it absorbs the essence of the aura vein, using silver essence, or as nourishment, to grow into this form. Master Chun is absolutely correct. Han Qi continued, stroking his goatee. This flower has taken root deep within the aura vein, drawing the golden aura from the silver essence, or day and night, for 3,000 years, having already undergone a complete transformation, making it incomparable to ordinary, seducing demon grass. The ability to seal the sea of consciousness is one of its powers. Chun Yi nodded. Since you understand this so clearly, you must have a plan to rescue them. Han Qi was taken aback. He had praised this thing to the skies, yet Chun Yi's first reaction was not to ask how to obtain it, but rather to inquire about the method of rescue. This master of the Wanbao Tower truly was different from ordinary cultivators. Miao Xinjiang's gaze was fixed on Han Qi, burning with intensity. Han Qi sighed. The method of rescue is both difficult and easy to explain. This flower seals the sea of consciousness with its pollen. Pollen? Xiaomingxin frowned. Exact. Han Qi pointed to the bizarre red flower in the bronze mirror, where a fine layer of golden powder as delicate as dust was faintly visible along the petal edges. When this flower blooms, it releases an extremely fine pollen. Once a cultivator inhales it, the pollen will attach itself outside the sea of consciousness like covering a mirror with a thin veil, isolating the connection between the soul and the body. Chun Yi interjected. Han Qi nodded. Thus there are two ways to resolve this. First, wait for the flowering period to pass, and the pollen will naturally dissipate, at which point everyone will awaken. But the duration of the flowering period is uncertain. It could be as short as 3 months, or as long as. He paused, glancing at Miao Xinjiang, and did not dare to continue. How long could it be? Miao Xinjiang's voice was tense. It could be 3 to 5 years. Han Qi shrank his neck. 3 to 5 years. If the sea of consciousness is sealed for 3 to 5 years, even if they awaken with the soul and body long separated, they are likely to suffer damage to their mind and become useless. And the second method? Chun Yi pressed on. Han Qi fell silent, his expression shifting as if he was struggling to weigh his options. Xiaomingxin stepped forward with her sword, her aura surging. This concerns the lives of hundreds of people. You do not mislead us. Han Qi shuddered, all over his face contorted as he said, the second method is to pluck the flower. Without a host to nourish it, the pollen will surely collapse. That's simple enough. Chun Yi waved his hand. and the black-armored puppets in the cave immediately stepped forward, intending to forcibly widen the passage. Wait. Han Shi was in a panic, stamping his feet. Master Chun, that flower must not be plucked. Chun Yi's fingers paused midair, and the puppet instantly froze, turning its head toward Han Shi. Why? Han Shi took a deep breath as if steeling himself for a momentous decision, then clenched his teeth and stamped his foot. Once this flower is plucked, its power to elevate bloodlines will be drastically diminished. His gaze burned with intensity as he fixed it upon Chun Yi. Master Chun, this is a celestial boon capable of shattering the bloodline barriers of demonic beasts and spirit insects. Even third-rank cultivators possess a 10% chance of ascending. At these words, every person present paled. Third-rank cultivation corresponded to Golden Core realm, ascending beyond mint, reaching nascent soul. Across the entire Yu Kingdom's cultivation world, only 3 nascent soul experts existed. And such a celestial boon lay hidden deep within the Baidong mine cavern, within arm's reach. Even Miao Xinjiang, the aggrieved party herself, hesitated. Her lips trembled faintly, her eyes flickered back and forth between the eerie crimson flower reflected in the bronze mirror, and her Dao companion, her daughter. Chun Yi observed it all, unsurprised. Such was human nature. When placed side by side, the lives of 300 souls versus a single uncertain chance to forge a nascent soul-level spirit insect or demonic pet. Even kin could waver, if only for an instant. Moreover, Miao Xinjiang was not merely a cultivator. She was the chieftain of Baidong. Upon her shoulders rested not only maternal love and marital devotion, but also the centuries-old legacy of Baidong itself. Dao friend Han speaks candidly. Chun Yi remarked coolly, his tone devoid of discernible emotion, and with a casual wave of his hand the black-armored puppet resumed its advance. Master Chun. Han Shi leapt in panic, his voice cracking. Do you realize, if that flower is severed, its bloodline-enriching potency will dwindle to less than 1%. You are squandering a divine treasure. He turned sharply toward Xiao Mingxin, senior disciple Qiao. Your sect's legacy rests upon venomous charms and soul-bound insects. You understand better than anyone how arduous it is for spirit insects to ascend. If this rare blossom were harnessed by your sect, your charm-crafting arts would surely ascend to a new pinnacle. Xiao Mingxin's expression flickered subtly, her gaze drifted involuntarily toward the eerie crimson bloom in the bronze mirror, and deep within her beautiful eyes a silent struggle flickered. Her sect, the Five Venom sect, was founded upon charm cultivation. Every disciple raised venomous spirit insects. If even a single golden core rank spirit insect could ascend, it would become a nascent soul-level combat asset, enough to irrevocably reshape the 5 Venom sects standing across the Yu Kingdom's cultivation world. Brother Chun. Xiao Mingxin parted her vermilion lips, her voice carrying a hesitation she herself had not yet acknowledged. Chun Yi lifted his gaze to meet hers, offering no reproach, only a faint tranquil smile, as senior disciple Qiao also felt temptation. Xiao Mingxin paused, then offered a wry, self-deprecating smile. To claim otherwise would be false. Yet, her eyes fell upon the cultivators lying motionless on the cavern floor, her voice softening. 300 lives should not be sacrificed for the selfish ambition of a single sect. Chun Yi gave a slight respectful nod, his first genuine look of admiration. Then he turned to Miao Xinjiang. This land belongs to your chieftaincy. How do you chieftain Miao see it? Miao Xinjiang shuddered violently. The magical artifact in her hand clattered to the ground, the sharp hollow ring echoing piercingly through the silent valley. She slowly closed her eyes, 2 streaks of turbid tears rolled down her cheeks. When she opened them again, all inner conflict had vanished from her gaze. Though I am chieftain of Baidong, I am also Rueyer's mother, and Yu Ji's Dao companion. Should I trade my dearest one's vitality for a phantom possibility, how could I ever lift my head before heaven and earth again? Chun Yi studied her intently, genuinely impressed. Though cultivators swarmed like dust motes across the world, those who could uphold their true hearts amid overwhelming temptation were exceedingly rare. Chieftain Miao's integrity is admirable, Chun Yi said, bowing respectfully, then turned to Han Shi. Dao friend Han has heard her answer. This flower, I Chen shall pluck it. Han Shi watched the last ember of hope extinguished. His goat-like beard drooped lifelessly, his entire being seemed drained of spirit. He muttered hoarsely, squandering a divine treasure, squandering a divine treasure. Xiao Mingxin glanced at him, and replied coolly, if Dao friend Han grieves so deeply, he may simply wait another 3,000 years. Han Shi's mouth twitched, nearly choked by the remark. 3,000 years. Without forming a golden core, he couldn't even guarantee surviving the next 30. Senior disciple Qiao jests. Han Shi laughed bitterly, offering a perfunctory bow, his will to argue utterly spent. Yet his eyes remained fixed upon the eerie crimson bloom in the bronze mirror, brimming with sorrow and reluctant farewell. Chun Yi paid him no further heed. His gaze settled upon the bronze mirror. Within the span of a single teaserving, the passage widened to over a zhang in breadth. Once clear, Chun-Yi directed a black-armored puppet to enter first. Watching the puppet's swift, precise movements, Miao Xinjiang murmured softly, "Master Chen's puppets truly are practical." Chun-Yi smoothly interjected his tone light. "Chieftain Miao, if you're interested, we can discuss details later. Price is negotiable, and assuredly more reasonable than those flashy, functionless models flooding the market." A faint twitch tugged at Miao Xinjiang's lips. This master truly never missed an opportunity to strike a bargain. The black-armored puppet swiftly reached the rock chamber. The moment its presence neared the stamen, the cocoons trembled violently, as if sensing imminent peril, their chime-like resonance intensifying into a torrential downpour, threatening to burst forth. Chun-Yi let out a low, disdainful snort, blinded by greed. Even vermin succumb to folly. With iron resolve, the puppet thrust its armored arm into the chamber. Its 5 fingers spread wide gripped the flower's stem firmly at its base, and snapped it clean. "My precious heart." Han Chi's wail pierced the air like a cuckoo bleeding its soul. The eerie, crimson bloom, larger than a millstone, fell silently to the ground. Muffled groans rose from outside the mine. Miao Xinjiang whirled around. The miners, previously frozen like wooden dolls, now heaved rapid, ragged breaths, hollow eyes gradually kindling with faint dawning light. Wen Tianyu awoke first. His eyes flew open, blank, disoriented, then rapidly sharpened with clarity. Yet his body refused to obey. He lay rigid, able only to roll his eyes, slowly scanning the surroundings. "You go." Miao Xinjiang lunged forward, trembling hands cradling his face as tears cascaded unchecked. Wen Tianyu's lips moved weakly, straining to speak, but only faint, breathy sounds emerged. His spiritual sea had been sealed for days. The connection between soul and flesh remained fragile, like awakening from a profound slumber, limbs heavy, muscles leaden, strength utterly absent. Chun-Yi withdrew a jade-green pill from his sleeve and extended it. "This elixir soothes and nourishes the soul. Administer it. He'll regain speech within a tea serving." Miao Xinjiang accepted it with profuse gratitude, carefully placing it upon Wen Tianyu's tongue. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact. Color gradually returned to Wen Tianyu's pallid face. His throat bobbed, and at last 2 words emerged, strained yet unmistakable: "Si." "Nyong." Miao Xinjiang wept uncontrollably, gripping his hand, tightly, nodding without pause. One by one the miners, who had stood paralyzed for half a month, began stirring awake. Like Wen Tianyu, they regained consciousness, yet remained limbless, immobile, paralyzed by lingering spiritual exhaustion. With a sweeping gesture of his wide-sleeved, Chun-Yi sent dozens of jade vials soaring into the hands of the Baidong cultivators. "Administer these to them." The disciples opened the vials, finding identical jade-green pills, and stared stunned. In the cultivation world, soul-nourishing elixirs were treasures beyond price. That Chun-Yi had offered one to Wen Tianyu, given his high status, could be rationalized as cultivating goodwill among elites. But these southern frontier miners held little status. Not as low as those beneath Qingyun's sect's rule, perhaps, yet still far from esteemed. Their lives weighed less than such a rare elixir, let alone meriting its use. Cultivators exchanged glances. No one dared step forward to accept. An elder Baidong cultivator bowed respectfully. "Master Chen, these miners are but low-rank cultivators. They have no need for such a precious spirit pill. Perhaps you might consider, do low-rank cultivators deserve shattered souls?" Chun-Yi lifted his gaze to the elder. Calm, unyielding, "My medicine is mine to bestow upon whomsoever I choose." The elderly cultivator's face flushed, unable to utter a word. Miao Xinjiang turned around and glared at him. "Why are you all just standing there when Master Chun has good intentions?" Hurrying to give the miners their medicine. The other cultivators awoke from their daze, hurriedly taking the jade vials to administer the medicine. Chun-Yi no longer paid attention to this side, waving his hand to store the bronze mirror in his sleeve. He gestured to Qiumingxin to keep an eye on Han Chi and stepped into the cave. As he reached the lowest level and had yet to walk down the corridor, the black-armored puppet presented the flower with both hands. Chun-Yi did not take it, sweeping his divine sense across, and the system prompt sounded. "Detected decomposable item, Millennium bewitching grass diluted. Would you like to decompose it?" With a thought, the bewitching grass vanished into thin air. Decomposition successful. Gained crafting blueprint, Millennium bewitching grass. Gained vitality. Chun-Yi disregarded the others and directly opened the blueprint. Crafting blueprint, bewitching grass, 3,600 years. Description: a 3,000-year mutated spiritual plant that grows at the core of the silver essence or vein, having undergone a transformation from long-term absorption of golden essence. It blossoms with 3,600 petals. Its powder can seal a cultivator's sea of consciousness, and its fragrance can lure demonic beasts. Demonic beasts below the 3rd tier have a 30 chance to advance 1 tier after consuming the petals, while 3rd tier demonic beasts have a 10 chance to advance to the 4th tier. Note: once removed from the Earth's veins, the effect decreases by 99. Crafting conditions: 5,000 vitality per plant. Would you like to produce it? Looking at the last line, Chun-Yi chuckled softly. It seems they weren't lying after all. But probabilities hold little significance for someone like me who invests heavily. He reached out, and the bewitching grass appeared in his hand. Due to being removed from the earth's veins, it had lost its previous miraculous qualities. Another pat on the spirit beast pouch at his waist pinged and poked its head out, its round eyes scanning around, its nose twitching, as if it sensed something extraordinary. It immediately became excited, the sword spikes on its back standing erect, emitting a faint vibrating sound. Don't rush, let's first try the taste. Chun-Yi gently patted its head, casually picking a few petals, and offered. This little fellow was usually very picky about spirit fruits and elixirs, but at this moment it seemed to be enchanted, swallowing the few crimson petals in one bite, its round body quivering slightly, as the sword spikes on its back suddenly glimmered with a faint silver light. It then looked eagerly at Chun-Yi. You're quite the glutton, I will get you something better when we return. Chun-Yi smiled, and pushed Ping An's head back into the spirit beast pouch. The little fellow reluctantly squeaked a couple of times, its paws clinging to the pouch's opening, unwilling to let go, until Chun-Yi stuffed 2 more petals inside, and then it contentedly shrank back. Storing the cocoons that had fallen on the ground into the jade box, Chun-Yi carried the bewitching grass out of the cave. Old Han did not deceive anyone. This thing had lost nearly all its efficacy once separated from the earth. He casually tossed the bewitching grass along with the 10-odd cocoons towards Miao Xinjiang. Miao Xinjiang was taken aback, instinctively catching the strange red flower, her lips moving for a while before she found her voice. Master Chen, what does this mean? This flower grows within your mind and should belong to your mind. I am merely acting as a facilitator. How could I claim it as my own? The other cultivators also froze, their gazes shifting back and forth between the demonic flower and Chun-Yi, filled with disbelief. That was an opportunity for a golden core-level demonic entity to break through to the 4th tier. Even if the effect were minimal in the entire cultivation world of the Yu Kingdom, there were hardly any other treasures of such caliber. How could this master of Wanbao Tower simply hand it over without batting an eye? Miao Xinjiang instinctively pushed the demonic flower back, shaking her head repeatedly. Master Chen's words are mistaken. Although this flower grows in my mind, it was acquired by you through the power of puppets. How could I dare to claim the credit for it? Chun-Yi raised an eyebrow, about to say something more. But he saw Miao Xinjiang pointing at the cocoons in the box. Moreover, these 10 or so spiritual insects have already advanced to Tier 3. With proper nurturing, they will surely possess Tier 3 strength. My Baidong has already gained a great advantage. If we were to take this flower as well, outsiders would surely say that my Baidong is greedy. Oh, please do not harm me, Master Chun. Seeing her firm attitude, Chun-Yi no longer insisted, extending his hand to take the flower. If that is the case, I shall shamelessly accept it. If there is ever a use for this flower in the future, Miao Dong Master may come to Wanbao Tower to seek me. Miao Xinjiang performed a curtsy, her evaluation of this young master increasing a few degrees. Not greedy or possessive, knowing when to advance and retreat, decisive in action, yet not lacking in compassion. Such a person, such ambition, it is no wonder he could establish such a great reputation in the cultivation world of the Yu Kingdom in such a short time. At this moment, Qiao Mingxin finally spoke. Since this flower has the ability to enhance bloodlines, may I ask Master Chun if you could part with a few petals for me to experiment with my teachings, Gu insects? Chun-Yi smiled at her words, casually plucking more than 10 crimson petals and placing them in a jade box to hand over. Why be so polite, Dao friend Xiao? Just take them. Qiao Mingxin accepted the jade box, her fingertips gently caressing the lid, her gaze flickering. Master Chun is indeed generous. Just a few petals, not worth mentioning. Chun-Yi waved his hand. He truly did not place too much importance on something worth 50,000 spirit stones or so. Chun-Yi chuckled lightly. It's quite reasonable to seek the materials for golden core formation. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. The materials for golden core formation are priceless treasures that can allow peak foundation establishment cultivators to break through their bottlenecks and step into the path of the golden core. In the entire cultivation world of the Yu Kingdom, there are thousands of foundation establishment cultivators, yet it may take a century to find 1 or 2 who can successfully form a golden core. It's not that their talents are insufficient, but rather that the materials required for golden core formation are exceedingly rare. The major sects like Qingyun sect and Wadujio still have the foundation and heritage of their sects, while loose cultivators wishing to form a golden core have little hope unless they encounter a tremendous opportunity. Han Chi's complexion changed slightly, then he forced a bitter smile and clasped his hands, saying, Master Chen, your insight is as bright as a torch, nothing escapes your notice. He stroked his goatee, a hint of bitterness flashing in his eyes. I have been trapped at the peak of foundation establishment for 60 years, and my lifespan is nearing its end. If I cannot acquire the materials for golden core formation, I fear I won't even last until the next century. Elder Qian has promised a Jin Dan in exchange, only then did I. Just then a sharp cry suddenly echoed from the distant sky, like an eagle piercing through the clouds, or or the sound of metal clashing shaking the mist in the valley. Everyone looked up in unison only to see a dark blue-black light soaring from the southeast moving at incredible speed, and in just a few breaths it had approached directly above the mine. As the light dissipated, a massive black-feathered eagle appeared, its wings spanning over 10 feet. Its iron-like claws were sharp, its eyes red as blood, and the spiritual pressure from its body descended like substance, causing the Foundation establishment cultivators present to turn pale and struggle to breathe. On the back of the eagle stood a tall, elderly man in a green robe with a square face and a short beard that stood upright like steel needles. His small eyes glimmered with intensity, and under his gaze it felt as if one were being sliced. As the eagle landed, the powerful winds it generated sent debris flying several feet high. Several Baidong cultivators were caught off guard and stumbled back unsteadily. The elderly man stood with his hands behind his back on the eagle's back, scanning the crowd in the mine one by one, finally fixing his gaze on the Millennium Seduction herb in Chinese hand. His small eyes suddenly narrowed. Have the flowers been picked? Han Chi's forehead dripped with cold sweat as he stammered for a long time before managing to squeeze out a few words. Elder Qian, please allow me to explain. It is truly. I am asking you. Elder Qian did not even glance at him, his gaze fixed on Chun Yi, and the spiritual pressure around him surged like a tidal wave, the overwhelming pressure of a golden core cultivator descending without reservation. The difference between Foundation establishment and golden core may seem like a mere step, but in reality, it is a chasm. Several Qi refining miners who had just regained consciousness fainted again under this pressure. Miao Xinyang's expression changed dramatically, and she instinctively wanted to shield her clansmen, but she was forced back several steps by the pressure, blood surging in her chest. However, Chun Yi seemed completely oblivious. He casually waved the Millennium Seduction herb in his hand and looked up at Elder Qian on the eagle's back, his tone devoid of emotion. I picked the flowers. What do you have to say? Elder Qian's gaze sharpened, his voice growing colder, and his eagle-like eyes scrutinized Chun Yi back and forth. Who are you? I am Chun Yi from Wanbao Tower. Elder Qian's pupils constricted slightly. Naturally, he had heard of the name Wanbao Tower. Slaying the demonic golden core, resolving the corpse disaster, and Yizhou standing firm against Qingyun's sect without faltering. These exploits had spread widely in the cultivation world of the Yu Kingdom. Even a seasoned golden core cultivator like him, who had been in closed-door cultivation for years, was aware of them. You are that Chun Yi. Elder Qian's tone softened somewhat, though he still retained an air of scrutiny. No wonder you dare to touch my things. When did this flower become yours? Chun Yi chuckled lightly, tucking the flower into his sleeve. Elder Qian's gaze darkened as he coldly said, Youngster, I had an agreement with Han Chi beforehand. This flower already has an owner. That agreement between you and Taoist Han is your business. The head of Baidong just gifted this flower to me, so it belongs to me now. You have quite a sharp tongue. Elder Qian scoffed, his eagle-like gaze sweeping over Miao Xinyang. Head of Baidong, this flower grows in your Baidong mine, so you have the right to dispose of it. But I wonder, have you considered the consequences after the disposal? Miao Xinyang's expression turned furious. How could the Baidong clan with its own golden core protector endure such humiliation? Just as she was about to speak, Xiao Mingxin stepped forward. Consequences? Are you threatening our sect? Elder Qian then noticed Xiao Mingxin. Upon seeing the 5 Poisons True Disciple token at her waist, his pupils shrank suddenly. Why did he come here? It's not because he was afraid that this matter would be discovered by Baidong's golden core ancestor, leading to complications. Thus he had been busy distracting Baidong's golden core earlier. He did not expect that the people from 5 Poison sect would be here. It must be known that this flower could enable a golden core level demonic beast to break through to the 4th rank. Although the 5 Poison sect does not specialize in taming beasts like him, the cultivated worms could also be useful. If they were to learn of this, how could this item fall into his hands? Qian Feng. Having thought of this, Qian Feng made up his mind. In the struggle for the Tao, there is always advancement and never retreat. What does it matter if it's the 5 Poisons True Disciple? The cultivators of his Spirit Beast Mountain share a life bond with their spirit beasts. As long as the bloodline of his golden-winged eagle advances to the 4th rank, he Qian Feng will become a nascent soul seed. The sect will never abandon him. What does it matter if it's a threat? This item is as good as mine. Suddenly, Qian Feng's spiritual pressure surged violently. He reached out with one hand, and a huge blue-black hand materialized in midair, carrying the force of wind and thunder as it reached for Chun Yi, clearly intending to obliterate him in one blow. Everyone was astonished. They had never expected that the esteemed elder of Spirit Beast Mountain would brazenly make a move in public, and the first strike would be a lethal one. How dare you? Xiao Mingxin's face changed drastically as she unsheathed the 100 scales 1,000 spiders sword, slashing out with a single stroke. The sword light, like a silver ribbon, met that blue-black giant hand. Bang! The spiritual light exploded, and the wave of energy surged. Xiao Mingxin let out a muffled groan and retreated several steps. The gap between Foundation Establishment and Golden Core is ultimately not something a good sword can compensate for. As she watched that claw shatter the sword light, its momentum unabated, it descended straight toward Chun-Yi's head. No! Chiao Mingxin's teeth clenched in despair. However, in the next moment, everyone's pupils constricted. Boom! A dull sound of metal clashing echoed, shaking the valley and causing the mist to boil. The blue-black giant hand stopped in midair, fingers spread wide, unable to close. A silver-white arm firmly held the giant hand in place. What? Qian Feng's eyes widened. He saw a silver figure standing like a mountain where Chun-Yi had originated. The figure stood about 8 feet tall, clad in silver armor, and a fierce tiger helmet concealed the voice of Chun-Yi. What a spirit, beast mountain. I have truly witnessed your methods today. With that, he delivered a punch. The blue giant claw exploded into pieces. Golden Core. Qian Feng's pupils shrank, staring in disbelief at the silver-armored figure. From that strike alone, he felt a spiritual pressure that was not inferior to his own. Chun-Yi extended his hand, and the giant sword materialized in his palm. He lifted his gaze toward Qian Feng and said, "This armor is called Tai Bai. It was originally crafted to deal with demonic golden cores, but it has yet to be used, and now is just the right time to test it on you." Spiritual light shimmered across the silver armor as a sharp sword chime rang out. Qian Feng's expression hardened. Beneath him, the golden-winged rock surged upward with a thunderous flap, hovering over Tin Zhang in the air. Its crimson eyes locked unblinkingly onto the silver-armored figure, while a low, guttural growl of menace rumbled deep within its throat. Battle armor? No, not quite. Qian Feng's gaze sharp as a blade swept repeatedly over the Tai Bai armor, his eyes widening in astonishment. This is among the myriad categories of cultivation artifacts: swords, spears, halberds, robes, boots, and armor. Each shared one immutable truth. They all required an immortal cultivator to supply spiritual energy. Yet this silver armor radiated coherent spiritual light, its aura seamless and self-contained, utterly independent, as if alive unto itself. Only one possibility surfaced in Qian Feng's mind. A puppet. He scoffed derisively. The art of puppets rests upon substitution, using artifact to replace flesh, while the cultivator remains safely ensconced behind the lines, thus ensuring invincibility. But you've crammed yourself inside the puppet. He paused, his gaze sharpening with biting scorn. Do you truly wish to die faster? Chun-Yi did not flinch. A low chuckle emanated from beneath his tiger-faced helm. You'll need more than mockery to prove it. His colossal sword Ju Ke trembled like a dragon stirring in slumber. Its blade light flared outward by more than 3 chi. Go. With that quiet command, Chun-Yi released Ju Ke. It shot forth like a celestial serpent bursting from the sea, streaking straight toward Qian Feng. Foolish death wish. Qian Feng sneered coldly. Instantly, the golden-winged rock beneath him gaped wide its beak, and from its maw erupted a jagged indigo-black windblade hurtling to intercept Ju Ke. Boom. Spiritual light detonated. Shockwaves roiled outward, tearing through the valley's poisonous miasma and carving a rift over 30 zhang long. Ju Ke was hurled backward, its blade vibrating with a resonant trembling hum. A flicker of surprise crossed Qian Feng's eyes. A 6th-rank artifact. You do carry some inheritance. Pity the wielder is so weak. 6th-rank artifacts possessed the destructive might of golden core cultivators, but in the hands of a Foundation Establishment cultivator, they were like infants wielding sledgehammers. Unwieldy, uncontrollable. Is that so? Chun-Yi smiled faintly. Silver radiance blazed across the Tai Bai armor as a torrent of spiritual power surged forth, flooding into Ju Ke's blade. Instantly, the sword shuddered, its chime shifting from crystalline clarity to a deep rolling thunder echoing across the heavens. Its spiritual light transformed, from silvery white to searing, blinding white. The oppressive aura emanating from the blade had intensified more than twofold. Qian Feng's pupils contracted sharply. This was not power a Foundation Establishment cultivator could possibly unleash. That silver armor. It was supplying energy for its master. This cannot be. Countless thoughts collided violently within his mind. He had cultivated for centuries, witnessed prodigies, arcane techniques, divine treasures, yet never encountered anything so fundamentally illogical. Artifacts required cultivators to channel spiritual energy. This was an iron law. As water flows downward and fire leaps upward, so too was this principle ordained by heaven itself. For millennia, countless artifact smiths had devoted their lives not to overturning this law, but to refining it, patching its edges, reinforcing its frame. How to maximize energy conversion efficiency. How to minimize loss during transmission. How to expand an artifact's capacity to store spiritual energy. Yet no one ever dared conceive. What if the artifact supplied its own energy? Because such a notion was sheer absurdity. If an artifact could generate its own energy, could it still be called an artifact? Would it not then become a puppet? Yet puppets possessed no divine sense, no ability to lock onto targets. Even high-tier puppets might unleash destruction rivaling golden core or nascent soul cultivators. But a fist that cannot strike true is useless however mighty. Thus cultivators pursued another impossible path: how to imbue puppets with divine sense. Soul forging, spirit refining, spirit sealing. Countless rare treasures were consumed, countless forbidden methods tested, yet only malformed, half-living failures emerged. And now, this very enigma had been solved by a mere youth. Qianfeng felt like a scientist who had spent his life designing war machines only to walk into a cinema and behold Iron Man. His mind burst open with revelation, yet simultaneously flooded with profound dissonance. This was no world-shaking innovation, no Tao-reversing celestial truth. It was simply a pivot in perspective. Cultivators commanded from afar, puppets charged forward. That had been the unbroken edict for 10,000 years. But nowhere was it written that a cultivator could not guide a puppet's strikes with his own divine sense. Qianfeng's throat went dry. Suddenly, he recalled Elder Yunlong's words: in this cultivation realm, the most terrifying are not those born with transcendent talent, but those who treat rules as mere exhalations. In that momentary lapse, Zhu Ke struck, whereupon the golden-winged rock snapped its wings shut, coalescing indigo-black spiritual light into a thick, radiant shield before its body. Zhu Ke cleaved down. The shield shattered instantly. The residual force slashed across the rock's left wing, sending several black feathers drifting into the air, only to be shredded into dust by the sword's lingering chi. The rock shrieked, a piercing, enraged cry. Its crimson eyes blazed with fury as it beat its wings violently, launching countless indigo-black feathers like volleys of arrows, blanketing the sky as they streaked toward Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi's fingers flashed in rapid sequence, then snapped apart with a sharp command: split. Zhu Ke vibrated fiercely, splitting once, twice, fourfold, eightfold, until the heavens filled with sword images like an inverted Milky Way. A dense, impenetrable net of silver-white light wove through the air, reducing every feather to vapor. Qianfeng's earlier condescension vanished entirely. In the cultivation world, the stages of Qi refinement, foundation, establishment, and golden core were collectively termed the Qi refining phase. Their distinctions lay solely in the quality and quantity of spiritual energy. Now, with the Tai Bai armor supplying endless power, and that awe-inspiring 6th-rank artifact, Chun-Yi's combat prowess rivaled that of an ordinary golden core cultivator. Even he must treat this seriously. An extraordinary Tai Bai armor. Today the seat underestimated you gravely. Qianfeng raised his hand, and a spear materialized within his grasp. 12 chi in length, its shaft gleamed silver-white. At its tip, a flickering point of cold light pulsed rhythmically, whispering with the distant roar of wind and thunder. The moment the spear appeared, all present felt a razor-edged, killing intent descend. So palpable, it seemed the spear tip already rested against their throats, stealing breath and stilling hearts. Clutching the spear, Qianfeng's entire bearing shifted, transforming from detached superiority into pure lethal resolve. Youngster, forcing this elder to draw his weapon. You have earned your pride. Before the final word faded, his figure dissolved from the rock's back. Reappearing 3 zhang above Chun-Yi, he drove the thunderclap spear downward, a storm of wind and thunder converging upon its tip. Well met. Chun-Yi did not retreat. He surged forward, lifting Zhu Ke in a sweeping upward arc. Its blade light rose like a reversed waterfall, crashing heat into the thunderclap spear. Boom. Spiritual light exploded. Shockwaves surged outward, hurling gravel and pebbles across dozens of zhang. Several Baitong sect disciples standing nearby were flung off their feet by the blast. Chun-Yi's boots carved 2 deep furrows into the earth as he slid backward over 3 zhang, before finally halting. Qianfeng too was driven airborne, spinning midair before landing lightly atop the golden-winged rock. His voice lowered, grave and measured, any trace of mockery gone, replaced by solemn respect. Excellent armor. Excellent sword. Chun-Yi shook his numb arm, a faint smile on his lips. You are no less formidable. Now let us see my turn. Boom. A pair of dark wings unfurled from his shoulders, spanning over 3 meters, with feathers resembling ebony jade, their edges glinting with a cold metallic sheen. With a flap of the wings, Chun-Yi shot into the sky like an arrow released from a bow, his speed no slower than that of Qianfeng just moments ago. Qianfeng's pupils contracted sharply, his heart sinking suddenly. Flying artifacts were already rare, and a 6th-grade one was even harder to come by. Chun-Yi was merely at the foundation establishment stage, yet he possessed a 6th-grade flying sword and a treasure armor capable of supporting golden core abilities. Now he even had a 6th-grade flying artifact. Such wealth would make even golden core cultivators envious. However, he had no time to ponder as Chun-Yi was charging at him with the force of thunder. Qianfeng leveled his spear. Boom! The 2 figures crossed in the air, spiritual light exploding like fireworks, each collision sending miasma swirling in the valley and causing rocks to tremble. On the ground, Xiao Mingxin looked up at the silver figure engaged in battle with Qianfeng, her beautiful eyes sparkling with amazement. She had always known Chun-Yi had many trump cards, but never expected him to confront a golden core cultivator Heiden without falling behind. Miao Xingyang looked on in shock, murmuring, "Is this really a Foundation establishment cultivator? That demonic golden core cultivator couldn't possibly be defeated by him, right?" Han Shi also tilted his head back, his goat-like beard twitching, disbelief evident in his small eyes. Having lived for over 200 years, he had seen many monstrous talents and wealthy second-generation cultivators, yet he had never seen a Foundation establishment cultivator force a golden core to such a degree. Boom! Another fierce clash. Qian Feng stood firm with his spear, his expression now completely darkened. He realized he had fallen into an awkward position. In terms of true cultivation level, he was far above Chun Yi. However, in direct confrontation, this silver-armored puppet made up for all of Chun Yi's shortcomings. Mana. The Tai-Bai armor provides it. Offense. That 6th-grade flying sword's power was no less than that of his own life-bound treasure. Speed. Those dark wings could flap as swiftly as a ghost. As a dignified golden core cultivator, he found himself unable to do anything against a mere Foundation establishment junior. What weighed on his heart even more was that Xiao Mingxin had already summoned several communication talismans, clearly contacting the higher-ups of the Five Poisons sect. If a golden core cultivator from the Five Poisons sect arrived today, he wouldn't just be unable to seize the flower, but whether he could escape unscathed was in question. "Junior, I will ask you once more." Qian Feng took a deep breath, suppressing his agitation, his tone surprisingly calm. "Will you yield the flower?" Chun Yi hovered in midair, a light laugh escaping from beneath his tiger helmet. "Had you spoken kindly before, I might have considered parting with a few pieces. But with your blatant robbery," he continued, "my belongings shall not be handed over even if destroyed." "Very well." Qian Feng nodded, the anger on his face diminishing slightly, replaced by a cold determination. "Then I shall fulfill your wish." Taking a deep breath, Qian Feng halted his spear, his hands slowly coming together in front of his chest, interlocking his fingers as he formed a mysterious spell. The golden-winged eagle seemed to sense something, abruptly folding its wings, its crimson eyes flaring with fierce light, emitting a piercing shriek. Both man and eagle were simultaneously enveloped in a dark spiritual light, the radiance growing ever more intense, gradually merging into one thick and fiery, like molten iron. "What is this?" Xiao Mingxin's face changed suddenly, her voice altering in pitch. "Spirit-merging technique." Han Shi recoiled several steps, his goat-like beard trembling. "Spirit beast mountains, forbidden technique. That old fellow has gone mad." Chun Yi frowned slightly beneath his tiger helmet. Though he was unaware of the details of this technique, the pressure emanating from the merging spiritual light was visibly rising, already surpassing the level of an ordinary early-stage golden core. Qian Feng's figure gradually blurred, merging with the outline of the golden-winged eagle. The dark spiritual light cocooned both of them, constantly compressing and solidifying before exploding with a loud bang. As the spiritual light dissipated, the golden-winged eagle was nowhere to be seen, only Qian Feng standing with his spear. However, his appearance was now entirely different. A pair of massive black wings sprouted from his back, his eyes turning into a golden eagle's fierce hue, his fingers curled like hooks, and his entire body covered in dark feathers. A spiritual pressure comparable to that of a mid-stage golden core surged down like a tidal wave. "To compel me to use this technique, you are worth dying for." Before the sound faded, his figure abruptly vanished. Chun Yi's pupils constricted, the sensing restriction on the Tai-Bai armor going off wildly. He didn't even have time to think before his body instinctively swerved to the left. Sizzle! 3 bloody marks appeared on the left shoulder of the Tai-Bai armor, deep claw marks left on the silver surface. Had he not dodged at that moment, that claw would have claimed his head. So fast. Chun Yi's heart trembled, and with a powerful flap of his wings he retreated several dozen meters. However, Qian Feng was like an unshakable pest, swiftly closing the distance with a slight tremor of his wings. Chun Yi slashed horizontally with his giant sword, the sword light sweeping out like a ribbon. Yet Qian Feng did not evade, reaching out with his left hand, fingers gripping the sword's body. A 6th-grade artifact. Not so impressive, Qian Feng sneered, twisting his fingers violently to pull Chun Yi closer. Chun Yi decisively abandoned his sword and retreated. Explode. With a low shout from Chun Yi, the spiritual light on the giant K sword surged to a dazzling intensity. Qian Feng's pupils contracted sharply, realizing it was too late to let go. Boom. The power of a 6th-grade artifact's self-detonation was terrifying. The blazing spiritual light erupted in midair like a small sun, sweeping away the miasma within 100 meters radius. Qian Feng let out a muffled grunt, his body flying backward, the hand that had gripped the sword now a bloody mess, the dark feathers charred. A 6th-grade artifact was something even golden core cultivators treasured like their lives. How could this junior detonate it so easily? Yet Chun Yi offered him no chance to catch his breath. He reached out, summoning an ancient scroll from his sleeve, which swelled in the wind. The scroll was about 3 feet long, made of an unknown lightweight silk with a circle of fine silver threads at the edges shimmering with a ghostly sheen under the spiritual light. As the scroll unfolded, a vast and profound aura poured forth as if 10,000 swords were resonating within it. What is this? Qianfeng's pupils shrank suddenly, his heart sinking. The scroll fully unfurled, revealing a boundless sea of clouds with countless flying swords weaving in and out their sword lights like a tapestry, sword energy soaring into the sky. Above the scroll, 3 large characters were inscribed in ancient seal script, 10,000 swords chart. The strokes were sharp and fierce, merely looking at it caused one's eyes to sting. Sensing the connecting aura with Chun Yi, Qianfeng exclaimed in shock, a lifebound treasure. For ordinary cultivators, lifebound treasures were often the culmination of a lifetime's effort to nurture 1 or 2 items. Yet the grandeur of the 10,000 swords chart, the overwhelming sword intent, was truly unprecedented. What startled him further was that the spiritual pressure emanating from the scroll was even above that of the previous 6th grade flying sword. Impossible. Qianfeng's eyes widened, disbelief filling his golden eagle-like gaze. How can a foundation establishment cultivator like you refine such a lifebound treasure? Chun Yi's light laughter echoed from beneath the tiger helmet, nothing more than spending money. A single hand raised high. Boom. On the 10,000 swords diagram, the sea of clouds surged and countless beams of sword light shot out like dragons emerging from the water. In an instant it converged above Chun Yi's head into a vast river illuminating half the sky, as bright as day. Qianfeng's pupils suddenly contracted, and a sense of confusion arose in his golden eagle eyes. What kind of foundation establishment cultivator is this? Even a golden core sword cultivator might not be able to condense such a massive amount of sword light at once. But he had no time to ponder further. Chun Yi pointed forward with his fingers like a sword. Go! The river of sword energy poured down violently towards Qianfeng. Qianfeng's expression changed drastically, and he flapped his black feathered wings behind him, retreating rapidly. However, the speed of the river of sword energy was far greater than his escape speed, and in an instant it had caught up with him. What golden core cultivator isn't forged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? Knowing there was no way to avoid it, he chose not to evade. With a snap of his wings, he transformed them into a feather shield, wrapping himself tightly. The river of sword energy crashed against him. Boom, 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 boom. The explosive sounds combined into a single roar, dense as firecrackers on New Year's Eve, shaking the valley, as the miasma surged like boiling water, and the shattered stones on the ground were swept up like hidden weapons flying everywhere. Xiaomingxin raised her protective spiritual light, shielding the people behind her in by Dong, yet her beautiful eyes were fixed unblinkingly on that astonishing battle in midair. The sword energy surged like tides, each wave higher than the last. The sword light from the 10,000 swords diagram flowed ceaselessly, seemingly endless. On the feather shield, cracks began to spread. The first, the second, the third. In the blink of an eye, it was as dense as a spider web. Qianfeng's face turned ashen, and a hint of horror flashed in his golden eagle eyes. The power of this sword energy, each wave was comparable to a strike from a golden core cultivator. If it were just 1 or 2, he wouldn't take them seriously. But the river of sword energy before him had no less than 1,000 waves. Not just thousands. With such a massive onslaught, even a mid-phase golden core cultivator would have to temporarily evade its edge. Moreover, he had already heavily burdened his physical body by forcibly boosting his cultivation with the secret method of human-beast fusion, and now being bombarded by this relentless sword energy, his internal magic power had already begun to spiral out of control. Fortunately, he had found the flaw in Chun Yi's strategy. Though the magic weapon was sharp and the techniques exquisite, the magic power was provided by the Tai-Bai armor. Though Chun Yi wielded this armor with great skill, he ultimately followed a procedure that could not match the smoothness and flexibility of using his own magic power. That brief moment of delay, while perhaps negligible in the eyes of ordinary cultivators, was a fatal flaw in the eyes of an experienced golden core cultivator like Qianfeng. Found you. Qianfeng's eagle eyes suddenly narrowed, and the feather shield exploded, sending countless feathers shooting out like a torrential rain, colliding with the river of sword energy, causing a brilliant explosion of spiritual light. Using the rebounding force, he swiftly maneuvered through the sea of sword light, like a ghost, thrusting his spear directly at Chun Yi. This thrust was incredibly fast, so fast that Xiaomingxin could only let out a gasp. However, it seemed Chun Yi had anticipated it. The Xian wings suddenly folded, wrapping him into a silver-white sphere. The spear tip struck the wing surface, creating sparks, yet it failed to penetrate. Blocked. Qianfeng frowned, then sneered. Then how about this spear? He shook the spear, and the spiritual patterns on its body lit up, suddenly unleashing a bolt of blue-black lightning that erupted from the spear tip, crashing violently against the Xian wing. Boom! Chun Yi, along with the armor, was blasted away, crashing into the rock wall below. Rubble flew, dust spread, and a pit over a foot deep was smashed into the rock wall. Qianfeng stood holding the spear, his eagle eyes fixed on the cloud of dust, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. A mere foundation establishment cultivator really thinks he can contend with a golden core. Overestimating yourself. From the dust a light cough was heard. Chun-Yi emerged from the pit brushing off the dust from his armor, his voice still steady. Indeed, a mid-phase golden core is truly extraordinary. Knowing this, why not surrender quickly? Qianfeng shook the spear, blue-black lightning coiled around it, casting his face in alternating light and shadow. Hand over the monster flower, and I might spare your life for your hard work in cultivation. Chun-Yi lowered his head to examine the dent on the chest of the Tai-Bai armor. Spare my life. He lifted his head, his voice beneath the tiger helmet tinged with amusement. Do you think what I just showed was all I have? You're merely putting on a show. Qianfeng coldly retorted, thrusting the spear again, blue-black lightning coiling around the spear, tip his figure like lightning as he charged down once more. Boom! The spear tip struck down, but suddenly halted about 10 feet in front of Chun-Yi, as if it had hit an invisible wall. The lightning exploded and spiritual light scattered, yet that invisible barrier remained unmoved, only rippling with faint waves like water disturbed. A third-tier formation. Qianfeng's pupils contracted sharply, the thin silver light curtain reflected in his golden eagle eyes, with intricate spiritual patterns flowing across it, densely packed, like a star map, completely negating the might of his spear. Impossible! Qianfeng exclaimed, his eagle eyes filled with disbelief. How can you possibly multitask to such a degree? Since the battle began, Chun-Yi had continuously manipulated the Tai-Bai armor and the 10,000 swords diagram to engage him. Heat in the ferocity of the attack and the swiftness of the response were anything but distracted. But this layer of silver light curtain clearly carried the aura of a formation, and its rank was not low. Multitasking. Chun-Yi let out a light laugh. You think too highly of me. I'm merely good at utilizing external objects. With a rumble, variously shaped star puppets crawled out from the ground, their bodies lighting up with intricate formation patterns intertwining and merging with the silver light curtain. Chun-Yi patted the Kong Jin Long in front of him, smiling lightly. These puppets do not require spiritual sense control, they just need preset commands to operate on their own. He looked at Qianfeng with a playful expression. In other words, this formation was set up by them themselves. Puppets setting up a formation. How is that possible? Qianfeng exclaimed in shocked disbelief written all over his face. The way of formations emphasizes adapting to circumstances, requiring adjustments based on the flow of spiritual energy, terrain orientation, and the dynamics of enemy and ally, among other variables. Even the most adept formation cultivators must be fully focused to set up a decent formation. Puppets. How could those mindless dead objects understand these? Chun-Yi shook his head at Qianfeng's incredulous expression. Among the myriad skills of cultivation, the one most easily replaced by intelligent machinery is precisely this, seemingly the most insightful formation art. Alchemy requires the use of spiritual sense to merge pills, and forging requires the use of spiritual soul to record prohibitions. Even drawing talismans requires subtle spiritual soul manipulation. Only formations need to insert the formation flags in specific locations to draw upon the Earth's spiritual energy. As for adapting to circumstances and terrain, to put it bluntly, it's merely adjusting the position of the formation base according to the flow of spiritual energy. And his puppets excel precisely at calculations. Qianfeng's pupils suddenly constricted. He came out with full force, every move aimed at Chun-Yi's life. What was the purpose? Was it not to quickly achieve victory before the arrival of the Five Poisons sect? Now trapped in this formation, even if Chun-Yi ceased his attacks, as long as he could drag it out for a moment. Above the clouds, 5 figures stood suspended in midair. Xiao Zhengming stood on the far left, his dark robe billowing, without wind, his expression as frosty as ice. His gaze pierced through layers of miasma, landing on the silver barrier below. Watching Qianfeng trapped in the formation, struggling to break free, a sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. Greed blinds reason, nothing more than that. He turned his head to the young man in a green robe beside him, his tone laced with mockery. Brother Duanmu, your sect truly has an abundance of talent. The young man in a green robe had a rugged appearance with eyebrows slanting into his temples, and his aura was steady as a deep abyss. He was Duanmu Liang, the chief elder of Spirit Beast Mountain. Hearing this, he did not get angry, but instead sighed softly, gazing at the dark figure trapped by the silver barrier below with a hint of regret in his voice. Junior brother Qian is limited by the bloodline of spirit beasts. After 100 years of golden core cultivation, he is still stuck at the initial stage of golden core, without making any progress. To witness the heavenly secrets this time, it is inevitable that he has lost his composure. Lost his composure. A cold voice interjected, laced with undisguised killing intent. Does losing composure mean taking my son's life? Chen Daoxian stood beside Qiao Zhengming, his green robe rustling, his expression as sharp as a blade. His gaze, like that of a hawk, was fixed on Duanmu Liang, and a spiritual pressure emanated from him. Although he had yet to make a move, the sense of oppression felt as if a mountain were about to collapse. Duanmu Liang frowned slightly, cupping his hands. He said, "Friend Chen, please calm down. This matter is indeed Junior Brother Qian's fault. If I bring him back, I will certainly impose strict punishment and give you an explanation. Punish. Chen Daoxian scoffed, his gaze sharp as a sword. Friend Duanmu, I only have this one son. That shot just now was aimed directly at my son's life. If not for my son having some skills, would he not have perished at the hands of your sex elder today? Indeed, indeed. A man in a white robe stroked his long beard, smiling as he interjected, his narrow eyes moving back and forth between Chen Daoxian and Duanmu Liang. Brother Duanmu, your sex elder's actions this time are indeed inappropriate. Even if you want that rare flower, you should negotiate with kind words. Oh, why come out swinging? If this gets out, others will think your sect only consists of unreasonable people. Duanmu Liang's ancient face showed no sign of disturbance, merely casting a calm glance at the white-robed man, saying, Brother, you seem to care for the reputation of Spirit Beast Mountain. Indeed, Etian Yuan, if you are concerned, you might as well take care of your own territory and Qingyuan first. Xiao Zhengming coldly retorted, his gaze flashing towards Etian. Do not forget the account for Yizhou has yet to be settled. You. Tianyuan's hand on the sword hilt turned white. With rage his face darkened, and spiritual light flickered around him, ready to erupt. But he was restrained by a yellow-robed elder beside him. The elder had a kind demeanor with white hair and beard, yet his eyes were bright like a youth. His aura was warm as jade, lacking any shred of sharpness, yet he exuded a weight that made one wary. He gently patted Tianyuan's hand, smiling. Please give by a chance, we should discuss matters calmly, and not let disputes arise again. This man was none other than Bai Xuanda, the current elder of the royal family of the Yu Kingdom. Although not a member of the three great sects, he had been in control of the Yu royal family for hundreds of years, his cultivation unfathomable. Even the three great nascent soul elders had to give him some respect. Tianyuan coldly snorted, retracting his hand from the sword, but still casting a cold glance at Chen Daoxuan, his tone stiff. Since friend Bai has spoken, I shall give this face. But regarding Yizhou, our Qingyuan sect will not yield an inch. Chen Daoxuan's expression remained unchanged as he stood with his hands behind his back, but his gaze had returned to the scene below, as if the earlier verbal sparring was merely an insignificant conversation. Duanmu Liang timely spoke up, cupping his hands towards Chen Daoxuan. Rest assured, friend Chen, our sect will certainly give a response regarding this matter. Chen Daoxian slightly nodded, indicating agreement, pointing at the treasure armor on Chen. What do you all think of this treasure armor on my son? As soon as these words were spoken, several golden core cultivators' gazes turned to the silver-white figure below. Bai Xuanda was the first to speak. This kind of treasure allows foundation establishment cultivators to directly possess golden core powers. Paired with a medium-grade, third-tier magic weapon, it can provide golden core combat power, truly exquisite. Everyone nodded in agreement. Even Tianyuan had to admit that this item could be considered the most exquisite creation in the cultivation world of southern Tian over the past 1,000 years. If I say that in the future my Wanbao building will sell it. Chen Daoxian continued. Everyone's breath hitched in unison. How many resources are needed to cultivate a golden core cultivator? Heavenly materials and earthly treasures, inheritance of techniques, 100 years of hard practice. All are indispensable. Even the three great sects dare not guarantee that their disciples will definitely succeed in achieving golden core. But if one had this Tai-Bai armor, foundation establishment disciples could possess golden core combat power. Who wouldn't be tempted? Duanmu Liang's gaze sharpened, a hint of astonishment crossing his ancient face. Is what you say true, friend Chen? This kind of treasure armor your building actually wants to sell it. This item is derived from my child's starry puppet, crafted by his skills in the weapon path. It is indeed easy to make. Since my Wanbao building has opened for business, there is no reason to hide good items. Chen Daoxian said casually, as if discussing the most ordinary thing. He looked up at Tianyuan. So does your sect allow this regarding Yizhou? Xiao Zhengming and the others also turned their gazes towards Tianyuan, their expressions unfriendly. Are you threatening my Qingyuan? Tianyuan's face was ashen. No, I am merely stating the facts, Chen Daoxian replied calmly. If my building is located in Yizhou and still falls under your Qingyuan's control, it will do you more harm than good. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere became as solid as iron. Tianyuan's face turned ashen as his gaze swept over Chen Daoxian and then landed on the faces of Xiao Zhengming and the other two. The three of them, though with different expressions, clearly conveyed the same thought in their eyes. There could be no retreat on this matter. A heavy weight suddenly settled in his heart. The Qingyuan sect had occupied Yizhou for thousands of years, and it was always taken for granted. Even with the recent uproar caused by the corpse calamity in Yizhou, he regarded it merely as the Wudao sect and Spirit Beast Mountain seizing the opportunity to make a fuss. It was merely exerting pressure on their own mountain gate to make concessions elsewhere. However, Chen Daoxian's move fundamentally changed the nature of the entire situation. If Wanbao Tower were merely an ordinary golden core power, it would not attract much attention whether it fell under Qingyuan's control or not. But if this force could produce a strategic artifact like the Taibai armor capable of granting Foundation establishment cultivators the combat power of golden cores, then its allegiance would no longer concern just Qingyun, but would be a major issue affecting the entire cultivation community of your country. After a long silence, Yi Tianyuan finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. Why should I believe that your armor can be mass-produced? Chen Daoxian chuckled lightly and shook his head, waving his sleeve. For beams of light fell into the hands of the four individuals. This is a sample for you to observe. Each of them caught it and looked down to find a palm-sized piece of armor which, upon infusing spiritual power, transformed into its normal size. As their divine senses probed into it, their expressions varied. Although they were not particularly skilled in weaponry, they still possessed a discerning eye. Every restriction on this armor was intricately linked, and the flow of spiritual energy was seamless, as if it were born this way. This was a phenomenon that could only be achieved when weaponry reached a state of perfection. Bai Xuande stroked his beard with a light laugh, his bright eyes clear as those of a youth darting between Chen Daoxian and the silver-white figure below, his tone laden with meaning. Friend Chen, you are quite bold. Such a heavy artifact, even if only 2 or 3 are produced in a year, would undoubtedly shake the entire southern cultivation world. You overestimate it, friend Bai. Chen Daoxian's expression remained nonchalant. The Wanbao Tower of that child is merely a business dealing. No matter how good the items are, they are merely goods on a shelf waiting for a price. As for what they are used for after being purchased, he paused, his gaze sweeping over the 4 golden core cultivators, a smirk playing on his lips. That is the buyer's concern. What does it have to do with Chen? What does it have to do with that child? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 4 golden core cultivators varied. Qiu Zhengming's eyes flickered slightly as if pondering something. Duanmu Liang's face remained calm, but he gripped the armor in his hand a bit tighter. Bai Xuande continued to stroke his beard and smile, but the smile deepened. Only Yi Tianyuan's face was ashen, his gaze like a knife, fixed on Chen Daoxian, with spiritual pressure subtly surging around him. What a statement! What does it have to do with Chen? Yi Tianyuan sneered. Are you trying to muddy the waters of southern cultivation? Chen Daoxian looked up at him, his tone calm. When has the water in southern regions ever been clear? Yi Tianyuan's face was ashen, yet he understood that further argument would be pointless. Once the Taibai armor entered the market, the power structure of the entire Yu country's cultivation community would undoubtedly be reshuffled. If the Qingyun sect insisted on bringing Wanbao Tower under its control, the offended parties would not only include Chen Daoxian, but all those who wished to purchase the armor from Wanbao Tower. This matter, allow me to report to the ancestor for a decision. Yi Tianyuan took a deep breath and ultimately yielded. Chen Daoxian slightly nodded, not pressing further, his gaze returning to the scene below. Duanmu, how long do you intend to let your junior brother make a scene? Qiu Zhengming turned to look at Duanmu Liang, his tone carrying a hint of impatience. A hint of embarrassment crossed Duanmu Liang's face as he clasped his hands. Everyone, please wait a moment. He stepped forward and shouted, enough. Within the silver light curtain, Qian Feng was stabbing a spear against the array wall, the dark thunder flashing and rippling the light curtain, yet he still could not break free from the array. Upon hearing this shout, he trembled all over, nearly losing his grip on the spear, and suddenly raised his head to look at the clouded sky. This glance made his heart quake. Above the clouds, 5 figures stood suspended in midair. Qiu Zhengming, Yi Tianyuan, and Bai Xuande, each of whom could shake the cultivation world of Yu country with a stamp of their feet. And among them, the man in the green robe was none other than the chief elder of Spirit Beast Mountain, Duanmu Liang. The 5 pairs of eyes turned to him, some cold, some mocking, some playful, and some disappointed. Qian Feng's face turned pale, a hint of panic flashing in his golden eagle eyes, but it was quickly suppressed. He put away his spear and withdrew from the merged state with the spirit beast. The golden-winged eagle separated from him, transforming into a dark green light that landed beside him, its feathers disheveled and its aura weak. Seeing the opponent withdraw their divine power, Chen Yi also waved his hand. The silver light curtain receded like a tide, and the puppets of the 28 constellations all stopped their movements, their spiritual lights dimming as they transformed back into silent statues. Duanmu Liang looked at him, his gaze calm to the point of indifference, and after a long silence finally spoke. Junior brother, Qian, do you realize your mistake? Qian Feng slowly raised his head, his pupils reflecting the 5 figures in the clouds, his tone calm. The Tao is about competition, relying on one's own means. I competed and lost. Whatever punishment the sect imposes, I have no words to say. But to make me admit fault, that is absolutely impossible. Absolutely impossible. Duanmu Liang's gaze deepened slightly, yet his tone remained flat. You openly attempted to seize treasures and intended to kill others for your own selfish desires in someone else's territory. If everyone acted like you, what reputation would Spirit Beast Mountain have after thousands of years? Qian Feng's lips curled with a hint of mockery. Reputation. Brother Duanmu, after hundreds of years of cultivation together, do you think we don't understand that in the cultivation world it's just about who has the bigger fist that counts? Today I lost, thus it is my fault. If I had one and obtained that demonic flower spirit beast mountain, would have gained a nascent soul seed, and brother, you would likely come personally to congratulate me, would you not? Duanmu Liang's expression remained unchanged, only shaking his head and sighing softly, obsessed. Duanmu Liang looked at Qian Feng's obstinate appearance, disappointment increasingly evident in his eyes, yet he ultimately said nothing further, simply raising his hand to wave. A blue light flew out from his sleeve, transforming into a blue chain that flew towards Qian Feng. Qian Feng did not resist and allowed the chain to wrap around him. He knew there was no room for negotiation in today's matter. With Duanmu Liang personally intervening, it meant the sect's stance was determined. A further debate would only add to his humiliation. As the blue chain tightened, Qian Feng's body trembled, most of his spiritual power sealed, and the golden-winged eagle let out a mournful cry, transforming into a dark green light that entered his spirit beast pouch. Duanmu Liang withdrew his gaze, turning to Chun Daoxian, cupping his hands in greeting. Friend, Chun Spirit Beast Mountain will certainly give your esteemed tower an explanation regarding this matter. I hope you can forgive any offenses from junior brother Qian. Chun Daoxian stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping over Qian Feng, his tone indifferent. You overestimated friend Duanmu. I only hope that your sect can maintain some degree of propriety in future dealings. Naturally. Duanmu Liang slightly nodded, waving his sleeve, a light of escape wrapping around Qian Feng as he turned to leave. Wait. Chun Yi's voice came from below. Everyone lowered their heads to look, only to see Chun Yi had taken off the tie-by armor, revealing his true appearance. Though his complexion was pale, his eyes shone bright as usual. He raised his hand in a respectful gesture and said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing, Senior Duanmu, I have something to say, but I wonder if it's appropriate to speak. Duanmu Liang raised an eyebrow slightly and replied, feel free to speak. Chun Yi's gaze fell upon Qian Feng. That 1,000-year-old seduction grass, I have no great use for it. If Elder Qian truly needs this item to continue on his path, I would be willing to part with it. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. You are willing to let it go? Qian Feng suddenly raised his head, a flicker of disbelief flashing in his eyes, which quickly turned into deeper anger. Why didn't you agree last time? Are you humiliating me? You are demanding it. That is called robbery. Even if I were to destroy this item, I would never allow you to have your way. Chun Yi spoke, plainly his gaze fixed on Qian Feng. However, if you are willing to pay the corresponding price, then it would be a deal. At Wanbao Tower we do business. How could we refuse a customer? Qian Feng's expression froze, his lips moved a few times, but in the end he couldn't utter a word. Duanmu Liang's eyes flickered slightly, and he looked at Chun Yi with a more scrutinizing gaze. After a moment, he spoke, young friend Chun has a good temperament. What price do you want for this item? Senior Duanmu, please see clearly. Chun Yi replied, the value of this item lies in its ability to advance the bloodline of demonic beasts. Though its efficacy has now diminished greatly, its value is still difficult to estimate. Last time Elder Qian promised a golden core to Han Daoyo, so I will use this as a price. I wonder how you feel about that, senior. A golden core. Duanmu Liang's brows furrowed slightly, his gaze sweeping between Chun Yi and Qian Feng. Junior brother Qian, do you offer a golden core as compensation? Qian Feng's face turned dark as he coldly snorted, this concerns my matter with Han Qi. A golden core is the most orthodox elixir in the southern sky cultivation world, which can increase a cultivator's chances of achieving the golden core stage. Every single one is extremely precious. Even the nascent soul sects must rely on luck to gather the materials, and the Spirit Beast Mountain has only a few in stock. Not to mention Qian Feng, even Duanmu Liang the chief elder would need to negotiate with the sect's elder council to use it. After a brief contemplation, Duanmu Liang already understood the intricacies involved. Qian Feng most likely made an empty promise, intending to take advantage. Duanmu Liang's gaze lingered on Chun Yi's face for a moment, and his lips actually curled into an almost imperceptible smile. Young friend Chen is quite calculating. This flower's efficacy has already diminished greatly, yet you want the full price. The way of business has always been like this. Chun Yi replied, if you think it is not worth it, you may choose not to buy it. Duanmu Liang shook his head and looked at Chen Daoxian. Chen Daoyo, your son's tongue is sharper than yours. The intention of refusal in his words was already quite evident. Chen Daoxian glanced at Duanmu Liang and said to Chun Yi, do not embarrass yourself here. I have my own plans for your golden core. Duanmu Liang's gaze sharpened slightly, his eyes on Chen Daoxian, now filled with deeper meaning. The golden core is a strategic resource that even the nascent soul sects must invest heavily to gather. Chen Daoxian actually called it a mere secular item. This confidence either indicated he was bluffing or that he had far greater resources than others imagined. Chen Daoyu has quite the audacity. Yi Tianyuan scoffed, his gaze sweeping over Chen Daoxian. You look down on a golden core. Could it be that your esteemed tower has something even better? Chen Daoxian didn't even glance at him, simply dismissing him with 4 words, none of your business. Yi Tianyuan's face flushed, his fingers cracking ominously, his spiritual light flashing around him as he seemed on the verge of exploding. Bai Xuanda timely reached out to press down on his shoulder, smiling and trying to mediate. All right, we are all fellow cultivators from your country, why cause a rift in our harmony? With a smile and a stroke of his beard, Bai Xuanda bright youthful eyes shifted between Chun Daoxian and Chun Yi as he spoke. But if young friend Chun is willing to part with that rare flower, I am quite interested. He took out a jade box from his sleeve, the box transparent as ice, revealing a pill the size of a dove's egg quietly resting on velvet inside. The pill was a pale gold color, its surface adorned with fine patterns resembling flowing clouds, exuding a refreshing medicinal fragrance. This golden core pill is a treasured collection of my royal family, refined 130 years ago, and its quality is excellent. Bai Xuanda held the jade box in his palm. I would like to exchange this pill for the 1,000-year-old seduction grass in your hand. What do you think, young friend? As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of those present varied. Xiao Jingming raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze sweeping between Bai Xuanda and Chun Yi, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Duanmu Liang's gaze, however, narrowed slightly. This flower is good, but its efficacy is too poor. Even though the Spirit Beast Mountain has a great need for bloodline advancement, they would not trade a remarkably valuable golden core for it. The royal family does not engage in beast taming. What would be the point? Chen Yi's gaze also fell upon the jade box, his heart stirred. This royal family's treasured pill has already existed for 130 years. This implies that the royal family at least still has one more, or perhaps even more. Chun Yi's thoughts raced, but his expression remained calm as he cupped his hands and asked, this 1,000-year-old seduction grass has lost most of its efficacy. Is senior by speaking truthfully? Whether it is worth it or not, I have my own judgment, Bai Xuanda replied. Bai Xuanda pushed the jade box forward again, smiling as he looked at Chen Yi. If you feel uncomfortable, just ensure that Wanbao Tower grants my royal family a priority purchasing right for the Tai Bai armor in the future. Chen Yi's heart suddenly enlightened. This was Bai Xuanda's true intention. Whether it was the 1,000-year-old seduction grass or the golden core pill, they were merely bait. What the royal family wanted was the Tai Bai armor from Wanbao Tower, or rather, he wanted to secure an advantage for the royal family in the impending reshuffle of power in your country. Indeed, as the true helmsman of the royal family, this level of ambition and decisiveness is not something that second-in-command figures like Duanmu Liang could compare to. But none of this mattered. Despite appearing to dismiss the golden core as if it were worthless, Chun Yi had long known that the Spirit Beast Mountain would never make the trade. He only needed to bring it up. This was to allow the soul fragment to create a facade, leading various parties to overestimate its strength. Now that Bai Xuanda had truly produced it, it was an unexpected delight. After all, a soul fragment is still a soul fragment. Even with peak golden core cultivation, it was obtained through possession, having nothing to do with his true self. Chun Yi knew he must rely on himself to progress further on the path of cultivation. And the golden core items were his most urgent need right now. If he didn't achieve the golden core, how could his subordinates do so? He couldn't possibly resort to possession, could he? That would make it hard to hide the system. He bowed to Bai Xuanda, saying, since Senior Bai is so generous, I will not be rude. Chun Yi received it with both hands, and as his divine sense swept into the box, a system prompt sounded clearly. Ding detected an item that can be decomposed should the golden core be decomposed. Chun Yi's heart stirred slightly, but he did not reveal anything on his face. He took the jade box solemnly and carefully stored it in his storage bag. Bai Xuanda, having received Chun Yi's agreement, clapped his hands and laughed, addressing the several golden core cultivators. Then I shall not stay long. I hope everyone can come up with a plan for the next conference. This Tai Bai armor is something I value greatly. After speaking, he vanished in a flash of light towards the northeast. Duanmu Si also looked at Yi Tianyuan, saying, the matter is already settled. I hope, brother, you will consider carefully. After leaving this remark, Duanmu Si took Qian Feng and headed north. Yi Tianyuan sighed softly, looking at Chen Daoxian and cupping his hands. As for the matter of Izhou, my Qingyun sect will make concessions. But we demand priority in the sale of the Tai Bai armor. Chen Daoxian's eyes flickered slightly as he nodded non-committally. Since Dao friend, he has this intention, I won't refuse you, of course. On the day my building officially opens for sale, I will certainly reserve a spot for your sect. Yi Tianyuan's expression lightened slightly, but he said no more, letting out a cold snort before disappearing into the horizon in a flash of light. Xiao Zhengming stood with his hands behind his back, watching Yi Tianyuan leave a smirk of mockery appearing at the corner of his mouth. After all, they are a large family, unwilling to lower their status. He turned to look at Chun Daoxian, his tone becoming sharper. But shouldn't Brother Chen also give Qiao a proper explanation? Chen Daoxian raised an eyebrow slightly. What do you mean by that, Brother Qiao? What do I mean? Xiao Zhengming's gaze fell on the Tai Bai armor in Chun Yi's hands. With this item in hand, if you father and son offer it up, it would be as if you were digging up the ancestral grave of Qingyun. They would have to greet you with smiles. Why should I, an old man, take the lead in this? However, Chen Daoxian shook his head and asked, and then what? Xiao Zhengming raised an eyebrow but did not respond. Chen Daoxian continued, Then my father and I would have to forge treasures for Qingyun for life. If we disagree, would we be forcibly retained? Chen Daoxian pointed to himself. I am at the peak of golden core cultivation, just a step away from the nascent soul. What could Qingyun offer me? A chance to form a nascent soul. Can Qingyun really provide that? Qiu Zhengming sighed, a trace of helplessness rarely appearing on his stern face. Regarding the opportunity for a nascent soul, not to mention Qingyun cannot provide it, even if the three sects of the Yu Kingdom were tied together, they could not offer it. This matter, he paused, raising his hand to point at the sky, is beyond human capability, entirely dependent on fate. Chen Daoxian chuckled lightly. If that is the case, then Dao friend Qiu, you cannot blame me for taking advantage of the situation after you went through so much trouble to bring me up the mountain, can you? Qiu Zhengming's breath caught. He indeed harbored his own schemes. The corpse calamity in Yizhou had caused the suffering of millions of souls, and Qingyun had indeed overlooked matters, but to want to take 1/3 of someone's territory based on this. Ridiculous. He painted this grand picture hoping to escalate the situation. Using Yizhou as bait, he aimed to intensify the conflict between Wanbao Tower and Qingyun's sect, waiting for both sides to reach a boiling point. Then his five poisoned sect would step in to support and smoothly bring Wanbao Tower under its wing. At that time, Chen Daoxuan, a peak golden core loose cultivator, would become a member of his five poisoned sect, and Chen Yi would have no choice but to acknowledge this favor, naturally leading to the matter of his daughter's love poison. But obviously Chen Daoxian had already seen through his thoughts. Qiu Zhengming took a deep breath, his gaze lingering on Chen Daoxuan's face for a long time, and finally shook his head with a bitter smile. Brother Chen is truly formidable. Even my little thoughts have been seen through by you. It's not that I see through it. Chen Daoxuan's tone was calm as he looked towards the sky. It's just that I have been through hardships among loose cultivators for hundreds of years, seen too many good intentions and too many schemes hidden behind kindness. So you don't trust anyone? Qiu Zhengming asked. I trust. Chen Daoxian retracted his gaze to look at Qiu Zhengming, but only the transactions laid out in the open. This time your five poisoned sect sets the stage for me, and my son helps your daughter detoxify. That's all there is to it. Qiu Zhengming was momentarily taken aback by these words, then threw his head back and laughed loudly, the sound echoing in the valley, shaking the miasma. What if that's all there is to it? Brother Chen, are you putting everything on the business table? Isn't the business table good? Chen Daoxian retorted with a question, clearly priced honest dealings. No one owes anyone any favors, and no one bears anyone's karma. Qiu Zhengming's smile faltered, his gaze lingering on Chen Daoxuan's face for a moment, and he finally shook his head. Brother Chen speaks lightly. Some things in this world cannot be bought or sold in the marketplace. His gaze fell below where Qiu Mingxin was guarding beside Chen Yi. The 100 scales 1,000 spiders sword had not yet returned to its sheath, but her beautiful eyes were intently fixed on Chen Yi, and the thing hidden in her gaze was clear even from hundreds of feet away. Chen Daoxian followed his gaze and said lightly, if your daughter can win over my son, then I have nothing to say. He and Chen Yi shared a bond of soul and intention. Did Chen Yi have feelings for Qiu Mingxin? Chen Daoxian was not unaware. However, Qiu Zhengming's mouth curled into a smile. Brother Chen, you and I have practiced for hundreds of years. You should know that in this world the human heart is the hardest to gauge. You might lose this round. He didn't know much else, but Qiu Zhengming could see that Chen Yi's interactions with Qiu Mingxin were no longer so resistant, and even his eyes held a bit more appreciation. Chen Daoxian smirked at these words, not giving a direct answer. He leaped down. Chen Yi took out a storage pouch and handed it over. As for the matter of Yizhou, I will leave it to my father. Chen Daoxian didn't even look, took it into his sleeve, and tossed a storage pouch to Chen Yi. He then looked at Qiu Zhengming. My son hopes that Dao friend will take care of him during his travels in the southern wilderness. It should be so. Qiu Zhengming nodded. Well then I shall take my leave first. Chen Daoxuan's escape light surged, and he vanished in an instant. Qiu Zhengming stood with his hands behind his back, watching the streak of escape light disappear into the distance before retracting his gaze to Chen Yi. Little friend Chen, now that your father has left, there will likely be some work to do in Yizhou. Thank you for your concern, Senior Qiu. Chen Yi cupped his hands. My father has always acted swiftly, since the matter in Yizhou is already settled, it shouldn't take long to organize it properly. Qiu Zhengming nodded slightly, his gaze lingering on Chen Yi's face for a moment, then suddenly shifted the conversation. Little friend, what insights do you have from your battle with Qian Feng just now? Chen Yi pondered for a moment before replying, honestly, golden core cultivators are indeed remarkable. If it weren't for the advantages of the Tai-Bai armor and the formation relying solely on my own cultivation, I might not have lasted 3 exchanges. Recognizing the gap is already not easy, Qiu Zhengming said with a hint of approval in his tone. However, little friend should not belittle yourself. To be able to push a golden core cultivator to such an extent with a foundation establishment body looking throughout the entire Tianan cultivation world, there is no one else like you. Moreover, little friend has obtained that golden core item. It won't be long before you can break through to the golden core realm. This golden core item was not exchanged for myself, Chun Yi said with a smile, shaking his head. Qiu Zhengming's eyes flickered slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. Oh, young friend, you went through all this trouble to obtain the golden core, yet you won't use it yourself. Han Shi was huddled at the edge of the crowd, his goat beard trembling slightly, his complexion as pale as paper, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Seeing Chun Yi's gaze sweeping over, he instinctively took half a step back, but then he froze, his lips moving a few times, yet ultimately, he couldn't utter a word. Daoist Han. Chun Yi stepped towards him. Han Shi stiffened all over, his throat rolling up and down, forcing a smile. What is it that you wish, Master Chun? You owe me your life, Chun Yi said with a half smile. Han Shi was stunned for a moment, then a bitter smile appeared on his face, his goat beard trembling as he bowed deeply. What you say is true, Master Chun. If it weren't for you intervening earlier, my life would have likely been lost at the hands of Qin Feng. I am a businessman, and I particularly dislike being in debt. So how will you repay this life? Cold sweat trickled down Han Shi's forehead, and after much hesitation, he finally managed to speak. The life-saving grace from Master Chun. I have nothing to offer in return, but I am willing to offer all the spiritual items I've acquired in my lifetime. After saying this, he removed the storage bag from his waist and presented it with both hands, moving so quickly as if afraid of changing his mind. Chun Yi took it and raised an eyebrow. Inside there were countless treasures and elixirs, and the spirit stones piled up like a small mountain. Among them, several treasures had even reached the 6th grade level. This amount of wealth among Foundation establishment cultivators was considered substantial, even causing ordinary golden core cultivators to take notice. Daoist Han certainly knows how to hide wealth. Chun Yi weighed the storage bag, but did not put it away. Instead, he tossed it back into Han Shi's arms. Han Shi caught it clumsily, his face filled with astonishment. What is the meaning of this, Master Chun? Chun Yi's tone was calm as he looked directly at Han Shi. What I want is you as a person. Me as a person. Han Shi's goat beard twitched, and his complexion changed several times. With a forced smile, he said, Master Chun, you jest. I am accustomed to a free life and cannot bear constraints. Moreover, my lifespan is only 20 to 30 years left. Even if I wanted to serve you, I wouldn't be able to do so for long. Chun Yi chuckled and shook his head. Last time you dared to wager your life for the golden core. He flipped his hand, and the jade box appeared in his palm. Now you are unwilling to risk your life for this elixir. Han Shi's gaze fell on the jade box, his pupils suddenly constricted, his throat rolling up and down as he seemed frozen in place. That golden core, the very thing he gambled his life and took great risks for, was now right before his eyes. Master Chun. This. Han Shi's voice was hoarse, disbelief filling his eyes. Are you saying? I said I am a businessman. Chun Yi tossed the jade box to him, his tone calm. You work for me, and I will provide you with the opportunity for the golden core. A fair trade without deceit. Han Shi caught the jade box in a flurry, his lips moving for a long while, his gaze darting back and forth on Chun Yi's face, as if trying to find a hint of jest or testing intention on that youthful visage. However, Chun Yi's gaze was clear as water, devoid of any trace of jest. Han Shi. Looking at the golden core he had yearned for all his life, a flicker of struggle crossed Han Shi's eyes, which then transformed into determination as he bowed deeply, his forehead nearly touching the ground. Han Shi is willing to serve you to the death, Master. This bow was not for the life-saving grace, but for the golden core. Chun Yi reached out to help him up, shaking his head. No need for such formality. I never let others work for free, nor do I mistreat my own people. He turned to Qiu Zhengming, cupping his hands. Senior Qiu, I wish to borrow your precious land for a while. May I ask for your permission? Qiu Zhengming's eyes flickered, sweeping between Chun Yi and Han Shi, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Young friend, you are quite generous. How can you afford to give such a precious golden core to an outsider? Since Daoist Han is willing to serve me, he is no outsider. Chun Yi replied calmly. Moreover, having a subordinate in the golden core stage is far more useful than one in the Foundation establishment stage. Han Shi's earth escape technique had earned him that much wealth. Where did it come from? Naturally, from archaeology. Such skills were immensely useful, especially to Chun Yi. Qiu Zhengming was taken aback, then suddenly laughed heartily, his laughter echoing in the valleys, stirring the miasma. What a generous heart for not treating him as an outsider. I admire the broad-mindedness of young friend Chun. He stroked his beard and nodded. My 5 Poisons sect has operated in the southern frontier for thousands of years. I can't say much, but we do have our treasures. He turned to Miao Xinyang. Girl, you must give me this bit of face right. Miao Xinyang quickly bent to bow. You flatter me, ancestor. Master Chun has great grace towards my Baidong, let alone just borrowing land. Even a long-term stay would be no trouble. Then I shall impose. Chun Yi nodded slightly, his gaze returning to Han Shi. Daoist Han, please take a few days to recuperate, and when you are in peak condition, we shall begin the process for the golden core. Han Shi was overjoyed, then suddenly froze. You and I, are you saying? You also want to pursue the golden core. Chun-Yi patted his storage pouch, smiling ambiguously. What do you think my father gave me before? What did he give? An empty bag. But with the system in place, Chun-Yi could have whatever he desired inside. However, Qiu Zhengming's brows furrowed tightly. If he had given something related to the golden core, it would indeed prove that what Chun Daoxian said earlier was not false. However, he observed that Chun-Yi's aura seemed somewhat unstable and his spirit appeared sluggish. This was not the state for pursuing the golden core. He spoke up. Young friend Chun, if you seek to pursue the golden core now, it may be a bit hasty. Whether it succeeds or fails, one must try to know. Chun-Yi smiled. Just as Qiu Zhengming had said, it was indeed not a good time for pursuing the golden core. Not to mention that he had previously used the second divine sense method, leaving his spirit somewhat weakened. He also wasn't adequately prepared himself. Although the spiritual liquid had allowed his cultivation to rise from the initial foundation establishment to the peak in less than a year. But that was merely cultivation. The seed of Yuanjin was still within him, and the golden body technique had not yet been formed, thus he could not condense the flawless golden body at this time. Moreover, the sword chi had yet to transform into sword essence. Even if he succeeded in forming the golden core, he would not be able to unlock the third layer of the Tai Bai sword technique, potentially missing out on the entire Tai Bai inheritance. However, that was for ordinary people. He had the system with him after all. Naturally, he desired both. For others, forming the golden core would mean that they could no longer turn back. But he could merge with his own body. As a single-player enthusiast, saving often was a good habit. He was always, since obtaining the soul-nurturing wood, he had opened a roadmap for his body at each stage. In other words, he could return to any stage after foundation establishment at any time. Such means, if left to gather dust in the library, would be a waste of heavenly resources. Now that he had the golden core in hand, he intended to develop a different approach. He called it rewind. Qiu Zhengming looked at the self-assured Chun-Yi, feeling a twinge of discontent in his heart. Young and brash. This was his assessment of Chun-Yi at that moment. He had lived for hundreds of years and had witnessed many astonishing foundation establishment cultivators fall at the threshold of golden core. Were they not all exceptionally gifted and prideful individuals? But fate is capricious and the Tao is merciless. Having a bit of cleverness or a few treasures cannot defy destiny. However, he ultimately refrained from saying much. Chun-Yi was not his Wudu sect disciple, and besides, what he had said earlier was already clear enough. Continuing would only invite disdain. In that case, I shall say no more. There is a gathering place of spiritual veins behind the mountain of Baidong known as Tingfeng Valley, which boasts a concentration of spiritual energy ranking among the best in the southern wilderness. Qiu Zhengming turned to Miao Xinyang. Girl, please make the arrangements. Miao Xinyang quickly obliged, turning to instruct her clansmen to prepare Tingfeng Valley. Chun-Yi said to Han Qi, Dao friend Han, go and recuperate. We shall head to Tingfeng Valley together in 3 days. Han Qi bowed respectfully, brushed his hand over his storage pouch, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes as he turned to follow the Baidong cultivators. At this moment, Xiao Mingxin stepped forward, her beautiful eyes lingering on Chun-Yi's face for a moment before she softly said, Are you truly certain? At this time, forming a golden core is indeed not the best choice. What? Do you also think I am being too hasty, Dao friend Xiao? Chun-Yi asked with a smile. It's not about being hasty. Xiao Mingxin shook her head, her tone serious. It's that I do not understand why you wish to form a golden core at this moment. Wanbao Tower has just established itself in Yizhou, and it is no easy feat for your father alone to support it. If you fail in forming your golden core, the blow to him. Can you not wish for me to succeed? Chun-Yi interrupted her, pretending to be displeased. Xiao Mingxin was taken aback, then turned her face away, her ears slightly reddening. I was just speaking the truth. Rest assured, Chun-Yi patted his storage pouch at his waist. I never fight an unprepared battle. He paused, his gaze shifting to Xiao Mingxin as he changed the subject. But Dao friend Qiu, having achieved perfect foundation establishment for a long time, why have you not yet attempted to break through to golden core? Xiao Mingxin was slightly taken aback, then shook her head with a bitter smile. The spirit materials for forming a golden core are difficult to obtain. Even though Mingxin has her father's protection, she can only receive one, so she must be very cautious. Moreover, she paused, her gaze falling on the distant miasma, her voice lowering slightly. In our Wudu sect, forming a golden core is different from ordinary cultivators. It requires the life Gu insect to advance first in order to nourish oneself in return. My Gu mother is still in slumber, so there is no use in being anxious. Chun-Yi nodded slightly, no longer asking further questions. Everyone has their own path. Ultimately, one can only observe others' paths, not walk them in their stead. Under the warm hospitality of Miao Xinyang's family, Chun-Yi and his companions waited for 3 days in Baidong. After 3 days, they were taken to Tingfeng Valley. This valley is located deep behind the Baidong Mountains, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and facing water on one side, with spiritual energy so dense that it almost solidifies. At the bottom of the valley, a few bamboo cottages were built simple, yet not shabby. The formations were arranged very ingeniously, capable of gathering spiritual energy while blocking external disturbances. Chun-Yi walked around the valley and said to Miao Xinyang, "Thank you for your efforts, Miao Dongzhu. You are too kind, Chen Loju." Miao Xinyang bowed respectfully, her tone sincere. "You have great kindness towards our Bai Dong. This small matter is nothing. Please rest assured, here in seclusion, feel free to request any spirit materials you need, and the Bai Dong clan will do their utmost to supply them." Chun-Yi waved his hand and smiled. "There's no need to make such a fuss. During the time Dao Friend Han and I are in seclusion, it's enough as long as no one disturbs us." Miao Xinyang understood and immediately instructed her clansmen to set up barriers at the valley entrance, also sending elders to take turns guarding before finally taking her leave. After sending off Miao Xinyang, Chun-Yi turned back to the bamboo cottage and pushed the door open. Inside, the furnishings were simple: a table, a case of bed, a mat, and nothing else. He sat cross-legged, reached for his spirit beast pouch, and Ping and poked its head out, its round eyes scanning the surroundings, nostrils twitching. Though the concentration of spiritual energy here was high, it was still inferior to Chun-Yi's cave dwelling in Xingyang Mountain. Ping sniffed, seemingly displeased, and squeaked a couple of times. Then it wrapped around Chun-Yi, its entire body wriggling out of the spirit beast pouch. Its little claws clung to Chun-Yi's cuff, its black grape-like eyes staring intently at him, its mouth opening and closing while emitting soft squeaks, looking just like a little debt collector. Chun-Yi chuckled, flicking its forehead. "Didn't I just feed you a few pieces at the mine?" Ping tilted its head from the flick, but was unfazed, instead clinging to Chun-Yi's fingers, climbing upward until it reached his shoulder, where it stopped, nostrils twitching as it burrowed against Chun-Yi's ear. All right, no more burrowing," Chun-Yi said, itching from its actions, and placed it down on the ground. Ping placed on the ground, rolled over, exposing its chubby, white belly, eyes spinning. Seeing that Chun-Yi had no immediate intention of feeding it rolled over again and climbed back up, its little paws clinging to Chun-Yi's boots, squeaking incessantly. "What's the rush?" Chun-Yi said with a smile. "I'm not refusing to feed you." He raised his hand, and with a wave the 28 constellations puppets appeared in response, the spiritual light flickering as a large formation suddenly took shape, instantly enveloping the little cottage. Ping was startled by the sudden commotion, its fur standing on end as it squeaked and jumped onto Chun-Yi's shoulder, clinging tightly to his collar, its eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. "Look at your little self." Chun-Yi laughed as he patted its little head. Ping seemed to understand its master's teasing, squeaking a couple of times in protest, but still refusing to come down from his shoulder, burying its head in Chun-Yi's neck, while peeking outside through the collar with its round eyes. Chun-Yi no longer paid attention to the timid little creature pointing towards the perceived earth vein. Systems synthesized the 1,000-year seduction grass. In an instant where he pointed, a phantom appeared. At the moment the phantom solidified, the spiritual energy in the bamboo cottage suddenly stagnated. Scarlet petals slowly unfurled in the spiritual light, 3,600 thin golden patterned petals overlapping, each seeming to be woven with golden threads, with crimson spiritual light flowing endlessly in the veins. The flower heart, carved from blood jade, exuded a faint fragrance. This scent was different from the blandness after leaving the earth vein, being rich enough to almost solidify, surging like a tide, instantly filling the entire bamboo cottage. The system's prompt echoed in Chun-Yi's sea of consciousness, dense as rain beating on banana leaves. The decomposition of the bewildering flower pollen is successful. Gain vitality. Bewildering. A series of prompts flashed across the screen, and Chun-Yi's lips curled slightly. Once the 1,000-year-old bewitching grass detaches from the earth's veins, the pollen of the bewitching flower will vanish, and its efficacy will be reduced to almost nothing. But what if it were synthesized directly on the earth's veins? Is the world judging whether it has been picked or not? From the current perspective, it is evidently the latter. This means that its efficacy has been completely preserved. Though for him, a dedicated spender, the difference between a 10% and a 1,000th chance is merely a matter of quantity. But his spirit stones did not come from thin air, did they? Every little bit saved counts. Ping suddenly raised its head from Chun-Yi's neck, its eyes wide open, nose twitching wildly, and its body bristling with sharp quills, emitting a faint quivering sound. As if possessed, it squeaked and lunged towards the bewitching flower. Feeling the instant failure of its contract bond, Chun-Yi frowned, but did not stop it. He simply kept his gaze steady, watching as Ping indulged itself in the bewitching grass, blissfully unaware of its master's scrutiny. Its entire body buried within the bewitching grass, the crisp sound of chewing was distinctly audible, its round body quivering, and the quills on its back flickering rhythmically, with silver light, an ancient power stirring deep within its bloodline. Its entire body buried within the bewitching grass, the crisp sound of chewing was distinctly audible, its round body quivering, and the quill silver light surged like a tidal wave in all directions, crashing against the grand formation set by the 28 constellations puppets, causing ripples upon ripples. Squeak. A sharp cry erupted, completely devoid of its usual softness, instead carrying a piercing edge, as if metal struck against metal. Ping N's body began to swell rapidly, growing from the size of a fist, the silver quills growing wildly, like swords unsheathed, shimmering with a cold light. Its claws were transforming, becoming longer and sharper, the tips glinting with a metallic sheen. Its head was changing, the snout elongating, revealing a mouth full of fine needle-like teeth. Its eyes were also changing, transforming from round pupils to slitted ones with silver flames dancing deep within the pupils. A passage from the record of 10,000 beasts emerged in Chun-Yi's sea of consciousness. The sword hedgehog, an ancient exotic beast, feeds on gold essence and wields sword energy as its feathers. An adult measures over 100 feet, bearing 10,000 swords on its back, capable of cleaving mountains with a single shake. Ping An's current form was indistinguishable from that record, just scaled down countless times. Squeak! Ping An let out a long howl towards the sky, its silver light surging, the quills on its back vibrating in unison, producing a humming sound like a chorus of swords. Its body ceased to swell, stopping at a length of 3 feet. Though it was far from the colossal creature described in ancient texts, the fierce aura it exuded surpassed any ordinary beast. As the silver light faded, only the faint echoes of sword sounds remained in the bamboo house. Ping An hovered in midair, its 3-foot-long body gleaming like silver, its quills standing upright, its slitted pupils fixed intently on Chun-Yi. That gaze no longer held the past affection and flattery, replaced instead by a strange scrutiny. Chun-Yi sat cross-legged on the mat, his expression showing little change. His journey thus far had been smooth, all thanks to the predecessors who had crossed the river before him. If so, why would he tread the same pitfalls they had? For beasts below the 3rd tier, consuming the bewitching grass gives them over a 30% chance to advance a tier. The phrase bloodline advancement signifies not only a leap in potential, but also an elevation of intellect. How should a beast with awakened intelligence, free from the constraints of its spirit bond, face its master? Chun-Yi was quite curious. With a flourish of his sleeve, a corner of the formation opened, and a glimmer of spiritual light flashed from his fingertip, forming a spiritual contract. He looked at Ping An and calmly said to leave or to stay. Ping An hovered in midair, its slitted pupils fixed intensely on the spiritual contract. The silver quills trembled slightly, producing a faint buzzing sound, as if expressing some innate aversion. It lowered its head, glancing at its own shimmering claws, then at the man who once fed its spiritual gold and groomed its quills while sitting on the mat. Squeak! A soft call emerged, no longer the sharp cry from before, but carrying a hint of grievance and timidity. It retracted its quills, its 3-foot-long body shrinking as it slowly floated towards Chun-Yi, nudging its head against his ear, then extending its tongue to lick his cheek, the intention to please evident. Reflected in its slitted pupils was that spiritual contract, mirroring Chun-Yi's clear water-like eyes. Suddenly it understood. Chun-Yi was not testing it. Reflected in its slitted pupils was that spiritual contract, mirroring Chun-Yi's clear water-like eyes. Suddenly it understood. Chun-Yi was not testing it. He was genuinely offering it a choice. Squeak! Ping An landed on the ground, its 3-foot-long body standing upright, its front paws crossed over its chest, bowing deeply to Chun-Yi. That posture resembled a human cultivator's salute. Chun-Yi finally cracked a smile. Have you made up your mind? Ping An nodded vigorously, its quills shimmering with joyful silver light. This is your own choice, or don't. With a flick of his finger, the spiritual contract transformed into a streak of light, merging into Ping An's forehead. In that instant, Ping An trembled, and the bond of the mind and spirit between man and beast was reestablished. Instantly, it squeaked happily twice, its body shrinking back to its original size, hopping onto Chun-Yi's knee, its round head rubbing against his palm like a spoiled kitten. Chun-Yi smiled as he ruffled its head. From now on, if I have a piece of meat to eat, you will have a bone to gnaw. Just as he finished speaking, a childish voice echoed in Chun-Yi's mind, reminiscent of a child who had just learned to speak. Master, actually, I also like to eat meat. This was of course Ping An's voice. Chun-Yi was initially taken aback, then burst into laughter. Good, from now on whatever I eat you will eat too. With a wave of his hand, a large bowl of spirit liquid that had no side effects on cultivation appeared before Ping An. Ping An's eyes sparkled instantly. For these beasts, the higher their bloodline, the greater their potential, but the longer their growth period. Isn't this spirit liquid just perfect for the remedy? It dove into the bowl of spirit liquid, happily drinking, its silver quills swaying rhythmically with each gulp, resembling a cat that had stolen a fish. Drink slowly, no one is competing with you. Chun-Yi chuckled as he watched it. But in his mind came Ping An's muffled voice, as if it were trying to speak with its mouth full. Master, it's delicious. This is delicious. Ignoring Ping An, Chun-Yi flipped his hand. Looking at the golden core in his palm, his heart was as calm as a still pond. Some had sold their dignity for it, others had staked their lives, and still others had gone to great lengths. But for him, Chun-Yi, once the chart was opened, he could exchange it for spirit stones. And what he lacked most were spirit stones. This golden core, he could have as many as he wanted in the future. The joy of a spendthrift cultivator is that simple and unadorned. Golden core. Easy. Chun-Yi chuckled lightly as he placed the pill in his mouth. Han Chi sat cross-legged in the quiet room of Listening Wind Valley, cradling the golden core in his palm, unmoving for a long time. 217 years, and finally, it has come to this step. Having practiced for 217 years with a complete foundation establishment for a full 90 years, he had waited far too long for this moment. The three realms of refining Qi foundation establishment and golden core were collectively referred to as refining essence into Qi in ancient times, serving as the foundation of the path of cultivation. During the refining Qi stage, one opens the sea of consciousness, expands the Dantian, and draws in the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth to condense magical power. During the foundation establishment stage, one gives birth to the soul and establishes the Tao foundation, allowing magical power to transition from a gaseous state to a liquid state, becoming at least 10 times more profound. This Tao foundation is the network of meridians opened up by the cultivation methods, forming the model for spells. Magical power merely needs to flow along this model without the need to perform hand seals or recite incantations, allowing spells to take shape. It is akin to the innate spells of demon beasts. It not only determines the combat power of the cultivator, but also, depending on the level, dictates the upper limit and purity of the magical power. Thus, this realm is termed foundation establishment. Achieving great success in foundation establishment makes reaching the golden core stage relatively simple. One only needs to further compress and condense this liquid magical power until it undergoes a qualitative change, forming a golden core in the Dantian. Once the golden core is formed, the purity and magnitude of the magical power would be worlds apart from that of foundation establishment. However, the difficulty of this step lies in 3 points. Firstly, the accumulation of magical power must be complete. Even a slight deficiency would render one incapable of fulfilling the requirements for forming the core. Secondly, at the moment of forming the core, one must concentrate all their mind and spirit, channeling the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth into the body, using the soul as fire magical power, as fuel, and the Tao foundation as the furnace. All 3 elements are indispensable. Thirdly, and most critically, there is a high probability of failure when forming the core. If one fails, the Tao foundation may suffer damage, one's vitality greatly diminished, rendering any future attempts impossible within a century. At worst, the Tao foundation could collapse, leading to death and the extinguishing of one's path. This is common knowledge. Every foundation establishment cultivator is well aware of it. Han Chi certainly knew it. He had known it for 90 years. At that time, he was 127 years old. At such an age, reaching complete foundation establishment was already among the elite, even in the nascent soul sects. Moreover, Han Chi had achieved this step by his own efforts. Naturally, he was brimming with confidence. Those sect geniuses are merely born with good fortune. He still remembered how arrogant he had been when he said those words back then. It was in a nameless cave on an unremarkable mountain in the northeast of Yu country, just before he entered seclusion, that he spoke thus to his only old friend. His old friend urged him to think it over. He would not listen. What is there to think about? Forming the golden core. Such miraculous objects are hardly to be found. Furthermore, he patted his chest full of spirit. I, Han Chi, have cultivated to this point. Which step have I not achieved through my own efforts? I refuse to believe that without that so-called golden core I cannot cross this threshold. His old friend remained silent for a long time, ultimately choosing not to persuade him further, but simply handed him a long-preserved life-saving pill, saying it might help preserve his life in case something went awry. Han Chi could not refuse and accepted it. He did not say thank you, as he believed he would not need it. Once he succeeded in forming the core, he would have plenty of opportunities to repay his old friend. Initially, everything went smoothly. He activated all the restrictions in the cave and set up a simple gathering. On the first day, he drew in the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, and the liquid magical power in his Dantian began to slowly rotate, spinning faster, like a whirlpool. On the second day, the center of the magical power whirlpool began to show signs of stagnation, with a faint glimmer of golden light occasionally flickering at the core. It was the embryonic form of the golden core, a precursor to the qualitative change. He was overjoyed. It worked. It was about to succeed. On the third day, he focused all his attention and exerted all his strength to compress that mass of liquid magical power. The golden light grew ever brighter, the whirlpool spun faster, and the temperature in the Dantian rose higher, as if a small sun was being nurtured. The golden core was about to form. Only one final step remained. Then everything collapsed. It collapsed without warning. The mass of magical power that was supposed to condense into the golden core suddenly went berserk, crashing around like a wild horse, the liquid magical power transforming into countless shards of spiritual light wildly darting through his meridians. It felt as if someone had set off a volcano in his Dantian. Agonizing pain spread from his Dantian to his limbs and bones, as if every inch of his meridians was being scorched by raging flames. He gritted his teeth and desperately operated his cultivation method in an attempt to suppress it, but the magical power had completely lost control, completely disobeying his commands. Stabilize. Stabilize. He frantically shouted in his mind, veins bulging on his forehead, sweating profusely. But the momentum of the magical power rampage not only did not weaken, but intensified. The Tao foundation in his dantian, that foundation he had spent 100 years establishing, began to develop cracks. The first crack, the second crack, the third crack. The cracks spread like a spider's web. With each additional crack, he felt his cultivation level drop by a fraction. From complete foundation establishment to late foundation establishment, then to mid-foundation establishment. Magical power was depleting, his realm was regressing, and he could do nothing. He could only watch helplessly as his century of hard work slipped away like sand through his fingers. Had it not been for the timely consumption of that life-saving pill, the shattered foundation might not have been the only loss, but his very life. In that moment, he finally understood the true meaning of his old friend's words. It was not about thinking again whether to form the core, but rather thinking again whether you have the qualifications to form the core without the support of spiritual objects. The answer was no. He did not have that qualification. He was not a sect genius, nor did he possess the resources of a sect. He was not even one of those extraordinarily gifted rogue cultivators lacking the heaven-defying roots and insights. He was merely an ordinary rogue cultivator, a common person who had achieved complete foundation establishment through the art of seeking veins and stabilizing chi. Ordinary people should follow the path of ordinary people. Yet he refused to believe in this. Now he believed. He sat in the cave for 3 days and 3 nights before finally standing up. At the moment he pushed open the cave door, his old friend was waiting outside. Upon seeing him come out, he said nothing but handed over a gourd of liquor. Han Chi took it and gulped down a large mouthful. The fiery liquor burned his throat like cutting with a knife. I should have waited a bit longer, he said hoarsely. His old friend patted his shoulder. It's good to be alive. Since then Han Chi was no longer that brimming rogue cult. He began to become more astute, more worldly, and more skilled in calculations. He understood that he did not possess the roots of a genius nor the resources of a sect. The only thing he could rely on was his own intellect. He refined the art of seeking veins and stabilizing chi to perfection, able to discern where good things lay, and which ancient cultivators' caves had not been visited merely by taking a stroll. He began archaeology, started trading spiritual objects, and began to maneuver among various major forces. After a century, his cultivation gradually returned to complete foundation establishment, and his wealth was so substantial that even ordinary golden core cultivators would envy it. But that barrier he could not cross at the age of 127, still lay before him, and his vitality had already waned with no possibility of establishing the foundation by himself. However, those miraculous objects that could truly help someone form the core were tightly held by the major forces. No matter how much he ingratiated himself or humbled himself, he could not acquire any. He originally thought that this would be his life. With his lifespan nearing its end and no hope of forming the core, he would spend the last 2 or 3 decades in a quiet place waiting for death, until he unexpectedly found that 1,000-year-old demon temptation herb. If he could obtain it, the golden core cultivators of Spirit Beast Mountain might be willing to exchange it for a core-forming spiritual object. Han Chi knew this was very risky. Golden core cultivators were not easy to deal with. Any misguided thoughts could lead to his demise. But he had no choice. This was his last opportunity. He took the gamble. The answer was evident. He lost. Had it not been for that miner's pickaxe, had it not been for Chun Yi's unexpected interruption, he was now a lost soul under Qian Feng's command. And Chun Yi. Han Chi smiled. It was not a bitter smile nor a cold smile. It was a very faint smile, as if he had set down something heavy. Han Chi, oh Han Chi, he murmured softly, his goat beard quivering slightly as his lips moved. In your lifetime, you have only gambled twice. The first time you lost. This time the cards have yet to be revealed. But the dealer has changed. He recalled the expression on Chun Yi's face when she pushed the jade box toward him. There was no condescension or disdain from an upper hand. There was not even any superfluous advice. Those bright eyes merely looked at him plainly, as if observing an everyday transaction. You work for me, and I give you the chance to form the core. A fair trade, no deception. These 2 sentences echoed repeatedly in Han Chi's ears again and again. Having lived over 200 years, he had seen too much kindness. There was kindness that sought to curry favor, kindness that awaited a price, and kindness that looked down from above. Yet he had never encountered such kindness, one that did not even regard itself as kindness. They said this, but how could one use a golden core that was so rare in the entire cultivation world of your country to buy a rogue cultivator on the verge of death? But I accepted this trade. Han Chi raised his head and placed the golden core into his mouth. As the pill entered his mouth, it melted instantly, a warm sensation sliding down his throat and exploding in his abdomen. Is this the golden core? Han Chi trembled all over. He had once formed a core. The sensation of relying entirely on his own magic power without the support of spiritual objects was still vividly etched in his memory. And now, that warm medicinal power enveloped his dantian like an invisible armor firmly protecting the walls of his dantian. It transformed into countless fine threads that seeped into every meridian. He could even feel those once withered and decayed meridians being revived. So that's how it is. Han Chi murmured to himself. The value of the golden core was not merely in increasing the chances of core formation, but in allowing cultivators to avoid the fear of their foundation collapsing and meridians breaking during the process. It was a life-saving talisman of confidence that allowed foundation establishment cultivators to dare to take risks. Those gifted disciples of the sect had the support of spiritual objects granted by their sect. Naturally, they could act without restraint. But he had none back then. Without confidence, without a way out, every step was taken with trepidation, and every bit of magic power was summoned with caution. The more careful he was, the stiffer he became, the more prone to mistakes he was. In the end, the magic power that had been suppressed for too long and dared not be released erupted violently. So that's how it is. Han Chi took a deep breath, clearing all distracting thoughts. The liquid magic power in his dantian began to slowly rotate, initially flowing like a winding stream, gradually merging into a vortex spinning faster and deeper. At the center of that vortex, a glimmer of golden light quietly emerged like the first star in the dark night. He no longer acted with caution, no longer with trepidation, no more looking back and forth. He simply immersed all his mind into the dantian, using his spirit as fire, his magic power as fuel, and his foundation as the furnace and dove and head first. The vortex howled, and the golden light surged. In the quiet room, spiritual energy poured in like a tide, forming a massive spiritual vortex above his head, funneling into his Baihui point. The barriers of the bamboo house rippled with layers of waves, firmly locking this terrifying spiritual energy fluctuation inside the room. Qiu Zhengming stood outside the listening wind valley, hands behind his back, gazing at the overwhelming thunderclouds, his brows slightly raised. This old man has done it. Once the golden core is formed, a tribulation will descend. As long as one can withstand it, one qualifies to continue defying the heavens. If one cannot withstand it, they will disintegrate into ashes, returning to the heavens and earth. With him, a perfect golden core standing guard, and the grand formation of Baidong in place, combined with Han Chi's solid foundation. This tribulation was merely a formality. However, the situation on Chun Yi's side made Qiu Zhengming frown repeatedly. The thunderclouds gathered and dispersed, repeatedly doing so over 10 times, yet showing no intention of truly descending. He had never encountered such a situation in all his years. To attract a tribulation means one has successfully formed a core, but to disperse without striking was unheard of. It couldn't be that after forming a core one just loses their power, right? As this thought arose, Qiu Zhengming couldn't help but shake his head. Dispersing power isn't as simple as just scattering parts of it. Once it dissipates, it's starting from scratch. Chun Yi reached the peak of foundation establishment in just a year, and Qiu Zhengming knew it must have been Chun Daoxian who provided the spiritual liquid. Though rare, it wasn't something that couldn't be acquired. His 5 poison sect sometimes sold 1 or 2 years' worth. Chun Daoxian had the Thunder Child on him, so having such a thing wasn't surprising. But it shouldn't have reached a point where it troubled Chun Yi so much. Is his technique special? Qiu Zhengming stroked his beard, murmuring to himself, his gaze piercing through layers of barriers to rest upon the row of bamboo houses. Yet his divine sense did not dare to probe recklessly. For a cultivator to break through a major bottleneck is one of the most perilous and least interruptible junctures in their cultivation journey. Not to mention someone like him, even close friends or relatives who bore the responsibility of protection would never pry with their divine sense. Once the divine sense stirs, it could lead to the cultivator losing control of their mind, or worse, their magic power reversing and their foundation collapsing. This is an ironclad rule passed down in the cultivation world for centuries. Whoever dares to violate this will incur a blood feud with no chance of resolution. Yet Qiu Zhengming's guess was not far off. This matter indeed related to the technique. Without forming the sword aura, the third layer of the Taibai inheritance cannot be unlocked. Even if one succeeds in forming a core using the Taibai sword art after forming the core, they still need to change their cultivation method. It would be better to directly use another method to form the core, which would at least ensure continuity. There are plenty of techniques within the Longyuan inheritance that can lead directly to the nascent soul, and Chun Yi's journey was one of trial and error, with them attempting to cultivate them to the golden core stage. Having spiritual liquid to start over is merely a matter of a moment. With a golden core, the chance of forming it is 100%. This kind of freedom to trial and error is unmatched in the entire Tiannan cultivation world. But it wasn't a matter of dispersing power to recultivate, but only a 4th grade. I guess I'll leave it in the archive to gather dust. Chun Yi looked at the golden core floating in his dantian, smacking his lips. With a point between his brows, his spirit surged into the nearby body, which was at the peak of Foundation establishment. At the same time, the original body suddenly vanished. Without the golden core, wouldn't the tribulation dissipate due to the lack of a target? Such a bizarre scene had already been witnessed by Ping and more than a dozen times, and was no longer surprising. Instead, he nodded and said, "Master, I think the previous body that practiced the Jinglong art was pretty good." Chunyi climbed up from the bed and rolled his eyes at him. "What do you know? That thing formed a second-grade core, but its muscles are so bulging it looks like a door. What would people think if I went out like that?" Ping squeaked a couple of times, his voice soft as he mumbled, "Master, that's called being mighty, not ugly." Seeing Chun-Yi's displeased gaze, Ping and quickly shrank his neck, changing the subject. "I mean, you should just choose a transitional one. The body will definitely still need to use the Taibai one later. Why bother with these trivial details?" "Trivial details?" Chun-Yi flicked his finger on its forehead. "Image matters, those are trivial details." Ping clutched his head, looking wronged, and squeaked softly, not daring to speak further. Chun-Yi ignored the little creature and gazed at the dozens of bodies in the system archive that had formed cores using different methods, lost in thought. Within the Longyuan inheritance, he had tried every technique available. But in terms of the quality of the golden core, the Taibai sword art was still the best. Even without forming the sword aura, it still achieved a second-grade core. If it formed the sword aura, it might even reach a first-grade, or even extraordinary level. However, without subsequent techniques, it could only remain at the initial stage of the golden core. Though it was just a transition, the combat power still needed to be ensured. Thus it was the first to be excluded. The others below third grade did not even reach the passing line, and naturally, they could not catch Chunyi's eye. In the end, only one second-grade core and two third-grade cores were left. The difference between third grade and second grade isn't that significant. The Jinglong art was eliminated first. Only two remained. Manufacturing blueprint, Chun-Yi's body, Xian Huangtown demon art, initial stage of third-grade golden core. Description: this body formed a core using the Xian Huangtown demon art, absorbing the essence of the earth's Wu soil and the aura of the sky's Gung metal with magic power, far surpassing peers at the same level. Innate divine ability: Town demon seal can condense the essence of heaven and earth into a great seal, suppressing all evils. With one seal, even mid-golden core cultivators must temporarily retreat. Manufacturing blueprint, Chun-Yi's body, Tian Peng transformation, initial stage of third-grade golden. Description: this body formed a core using the Tian Peng transformation technique, tempered by the blood of the Tian Peng, with bones like steel and skin like leather. Ordinary treasures cannot harm it in the slightest. Can transform into a golden-winged Dapeng bird for combat. Its evasion technique is considered invincible among peers. The Xian Huangtown demon art is known for its magic power and defense. It can directly clash with mid-golden core cultivators, but its evasion speed is average. Against true experts, it cannot escape. The Tian Peng transformation, however, is primarily focused on evasion. Its mobility is considered top-notch. But after transforming into a monster body for him, a treasure-seeking man, the combat power may not necessarily be an improvement. Choice between the two. Chunyi pondered for a moment, his gaze landing on the eager Ping beside him. "What do you think?" Ping tilted his head, silver light flashing in his vertical pupils, and said in a childish voice, "Master, if you choose the Tianpeng transformation, we won't need to fly with a sword anymore. You can turn into a big bird and carry me." "How impressive." Chun-Yi looked at him expressionlessly. "I carry you." Ping shivered and quickly corrected himself. No, what I meant was, you turn into a big bird, and I will scout the way for you." "Yes, scout the way. Get lost." Chun-Yi pushed the noisy little creature aside with a kick, his gaze returning to the system schematic. From a practicality standpoint, the Xianhuang demon suppression art, which possesses the ability to break demonic forces and exorcise evil, is the top choice. After all, the two who have traveled the farthest in the path of divine souls and Tian Nan are both in Yu Kingdom. But the problem is that these two are both at the nascent soul stage. Unless Chun-Yi uses this method to reach nascent soul, that little ability to break demonic forces is merely futile against the old monsters of nascent soul. And if he were to use this method to reach nascent soul, he would be unwilling. The nascent soul is not the same as the golden core. It has already fused with the divine soul, and the system cannot deconstruct the divine soul. The inheritance of the Taibai sword art is right there. It is a supreme technique that directly points to the Tao. How can it be easily abandoned? Forget it, it'll take the Tianpeng transformation first. Chun-Yi had a plan in mind. A fast escape speed means a strong ability to save his life. More importantly, although this method does not follow the same path as the Taibai sword art, it also belongs to the metal element. Even though this body is only a temporary use, it does not mean he should waste this time. With a thought, the Tianpeng transformation body in the system schematic suddenly solidified, instantly replacing his current body. Chun-Yi closed his eyes and internally observed every detail of this new body. His bones were like steel, his skin was like leather, his meridians were wide like rivers rushing, and his power flowed without any stagnation. Compared to the Foundation establishment stage, how could the difference be merely tenfold? It was a qualitative leap, as if flowing from a stream into a great river, from a hill to a mountain. Chun Yi's eyes suddenly opened wide, his arms stretched out, and a pair of wings suddenly unfolded from his back. The wings were about 10 feet wide, their feathers a light golden color with silver-white spiritual light shimmering at the edges, each feather as sharp as a sword. With a thought, the wings fluttered slightly, and he floated up suspended in midair. Light and agile with no sense of stagnation, it felt as if these wings were a part of his body, far more natural than the flying magical tools he had refined. Not bad. A smile crept onto Chun Yi's lips. Just this speed of escape from the wings was already comparable to the full-speed escape light of an ordinary mid-golden core. If he reached the complete golden core combined with other methods, even a nascent soul would have to put in some effort to catch him. Of course, this was just his guess, as he had never faced a nascent soul cultivator. Chun Yi gathered his wings and returned to the ground, the light golden feathers slowly retracting into his body, leaving only 2 faint spiritual patterns on his back hidden beneath his clothing. With a wave of his sleeve, the main body for cultivating the Tai-Bai sword art was synthesized. He flicked his finger, and a rejuvenation pill entered his mouth. This body devoid of divine soul instantly regained vitality. Looking at the Yuan gold seed that had begun to operate within, Chun Yi nodded. The golden body technique is resolved. Next, only the sword chi remains. Though sword chi and sword energy differ by only 1 character, their essence is worlds apart. To put it this way, the latter is materialistic. As long as there is sufficient spiritual gold and the technique is appropriate, it can be forged through hard work. But sword chi is different. This thing is idealistic. First, you must condense sword energy and perfect it, and secondly, you need to comprehend sword intent. Chi and intent combined form sword chi. He had been in this world for less than a decade, and even with the system's assistance, he could not conjure up sword intent out of thin air. Especially since he was a pragmatist, he had no way of dealing with such an abstract concept. This is also why he agreed to help Qiu Zhengming in detoxifying Qiu Mingxin. He indeed needed to go out for a walk. Perhaps the worldly experience could help him overcome this hurdle. Chun Yi retracted his thoughts and stored his main body safely, just in time for the golden core thunder tribulation to arrive. Qiu Zhengming watched as the thundercloud finally stopped dissipating and glanced at the worried Qiu Mingxin beside him, saying, "That kid has succeeded too." Qiu Mingxin relaxed her fingers that were tightly gripping her clothes, quietly exhaling a breath of stale air. Qiu Zhengming stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the 2 increasingly low thunderclouds, and turned to his daughter, saying, "Mingxin, do you know what determines the strength of the golden core thunder tribulation?" Qiu Mingxin pondered for a moment and tentatively answered, "The grade of the golden core." "Correct." Qiu Zhengming stroked his beard, his gaze shifting between the 2 thunderclouds, his tone carrying a hint of evaluative meaning. "For those in the lower 3 grades, without a fortuitous opportunity, they will be stuck at the golden core for life. For those in the middle 3 grades, they have hope of breaking into nascent soul, but it also depends on luck and fate. Only those in the upper 3 grades." He paused, his gaze landing on the thundercloud that had already formed above Han Qi. "Have the qualification to seek higher realms." Qiu Mingxin followed his gaze and looked at the thundercloud above Han Qi, which had completely solidified. The dark cloud swirled like ink, and faintly visible blue-white lightning serpents moved within, but it did not seem particularly imposing. "Is Han Daoyu's thundercloud perhaps of the 7th grade?" Qiu Mingxin tentatively asked. Qiu Zhengming nodded slightly. With a scattered cultivator's body and no sect foundation, to produce a 7th grade golden core is already quite remarkable. This person has a solid foundation. If it weren't for an early failure in forming the core that harmed his Dao foundation, he might have reached the 6th grade. Saying this, he shifted his gaze to the bamboo hut, where Chun Yi was, his brows slightly furrowing. The thundercloud above was still gathering. Initially, it was just a faint layer of gray-black, as thin as a veil, and compared to the surging momentum of Han Qi's dark waves, it looked pitifully shabby. Qiu Zhengming observed this with concern and shook his head inwardly. Achieving the golden core within a year of foundation establishment is already a stroke of luck. Typically, scattered cultivators struggle to even gather a thundercloud, let alone form a core. Chun Yi at least gathered some clouds, indicating a golden core has formed, though the grade. He was still pondering when that layer of gray-black cloud suddenly changed. The cloud layer began to surge not outward but inward, as if an invisible hand was tightening its grip deep within, causing the gray-black cloud mass to visibly thicken and densify. From gray-black to pitch-black, then to iron-black. A faint, eerie blue light flickered at the edges of the cloud layer. Qiu Zhengming raised an eyebrow. Blue light, thunder tribulation. That is a phenomenon only found with middle-grade golden cores. Chen Xiong is indeed willing to invest in this. Qiu Zhengming mused to himself, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. To allow a cultivator of just 1 year of foundation establishment to form a middle-grade golden core, Chun Daoxuan's techniques for his son must be quite high grade, and he must have also used some heavenly materials and earth treasures to enhance his aptitude. Otherwise, it cannot be explained. However, before he could finish his words, the cloud layer changed again. Before the azure lightning could take shape, it was replaced by a strand of pure silver light. This silver light pierced through the depths of the cloud core like moonlight penetrating the night, dyeing the entire thundercloud in a chilling silver hue. The clouds no longer churned, but began to rotate rhythmically, slowly grinding like a millstone. With each turn, fragmented silver lightning snakes burst forth from the gaps in the clouds, crackling as they struck. Silver frost tribulation. Qiu Zhengming's pupils suddenly contracted, and his hand that was stroking his beard froze midair. The silver frost tribulation was a sign of a 6th-grade golden core. A cultivator capable of producing a 6th-grade golden core would have a hopeful chance of attaining the nascent soul, provided they did not meet an untimely demise. Among the over 20 golden core cultivators in the 5 Poisons sect, there were only a mere 3 who had reached this grade. Chen Daoyu. So deeply hidden. A flicker of complexity flashed through Qiu Zhengming's eyes. Within just 1 year of foundation establishment, being able to produce a 6th-grade golden core is already outstanding among the 3 major sects. Chen Daoxuan's son, raised as a loose cultivator, turned out to be even more of a prodigy than the sect's top. As he lamented, he suddenly saw Qiu Mingxin point to the sky, her voice tinged with an unmistakable astonishment. "Father, look over there." Qiu Zhengming raised his gaze and was utterly stunned. The mass of silver lightning clouds had now transformed further. The silver light faded, replaced by a clear golden radiance as brilliant as glass. The golden light was dazzling, yet not blinding, warm like the rising sun, casting a faint golden hue across half of the sky. Deep within the clouds, arcs of golden lightning danced and weaved, resembling golden dragons playing with pearls, majestic, yet secretly harboring danger. Glazed golden thunder. Qiu Zhengming murmured, his voice so soft it was almost inaudible, then suddenly raised it sharply. 4th-grade golden core. The 4th-grade golden core is the highest rank below the top 3 grades. Qiu Zhengming had himself attained this grade. While it may not have caught Chen Yi's eye within the entire cultivation world of the Yu Kingdom, it was nonetheless a rare existence. Thus, as the head of the 5 Poisons sect, Qiu Zhengming felt secure in his position as a candidate for the nascent soul. Yet Chen Yi, who had only been cultivating for a year and relied on spiritual liquid to elevate himself, could actually produce a 4th-grade golden core. Was there any justice in this? As he pondered, he saw Qiu Mingxin raise her hand again, pointing at the sky. "Father, look again." Qiu Zhengming raised his gaze and was completely frozen. The mass of golden lightning clouds continued to swell. The golden light did not fade, but began to converge inward, as if something deep within the clouds was awakening. The converging golden light gathered into a point at the cloud core, then suddenly burst forth. A golden lotus slowly rotated in the center of the clouds. The petals were as clear as crystal, with golden lightning flowing between the veins. Upon closer inspection, what appeared to be petals were in fact solidified lightning blades. Layer upon layer, a total of 3 layers, each with 9 petals, 27 golden lotus petals, surrounded the cloud core, beautiful beyond the realm of mortals. Golden core manifestation. Qiu Zhengming murmured, his voice soft as if in a dream. Golden core. Top grade. Since the southern cultivation world expanded its territories, countless years had passed, and cultivators were as numerous as the fish in the river. Those who achieved golden core were few and far between, but how many knew that among those lucky ones, how many could touch the threshold of the top 3 grades? Looking at today's Yu Kingdom, with 3 major sects, dozens of families, and countless loose cultivators, there were merely over 100 golden core cultivators. Yet not a single one had achieved a top-grade golden core. It wasn't due to lack of talent nor ineffective practices, but rather that the spiritual energy of this world had already waned. For a cultivator to stabilize their foundation and form a golden core was already a stroke of luck. How could they dare to aspire for higher grades? And Chen Yi, a junior who had been cultivating for just a few years, could produce a 3rd-grade golden core. How was that possible? Qiu Zhengming felt a heaviness in his chest, as if he had been struck by a powerful blow. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but found his throat painfully dry, unable to utter a word. The Tao heart he believed to be unbreakable began to shatter little by little at that moment. He was showing signs of losing his mind. However, Qiu Mingxin did not notice her father's odd behavior. Her gaze was fixed on the lightning lotus above her, beautiful eyes reflecting the golden light pouring down, her red lips slightly parted, as if she were frozen in place. She had witnessed several elders of the 5 Poisons sect forming their golden cores, both low-grade and mid-grade. But for the top grade, she had only read about it in texts. Top-grade golden core. Qiu Mingxin murmured, "How on earth did he do it?" Her answer was a sharp cry. Qiu Mingxin instinctively looked in the direction of the sound. She saw a streak of light shooting out from the bamboo house, where Chen Yi was. It was a fierce bird with a wingspan of 10 zhang covered entirely in pale golden feathers, each feather resembling gold and iron emanating a chilling brilliance. The pale golden vertical pupils looked down, without a hint of emotion, not even glancing at the swirling golden thundercloud above its head. Qiu Mingxin looked up at that figure, her red lips slightly parted, unable to utter a word. Yet this sound pulled Qiu Zhengming back from the brink of losing his mind. Suddenly Qiu Zhengming's expression changed dramatically. Third-tier demon beast. He was about to summon the 100 scales 1,000 spider sword when his divine sense swept out and froze upon touching the golden rock, Chini. Though it had undergone a qualitative change, there were still traces to follow, and its aura was rooted in the same source as that of Chun Yi during his seclusion, only 100 times stronger. But how had Chun Yi transformed into a demon beast? Could it be that he had transformed into a demon beast? But didn't demon beasts need to reach the 4th tier to take form? Countless thoughts flashed through Qiu Zhengming's mind, ultimately settling on one term. Demon offspring. Qiu Zhengming couldn't help but gasp. Demon offspring, as the name implies, are human cultivators with the bloodline of demon races. There have been precedents in the cultivation world, though they are extremely rare. The bloodline descendants of transformed great demons and humans tend to have mixed qualifications due to impure bloodlines, making it much harder for them to cultivate compared to pure-blooded humans. However, demon beasts prioritize bloodlines over realms rather than relying solely on accumulating spiritual power or refining their foundations. This demon spirit bloodline naturally has that trait. As long as the resources keep up with the awakening of their bloodline, their cultivation can soar tremendously in a single day. It can be said to rival even those with heavenly spiritual roots. So that's how it is. Qiu Zhengming murmured, a flicker of realization flashing in his eyes. No wonder the father and son had such pride. No wonder they wanted to establish a business. No wonder this child could break through to Golden Core in just a year of foundation establishment. No wonder he could produce a 3rd-grade Golden Core. This all made sense. The two races of humans and demons have always been at odds. Demon beasts can only take form at the 4th tier. By then they are essentially at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Demon spirit bloodlines have been rare since ancient times. Furthermore, the bloodline often becomes diluted through repeated intermarriage until it ultimately fades away. Yet the bloodline density of Chun Yi was evidently high. Chen Daoxian also said that as long as Mingxin could secure Chun Yi, he would acknowledge it. If it could really happen, in the future wouldn't their lineage? Qiu Zhengming looked at Qiu Mingxin and thought to himself that Xikong too seems to have talent in this area. Oh, I should let him teach this girl well. Xikong too couldn't help but sneeze. Ever since that auction, he had seized an excuse to retreat into his secluded cultivation cave, dreading that senior sister afflicted with the wrath venom might choose him as her first target. Xikong too couldn't help but sneeze. Ever since that auction, he had seized an excuse to retreat into his secluded cultivation cave, dreading that senior sister afflicted with the wrath venom, after over a year of restrained indulgence, was long overdue. Yet he couldn't shake the nagging sense that he had forgotten something vital, though its nature eluded him entirely. Xikong too rubbed his nose, and found himself meeting the dewy almond-shaped eyes of the young female cultivator from the 100 Flowers Valley. Her gaze shimmered with quiet, heart-rending sorrow. Does young Master Xikong find the fragrance of my floral essence too strong? She bit her lower lip gently, her slender fingers twisting a silken strand of black hair, her voice barely more than a whisper. Then, I shall go back and wash it off. At those words, Xikong too swept her back into his arms, smiling tenderly, yet wistfully. Wash it off. This room is steeped in blossoms. The scent suits you perfectly. I merely drifted away in thought, recalling something else. His fingertip lifted her chin, his gaze grew solemn, reverent, as if appraising a priceless treasure. If you wash it away, how shall I ever catch even this single lingering trace of your fragrance? That would be a terrible loss. Her cheeks flushed crimson. She lowered her lashes, averting her eyes shyly. Young master only speaks such charming words to flatter me. Flattering words? Xikong too arched a brow, his tone shifting instantly to grave sincerity. Then allow me to speak plainly. I must say the color of your gown today is quite unsuitable. She blinked in surprise, glancing down at her pale yellow silk robe. How so? Xikong too stepped back half a pace, folded his arms across his chest, and tilted his head, his eyes sweeping over her from crown to toe, then rising again, repeating the slow, meticulous appraisal, 3 times like a connoisseur, scrutinizing an ancient artifact. The hem bears peony embroidery, yet your earrings are magnolia. First flaw. Your chignon leans slightly left, and your hairpin sways faster than usual, betraying haste, and thus preoccupation. I suspect you feared I'd arrive late. Second flaw. Third. He leaned in, lowering his voice, a faint smile playing upon his lips. You've painted your lips in peach blossom hue today, but I distinctly recall you saying just last time that pomegranate red was your favorite. She instinctively pressed her lips together, her gaze flickering away. Xikong too straightened up, sighing and shaking his head with theatrical exasperation. See, I told you. You haven't retained a single word I said last time. I stated it clearly that day, no matter which shade you wear you look equally exquisite. And yet you deliberately chose another. Must you make me appear a faithless cad who breaks his own promises? She bit her lip trying, and failing, to suppress a laugh until finally she raised her hand and playfully struck his chest. Young Master Seekong, if your tongue were forged into a spirit weapon, it would surely become a legendary artifact. No, no. That won't do, Seekong too declared with mock gravity, shaking his head. My tongue has far more important duties. Leaning close to her ear, he murmured something softly. Her entire face burst into flame, ears included. Her playful scolding blows raining upon his chest only to be drawn instantly into his firm embrace. Gazing down at the beauty blushing in his arms, Seekong too smiled smug and self-assured. Forget. His memory was impeccable, flawless. He remembered every beloved's preferences, their birthdays, the precise tint of their lip stain, even the subtle pattern embroidered on each skirt's hem. What precisely could he possibly forget? Xiao Zhengming suppressed the turbulent thoughts surging within him and refocused his attention on the faintly golden figure suspended in midair. The thunder tribulation had arrived. Petal after petal of the lotus unfurled, each bloom summoning a golden lightning bolt thick as a child's arm that descended from the heavens and struck directly at Chun-Yi, now transformed into a golden-winged great pong. The first bolt struck. Chun-Yi spread his wings wide, not dodging, not flinching, letting the golden thunder crash full force upon his body. A blinding flash erupted across his pale golden feathers, crackling violently, yet not a single plume was severed. The Pong transformation refined the body with the essence of the heavenly Pong, a constitution already vastly superior to peers in resilience. Coupled with the abundant metal element spiritual energy absorbed by this vessel, his innate resistance to thunder arts rendered the first 3 tribulations utterly harmless. The second and third bolts descended in swift succession. Chun-Yi remained motionless, his golden wings trembling faintly as he hovered midair like a divine bird basking serenely in the storm. When the fourth bolt fell, he finally moved. Wings snapping open, he shot skyward, deliberately intercepting. Has he lost his mind? Miao Xingyang watched from afar, heart pounding. Among cultivators undergoing thunder tribulation who did not tremble in dread and marshal every defense. Yet he charged straight upward. Xiao Zhengming, however, saw the truth, and a spark of admiration lit his eyes. He is refining his body with the tribulation itself. A demon-blooded physique was inherently formidable. The heavenly Peng lineage, famed for unparalleled physical prowess, elevated it further still. To ordinary cultivators, this tribulation meant life or death peril, but to Chun-Yi, it was a celestial boon, forging sinew and bone. The 5th, 6th, and 7th bolts followed. Chun-Yi soared ever higher, his pale golden feathers gleaming fiercely amid the thunder, tempered now to the hardness of divine weapons. When the 8th bolt descended, Chun-Yi finally reacted. Golden light erupted, enveloping him completely. As the radiance faded, he stood once more in human form, hands clasped behind his back, gazing upward toward the final looming tribulation, the 9th and thickest of all. That bolt, as thick as a bowl's rim, burned with translucent gold, its descent coalescing into the spectral form of a golden dragon, jaws agape, claws outstretched, hurtling toward Chun-Yi with terrifying ferocity. Chun-Yi raised his right hand, fingers curling loosely. 5 golden claw marks, each 10 feet long, materialized in midair and slammed headlong into the descending dragon. Boom! Golden light detonated, lightning serpents scattered wildly. Trees within 100 zhang radius snapped cleanly at the trunk. The earth was furrowed with blackened, scorched trenches. When the brilliance subsided, Chun-Yi stood unmoved, hands still clasped behind his back, robes billowing in the residual spiritual wind, though the tips of his fingers glowed faintly red. Still inferior to the Tai by sword art, he murmured to himself, flexing his fingers. The Peng transformation's offensive techniques possessed overwhelming power, but lacked the finesse and precision of the Tai by sword art, whose control was absolute. Fortunately, this was merely a temporary vessel. No need to dwell on such shortcomings. Above, the golden lotus of lightning dissolved slowly, scattering luminous spiritual light over his body, soothing and nourishing his newly tempered flesh, bones, and meridians. The golden core had formed. The thunder tribulation had been transcended. From this moment onward, he was an authentic golden core cultivator. Meanwhile, Han Shi's tribulation was also nearing its conclusion. His thunderclouds shimmered only in azure and white, far less imposing than Chun-Yi's crystalline golden lightning. Yet Han Shi endured with unwavering composure, absorbing each bolt methodically, neither seeking to refine his body in the lightning nor rushing to meet it heated, but simply defending, neutralizing, and enduring. When the final azure white lightning serpent was largely diverted underground via his earth-drifting art, leaving him to bear only 30 or 40% of its force, the cloud above him finally began to dissipate. Han Shi sat cross-legged upon the ground, his aura still unsteady, his face pale, but his eyes blazed with fierce, incandescent light. The barrier that had blocked his path for 90 years had finally been crossed. Congratulations, Dao friend Han. Chun Yi's voice rang down from above. Han Shi looked up, to see Chun Yi standing tall in midair, hands clasped behind his back, the pale golden wings withdrawn within his body, his robes rippling in the fading spiritual wind. Han Shi drew a deep breath, rose to his feet, smoothed his robes, and bowed deeply, formally, reverently, to Chun Yi. This golden core formation owes everything to Lord Zhu's grace. Chun Yi accepted the bow without hesitation, then extended a hand to lift Han Shi upright. There's no need for such formality. I've already made it clear. This is a transaction. Han Shi said nothing more, merely sinking those thoughts deep into his heart. Some words need not be spoken, as some accounts need not be settled too precisely. The outcome would become evident in time. Xiao Zhengming descended from the clouds, his gaze sweeping over Chun Yi with the intensity of an antiquarian appraising a rare treasure unearthed from an ancient cultivator's cave residence. Young Master Chun has kept me in the dark for far too long, he remarked, his tone laced with mock grievance. A bloodline descendant of Yao spirits. Such an extraordinary lineage. Why conceal it? Chun Yi paused, then swiftly understood. Xiao Zhengming had mistaken him for a human cultivator bearing Yao, yet it mattered little. After all, the celestial Peng transformation art truly required refining the essence blood of the celestial Peng. To say he bore its bloodline was not entirely inaccurate. I never intended to conceal it, Chun Yi said, bowing respectfully. My father instructed me not to draw attention while traveling abroad. Xiao Zhengming stroked his beard and nodded, a flicker of quiet comprehension passing through his eyes. Chun Daoxuan, a lone cultivator who had risen to the peak of the Golden Core realm, owed his survival in the cultivation world to this very prudence. If his son's Yao spirit bloodline had been revealed prematurely, calamity might well have followed. Indeed, I was rather hasty, Xiao Zhengming murmured, withdrawing his probing gaze and shifting into a warm smile. But now that you've formed your Golden Core and carry such a profound bloodline, you need no longer hide your talents while journeying beyond our borders. Chun Yi offered only a faint non-committal smile. Xiao Zhengming withdrew his searching glance and turned instead toward Han Shi, who had already stabilized his cultivation aura, giving a slight nod. Senior brother Han, your Golden Core formation is most auspicious. Han Shi hastily returned the bow. All thanks to Lord Chen's mentorship. I succeeded only by Xiao Zhengming said no more, his gaze returning to Chun Yi as he changed the subject. Now that you've formed your Golden Core, what are your plans? Wanbao Tower always sees matters through to completion. Since I gave my word to you, elder, this transaction shall proceed as promised, Chun Yi replied, glancing briefly at Xiao Mingxin before addressing Xiao Zhengming. A flash of surprise crossed Xiao Zhengming's eyes, then transformed into genuine admiration. Turning to Xiao Mingxin, he said, Mingxin, young Master Chun intends to travel across the southern lands, a rare opportunity. Accompany him and see that you uphold proper decorum. Xiao Mingxin hesitated for the briefest moment, a complex emotion shimmered across her eyes before vanishing entirely. She lowered her gaze and bowed. Daughter understands. Xiao Zhengming offered no further words, simply nodding to Chun. Young Master Chun, my daughter is in your care. Elder, you flatter me. I shall do my utmost, Chun Yi replied, bowing in turn, his tone calm and measured. Xiao Zhengming glanced once more at his daughter, lips parting as if to speak, then closed them again. With a soft sigh, he ignited his void light and vanished into the heavens. Though anxious for his daughter, he understood restraint all too well. Some matters were ill-suited to parental presence. What unfolded between youth must ultimately be forged by youth themselves. After Xiao Zhengming departed, the atmosphere relaxed markedly. Miao Xinyang, ever perceptive, smiled and bowed. Lord Chen's senior brother Han, you've both just formed your Golden Cores and will surely require quiet seclusion to stabilize your realms. I've already prepared secluded abodes for you. Should you find them acceptable, please remain in Tong for as long as you wish. Dao sister Miao, your thoughtfulness is deeply appreciated. Chun Yi inclined his head slightly. We shall gladly accept your hospitality. Lord Chun has rendered Tong an immense service. This small gesture is hardly worth mentioning. Miao Xinyang waved her hand lightly. They remained in by Tong for several more days, allowing their cultivation foundations to settle fully. Only then did Chun Yi retrieve a wooden token from Pingyin's neck, tapping it gently, whereupon a translucent figure materialized before him. His father Chen Daoxuan long since departed. With a flick of his sleeve, he coalesced the spirit form into solid flesh. It seems the profound Yin Demon Lord's target was never me, Chun Yi observed coolly. Chen Daoxuan's soul entered the body, stretched his limbs, and replied, not unexpected. At that time, though he opposed you at every turn, he used you merely as a raft to scheme against the Yang family. The Yang family. Chun Yi scoffed. A mere blood-cultivating Golden Core, hardly worthy of the Demon Lord's meticulous design. True. If he sought only a Golden Core vessel, the Demon Lord would indeed have no reason to wade into the murky waters of the demonic path. Chen Daoxian nodded. But what if he seeks a nascent soul vessel instead, Oi? Dao Xian. Chun Yi shook his head. Among the three nascent soul elders of Yu Kingdom, he is the eldest. Surely the demon lord wouldn't waste effort on such an unprofitable bargain. Chen Daoxuan's eyes gleamed. So, hard to say. We know little of what the three demonic sects are. Chun Yi frowned faintly, rising to stand before the cave residence's entrance and gazing southward toward Qingyun's sect. Though Yu Kingdom is a power in the southern lands, is it truly significant enough to warrant coordinated moves from all three demonic sects? Unfathomable. Then cease pondering it, Chen Daoxian said, standing behind him with hands clasped behind his back, voice serene. The machinations of the three demonic sects lie beyond our current comprehension. Better to attend to what lies before us. With the Tai-Bai armor in hand, both orthodox and demonic paths will require our services. Chun Yi turned from the threshold, meeting his father's divided soul. That is sound counsel. Let the demonic sects pursue whatever ends they choose. So long as they do not impede Wanbao Tower's commerce, they hold no relevance to us. Chen Daoxian nodded faintly, then studied his son closely, brows knitting. You truly intend to traverse the southern borderlands in this body? What is amiss? Chun Yi raised an eyebrow. This art bears flaws, Chen Daoxian stated gravely. Chun Yi's brow tightened almost imperceptibly. He had previously weighed only the art's strengths, rank, and efficacy, overlooking this crucial dimension. You mean? Chun Yi lifted his gaze, eyes sharpening. Such arts are exceedingly rare in the southern lands. Rare? Far more than that, Chen Daoxian replied, his tone unusually grave. Who is Qiu Zhongming? Chief elder of the Five Venom sect, a golden core cultivator at the pinnacle of his realm. His breadth of knowledge is beyond question. Yet upon seeing you transform into the celestial Peng, his first instinct was not to recognize the art, but to mistake you for a Yao spirit bloodline heir. He paused, his gaze locking on Chun Yi. What does that imply? It implies that arts enabling transformation into Yao forms have long vanished from the southern lands cultivation. South of the southern lands lies the 10,000 mountain range, the domain of Yao beasts. An art that grants a semi-Yao form through Yao blood should by all logic flourish here. Its disappearance makes no sense, unless it was deliberately erased. Chen Daoxuan's gaze grew fathomless. Chun Yi's eyebrows lifted sharply. To erase an entire lineage of cultivation arts requires far more than the will of one individual or sect. It demands either consensus across the entire cultivation world, or submission to a singular overwhelming will. And no force, past or present, has ever commanded such absolute silence from every sect across the southern lands. Or perhaps it was forced into oblivion. Chen Daoxian continued quietly. You mean? Chun Yi's eyes narrowed instantly. The 10,000 Great Mountains. At that time he felt that the conduct of the 5 tribes of Qingnan was peculiar in every way. Foundation establishment cultivators clearly had the qualifications to delve deep into the 10,000 Great Mountains to hunt second or even third-tier magical beasts and obtain corresponding spiritual materials. Yet they chose not to, preferring to let scattered cultivators lure low-tier magical beasts out in the remote Wuhuan mountain range, with spiritual holes unwilling to let their own foundation establishment members step half a foot into the 10,000 Great Mountains. Do they dislike high-tier magical materials? Now it seems they fear stepping inside. The 10,000 Great Mountains are the core territory of the demon race, where there are surely more than 1 or 2 magical beasts at the transformation stage comparable to nascent souls. Chen Daoxian nodded and said this type of technique has 3 volumes, even Long Yuan, who walks the path of puppetry. This indicates that it must have been widely practiced during ancient times. The key to this technique's strength lies in the fact that before reaching the upper limit of the magical beast bloodline within the body, it can almost match the cultivation speed of the heavenly spiritual roots under sufficient resources. They are unlike me, who can extract bloodlines from low-tier magical beasts. If they wish to seek high-tier magical beast bloodlines, they must inevitably kill high-tier magical beasts. The higher the bloodline tier of a magical beast, the greater its intelligence, the higher the chance it has of reaching the transformation realm, and the lower its reproductive ability. Those powerful transformed demons would not tolerate their descendants being reduced to materials for cultivators' training. Chun Yi nodded, saying, from this we can see that there must have been an unknown war between the cultivation world and the 10,000 Great Mountains. The final result led to human cultivators being unable to set foot in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Without high-tier magical beast bloodlines as resources, it seems reasonable for such techniques to be lost to time. So it seems, did our human race lose? Chen Daoxian sneered, not necessarily. Don't forget, bloodlines can diminish with inheritance. And in this realm's most prosperous central land, there exist many families of demon spirits with bloodlines that have been inherited for thousands of years. Hearing this, a cold light flashed in Chun Yi's eyes, then quickly faded. Interesting. A faint smile formed on his lips. Humans and demons are mortal enemies, yet they surprisingly reached a consensus on this matter. What's so strange about that? Chen Daoxian replied indifferently, lifting the teacup from the stone table to take a sip. For the demon race, such techniques are like a blade hanging over their heads. For those families, it is the foundation to monopolize bloodlines and maintain their transcendent status. So it seems in this current situation of the technique being lost, walking around with the title of a demon spirit bloodline isn't necessarily a bad thing. Chun-Yi chuckled lightly. Because the demon spirit families possess such techniques, Chun-Yi was rather unconcerned about them. After all, our bloodline is indeed high in both tier and concentration. This Tianpeng essence blood came from Qian Feng's golden-winged eagle. That thing possesses a trace of the 4th tier, magical beast, golden-winged rock bloodline. Although due to not successfully awakening, it led to Qian Feng being stuck at the early stage of the golden core. But the system doesn't care about basic laws, as long as there is material it can produce a diagram. Just like the Qinglin python given by Zhang Guangling. It has the tier, and the quantity is sufficient. In terms of the quality of this bloodline, it is hardly inferior to a genuine second-generation golden-winged rock bloodline. Even if those so-called demon spirit families collude with transformed magical beasts cannot possibly kill dozens of their offspring to enhance their bloodlines, right? Since they know that obtaining such a concentration of bloodlines is impossible, they certainly cannot guess that it was obtained through techniques. Instead, they will become even more convinced of his identity as a demon spirit bloodline. Chen Daoxian looked at Chun-Yi with a strange expression. First you created a father, then fabricated a mother. This identity is becoming increasingly complete. Chun-Yi withdrew his gaze, turned back to sit at the stone table in the cave, and poured himself a cup of tea. Isn't this exactly what you and I are good at? To go along with the mistake and take advantage of the situation. Chen Daoxian placed the teacup back on the stone table, producing a light sound. You are the main body. Since you have a plan, I won't say much. He stood up, his gaze sweeping over Chun-Yi. However, before everything is settled, you'd best keep as far away from the Yu country as possible. You are getting more and more into character. Chun-Yi looked at his split soul teasingly, saying, when teaching the main body, you are completely unreserved. Chen Daoxian looked at Chun-Yi with an unruffled expression. Isn't this what you wanted? Chun-Yi's smile froze on his face, and in his always clear and calm eyes a rare hint of embarrassment flashed by. The embarrassment vanished in an instant, replaced by anger and shame as he grabbed the teacup on the table and hurled it. Get lost. Chen Daoxuan's figure flickered. The teacup crashed against the cave wall, with a sound shattering into pieces. Still wearing that eternally calm expression, his tone held a hint of teasing that only Chun-Yi could discern. Chun-Yi's face flushed red, abruptly standing up and pointing at the cave's entrance. That was a strategic necessity. If it weren't to act convincingly in front of that old fox Qiu Jingming, would I need to find a father for myself? Yes, a strategic necessity. Then, as your father, I shall take care of Izhou. My son is traveling outside. Remember to take care of your body, and don't let your father worry. After saying this, the escape light had already risen. You bastard. Chun-Yi struck out with a claw wind, the golden claw marks cutting through the void, only striking a dissipating shadow. The split soul slipped away. Chun-Yi stood at the entrance of the cave, gazing at the direction where the escape light had vanished, remaining motionless for a long time. Just now he had actually forgotten for a moment that it was also himself. In both his past and present lives, he had struggled alone in this world. In his past life, he grew up in an orphanage, not knowing who his parents were. In this life, the memories of the original body are so vague that he can barely recall his father's appearance, only a lonely grave and a wooden plaque with an incomplete name. He had never experienced those things that should accompany childhood: the height at which his father shouldered him, the warmth of his mother's hand brushing against his forehead, and the arms behind him that were always ready to lift him when he fell. He thought he no longer cared about it, until he could personally mold a person. A deeply skilled, cunning person who resonated with his heart. Someone who would shield him from blades, arrange strategies for him, and navigate between various powers on his behalf. Someone who would call him my son in front of outsiders. He created a peak golden core powerhouse, a formidable figure that even the 3 major sects would fear, a ruthless person who would dare to disregard the face of the Qinyan sect. Then he would also grant him the heavenly thunder child, and a depth so profound that even Qiu Zhengming could not fathom. Why? Because what he subconsciously desired was never just a shield. What he wanted was a being strong enough, reliable enough, and forever incapable of betraying him. What he wanted was an ideal father. Chun-Yi chuckled softly. In 2 lifetimes, having lived nearly 50 years, he was still reminiscing about such trivial matters. He himself found it laughable. At this moment, a faint sound of footsteps came from behind, delicate, as if deliberately slowed to avoid disturbing anything. Chun-Yi did not turn around, merely suppressing the emotions on his face. Like putting away an old item that should not be shown, folding, compressing, and stuffing it deep into the drawer, then pushing the cabinet door shut and locking it. Is there something you need, Miss Qiu? Qiu Mingxin stood 3 steps behind him, holding a tray with a white porcelain stewing bowl, steam wafting gently. This is a medicinal dish passed down from my 5 poisons sect, effective for stabilizing one's realm. She paused for a moment and added, I also sent one to Senior Han. This one is for you. Chun-Yi turned around, his gaze sweeping across her face. Qiu Mingxin lowered her eyelashes, pushing the tray forward slightly. Her movements were not stiff, but certainly did not appear natural. Chun-Yi took the stewing bowl, lifted the lid, and took a glance. The broth was clear and fragrant, indeed a sign of skilled craftsmanship. Thank you for your trouble. He carried the stewing bowl back, sitting down at the stone table, scooping a spoonful into his mouth. Qiu Mingxin remained in place, seemingly hesitating. Chun-Yi did not urge her, but continued to drink the soup. After a while she finally spoke, her voice softer than usual. Did my father say something to you? Chun-Yi paused in his actions, looking at her seriously. He said no one can make Chen do what he does not wish to do. Upon hearing this, Qiu Mingxin's long eyelashes trembled slightly, her clear autumn water-like eyes reflecting both relief and a hint of barely perceptible disappointment. She softly said, that is good. Chun-Yi smiled gently. The fact that Qiu Mingxin could say such words indicated that she had already embarked on the path of resisting emotional poison. He downed the medicinal dish and looked at her, saying, the taste is good, but I would prefer to taste the one you made with your own hands. Qiu Mingxin smiled knowingly. That will happen. 7 days later, Chun-Yi and the others, under the farewell of Miao Xinjiang and her companions, left by dawn. Standing on the spiritual boat, Chun-Yi asked Han Shi, old Han, where are we going? Han Shi, who was steering the boat, was taken aback, his tone carrying a hint of surprise. Is the master asking me? Your thoughts are all written on your face. Oh, why should I wait for you to speak? Chun-Yi smiled at him. A fleeting awkwardness flashed in Han Shi's eyes as he transformed this into calmness, bowing and saying, the master has keen insight. Old man, indeed, has an unfinished matter in his heart. He straightened up, gazing northeast, a rare sparkle appearing in his murky old eyes. 90 years ago I failed in my first attempt to break through to Golden Core, my foundation shattered, and my cultivation regressed. If not for a dear friend gifting me a life-saving elixir he had cherished for years, I would have long become a pile of dust. Over the years I have been stuck at the peak of foundation establishment, and felt too ashamed to meet people, hence I have never been in contact. Now, thanks to the master's great fortune, I have fortuitously succeeded in forming my core, and I wish to see that old friend. Qiu Mingxin stood to one side of the spiritual boat, slightly turning her gaze upon hearing this. She had known Han Shi for some time. This old man was always astute and diplomatic, speaking appropriately to people, and even ghosts, never revealing a hint of his true self in front of others. At this moment, when he spoke the words old friend, the regret and gratitude hidden in his voice could not be faked. Chun-Yi nodded slightly. Where is your old friend? Han Prefecture. Han Shi replied, the last time I communicated with him was 60 years ago. I do not know if he is 60 years without news, yet you still remember the way. Chun-Yi's tone was flat, yet there was no blame in it. Han Shi chuckled awkwardly. I have not had many friends in my life, just this one. If it were not for that life-saving elixir from him, I would not have lived these more than 100 years. Now that I have formed my core, if I do not repay this kindness, even if I live another 500 years, my heart will not be at ease. Chun-Yi glanced at him, his clear eyes showing no visible emotions, only saying softly, then let's go to Han Prefecture. Han Shi was taken aback, then immediately overjoyed, deeply bowing, thank you, master. The spiritual boat turned direction, heading northeast. On the other side, Chen Daoxian had left the southern wilderness, but had yet to return to Yizhou. Instead, he went to Zhongzhou. However, he did not directly enter the imperial capital. Instead, he pressed down the escape light in a small city on the border of Zhongzhou. The city was named Qingyang, the gateway of southwest Zhongzhou, and could be considered quite prosperous. Of course, this prosperity was in the mundane sense. The streets were bustling with carts and horses, vendors shouting their wares, and the banners of tea houses and taverns fluttering in the wind, creating a lively atmosphere. Chen Daoxian suppressed his spiritual pressure, changing into the attire of an ordinary scholar, and sought a tea house facing the street, requesting a private room by the window. The tea master brewed a pot of the local famous Qingyang snow bud, and he poured it for himself, his gaze calmly observing the street scenery outside the window. About half an hour later, footsteps approached from the staircase. The door soon pushed open. Chen Daoxian did not cast his gaze, but waved his hand to set up a soundproof barrier. His tone was calm. Have you come? The visitor saw Chen Daoxian and wore a bitter smile, bowing his hands. He said, I thought it was Chun Dao you inviting me for something. I did not expect it to be you, Senior Chen, therefore I have been disrespectful. Only then did Chen Daoxian turn his head to look at him, saying, your son has some connection with me. There is no need to be so formal. The visitor then raised his head. It was a middle-aged man with a handsome face and an elegant demeanor. If someone from Taping Fang saw him, they would surely be startled. For the visitor was none other than the long-dead Bai Ziliang. Bai Ziliang's bitter smile deepened upon hearing this connection. He owed Chun-Yi too much. If not for Chun-Yi showing mercy, he would have long since turned to ashes. If not for Chun-Yi keeping his promise and informing his mother, how could he have returned to the mortal world? If not for Chun-Yi's scheme against that old demon before leaving Qinnan, how could he have reclaimed his own body? Bai Ziliang quickly restrained his emotions and said seriously, may I ask what matters you summoned me for, Senior Chun? Has the Dragon Abyss inheritance been reported to your ancestor? Chen Daoxian looked at him and said. Bai Ziliang's expression turned solemn upon hearing this. Half has been submitted. Chen Daoxian raised an eyebrow, remaining silent, waiting for him to continue. Bai Ziliang quickly added the puppet techniques, mechanism techniques, and array records from the Dragon Abyss inheritance. I have all copied and submitted. However, the cultivation methods I have promised to Chen Daoyu. Abai will never go back on my word. Such miscellaneous items, because they have universality, Bai Ziliang's submission mattered little. But cultivation methods are different. Since Chun Yi started Wanbao Tower, this Dragon Abyss cultivation method was the foundation of his sect. If submitted, it would mean exposing all the vulnerabilities of Wanbao Tower's cultivators to the Bai family. Bai Ziliang would never commit such an act of gratitude turning into animosity. Chen Daoxian picked up his teacup and took a sip. His tone calm. You indeed keep your word. The Long Yuan legacy is bestowed by Bai Ziliang, whether it is the Tianpeng transformation or the Jinglei technique cultivated by Zhao, who he possesses them all. Chun Yi is to traverse the world for a time under the guise of a demon spirit descendant. This news must not leak. Although Bai Ziliang would not divulge it, it is still necessary to take this precaution. Bai Ziliang smiled wryly and shook his head. Chen Dao, you has saved my life. If I cannot even uphold this baseline, I might as well die again. Chen Daoxian looked at Bai Ziliang and said, young one, you have received great fortune. Having practiced the Tianpeng technique, and with a friend who has practiced the Jinglei technique, you must know why I have come right. Upon hearing this, Bai Ziliang's expression changed. His gaze lingered on Chen Daoxian's face for a moment before revealing a faint smile. I see now. Are you worried that I might let something slip? Chen Daoxian did not respond directly, merely observing him in silence. Bai Ziliang set down his teacup and said earnestly, you need not worry, senior. Though I hail from the royal family, I am not someone who is ignorant of the gravity of a situation. Chen Dao, you has saved my life and given me a sense of obligation. If I were to leak information and bring him trouble, I would be utterly to blame. He paused, took out a jade vial from his sleeve, and pushed it towards Chen Daoxian. This is the Wang Yudan. Consuming it allows one to forget specific matters. I had prepared this item long ago, but since Chen Daoyu had not spoken, I did not dare to act on my own. Now that you have personally come, I shall take this pill to express my intentions. Chen Daoxian's gaze fell upon the jade vial, but did not take it. Though the Wang Yudan can erase memories, it also harms the soul, especially for your Yin spirit body. You must think this through. Bai Ziliang smiled calmly. I owe Chen Daoyu my life. Now that I can survive, what is a few years of my lifespan in exchange? Chen Daoxian looked at him silent for a long time. Outside the market was bustling, yet the tea house was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. After a long while, Chen Daoxian extended his hand and tucked the jade vial into his sleeve. No need. Bai Ziliang was taken aback. Senior. Chen Daoxian lifted his teacup, took a sip, and gazed out at the bustling street, seeing his tone as calm as every young one you once told me is saying. Trust those whom you believe, distrust those whom you doubt. This pill is unnecessary. Bai Ziliang's lips moved, a flicker of emotion passing through his eyes. As a royal descendant, he had grown up amidst treachery, witnessing numerous instances of honeyed words masking daggers. Those who profess trust are often the first to turn against you. Yet this peak golden core expert before him could easily force him to take the pill, yet chose not to. Senior. Bai Ziliang's voice faltered. Aren't you afraid that I might change my mind in the future? Chen Daoxian chuckled lightly, setting down his teacup. If you were to waver, I have my ways to make you regret it. But until then, I am willing to extend this trust to you. Moreover, since you regard me as a trustworthy person, I shall trust your judgment. Bai Ziliang took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, stood up, and deeply bowed to Chen Daoxian. I shall remember the trust placed in me by you and Chen Daoyu. In addition to informing you of this matter, I have 2 other questions to ask. Chen Daoxian continued. Bai Ziliang, upon hearing this, straightened his expression. Please proceed, senior. I shall answer honestly. Chen Daoxian raised a finger. First, were you captured by Wang Chongji? Bai Ziliang was shocked. How does senior know? It seems to have occurred before entering the Long Yuan. Chen Daoxian smiled lightly. Bai Ziliang hurriedly explained his soul restriction was effective upon my sea of consciousness. After my body was taken by that old demon, I gained my freedom. So, Chen Daoxian, seeing Bai Ziliang's anxious defense, waved his hand. No need, no need. That scoundrel has already been slain by me. Bai Ziliang trembled upon hearing this, his eyes filled with disbelief. Senior. You killed that demon. Chen Daoxian's expression was calm, as if he were merely discussing squashing an ant, just a golden core initial stage, nothing to be concerned about. That demon has lurked in Ezhou for many years. Countless fellow practitioners have perished at his hands. Bai Ziliang stood up again and solemnly bowed to Chen Daoxian. On behalf of those who perished unjustly, I thank you for eliminating this great threat to the kingdom of you. Chen Daoxian waved his hand and continued the second matter. Chen Daoxian looked at him seriously. How did you come to know the name of that old ghost back then? How did the Yin spirit manage to conceal itself from that nascent soul, old ghost? Bai Ziliang upon hearing this displayed a rare look of confusion on his refined face. If you hadn't asked, I would have never thought about this matter in detail. When that residual soul entered my body, my divine spirit was sealed deep within my sea of consciousness by his Yin energy. Logically, I shouldn't know his name, nor should I have the ability to hide in the soul-nurturing wood. He paused, frowning, as if searching for some forgotten fragments in the depths of his memory. Yet for some reason I just know. It is as if someone deliberately implanted it into my mind. Chen Daoxian's pupils instantly constricted. If that is the case, then everything Bai Ziliang mentioned earlier was known to others due to that Xian old ghost. Even the ghostly identity and the name Xian may not be genuine. He immediately took out a piece of soul-nurturing wood and looked at Bai Ziliang. Young friend, may I borrow your body for inspection? Why not? Bai Ziliang did not hesitate and immediately entered it. Chen Daoxian seized the body and promptly invaded its sea of consciousness. In the empty sea of consciousness, a token was floating above. One side engraved with the words Long Yuan, and the other side an ancient seal character Qi. Chen Daoxian's gaze sharpened. He recognized this token. The Long Yuan token is indeed the token of the Long Yuan sect's leader. Was it intentionally left behind by Xian Yin? While pondering this, the token radiated brilliant light, and the Qi character suddenly emitted blinding golden light. A mighty pressure surged forth like a tide. Chen Daoxian bore the brunt of it, and his divine spirit trembled slightly. What is this? Chen Daoxian's pupils constricted. Now that he was at the peak of the golden core stage, anything that could shake his divine spirit was at least of nascent soul-level power. Yet strangely, despite its overwhelming force, it bore no intent to kill. Suddenly a crack appeared in the Qi character on the token. A large door emerged from the golden light, rushing towards him. Chen Daoxian's vision was forcefully pulled into a bizarre world. The sky was a grayish yellow, resembling a cloth that had not been washed for too long, heavily pressed down upon him. The distant mountain ridges were filled with caves like a beehive torn open within, writhing and shrieking. It was unclear whether they were human or beast. There was also smoke rising, carrying the burnt stench of flesh. He slowly descended. The ground drew nearer, and details became clearer. A stone stockade built against the mountain, its walls made of rough stones piled together with gaps filled with the bones of unknown creatures. At the entrance of the stockade hung 2 strings of dried heads, some completely dehydrated and unrecognizable, while others were fresh with dark red viscous liquid still dripping from their necks. They were strung together with dark iron chains piercing through their eye sockets and emerging from the back of their heads, resembling fish waiting to be roasted. The gate of the village stood wide open, revealing a beast walking upright, dragging a corpse outside. The beast was about 2 meters tall, its body a dark green hue, with a row of bony spikes along its back, and a long tail dragging on the ground tipped with sharp hooks. It gripped the corpse's ankle with 3 claws and dragged it along the body, naked, belonging to a young woman, her face frozen in sheer terror, her back raw and bleeding from being scraped against the rough ground, exposing the stark white of her bones. Chen Daoxian stood still, watching as the beast passed by him, without noticing his presence, directly tossing the corpse against the village wall. The corpse landed in a pile of bodies at the corner, stirring up a swarm of dark flies that buzzed up and then settled. In the pile, the limbs were intertwined, comprising people of all ages, some already swollen and green, others reduced to mere skeletal remains. Suddenly a child's cry echoed through the village, sharp and brief, only to stop abruptly. Chen Daoxian's figure appeared within the village. In the center of the village stood a massive stone cauldron, flames roaring beneath it and boiling liquid churning. A monkey-like beast stood at the edge of the cauldron, holding a ladle in its left paw, and in its right paw it carried a child of about 3 or 4 years old, preparing to drop him into the boiling liquid. The child had ceased to cry, his lips turning purple, his eyes filled with a vacant terror, as though his soul had splash. The boiling liquid erupted, splattering against the edge of the cauldron with a sizzling sound. The beast licked its lips, scooping up a ladle of broth, tilting its head back to drink, producing a satisfied gurgling sound as its throat moved. Chen Daoxian took in the scene before him. He felt no anger, no rage, not even a quickening of his breath. He simply walked forward. The streets of the village were a muddy mess, squelching beneath his feet. Looking down, it was not mud, but a mixture of blood, flesh, and feces trampled into a paste by countless flies swarmed like a layer of black fur on the ground, buzzing up with every step he took, only to settle. On either side of the street, he saw more. A humanoid beast was using a sharp blade to scrape meat from bones, tossing it aside, while beckoning to other. What was displayed on the stall were not pig trotters or lamb legs, but human arms, thighs, and ribs, neatly categorized like the meat counters of a regular market. A few beasts gathered around the stall, one of them holding a severed forearm, gnawing on it with its fangs, juices dripping, the sound of crushed bones echoing. In an iron cage, 7 or 8 living people were crammed together naked. Outside the cage stood a wooden sign with crooked charcoal writing detailing fresh, ages 2 to 20, sold by weight, whole purchases come with a gift. The beast lifted the top of the cage, reaching in to grab someone, causing the occupants inside to flutter like frightened chickens scrambling to the corners, yet one was eventually seized by the hair and pulled out. It was a half-grown boy so thin that his ribs protruded sharply, and upon being pulled out he lacked the strength to struggle, simply gazing at the remaining captives. Those inside were also looking at him, their eyes devoid of sadness, only a numbed relief. Relief that it was not themselves who had been taken. Chen Daoxian cast a cold glance and continued walking. At the end of the village stood a stone hall. The doors were wide, open, light pouring out, filled with the sounds of music and instruments. He stepped inside. Inside, a banquet was set up with beasts seated around, and in the center a tiger beast was embracing several human women drinking. The women wore thin veils, forcing smiles as they poured wine and served dishes, and a slight delay in their movements would earn them a slap. One woman was knocked to the ground, her face swollen on one side, yet she dared not cry, and hurriedly got up to kneel again. In the four corners of the stone hall stood large jars. Chen Daoxian approached one, bending down to look. Inside the jar floated a dark red liquid with human bodies submerged. They were not corpses as they still moved, fingers twitching slightly, eyelids fluttering gently. They had their limbs severed, leaving only their torsos and heads. Their tongues were cut out, producing only muffled sounds. Their eyes were punctured, leaving behind two dark sockets. They were alive, pickled in this unknown liquid. Who knows for how long? Their skin had turned a semi-transparent waxy yellow, revealing dark blue veins beneath. The tiger beast finished its drink, gesturing toward the jar. A human head floated up from the jar, being drawn over, as if by an invisible force suspended in front of it. The facial muscles of the head twitched, lips moving as if trying to say something, or perhaps merely a reflex. The tiger beast extended its claws, lightly scratching the top of the head, lifting the skull to reveal the trembling white brain inside. It reached its finger into the cranial cavity, scooping out a lump and sending it to its mouth, closing its eyes to savor the taste. Chen Daoxian stood in the center of the hall, his gaze calm as a still pond, as though watching a shadow play that had nothing to do with him. He even scrutinized the tiger beast's motions as it scooped out the brain matter. The technique was clumsy, the claws unevenly applying force to the skull, splattering bits of brain matter, yet it was vivid. He assessed it in his mind. He turned to leave the stone hall to escape this absurd illusion. Then out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of something in the corner of the hall. There squatted a child. A little girl around 5 or 6 years old, clad in a dirty hemp dress that concealed its original color, barefoot, with a thin iron chain around her ankle, the other end tethered to an iron ring on a pillar. She neither cried nor curled up in fear like the other captives, but instead stared quietly at everything. Her eyes were large, especially pronounced due to her emaciated frame. She watched the tiger beast scoop out the brain matter, observed the women being knocked down, and then getting back up to kneel, watched the people in the jar twist silently, her gaze devoid of fear, devoid of numbness, containing a weighty understanding that belied her age. That understanding was called realization. She knew what her fate would be, like a sapling transplanted to salini-alkali soil, fully aware it would not survive. Looking at the Longyuan order in his hand, Chen Daoxian murmured softly, "Indeed. Such a heavy burden." He flipped his hand and tucked the Longyuan order into his sleeve. With a flick of his finger on the soul-nurturing wood, Bai Ziliang's soul returned to his body. Coming back to his senses, Bai Ziliang looked at the calm-faced Chen Daoxian and asked, "Senior, have you discovered anything?" Chen Daoxian did not answer, but instead asked, "How did you retrieve this body?" Bai Ziliang replied, "It was sent back by the Qingyan sect." Chen Daoxian nodded, the last veil of confusion in his heart lifted. What a grand chess game, he sighed, looking at Bai Ziliang and saying, "Such a pity." If it was truly as he suspected, if Bai Ziliang had not encountered Wang Qingji, his position in this scheme would have rightfully been his. With a wave of his sleeve, the spare body left by Chen Yi appeared before Bai Ziliang. "Since you are willing to keep my son's secret, this body is yours to temporarily inhabit." Looking at the golden core body before him, Bai Ziliang remained silent for a long time before finally shaking his head. "Senior's kindness, I will remember it in my heart." He raised his head, his gaze calm as water. "Back then, I turned to the path of ghosts to survive, hoping to see my mother once more. Now that my long-cherished wish has been fulfilled, there is not much in this world that binds me anymore." Chen Daoxian smiled and said, "There is no need for guilt. Using this body could even be viewed as a form of repayment. Because this person is none other than Wang Qingji." Bai Ziliang's expression changed drastically. Wang Qingji, that tyrant who had enslaved him. If it were not for him, Bai Ziliang would never have gone mad searching for ancient ruins in hopes of breaking the soul restriction technique. If it were not for him, he would not have stepped into Longyuan and encountered that old demon. If it were not for him, he would not have fallen into this state of neither life nor death. His originally calm face twisted in an instant, hatred surging like a tide. But upon seeing that exceedingly ordinary face, the tide of hatred receded. He would never forget the visage of that tyrant. The body before him clearly resembled another person's appearance. Wang Qingji. Bai Ziliang's eyes shone with bloodlust, but there was also a hint of confusion. It was merely a special method to exchange his appearance. Oh, once you enter the sea of consciousness you will understand. Without hesitation, Bai Ziliang immediately placed his own soul into that body. Feeling the intense aura of hatred, he knew that Chen Daoxian had not deceived him. But when Bai Ziliang looked up again, he found that Chen Daoxian had already vanished. Only a voice echoed in the room, "Honor your mother well." A jade box fell into Bai Ziliang's hands. Staring blankly at the jade box in his hand, he felt the golden core cultivation he now possessed. Bai Ziliang knelt on both knees, deeply bowing towards the direction Chen Daoxian had left. After 3 deep bows he rose and opened the jade box. The contents within made him tremble all over again. He knelt once more, weeping profusely towards the now empty sky. The rain fell obliquely, splashing tiny droplets upon the green stone of the grave. Han Chi poured the last drop of spiritual wine from the jug before the grave, watching as the liquid seeped into the stone crevices and into the soil, ultimately vanishing. He placed the empty jug beside the tombstone and extended a thin, frail hand to slowly wipe away the moss that had accumulated for who knows how many years. The inscription revealed itself, the characters somewhat blurred by the erosion of wind and rain, yet still legible. "Here lies my old friend Shun Huaishan." The inscription bore a date from 30 years ago, and the name of the engraver was no longer discernible. He supported himself against the tombstone to stand up, his knees muddy, yet he did not wipe them off. That pair of murky old eyes gazed towards the distant misty mountain ridge, as if looking at something only he could see. "You once said that if I could attain the golden core, I must come to find you for a drink." Han Chi's lips curled slightly, a semblance of a smile. "I brought the wine, and you have drunk it, though it is a bit late." Qiao Mingxin stood behind him, the rain being repelled by an invisible force 3 inches from her body, her garments remaining untouched by a single drop. She looked at Han Chi's hunched figure, and suddenly felt that this worldly wise old man resembled a tree stripped of its leaves by the wind, all pretense washed away by the rain, leaving only a stark skeleton standing there. Chun Yi stood with his hands clasped behind his back in the rain, letting the raindrops hit his face and shoulders. He did not use his powers to shield himself from the rain, nor did he urge anyone. Some water cannot be stopped, and some matters cannot be rushed, they can only be allowed to flow out on their own. After a long while, Han Chi turned around, the wrinkles on his face, filled with rain, resembling a piece of rice paper that had been crumpled and then smoothed out. His eyes were slightly red, but there were no tears, perhaps the tears had merged indistinguishably with the rainwater. "Master, I wish to build a hut here to guard his grave for 3 months. Han Chi's voice was hoarse. 3 months. Chun Yi looked at him, his gaze calm as usual, his tone neither moved nor reproachful. "What can 3 months repay?" Han Chi was taken aback. Chun Yi turned and walked down the mountain, leaving behind a sentence that scattered in the rain. "You have a year to clean up your affairs and return. My Wanbao Tower does not lack a golden core, but you owe it to yourself to settle your debts in this lifetime." Han Chi opened his mouth, his throat rolling, ultimately squeezing out a single word, "Thanks. No need for that. You pay back what you owe to your old friend yourself, and what you owe me will be deducted from your remaining life." Qiao Mingxin caught up, walking alongside him on the muddy mountain path. The rain gradually lightened. She glanced at him, in her aquamarine eyes his rain-soaked profile was reflected. Master Chen does not seem to treat those around him as mere transactions. "There are 2 types of transactions," Chun Yi replied, without slowing his pace. "One is to keep accounts, and the other is not to keep accounts. Transactions that keep accounts do not last long, while those that do not keep accounts incur no losses." Qiao Mingxin said nothing further, lowering her head to look at the muddy path beneath her feet, the corners of her mouth curving slightly. After parting ways with Han Chi, only 2 people remained on the spirit boat. Qiao Mingxin stood at the bow steering the spirit boat, while Chun Yi sat cross-legged inside, eyes closed in meditation. To the north of Hanzhou is Yongzhou, and to the east is Yuzhou, where the entrance of the Spirit Beast Mountain is located. Qiao Mingxin's voice floated from the front, carrying a hint of inquiry. "Where does Master Chen wish to go first?" "Qingnan County," Chun Yi replied calmly. Qiao Mingxin was taken aback. That was a vital source of wealth for the Qingyun sect. Once the Taibai armor was released, it was inevitable that the Qingyun sect would yield and concede. Was it really appropriate for Chun Yi, the master of Wanbao Tower, to go now? Was he not afraid that the Qingyun sect would directly detain him? Qiao Mingxin fell silent for a moment, did not ask further, and simply changed her hand seals, steering the spirit boat toward Qingnan County. The wind whistled past his ears, and Chun Yi remained with his eyes closed, his expression as calm as a still pond, revealing no signs of turmoil. Yet within his heart waves were already surging. Chen Daoxuan's memories were synchronized with his. He understood everything he saw in the order. If his assumptions were correct, certain individuals had now become superfluous pieces in this game. Since they invited him into the game, it would be just right to consume this superfluous piece to test their resources. In Qingnan County, at Mount Lansong, Zhou Xinhong stood with his hands clasped behind his back at the mountain gate, gazing northwest, the mountain wind whipping his dark blue Dao robe. On either side stood Zhou Ming and Zhou Mingyuan, two Foundation establishment cultivators. This rascal truly does not regard himself as a son. Just attained the golden core and comes to my Zhou family to pay respects. Are we to call him senior now? Zhou Mingyuan's face was as cold as frost, his voice almost squeezed out from between his teeth. Zhou Ming, however, was all smiles. What senior? He is my brother. Zhou Mingyuan immediately shot him a fierce glare. My Zhou family is a vassal of Qing Yuan. How can we call a rebel our brother? Zhou Ming showed no signs of backing down, scoffing. It was a pass issued by the ancestral clan. Third uncle, you keep calling him a rebel, but do you think you can be the master of the ancestral clan? Enough. Zhou Xianhong spoke lightly, and the argument ceased abruptly. He gazed at the approaching spiritual light in the sky, his expression complex. Once that person had merely been a junior struggling to survive in Qingnan, even risking his life for a Foundation establishment pill. Now in just over a decade he had achieved the golden core and arrived with momentum. Even the Qingyun sect had to bow to him. The affairs of this world were truly more absurd than stories. Open the middle gate wide and welcome our guest. Zhou Xianhong adjusted his attire. Let no one say that my Zhou family does not understand etiquette. Zhou Mingyuan's expression stiffened, and he fell silent. The spiritual vessel hovered above the Lansong mountain. Qiu Mingxin withdrew her spell and stepped aside to clear a path. Chen Yi rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping across the familiar residences below. When he first set foot here years ago, he was just a wandering cultivator led in by Zhou Ming with nothing to his name and feeling as if he were walking on thin ice. Returning now, the scene was entirely different. He stepped out of the spiritual vessel, his figure drifting down like a falling leaf, landing steadily before the mountain gate. Qiu Mingxin followed closely behind. Senior Chen, your presence graces Lansong Mountain. Zhou Xianhong raised his fists in salute, ready to perform the courtesy of a junior. Chen Yi immediately stepped forward, firmly supporting his arms to prevent him from bowing. What are you doing, Master Zhou? If it weren't for your support back, then how could I have today? I cannot accept such a title, senior. Zhou Xianhong straightened up, a bitter smile appearing on his face. Etiquette cannot be neglected. You are now a golden core true person, while I am merely a Foundation establishment. If we follow the rules of the cultivation world, here with me, Chen Yi interrupted, rules cannot surpass gratitude and kindness. He released his grip, taking half a step back, his gaze sweeping over the two individuals behind Zhou Xianhong. Zhou Mingyuan kept his head down, his eyelids drooping, wishing to bury his face in his chest. Zhou Ming, however, rushed forward in 2 quick steps, punching Chen Yi on the shoulder. Good lad, the first time I saw you in Mist Valley, I knew you were no ordinary person. He grinned widely, showing his big white teeth, and turned to boast to the Zhou family members. What do you think? My discerning eye is quite bright, isn't it? The surrounding Zhou family members displayed various expressions. Some awkwardly turned their faces away, some smiled, sheepishly unsure of how to respond, while others discreetly glanced at the expression of the family head Zhou Xianhong. Zhou Zuanhong's lips twitched, maintaining the dignity of the family head, while internally, he wished he could kick this Lustung nephew off the mountain. Chen Yi, however, was unconcerned, and smiled, saying, Brother Zhou, your discerning eye is not merely bright, it is akin to a pair of fiery golden eyes. Zhou Ming, hearing this, became even prouder, wrapping an arm around Chen Yi's shoulders and urging him to enter. Come on, don't linger at this mountain gate. I've prepared a century-old Qing Sang brew. We won't leave until we're drunk. Zhou Xianhong could no longer hold back and lightly coughed, signaling him to tone it down. Zhou Ming finally realized, sheepishly releasing his hold and scratching the back of his head. He just got carried away in the moment. Zhou Xianhong stepped aside to lead the way, gesturing for Chen, the Lord, to enter. He ultimately swallowed the title senior and opted for a more neutral address. Chen Yi nodded with a smile and followed Zhou Xianhong inside. Chen Yi took a seat at the side of the main position, with Qiu Mingxin accompanying him. Zhou Xianhong sat at the main position, while Zhou Ming and Zhou Mingyuan took seats lower down. A few direct descendants offered spiritual tea before quietly withdrawing, leaving only these few people in the hall. The first time I stepped into this Qingxin hall, Chen, he set his gaze sweeping across the furnishings within the hall, the sandalwood table, and even the bronze incense burner in the corner, all unchanged from his memories. I had nothing to my name, and even a Foundation establishment pill was something I had to risk my life for. Master Zhou did not look down upon my humble beginnings, and was willing to meet with me. Zhou Xianhong paused, his hand holding the tea, slightly faltering, then he bitterly smiled. The Lord is now a golden core true person. Discussing these past matters makes this old face of mine feel embarrassed. Past matters are the most real and cannot be dismissed. Chen Yi withdrew his gaze, looking at the tea leaves floating in his cup. I have come today, first to reminisce, and second to repay kindness. Zhou Xianhong raised his eyes, his gaze sharpening. Chen Yi took out a jade box from his sleeve and placed it on the table. This golden core pill was specially requested from my father. It is a top-grade pill, and consuming it can increase the chances of forming a golden core by 30%. He gently pushed it forward. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. Zhou Xianhong stared at the jade box, his hand hovering in midair. The hall was silent enough to hear a pin drop. Zhou Mingyuan's breathing became noticeably heavier, his eyes locked onto the jade box, his throat bobbing. Zhou Ming also ceased his joking demeanor, glancing at the jade box, then at Zhou Xuanhong, wanting to say something, but hesitating. In the Southern Cultivation World Foundation establishment, pills were already rare. A one could easily cost a wandering cultivator their life. As for the Golden Core pill, it was a treasured item that could give Foundation establishment cultivators hope of stepping into the Golden Core stage. Not to mention wandering cultivators, even for a large sect like Qingyun sect, a single Golden Core pill could cause inner disciples to fight over it. Though the Zhou family was a prominent clan in Qingnan, they had only a handful of Foundation establishment cultivators relying solely on the support of their ancestor, Zhou Jingyuan. If they could use this pill to produce another Golden Core true person, the Zhou family's name as a rising power would be assured, and they might even surpass those established families. This gift is too heavy. So heavy that Zhou Xianhong dared not accept it. Lord Shan, Zhou Xianhong slowly set down his teacup, his voice lower than before. Years ago our clan merely saw your potential and made a transaction. You have already repaid us 100-fold through the Wanbao Valley base. You owe our clan nothing. He gently pushed the jade box back. This Golden Core pill my Zhou family cannot accept. Zhou Mingyuan was so anxious that his eyes nearly bulged out, his mouth opening and closing, but ultimately, he dared not act recklessly in front of Zhou Xuanhong, only tapping his toes against the floor beneath the table. However, Chun Yi pushed the jade box back again, saying, while it may be a transaction for your noble clan, it is not the same for you. I remember your words before entering the mountain, and I cherish them in my heart. This pill is meant for you. Zhou Xianhong was taken aback. What had he said back then? It seemed to be just some ordinary to prevent this inconspicuous young wandering cultivator from dying on the mountain so that their investment would not go to waste. That was all. He spoke with a somewhat hoarse voice. Back then I only said a few words for the benefit of the family, nothing of whether it's valuable or not is not determined by the speaker. Chun, he set his gaze sharp as he looked at him. It is determined by the listener. Why must the family head deceive himself? If it were merely for the family sake, how could that Foundation establishment pill have come so easily to my hands, eh? Zhou Xianhong remained silent for a long while before finally saying, I judge people based on 3 parts ability and 7 parts character. Though your cultivation was low at the time, you possessed something others did not. What was that? Chen Yi asked. A sense of discontent. Not the kind that blames heaven and earth, but the kind that believes one can achieve greatness, yet just hasn't found. Those with such eyes will eventually find their path. I merely provided a pair of boots. Chun Yi laughed heartily as he rose, holding the jade box, and walked to Zhou Xuanhong's front. Years ago at the foot of Lansong Mountain, your words illuminated my path through the night. Once gifted with grass boots to tread through frost and snow, today I return with cloud shoes to walk the heavenly road. The green robes have not betrayed my ambition to ignite the prairie, and my white hair still yearns to embrace the rising sun. The pill within the box is worthy of binding the soul. May you ride this to ascend the clear celestial land. Those who help others ascend the ladder should not be confined to the dark valleys. Master Zhou, please accept this pill. Chun Yi held the box with both hands and bowed respectfully. The one who builds the ladder for others. Zhou Xianhong whispered these words, and a ripple of uncontainable emotion finally surfaced in his seasoned eyes. Throughout his life, he had schemed for the Zhou family for most of his years. He had built countless ladders for others, for the younger generation of his clan, for those promising loose cultivators, and for every potential pawn that could bolster the Zhou family. Yet no one had ever turned back to build a ladder for him after climbing to greater heights. Good. Zhou Xianhong extended his hand and accepted the jade box. This gesture I shall receive. Zhou Mingyuan felt a sharp sting on his face, as if he had been slapped across the face from afar. He firmly believed that Chun Yi was a white-eyed wolf, not merely because he distanced himself from the family, but because of Zhou Xianhong. This clan brother, this clan leader, always thought others could not see through him, yet he was unaware that everyone in the clan could see clearly. Zhou Xianhong had staked all his bets on his family throughout his life. This time someone had placed a bet for him. Zhou Mingyuan watched as Zhou Xuanhong's slightly trembling old hands cradled the jade box, suddenly feeling as if something was lodged in his throat, unable to swallow or spit it out. He turned his face away, pretending to admire the landscape painting that had hung on the wall for countless years, yet his eyes quietly reddened. Chun Yi straightened up, scanning the hall, before finally resting his gaze on Zhou Ming. Brother Zhou. Zhou Ming was taken aback, pointing to his own nose. Me. You don't want the battle armor? Chun, of course I do. Zhou Ming jumped up, but then realized his loss of decorum and awkwardly sat back down, rubbing his large hands like fans. I was just thinking that your status is different now, so I felt embarrassed to ask. Chun Yi took out a set of crimson miniature battle armor, the armor plates shimmering with an ethereal glow under the flickering candlelight in the hall, revealing a faint flow of spiritual light. Zhou Ming swallowed hard tie-by armor. Although Chun Yi had previously promised him a piece of battle armor, he never expected it to be this. This was a treasure that could allow Foundation establishment cultivators to exert golden core level combat power, a unique existence in the entire southern cultivation world. Zhou Ming rubbed his hands on his pants before cautiously taking the miniature battle armor, turning it over in his palms like cradling a newly hatched chick, both precious and fearful of breaking it. Can this truly allow me to spar with golden core cultivators? Try wearing it, and you'll know. Chun Yi smiled. Zhou Ming was not hesitant, and immediately slapped the battle armor onto himself. A crimson light burst forth, the armor plates expanded like living creatures wrapping around him tightly in an instant. The streamlined armor fit snugly against his body with spiritual light flowing at the joints. When the faceplate covered him, only his eyes were exposed, and his entire demeanor surged with an imposing presence, no longer resembling the simple-minded man he once was. He looked down at his hands clad in crimson armor, slowly curling his fingers, the armor plates at his knuckles, making faint sounds of friction. He then turned and threw a punch towards the empty space outside the hall. A crimson fist blast tore through the air, striking the sword-testing stone several dozen yards away. The stone, about a yard high, exploded into dust with a loud bang, shattering into fragments and leaving a 3-foot-deep pit in the ground. Impressive. Zhou Ming grinned, slapping his hands on the armor's chest. The crimson light rolled back, and the armor plates receded like a tide, shrinking back into his palms, returning to the size of a palm-held miniature. He placed the battle armor back on the table, pushing it back towards Chun Yi. I can't accept this. Chun Yi raised an eyebrow. Why not? One shouldn't take advantage of others. Zhou Ming pushed the battle armor forward half an inch again, grinning widely, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. When friends interact, the worst thing is greed. Once greed arises, relationships become thin. Above the clouds, Chun Daoxian stood at the bow of the spirit vessel, speaking to Yi Tianyuan beside him. White lotuses grow in muddy waters. The Zhou family's integrity truly stands in stark contrast to Qingnan. When the upper beam is straight, the lower beam will not easily skew. Yi Tianyuan replied calmly. Chun Daoxian hinted, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam may not be skewed either. Hearing this, Yi Tianyuan's fingers in his sleeves trembled imperceptibly, but he did not respond. At this moment, Xiao Zhengming and the other three stepped out of the cabin together. Bai Xuanda smiled warmly. You two seem to have a lot of leisure, while it's a chaotic mess inside, yet you're out here enjoying the scenery. Chun Daoxian withdrew his gaze from the clouds below, turning to look at the three behind him, his tone as indifferent as usual. Have things been settled? Bai Xuanda stroked his beard and smiled, his bright eyes reflecting the sky, showing no trace of the fierce argument from earlier in the cabin. Settled. Yi Prefecture returns to Gui Lu Qingyun. He paused, looking at Yi Tianyuan. Though we lost the 7 counties of Yi Prefecture with the compensation from the 2 sects and 4 counties, it's not a serious injury. Friendy, what a skilled hand you have. Yi Tianyuan glanced at him indifferently. Since Dao friend Chun wants to settle down, the 3 sects will naturally welcome you. Xiao Zhengming clasped his hands and laughed. The settling of Wanbao is a major event for my Yu Kingdom, and it is only right for my 5 Poisons sect and Spirit Beast Mountain to add some embellishment. I Spirit Beast Mountain live next to Wanbao Tower, and in the future we will be neighbors. It is only natural to send a congratulatory gift for a neighbor's housewarming. How can we let Qingyun take the lead? Seeing the 3 act this way, Bai Xuanda's eyes flashed with displeasure. Although Qingyun lost the Yi Prefecture, it received compensation of 2 counties from both sects, while Spirit Beast Mountain and 5 Poisons sect lost 2 counties each, but secured Wanbao Tower, a future arms giant, in their own chariots. Each of the 3 sects gained something, yet the royal family remained merely spectators from start to finish. You 3 have calculated well. Bai Xuanda's gaze swept across the faces of Xiao Zhengming and the other 3, finally resting on Chun Daoxuan. Dao friend Chun is the priority purchasing right I obtained by exchanging for the golden core, merely equal to theirs. Is that not enough? Chun Daoxian countered, his tone calm. Bai Xuanda looked at him with a smile. Dao friend, by priority purchasing right is not the same as exclusive purchasing right. Our 3 sects are trading land as the price. If you do not join in, you cannot blame Dao friend Chun for favoring one over the other. Xiao Zhengming shot him a scornful glance. With a single golden core, you've qualified to sit at the same table as our 3 sects. Dao friend, by this deal is quite profitable for you. Bai Xuanda's smile faded slightly, yet he did not explode. He had been in control of the royal family of the Yu Kingdom for hundreds of years. What kind of scenes had he not seen? This alliance of the 3 sects to marginalize the royal family was not a first, nor would it be the last. However, this time Chun Daoxuan, a newcomer to the game as a golden core loose cultivator, had firmly secured a position on the board of the 3 sects, while the royal family could only stand by and watch. Dao friend Chun. Bai Xuanda turned to Chun Daoxuan, his tone still gentle, but his youthful eyes held a deeper meaning. This time the 3 sects are trading land for armor. I have no words to say. I only want to ask one thing. When the royal family wants to purchase armor from your esteemed tower in the future, will it be based on the conditions of the three sects, or at market price? Chen Daoxian stood with his hands behind his back looking at the true helmsman of the Yu Kingdom's royal family. After a moment he calmly replied, Dao friend buys kindness, I Chun will remember. In the future when the royal family purchases armor the price will be on par with the three sects. Bai Xuanda's eyes flashed with brilliance as he stroked his beard and smiled good. The land is limited, even if the three sects are wealthy this is all there is. The next time Wanbao Tower produces a treasure like Tai Bai armor the royal family can purchase it at the price of the three sects which would be a guaranteed profit. With this statement this trip was not in vain. Xiao Zhengming and the others exchanged glances knowing that this matter could only end here. How Wanbao Tower conducts its business is not something they can interfere with. Watching Chun Yi ascend the flying vessel amidst the support of the Zhou family below, Chen Daoxian spoke, everyone matters have been settled. If any petty thief dares to harm my Wanbao Tower's people. Xiao Zhengming replied, why ask Dao friend Chen? Your esteemed tower is now one of the major forces in Yu Kingdom. If there truly are such audacious individuals your esteemed tower can handle it. Both Duanwu Liang and Bai Xuanda nodded in agreement. Only Yi Tianyuan's expression changed wanting to speak several times, but ultimately remained silent. Chun Yi stood by the railing looking east with a smile. The debt has been settled, now it's time to collect. Xiao Mingxin gasped at these words knowing that this tower master was about to stir up trouble again. In Qingnan County Baiyang workshop merchants wandering cultivators and travelers weave through the bustling marketplace their calls and haggling creating a lively atmosphere. However, compared to the days when the ancestors of the Yang family were still at Qingyun sect, this large marketplace has grown somewhat desolate. After signing a contract to dissolve with an external business Yang Kong set down his pen and scoffed, when the tree falls the monkeys scatter. How glorious was the Yang family back then. When the ancestor presided over the financial hall of Qingyun sect a single word could dictate the prices across 3 provinces, and the heads of visiting aristocratic families had to wait 3 days to deliver their formal greetings. At that time when Yang Kong stepped out, who wouldn't respectfully call him Young Master Yang? But what about now? The ancestor has merely returned to his resting place, yet he has not yet passed away. In the past collaborating businesses have left 3 out of 10. Walking to the window and watching the departing flying boat Yang Kong coldly remarked those short-sighted individuals as fast as they flee now will find it just as difficult to return later. As soon as he finished speaking hurried footsteps approached from behind. A steward rushed into the study unable to hide his joy forgetting even to knock on the door. Young master joyous news joyous news. What joyous news? Yang Kong turned his brow slightly furrowed. Ancient treasures. Someone has sent ancient treasures to our auction house. Ancient treasures. Yang Kang's hand trembled sweeping the jade porcelain brush holder off the desk, which crashed to the ground and shattered into pieces. Not bothering to pick it up, he quickly stepped forward grabbing the steward's shoulder. Have you verified this? Are they truly ancient treasures? Master Lu personally verified it can't be wrong. The steward grimaced from the grip, but smiled widely. Where are the items? Yang Kong pressed on with questions, already moving towards the door, while the steward hurriedly led the way the two of them exiting the study one after the other. In the appraisal room of the auction house Master Lu was bent over a case holding a bronze mirror its surface shimmering with spiritual light as it reflected a palm-sized 3-legged cauldron on the table. As Yang Kong pushed open the door, he saw the spiritual light of the ancient mirror creeping over the cauldron's seals the patterns reflected on the mirror intertwining in a dizzying complexity. Are these truly ancient treasures? Yang Kong lowered his voice. Master Lu straightened up placing the mirror aside wiping the fine sweat from his brow. Young master, I have immersed myself in identification for over a century. I have handled at least 800 treasures. This cauldron's seals are impeccable and its spiritual essence is profound far beyond contemporary items. Its grade. At least above the 6th rank. Yang Kong took a deep breath slowly walking to the table extending his hand over the cauldron his fingertips sensing a warm aura as if some living being were sleeping within. Who sent it? They are waiting in the guest room. But what? The steward leaned closer lowering his voice. The person who sent it looks unfamiliar. They are not from any major business and they look quite young. Yang Kang's fingers hovering over the cauldron paused slightly before slowly retracting. He had not been in charge of Baiyang workshop for just a day. Over a century of experience told him that in this business the less impressive someone appears the more alert one. A little child flaunting a 6th-rank ancient treasure could only have 2 possibilities. Either they are ignorant of their own insignificance or they are confident without reason. And those who are ignorant of their own insignificance do not live to the moment they enter Baiyang workshop with a 6th-rank ancient treasure. Let's go take a look. Yang Kong adjusted his sleeves, the fleeting heat on his face having completely vanished, replaced by the composure of a businessman attracting wealth. The guest room was right next to the appraisal room. When the door opened, Yang Kong immediately spotted the person seated in it. Indeed, he looked to be only 15 or 16 years old, wearing a faded blue short shirt with worn-out hemp shoes on his feet and a dusty storage bag hanging at his waist, clearly the kind of cheap goods sold at street stalls for 3 spirit stones. The youth was slowly sipping a cup of tea as if savoring some heavenly brew. Hearing the footsteps, he looked up, revealing a clean and handsome face with a hint of childish innocence. Is this the esteemed guest who brought the cauldron? Yang Kang's heart settled, and a smile spread across his face as he approached and clasped his hands. I am Yang Kong, the steward of Baiyang Workshop. May I ask how to address you, young friend? The youth set down the teacup, stood up, and returned a formal bow, his voice slightly hoarse from adolescence. My sir, is the small cauldron passed down in your family qualified for auction? If not, I want to pose. Seeing the youth's timid demeanor, Yang Kang's last trace of doubt dissipated. Young friend Fong, to be frank. Yang Kong regretfully shook his head. If this cauldron seals are complete, let alone auctioning, it would be more than sufficient as the finale item at our Baiyang Workshop auction. But, alas, what a pity. Is that so? The youth lowered his eyelashes, his bright eyes seeming to be clouded by something, their light fading inch by inch. Please return the item to your establishment. Ooh, I have disturbed you. Yang Kong raised his hand to gesture, maintaining his smile, but his tone softened a fraction. Young friend Fong, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Though it may not be qualified for auction, the materials still hold some value. How about I offer 100 spirit stones to buy it? The youth's eyes lit up with a hint of hesitation. 100 spirit stones. Yang Kang's smile deepened as he took a sip from the teacup on the table and signaled the steward with a glance. The steward understood and retrieved a heavy pouch from the storage bag, placing it on the table beside the youth. The pouch was loosely tied, revealing the sparkling spirit stones inside. Young friend Fong, Yang Kong set down the teacup, speaking earnestly. 100 spirit stones is already a generous offer considering your youth and decorum. The youth looked down at the pouch of spirit stones, his fingers tightening and then loosening on his knee repeatedly. No need. He reached out to push the pouch back to the center of the table. I will seek another establishment. Yang Kong immediately retracted his smile, leaning back slightly, his tone losing some warmth. Young friend Fong, Baiyang Workshop is not a marketplace where one can come and go as they please. The youth's face changed drastically, as if stung by something. He suddenly jumped up from the chair, his voice trembling. Are you trying to force me to sell? Yang Kong remained silent, simply picking up the teacup and leisurely blowing off the foam. Buy? Sell? I've seen many like you muddy-footed fellows. Thinking that they unearthed some ancestral relic from a dilapidated family, they come to Baiyang Workshop to act like big shots. I offered you 100 spirit stones as a courtesy. Yang Kong stood up, hands clasped behind his back, looking, and yet you refuse. The steward silently shifted half a step, perfectly blocking the door. The youth retreated a step, his back hitting the wooden pillar behind him, with nowhere left to run. His handsome face flushed bright red, his lips trembled, as if he wanted to say something, but not a single word escaped his lips. Yang Kong looked at him, feeling a long-lost sense of satisfaction. Since the ancestor stepped down from the financial hall of Qingyun sect, he had been overly cautious in front of those major businesses for too long. Today, he finally found a semblance of the old thrill in this youth. Since you don't appreciate my kindness, then leave your life behind. As Yang Kang's words fell, the steward had already grinned menacingly and moved closer. The youth pressed against the wooden pillar, yet his handsome face showed no sign of the terror Yang Kong expected. Instead, his eyes were filled with excitement. It's a deal. Yang Kong gazed at the near-manic joy in the boy's eyes, and his heart sank heavily. This was not the reaction one would expect from prey. It was the look of a hunter who had waited 3 days and nights, finally witnessing the moment when the prey triggered the trap. You. Yang Kang's voice was abruptly cut off by a sudden chill. Boom! The roof of the reception room at Baiyang Square exploded, and debris rained down like a torrential storm. Instinctively, Yang Kong raised his arm to shield his face, and spiritual energy coalesced into a thin barrier in front of him, deflecting the falling rubble. As the dust began to settle, he saw a figure slowly descending through the broken opening. It was an almost unreal-looking man whose massive frame caused the entire floor of the reception room to sink slightly as he landed, spiderweb-like cracks spreading outward from beneath his feet. He wore no robes, only a coarse short tunic with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing forearms thicker than the average man's thighs. His muscular arms were knotted with veins that resembled the gnarled roots of an ancient tree, as if he had been forged from molten iron. He stood squarely between the boy and the steward. The steward's outstretched hand reaching to seize the boy was now firmly gripped by 2 fingers as thick as radishes, the bones creaking under the strain. The sinister grin on the steward's face had yet to fade when he was suddenly contorted by a wave of excruciating pain. You are Zhao. Tiger. Yang Kang's pupils suddenly constricted to the size of pinpricks, and the color drained from his handsome face in an instant. Zhao Hu unleashed a punch, and the steward barely had time to scream before he was obliterated into a cloud of blood mist by the overwhelming force. Crimson blood mist mingled with shattered bones and flesh splattering against the walls of the reception room, and trickling down like a heavy rain. A nauseating scent of rust filled the air. Zhao Hu lifted his gaze coldly regarding Yang Kong. Master Yang, I've missed you dearly over the past year. The boy with the surname Fong stepped out from beside a wooden pillar, brushing off the dust from his shoulders. His previous timidity completely vanished, replaced by a triumphant look as he turned to Zhao Hu. Master, I told you I was right, didn't I? A dog can't change its nature. Now that we hold the upper hand, even the Qingyun sect can't say anything against us. Zhao Hu looked at Fong Yuan with approval. You're quite the crafty one, kid. I haven't lost out on this disciple. Yang Kang's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. He finally understood. From start to finish, this was a setup. The boy's earlier awkwardness, timidity, and hesitation had all been a performance for him. They wanted him, Yang Kong, to harbor greedy thoughts as a pretext. And he had unwittingly played right into their hands. Zhao Hu. Yang Kong steadied his mind and shouted sternly, is this how you operate at Wanbao Tower? Are you trying to provoke a war between the two sects? The last phrase was nearly a roar laced with a hint of feigned bravado. Zhao Hu grinned, revealing a set of menacingly white teeth, the smile on his rugged face appearing particularly sinister. A war between the two sects. Master Yang, you think too highly of yourself. He took a step forward. Just that one step made the entire reception room tremble, causing the teacup on the table to fall with a loud crash, shattering into pieces. Your ancestral elder is nothing more than a toothless old dog who stepped down from the financial hall. What does he amount to in the Qingyun sect? How dare you use a war between the two sects to intimidate our Wanbao Tower? Yang Kang's face paled, flushed, and then turned green. His lips moved, but he could not utter a single word. Zhao Hu was right. If the ancestor were still in charge of the financial hall, perhaps today's incident could have been negotiated. But now with the ancestor gone, the Yang family's strongest backing had become a thing of the past. Wanbao Tower, however, was thriving. What could the Yang family possibly compare to them? Now they had fallen into their trap, and their own greed had led them to this point. Even the Qingyun sect, out of concern for their own reputation, would not come to their aid. Yang Kang's lips trembled as he finally squeezed out a sentence through clenched teeth. What? What do you want? Zhao Hu did not answer, only tilted his head towards Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan took out a recording pearl and tossed it lightly in his hand. I am the founding disciple of the Jinhua Hall at Wanbao Tower, and today I nearly lost my life at Yang Kang's hands. A figure descended from the sky, snatching the recording pearl. Fong Yuan panicked and rushed to seize it back. This was the leverage he had risked so much to obtain. But when he saw that figure, he froze. Lord. Shunyi glanced at Zhao Hu and shouted up to the sky. Is this what you taught him? Li Yu floated down gracefully, bowing. Disciple is not so naive. Shun Yi crushed the recording pearl into powder and said to Li Yu, then teach them how to collect the debts owed to our Wanbao Tower. As you command, master. Li Yu straightened up, turning to Yang Kong, his eyes devoid of anger, merely a near indifferent calm, as if looking at a deceased body already prepared for burial. Now go back to Shouyang Mountain and inform your entire clan to clean their necks. Li Ye's tone was as calm as if stating the weather, yet the implication of his words sent a chill through Yang Kang's blood. Why? You dare? Yang Kong staggered back a step, his back hitting the wall with no retreat. His voice sharpened, breaking as he exclaimed, the Qingyun sect will not stand idly by. I, the Yang family, have served the Qingyun. Killing 300 disciples of Wanbao, this debt cannot be settled. Even if the Heavenly King himself came, it would be useless. Li Ye's words were spoken plainly, yet they felt like a bucket of ice water poured over Yang Kang's head, washing away his last glimmer of hope. Now go back and prepare for battle. Let your Yang family's experts come out, activate all formations, and bring forth all your hidden means. Li Yu stepped forward, the unseen pressure cascading over the entire reception room like a tide, causing the blood stains on the walls to seep into the cracks of the bricks. Our Wanbao Tower seeks revenge, never taking advantage of the unprepared, nor do we wish to hunt them down one by one. Yang Kong pressed his back against the wall. His legs felt like they had lost their bones, nearly unable to support his body. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something fierce to maintain his composure, but all that came from his throat was a series of weak clucks like a chicken whose neck had been grasped. Zhao Hu grimaced in disgust and waved his hand. Get lost. A gust of wind swept Yang Kong away, hurling him out through the hole in the roof like a discarded sack. Yang Kang's body rolled through the air several times before crashing heavily onto the bluestone street of Baiyang Square, sliding 7 or 8 feet before coming to a stop. The wandering merchants and cultivators on the street were startled by the sudden commotion, stopping to watch. Some recognized the disheveled figure lying on the ground, and gasps of astonishment filled the air. Isn't that Master Yang? Which Master Yang? Who else could it be? It's the steward of Baiyang Square, Yang Kong of the Yang family. Who dares to attack Master Yang at Baiyang Square? Are they seeking death? No, look up at the sky. In the marketplace, many cultivators looked up only to see over 100 black spirit boats suspended above. Prominently displayed on the sails was a giant character for treasure. Wanbao Tower. They've come for revenge. Over a year ago, the Yang family attacked their main base, They're here to settle the score. Hurry, hurry when gods fight mortals suffer. The scattered cultivators and merchants in the square immediately fled like birds and beasts, abandoning their stalls and leaving goods scattered everywhere, with the main street emptying in an instant. Those with a bit more courage hid in the shops along the street, secretly peeking outside through the cracks in the doors and windows. In Qingnan, Wanbao Tower has always been a legend. Someone whispered, their tone laced with an indescribable complexity. Years ago, the Yang family slaughtered over 300 people in their main base overnight, thinking they had broken the back of this river dragon. Who knew? Who knew they would rise again after leaving Qingnan? Another person chimed in, his voice tinged with a sense of schadenfreude. The fifth major faction of the Yu Kingdom, such a spectacle. TSK, TSK, TSK. On the street, Yang Kong struggled to rise from the ground, wiping the blood from his face as he gazed up at the massive black spirit boat blocking out the sun above him. The giant character for treasure was reflected in his pupils. His lips moved, but no sound came out. He glanced around and knew that today at least 100 spirit boats had come from Wanbao Tower. Each boat could carry a minimum of 20 people, which meant there were 2,000 cultivators. Not to mention Shun Yi was personally present as a golden core. And the Yang family. The Yang family only had 6 foundation establishment cultivators at most. Their only golden core ancestor was now half incapacitated. They were here to exterminate them. Yang Kong trembled all over, not from pain, but from fear. He staggered, summoned a flying shuttle-type magical artifact, and scrambled aboard, fleeing desperately towards Shouyang Mountain. Liu calmly looked at Fang Yuan. Have you learned it? Fang Yuan suddenly felt that his earlier scheming was merely child's play. He had painstakingly set up traps, staged acts, and left evidence, all for the sake of establishing a point of reason. Yet the Tower Master casually crushed the cards he had worked so hard to accumulate into dust. He couldn't help but speak up, his voice still carrying a hint of youthful defiance. I still don't understand, Master. Liu looked down at him. His delicate face flushed red, his lips pressed into a line, his eyes filled with confusion and stubbornness. This boy had entered Wanbao Tower for just over a year, yet he already exhibited some of the ruthlessness of Jinhua Hall. But he was still too inexperienced. Do you feel it's a pity? Liu asked. Of course it's a pity. Fang Yuan pointed at the pile of fragments on the ground. With this recording pearl, even if the Qingyun sect comes, we can still hold our ground. The Yang family engaged in bullying and attempted to kill and seize treasures. The evidence is overwhelming. The evidence is overwhelming, Liu repeated, suddenly smiling. And then what? The Qingyun sect sees the hard evidence and acknowledges that the Yang family is at fault. Then what? Li's tone remained calm, as if teaching a child to read. Will they hand over the Yang family to me for disposal? Will they seek justice for the 300 disciples of my tower? Or will they hand over Yang Kong and sweep this matter under the rug? Fang Yuan opened his mouth, unable to respond with a single word. Liu reached out and patted his shoulder. The gesture was not heavy, yet it caused him to tremble all over. Kid, remember. Weaklings first present reason before discussing outcomes, while the strong can first obtain outcomes before discussing reason. Our Wanbao Tower is now among the latter. Fang Yuan stared blankly at him. Xiao Mingxin chuckled lightly on the spirit boat. Master, your disciples' teaching skills surpass your own. As a Confucian cultivator, teaching and nurturing is indeed my forte, Shun Yi said noncommittally. He shifted his gaze from Fang Yuan to the direction of Shouyang Mountain. Shouyang Mountain is merely 300 miles from Baiyang Square, which is just the duration of an incense stick for foundation establishment cultivators. At this moment, the Yang family should have received the news. This is good. He wasn't afraid of the Yang family preparing for battle. He was afraid they would flee without a fight. Liu had just sent Yang Kong back to deliver the message, which was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Firstly, it would gather the entire Yang family on Shouyang Mountain, making it convenient for him to capture them all at once. Secondly, he had to give that old dog some time to prepare right. Otherwise, wouldn't those scattered cultivators and miners die in vain? At Shouyang Mountain, in the ancestral hall of the Yang family. Deep within the hall, the candlelight flickered. The incense mixed with the scent of aged wood wax lingered in the hall, weighing heavily on people's hearts. Yang Jia knelt on the mat, having done so for 3 full days. He had lost much weight. The originally fitting brocade robe now hung loosely on him, and he had to loosen his waist belt by 2 notches just to keep it on. His graying hair was casually held up with a bamboo stick, a few errant strands falling by his cheeks, shaking slightly with each bow he made. O ancestors, I, the unworthy descendant Yang Jia, bow my head in homage. His forehead pressed against the cold stone bricks, his voice hoarse like gravel scraping against the bottom of a coarse. The doors of the ancestral hall were tightly shut, isolating all outside sounds, leaving only the faint crackle of candlelight and his own heavy breathing. After 3 bows, he straightened up, his murky gaze landing on the highest plaque, the divine seat of the ancestor of the Yang clan, Sir Yuanqing. Next to the plaque, a yellowed portrait hung on the wall depicting a person in a tall crown and broad robe, holding a jade rui with a benevolent expression. It was the founding ancestor of the Yang family, Yang Yuanqing. This ancestor was also a latest-stage golden core cultivator. He established the foundation of the Yang family and laid down a millennium-long foundation on Shouyang Mountain. Even if it were you, ancestor, facing the current situation of Jia, I believe you would make the same decisive choice as me. Yang Jia murmured softly, slowly straightening his back and pushing himself up with his knees. Creak. The heavy wooden door was pushed open, sunlight flooded and causing him to squint. A handsome young man was waiting outside. Upon seeing Yang Jia come out, he revealed a sorrowful expression. Ancestor. Yang Jia looked at the young face. A glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes before it quickly faded. He patted the young man's shoulder, speaking heavily. Everything is entrusted to you. The young man felt a warmth in his eyes. His throat rolled a few times, suppressing the surge of emotion. Rest assured, ancestor, as long as I live, the clan lives. I Yang will swear to the heavens, as long as I have breath, I will protect the bloodline of the family. Let's go. Yang Jia nodded and took the lead. Before dawn, the river's surface was already roused by the wind. The waves, not high, crashed against the rocks, emitting a muffled sound, as if something beneath the water was softly weeping. The damp moisture swept over, causing the more than 100 spiritual boats moored on the river to sway slightly. Chun-Yi stood at the edge of the boat, gazing at the island ahead that had already been ceded to the Hu family. Sanha Island, the first headquarters of Wanbao Tower. It is also the burial ground for the 300 subordinates. Liu stood silently beside Chun-Yi. The wind rushed toward him, bringing the pungent, sweet scent of rotting water plants. Chun-Yi lowered his gaze to the water's surface, where the dark river reflected the faint spiritual lamps on the side of the spiritual boat being shattered and then gathered again by the waves. I originally thought that everything in this world had a price. Chun-Yi finally spoke, his voice carried by the wind, sounding somewhat ethereal. Liu did not respond. Chun-Yi extended his hand slowly, closing his fingers in the night wind, as if trying to grasp something invisible. They came to my Wanbao Tower to make a living. I provided them with spiritual rice, spiritual meat, spirit stones, pills, magical tools, and talismans, which I considered a fair price. According to the rules of trade, the goods must be exchanged for payment, and no one owes anyone anything. But on that day when the Yang family attacked and they fought to the death, I realized what they sold to me was not merely labor, but their lives. Life should be priced much higher according to the rules of trade. But they did not negotiate the price with me. Liu lowered. The deck fell silent for a moment, with only the sound of the river lapping against the boat again and again. I have been thinking, what do they desire? Chun-Yi withdrew his hand and placed it behind his back. Spiritual stones. Pills. Those things are worthless once dead. They are not foolish. They are all people who have licked blood off the edge of their blades. Who doesn't know that these things are only useful while alive? Then what do they want? Liu remained silent for a long time before softly saying, they want you to see them as people. Chun-Yi did not speak. In this world, the lives of loose cultivators are cheap. Liu continued, when a scion of a noble family dies, someone from the clan speaks up. When a disciple of a sect dies, someone from the sect supports them. But when a loose cultivator dies, they are rolled up in a straw mat and tossed into a mass grave with no one even to collect their bodies. Others see them as expendable tools, while only you see them as people. Tools do not shield their masters from blades, the people do. Chun-Yi savored this word, slowly closing his eyes, letting out a soft laugh. Does this count as forced sale? Liu remained silent. Chun-Yi opened his eyes and softly said, let us begin. Liu nodded. He leapt into the air, and his clear voice echoed through the heavens and earth. Begin the sacrifice. Dong! The sound of the bell resonated like thunder rumbling in the river valley. On the 100 spiritual boats, thousands of spiritual lamps simultaneously extinguished, and the world was suddenly plunged into darkness, with only scattered phosphorescent flames on the river surface swaying in the night wind. Then one by one candle lights began to flicker on the deck. They were not spiritual lamps, but the most ordinary white wax candles. The cultivators of Wanbao Tower each held a candle, the flickering flames swaying in the river wind, casting their faces in and out of light. Zhao, who stood at the front, his rugged face devoid of the ferocity from before, replaced by a clumsy seriousness, like a fierce tiger learning to retract its claws. Jinyue Hall led the way, with several disciples from other halls following behind, each holding a white candle. The candlelight joined together, spreading across the river, cloaked in darkness, forming an endless river of white light. Liu stood at the bow of the spiritual boat, holding a jade scroll, the pages open, densely filled with words. 317 names, not one more, not one less. Jinyue Hall Zhongheng. A black-faced man stepped forward from behind Zhao, who holding a river lamp above his head with both hands. The lamp was made of white paper, not very finely crafted, with rough edges made by the rough men of Jinyue Hall themselves. Zhongheng Foundation Establishment, 6th layer. A loose cultivator from Taiping Outer District entered the tower for 3 years and 4 months. On the day of the Yang family's attack, he stood firm at the main gate, refusing to retreat, and perished with 7 wounds. The black-faced man knelt on one knee and gently placed the river lamp into the water. That faint candlelight spun on the dark river surface, slowly drifting downstream with the current. Suwan. A female cultivator stepped forward, her eyes red, but she bit her lip tightly, refusing to let us. On the river lamp, she held a small flower, was crookedly drawn, the ink smudged heavily, as if it had been wet by water. Suwon Foundation Establishment 7th layer, a loose cultivator from Qingnan County, entered the tower for 2 years and 1 month. On the day of the Yang family's attack, she drew 12 high-grade talismans to cover her comrades' retreat, her magical power exhausted, and she was shot through the heart by a stray arrow. As the river lamp entered the water, that crooked little flower swayed in the candlelight, like a clumsy farewell. Hibui, Lu Sanbian, Lu Dechue. Liu recited one name after another. With each name spoken, a river lamp was placed into the water. 317 names, 317 river lamps. The light points on the river surface gathered more and more, initially just a small cluster, gradually spreading into a sea until the entire river was filled with a vast expanse of candlelight. Those river lamps flowed downstream, sometimes gathering, sometimes dispersing, like 317 pairs of eyes quietly opening on the river surface under the night sky. After reciting the sacrificial text, Chun-Yi raised his hand. Behind him, on the 100 spiritual boats, all the sails simultaneously turned inside out. The enormous character for treasure vanished, replaced by a flag with a black background and blood patterns. The blood-red outline depicted a broken sword, its tip pointing downward, the blade entwined with a plain white ribbon. Since the establishment of Wanbao Tower, such a flag had never been used. This is a battle flag. Over 1,000 cultivators stood on the deck, silent as grave. The river wind tugged at the flag, making it flutter sharply, while the melted wax from the white candles dripped onto the deck, forming warm frost. Chun-Yi's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. 317 coffins I ordered from the best coffin shop in Qingnan County, each made of golden silk nanmo. Don't think me vulgar. I'm just an ordinary person who cannot speak pretty words about transcending and passing on. I only know that the living can offer the dead 2 things. He raised one finger. The first thing is dignity. While they were alive, this world never gave them dignity. In death I will provide it. Golden silk nanmu coffins, offerings of 3 animals and 6 fruits, with their spirit tablets placed in the Hall of Heroes of the headquarters, their incense burning continuously. From now on this day, every year, as long as Wanbao Tower exists in this world, there will be a sacrifice. He raised a second finger. The second thing is accountability. Whoever harmed them, I will make them pay with their lives. I have no heart to discern right from wrong. I came here tonight to do only one thing. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. The cultivators of Wanbao Tower shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Follow me. Chun-Yi's hand rested on the hilt of his sword at his waist. Flatten Shoyang Mountain. The roars of over 1,000 cultivators converged into a torrent, scattering the night wind and overwhelming the waves. 100 spirit ships hoisted their anchors in unison, their battle flags resembling broken swords billowed straight in the night breeze, like a layer of dark clouds pressing down towards Shoyang Mountain. Inside Sanha Island, Tianyuan gazed silently at the fleet soaring into the sky. Next to him, Xiaolon coldly said to Hu Yueling and Xingyun, only you and that fellow have some connections. Go deliver a message telling him not to go too far. Hu Yueling heard this, and her half-closed eyelids slowly lifted, pulling her gaze back from the departing fleet to Xiaolon. Elder Xiao, the fellow you mentioned, is a benefactor of my Hu family. Xiaolan's expression stiffened, and then she shouted sharply, impudent. Are you a disciple of Qing Yun, or one of his Wanbao Tower people? Zhou Zhenyuan snorted lightly, and said, when did it become your place, Sister Xiao, to discipline my disciple? Zhou Zhenyuan. Xiaolan abruptly turned around, glaring at Zhou Zhenyuan. You indulge your disciple, yet dare to protect her. Zhou Zhenyuan stood with his hands behind his back, not even lifting his eyelids, and said indifferently, I only teach my disciples to recognize reason, not people. Xiaolan was trembling with anger, pointing at Zhou Zhenyan, her lips quivering, yet unable to utter a word. Tianyuan finally spoke. Enough. Senior brother. Yang's senior brother is at least one of our own. Even if the clan's disciples have made mistakes, can't he finish these last few years in peace? Xiaolan remained unyielding. I said enough. A fierce aura erupted from Tianyuan, sweeping through the air like a tempest, dispersing the clouds above Sanha Island. Xiaolan was pressured by this aura, her expression changing drastically, and she retreated 3 steps before stabilizing her form. Only then did she realize that this person was the first elder of Qingyun, a nascent soul seed. At least, he once was. Senior brother although the ancestor has entrusted you with the management of the sect, this matter concerns the face of our Qingyun. Xiaolan steadied herself, her face pale, but still holding her ground. I cannot agree with your actions, senior brother. After speaking, she activated her escape light and pursued the direction of Shoyang Mountain. Lu Qingshan and He Jing'an also saluted Tianyuan. Senior brother, please forgive us. As soon as the words fell, 2 escape lights followed swiftly behind Xiaolan, breaking through the air. Rascal! Zhou Zhenyuan shouted in anger, his sleeve billowing as he was about to step forward, but a thin bony hand gently pressed down on him. Let them go. Senior brother, they clearly. Zhou Xingyuan looked at Yi Tianyuan's face, which seemed to age 10 years in an instant, and his throat choked, unable to continue. I understand everything. Yi Tianyuan sighed softly. How could he not know the thoughts of these junior brothers and sisters? His sect's carefully nurtured nascent soul seed was ruined, and the chance for a golden core in the sect still remained. Now whoever could gain the ancestors' favor would become the next Yi Tianyuan, the next first elder of the sect, or even the next nascent soul. He could not stop this useless child. Looking at the indignant Zhou Xingyuan, he finally said, after a long while, you are quite good. Zhou Xingyuan was taken aback, then bitterly smiled. Senior brother overpraises me. Senior brother, where are we going? To Shouyang Mountain. Zhou Xingyuan was stunned. Didn't you say you wouldn't stop them? Yi Tianyuan turned his back to him, his body appearing even more hunched. If I can't stop my own people, how can I stop someone who is bound to seek revenge? Then what are we going to do? To lift the sect's face from the mud. Zhou Xingyuan was momentarily startled, but saw that with each step Yi Tianyuan took, his back straightened a little more. He then no longer hesitated, and quickly followed. In the direction of Shouyang Mountain, 3 golden core escape lights broke through the air, blocking the path in front of the Wanbao Tower fleet. Xiaolan stood with her hands behind her back on the clouds, her garments fluttering, her cold gaze sweeping across the 100 dark spirit ships, finally landing on the tall figure at the bow. Halt! Xiaolan unabashedly unleashed her golden core cultivator's pressure, addressing Qin Yi. Although the Yang family has made mistakes, they are ultimately a subordinate of our Qingyun. Isn't it too disrespectful for Master Chun to mobilize such a large force against us? As soon as her words fell, Lu Qingshan and He Jing'an stood on either side, and the 3 golden core auras merged into one, forming an invisible dam that blocked the fleet's path. Chun Yi looked up at the 3 figures in the clouds, his gaze as calm, as if looking at 3 stones blocking the road, his tone indifferent. Have you 3 thought this through? If you stop me tonight, it will mean declaring war against Wanbao Tower. Impudence! Lu Qingshan shouted, his spiritual light surging. Chun Yi, don't think that just because you've established a foothold you can run amok in the kingdom of you. This Qing'an is not your Wanbao Tower's Zhou. Senior brother Lu, why bother talking nonsense with him? He Jing'an sneered, a blue long sword sliding out from his sleeve. Xiaolan raised her hand to stop the two, her gaze landing on Chun Yi, her tone softening slightly. Master, Chinar Qingyun is not unreasonable. The Yang family slaughtered over 300 of your Wanbao's people, and this indeed has its faults. If you are willing to take a step back, our Qingyun is willing to mediate. Mediate? Chun Yi interrupted, her words a smirk playing on his lips, though his eyes bore no trace of a smile. May I ask, Elder Xiao, how do you intend to mediate? Xiaolan frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before saying, I will have the Yang family compensate 1 life for 10,000 spirit stones. This matter can be settled. How about it? This condition seemed quite sincere to her. 10,000 spirit stones for the life of a Qi refinement cultivator was considered a generous deal in any place within the Tianan cultivation world. 1 life for 10,000 spirit stones. That does seem fair, Chun Yi said quietly. Xiaolan immediately felt great joy about to speak, but she heard Chun Yi calmly call out, Sun Qing, pay the money. Yes. Sun Qing stepped forward in response, taking out a brocade box from his storage bag. As the lid opened, 3 neat rows of top-quality spirit stones lay inside, their brilliance sparkling, dazzling to the eyes. Here are 30 million spirit stones. Chun Yi's voice remained calm. According to Elder Xiao's price, this should be enough to buy all your clansmen's lives in Qingnan. Liu also stepped forward with a smile. If they were formal disciples of your sect, our tower could consider raising the price. Xiaolan's face instantly turned ashen. As a dignified golden core elder of Qingyun, when had she ever suffered such humiliation? Chun Yi. He Jing'an shouted angrily, his blue long sword already drawn a third of the way out of its sheath, its sword light flickering uncertainly. Do you really think that there is no one in Qingyun? Is there anyone? Chun Yi said indifferently, his gaze sweeping over the 3 of them. I only see 3 old, dull dogs blocking the way. Audacity. Xiaolan's expression darkened as a luminous aura flared about her. Chun Yi, I have warned you kindly, yet you repay me with such folly. If that is the case, she raised her hand, and an ice blue long sword materialized in her palm. Let me see how much metal you, a newly minted golden core, truly possess. Before her words fell, a fierce, unparalleled sword chi tore through the void. The blade aura stretched for dozens of meters, carrying a bone-chilling cold as it hurtled straight for the spirit boat where Chun Yi stood. Chun Yi remained unmoved, not even raising an eyelid. A ringing clash like metal meeting metal exploded. The sword chi was shredded into fragments some distance from the spirit boat, scattering into a flurry of icy shards that drifted down like snow glinting in the moonlight. A startling spectacle. When the ice dust cleared, a cerulean figure stood before the spirit boat. Tanya was fully armored, only her eyes visible as she stared icily at Xiaolan. She gripped a short blade in each hand, azure spiritual light rippling along the blades. It was these 2 knives that had torn the sword chi to pieces. Old crone will spar with you. Xiaolan's pupils contracted as her gaze swept the armor, she sneered Taibai, bold enough to spend such coin. A mere foundation establishment thinking that donning this armor can rival me. Before her words ended, 3 sword slashes flew from her hand. The chill crept in before the sword chi arrived. Tanya did not dodge as she crossed her twin blades before her chest, as the azure blade light surged, forming a curtain of steel. The sword chi slammed into the blade curtain, ice and blue light exploded outward. Tanya wavered slightly, but never yielded an inch. A golden core great cultivator, is this all you have? Tanya laughed lightly. Xiaolan's face went as cold as still water. After centuries of cultivation, she had never been so slighted by a foundation establishment cultivator. Suicide. The long sword flew from her hand, splitting 2, 4, then 8-fold. In an instant, it became a rain of sword shadows pouring down on Tanya like a tempest. Tanya advanced into the storm of sword shadows rather than retreating. Her twin blades danced like butterflies, their light crisscrossing as metal rang out. The metallic clamor sounded like rain on banana leaves, filling the night. Seeing Xiaolan stopped by Tanya, Zingan's face changed. He shouted and swept his sword to join the fray. But as he moved, a scarlet figure intercepted him. Lin Bin, armored and sword in hand, said coolly, "This is a woman's matter. Men should meddle less." Jing'an crossed his blade. "Elder, he please." Before the word finished, Lin Bin's sword transformed into a crimson arc. Zingan's pupils constricted as he hastily parried. Clang! The 2 swords met in a shower of sparks. Jing'an felt a tremendous force surge through his blade, sending him hurtling backward for dozens of meters before he barely regained his footing. He looked down at the hand that gripped the sword. Blood trailed down the hilt. "Junior brother," Lu Qingshan's face went pale as he moved to assist. Sun Qing stepped in front of him. Elder Lu has overseen the Qingyun treasury for years. Why lose his composure so easily? Though Sun Qing rode a spiritual device, he wore no armor. Lu Qingshan showed no sign of disdain. His face turned ominous. With a deft flip of his hand, a coin sword appeared in his grasp. He stared coldly at the Jubao Hall master of Wanbao Lu and demanded, "How many Taibai Jia have you been hiding?" "Hiding? Merchants keep the good things for themselves first. Elder Lu, you speak as if you do not understand trade." With that, Sun Qing touched his brow. Jade lights spread in an instant. An emerald radiance blossomed from his brow and flowed like quicksilver until an armor covered his body in the blink of an eye. Sun Qing summoned with a gesture, and an abacus-like artifact fell into his hand. His gaze turned cold on Lu Qingshan. "I handle the hall's finances. The account over that noble youth's righteous remonstration should rightly be settled with you, elder." He flicked his right hand, the abacus beads clicked, and countless cyan winds burst forth. Lu Qingshan snorted, his coin sword slashed, conjuring 1,000 coin phantoms into a golden shield that met the wind's heat. Thunderous booms filled the air as emerald and gold detonated overhead, shaking the forest below. No sooner had the strike subsided than Sun Qing surged forward, wielding the abacus like a short mace to smash against him. Lu Qingshan did not falter. His coin sword sent forth a rain of golden images. Clang after clang echoed as they traded blows for dozens of rounds, neither able to best the other. Chun Yi did not spare the three-way skirmish a glance. He waved lightly, and his fleet resumed its course toward Shouyang Mountain. Above the clouds, Bai Xuanda watched the 3 hall masters locked against Qinjian's golden core cultivators. Each bore 1 piece, and with Zhou Meng's there were 4 in total. He drew a sharp breath and turned to Chen Daoxian. "Chen Daoyo, this is hardly fair. If you had reserves, why not release them sooner?" Duanmu Liang and Qiu Zhongming also looked toward Chen Daoxian. Chen Daoxian replied calmly, "Ezhou comprises only 7 prefectures." Bai Xuanda choked on the retort, then shook his head with a rueful smile. The implication was plain. Duanmu Liang and Qiu Zhongming exchanged looks, complex emotions passing between them. Last time they traded a prefecture for an armor and thought themselves magnanimous. Now it seemed Wanbao Lao's wealth ran far deeper than they had imagined. Chen Daoyo, Qiu Zhongming ventured, testing the waters. "Surely you will not price every Taibai Jia at a whole prefecture from now on." Chen Daoxian gave him a faint glance. "Qiu Daoyu worries too much. Wanbao Lu is a merchant house. We have little appetite for territory. The last time we accepted land as payment, it was only out of regard for Qinjian's face. So Qingyun should be thanking Chen Daoyu." The bland voice came from the other side of the clouds. They turned to see Yi Tianyuan standing with his hands behind his back on the cloud top, flanked by Zhou Junyuan and Hu Yueling, who had arrived unnoticed. Yi Tianyuan's gaze swept the battlefield below before returning to Chen Daoxian. His eyes betrayed no emotion. Chen Daoxian's glance swept over the trio, and a sneer curved his lips. "Your sect may think so." Shouyang Mountain. Yang Tianing stood before the mountain gate, 5 foundation establishment elders at his back, and beyond them all the clan members at the Qi refinement stage. The mountain guarding array ran at full power. A pale golden shield wrapped the main peak, its surface rippling with spiritual light, far stronger than the array that protected Sanha Island. Yang Tianning's face was as still as water, his gaze fixed on the dark line on the horizon that grew ever closer. A fleet composed of hundreds of spirit boats was already visible to the naked eye, the battle flag of the broken sword on the sail, looking menacingly blood-red in the twilight. "Master!" Yang Kong exclaimed, his voice trembling with a hint of sobbing. "They have come, they have truly come." "Shut up." Yang Tianning struck Yang Kang's face with a backhand, sending him spinning in place before crashing heavily to the ground. Without even glancing at his useless nephew, he slowly swept his gaze over the faces of the clansmen behind him. There was fear, there was despair, there was numbness, yet not a trace of retreat. The Yang family had endured for 1,000 years, what storms had they not weathered? The tragedy of extermination was not a first. In the past there had always been ancestors supporting them from behind, but this time, Yang Tianning's gaze involuntarily turned towards the back mountain. It had been silent there for 3 days. He turned his gaze back to the crowd of clansmen. "Everyone, the disaster is imminent. My Yang family has stood for 1,300 years, enduring several extermination tragedies, and we have survived each time. The first time was after the passing of the founding ancestor, when enemies gathered 3 golden core cultivators to besiege Shoyang Mountain. In that battle, all foundation establishment cultivators of my Yang family perished, and over half of the Qi refining clan members were lost. But Shoyang Mountain was not lost. The most recent was 300 years ago, when the demonic forces invaded and the 3 sects retreated, leaving Shoyang Mountain isolated behind enemy lines for a full 40 years. Your ancestors endured in the caves, gnawing on tree bark and consuming spiritual soil, and they managed to survive those 40 years. Yang Tianning's voice trembled slightly. It was not from fear but from a pride that had been suppressed deep within, now surging forth. Each time some chose to leave, but those who remained made my Yang family still the Yang family. The mountain wind howled past, stirring his grizzled hair. "I will not stop anyone today. For those who wish to leave, they can take the secret path from the back mountain. I have already arranged it. There will be people to take you away from Qingnan beyond Qingzhou, anywhere you wish to go." A stir arose among the crowd. But for those who remain, Yang Tianning slowly drew the Qingyue sword that had been passed down for dozens of generations from his waist, its blade reflecting a cold, sharp gleam under the golden light shield. "They shall share this calamity with me." Silence. Then an elderly man with white hair stepped out of the crowd. He walked in front of Yang Tianning, turned around, and faced the clansman. "I am Yang Xiaodian. I have not brought glory to the family in my life, nor have I brought shame." He pulled a long sword from his sleeve, holding it in his hand. "Having lived this long, I can no longer run. I also do not wish to run." He smiled, revealing a few sparks. A middle-aged female cultivator silently stepped forward, leading a 7 or 8-year-old boy by the hand. She squatted down, pushing the child to a disciple, and whispering, "Take him to the back mountain." The boy looked up, confused and unaware of what was happening. The female cultivator held his face, examining it carefully again and again, then released him, and walked behind Yang Tianning silently, drawing her own magical artifact. One after another, some pushed their wives and children out of the crowd, some assisted their elderly parents towards the back mountain, and some simply walked silently to stand behind Yang Tianning, drawing their weapons. No one spoke. Among nearly 1,000 clansmen, 583 remained in place. The others had been led away quietly through the secret path at the back mountain. Yang Tianning looked at the 583 faces, swallowed a few times in his throat, and ultimately said nothing. He turned around, facing outside the mountain gate. The 100 spirit boats in the sky were now within 10 miles, the broken sword pattern on the sails clearly discernible. "Fight to the death." The golden light shield of the mountain protecting formation suddenly brightened by a third. Chun Yi glanced sideways at the Yang family's tense members, his eyes betraying no emotion. He raised his hand. The 100 spirit boats behind him halted simultaneously, hovering above Shoyang Mountain, like a dark cloud pressing down on the city. Yang Tianning stood within the golden light, shield, looking up to meet Chun Yi's distant gaze. Their eyes collided. Chun Yi lowered his hand and said lightly, "Yang family master, did you ever think about today when you nocturnally attacked my Wanbao Grand Hall?" Yang Tianning stood within the golden light, shield, gazing up at the dark spirit boats that blotted out the sun, his face revealing no hint of fear. He simply rested the Qingyue sword slowly on the ground, his hands crossed over the sword's hilt, his entire being resembling a 1,000-year-old pine, firmly rooted in the mountain rock, unmoving. He raised his gaze and said, "Why should you Chen Loju revel in this moment of triumph? I only regret not having the determination to break the cauldron and sink the boat that day, failing to eliminate all of you." Zhao Hu grew furious, his black-scaled spear shaking violently as he prepared to step forward. Chun Yi raised a hand to stop him. He looked at Yang Tianning and suddenly smiled. "Good. If you kneel down and beg for mercy, my revenge will not be as satisfying." He clapped his hand. A spirit boat slowly descended to the foot of Shoyang Mountain as members of the Dragon Taming Hall escorted dozens of ragged, emaciated mining slaves out of the cabin in a single file. "Kneel down." Old Wang kicked one of the white-haired old men behind the knee, causing him to crash to the ground. The dozens of mining slaves behind him also knelt down in succession. One by one, their faces pale and trembling like leaves in a storm. The originally indifferent Yang Tianning's pupils suddenly constricted sharply upon seeing those people. Chun-Yi leaped down. Using his boot to lift the old cultivator's drooping head, he turned the wrinkled face towards Yang Tianning, speaking in a casual tone. In a remote place called Qianlongjin in Yunzhou, a small family with the surname Yang moved in 5 years ago. After settling down, they began to cultivate the land and treated others kindly, and it seemed they were about to take root. Yang Tianning's face had darkened to the color of a pot's bottom. Chun-Yi continued, however, things did not go as planned. A year ago, a group suddenly appeared in the 3 states, brazenly buying the blood of cultivators. Cultivators from various places reacted quickly. The fate of such a rootless little family is easy to imagine. My Wanbao building also wanted to get a piece of the action, so we bought all these people. Chun-Yi. Yang Tianning's grip on the sword tightened, veins bulging, his voice nearly squeezed out between his teeth. Chun-Yi, however, paid him no mind and continued speaking. But I Chun am kind-hearted. I simply couldn't bring myself to engage in such murderous bloodletting. So I only extract a drop or 2 of their blood each month and keep them nourished with blood-replenishing pills, repeating this process. The buyer saw our building's output was high and quality was good, so they came every month, treating us as the largest supplier. Oh, by the way, that group is said to have also come from Qingminu. I wonder if the Yang family master knows them. Yang Tianning felt as if struck by lightning. His whole body swayed violently, fear plainly visible in his eyes for the first time. He pointed at Chun-Yi, unable to utter a word for a long while. You. It seems the Yang family master has recalled something. Chun-Yi retracted his foot, letting the old man's head thud heavily back to the ground with a muffled sound. At these words, a Foundation establishment elder standing behind Yang Tianning could no longer contain himself. Wretched. With a roar of fury, he disregarded all restraint and charged forth from the formation, gripping a crimson flame longsword. A ripple shimmered across the golden barrier as he pierced through the mountain-protecting formation and swung his blade downward at Chun-Yi with lethal force. Boom! A golden scroll shot forth from Chun-Yi's side, slapping the Foundation establishment elder and his sword away like a fly, sending him crashing hard against the golden barrier. Li Yu stood holding the Dian sword, casting a cold, disdainful glance at the elder, now crumpled on the ground, before lifting her gaze toward the seething Yang clan cultivators within the formation. Is this not precisely what your Yang clan has done to unaffiliated cultivators? What then? Now that it strikes you, do you finally feel the pain? The elder struggled upright, his graying hair, disheveled, blood-flecked foam dripping from his lips, his clouded eyes fixed upon the Wanbao Lo cultivators, poisonous, venomous, unrelenting. How dare those commoners be compared to our kin? At this utterance, over 1,000 Wanbao Lo cultivators turned their gazes sharp as blades. Did you hear that? Chun-Yi glanced at Li Yu with a faint smile. In the eyes of these sects and noble houses, we are not even considered human. Li Yu, still simmering with indignation, froze mid-expression as those words met her gaze. Her master was never one to speak without purpose. Why then had he chosen this moment to emphasize such words to her? As she pondered, Chun-Yi's gaze had already shifted towards Shouyang Mountain. Today Chun Mao shall see for himself. What sets you apart from us commoners? The moment the words left his lips, an invisible force seized the Foundation establishment elder midair. His limbs flailed helplessly as though gripped by an unseen hand at his throat. A soft, sickening sound. His struggles ceased instantly. His body stiffened midair for a breathless instant, then burst apart like a crushed fruit, exploding into a crimson mist. Shreds of flesh, splinters of bone, fragments of viscera, mingled with scarlet rain, poured down upon the golden barrier of Shouyang Mountain's protective formation, leaving grotesque, glistening streaks of blood. Not so different after all, Chun-Yi observed calmly, watching the rivulets of blood slowly trace downward across the barrier. Same blood, same flesh, same will die. Within the mountain-protecting formation, silence fell, absolute, suffocating. Yang Tianning staggered, barely upheld by the elders behind him, preventing him from collapsing outright. With trembling fingers he pointed at Chun-Yi. Killing is but a nod of the head. Why must you humiliate my Yang clan so cruelly? Humiliate? Chun-Yi threw back his head and laughed, a booming, echoing peal that reverberated across Shouyang Mountain, shaking the forest until leaves trembled and rustled. When his laughter subsided, he lowered his gaze, yet his eyes held no warmth, only glacial, merciless cold. To kill without shattering the heart, that would render my slaughter meaningless. He raised a hand. Lao Wang kicked the elder sprawling onto the ground and hoisted his longsword high. No. Yang Tianning's jaw clenched, teeth bared in agony. The blade descended in a brutal arc. A massive head soared skyward, arterial blood jetted 3 feet high, drenching several nearby mine slaves from crown to chin. Those wretches, long broken in mind and spirit, were struck by the hot blood, and one among them began to giggle vacantly, mumbling incoherent fragments of delirium. The first, Chun Yi remarked, tone flat and detached. Lao Wang wiped blood from his face expressionless and strode toward the next. The mine slaves huddled together like lambs awaiting slaughter, some wailing, others pounding their foreheads into stone until blood and pulp smeared the rock, yet earning not a moment's hesitation from the executioner. Chun Yi. Yang Tianning's eyes blazed crimson, his form twisted with madness. The Qingyue sword vibrated violently in his grip. If you dare, face me instead. Chun Yi merely cast him a quiet, indifferent glance. Puffed, another head hit the ground. The second. His voice was low, but carried more devastation than thunder. Chun Yi. They took no part in the assault on your Sanha Island all those years ago. Veins bulged across Yang Tianning's aged face, his eyes burned scarlet, as if someone had torn open the tenderest recess of his soul. They are innocent. They merely strive to preserve a single thread of the Yang bloodline. They know nothing. Chun Yi gazed upon the white-haired elder inside the golden barrier, his beard bristling, his posture feral, and a faint chilling smile flickered across his lips. Innocent. He gestured lightly. Disciples of the Huan Longtong forced the remaining Yang clan youths forward and knelt them in strict order. Chun Yi continued, voice calm and cutting. The rules were yours to set. The war was yours to ignite. But where the flames spread, that lies beyond your authority. With a sweeping motion of his hand, blades flashed in unison. Dozens of heads rolled in perfect grim synchrony. Blood spilled across Shouyang Mountain stone steps, streaming downward with the slope converging into a narrow scarlet stream that wound its way into the drainage channel at the mountain's base. Across the golden barrier, reflected from within outward, were the faces of Yangclan cultivators, eyes wide with fury, mouths contorted in anguish. Some wept aloud, others spat curses, still others gripped their weapons in silent, iron resolve. Watching those lifeless, unblinking heads, Yang Tianning seemed to lose his spine, staggering backward twice before the Qingyue sword slipped from his grasp and clattered onto the stone. Clan Master. An elder reached out to steady him, only to be shoved aside. Yang Tianning sank slowly to his knees, palms pressing into the frigid flagstones, his silver hair falling forward to veil a face ravaged by tears. He lifted his gaze toward the ancestral shrine, lips trembling for a long moment before a ragged whisper tore from his throat. Venerable ancestors, unworthy descendant Yang Tianning stands before you, shamed, disgraced, unforgivable. At those words, wails erupted within the barrier. All 583 Yangclan cultivators dropped to their knees and bowed 3 times toward the ancestral shrine. When they rose again, their eyes burned crimson, resigned, resolute, ready to die. Chun Yi watched, a cold smirk curling his lips, stubborn indeed. He gestured once more. Distant sobs and furious cries now swelled. Yang Tianning jerked his head up following the sound, only to see the group now being marched forward, those who had fled moments earlier through the rear mountain secret passage. The very children who now bore the last hope of the Yang lineage. Chun Yi spoke to Yang Tianning, voice level and measured. Your Yang clan has committed every atrocity imaginable, yet you retain a shred of backbone. Every guard who shielded these children refused to surrender and died to the last man. Chun Yi's boot stepped softly into a pool of blood, the faint squelch audible. A pity. He walked slowly to the children and crouched before them. The youngest was barely 5 or 6, held by the shoulder by a Wanbao low cultivator, too terrified even to cry, only staring with wide dark eyes trembling violently like a leaf in gale winds. Chun Yi reached out and gently wiped the grime from the child's cheek, slowly, tenderly. Clan Master Yang, he said without turning, his voice clear and penetrating, carrying effortlessly into the golden barrier. Tell me, born into your Yang clan, are these children truly innocent? Yang Tianning felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his whole body stiffening. You? Even spare? Chun Yi stood up, turning to face the elderly man within the golden barrier, whose hair was disheveled and whose eyes burned red. He chuckled lightly. To eradicate completely, to cut the roots, is this not what the head of the Yang family taught me before? What? Now that Chun is using it on nobles, you cannot endure it. As these words left his mouth, the Yang family's cultivators, who had previously resigned themselves to death completely, went mad, crying and shouting, jumping up and pointing at Chun Yi to curse him. Beast! You beast! May you die a terrible death. Their former high and mighty demeanor vanished. Watching the Yang family's cultivators collapse, Chun Yi laughed heartily. Haha, well said. He turned to Liu, who had wanted to speak, but ultimately held back, and said, as the ancients said, even ants have the will to protect their nest, and beasts have the affection for their young. It seems they do not deceive me. Before the young, even beasts begin to show humanity. Liu, noticing the look Chun Yi cast at him, glanced at the pale-faced children. He lifted his robe and knelt down. Please, master, show mercy. Li's forehead heavily struck the cold stone steps, producing a muffled sound. Chun Yi looked down at him, the amusement in his eyes dimming slightly. Show mercy. Liu straightened up, but did not rise, still kneeling on the ground, bowing his head, and saying, the children are innocent. I beg the master to spare their lives. At these words the expressions of the cultivators from Wanbao Tower changed in unison. Zhao Hu gripped his spear tightly, then loosened it, ultimately remaining silent. They had all crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, knowing well the principle of cutting the roots. Yet those children, the youngest being only 5 or 6 years old, the oldest barely 12 or 13. They could not bring themselves to do it. But not being able to do it was one thing, pleading for the enemy was another. Li Yu was openly contradicting his master in front of everyone. Chun Yi stood with his hands behind his back looking down at this proud disciple, his gaze gradually turning cold. He pointed at those children and said, "You see clearly. They are still children now. But in 10 years, 20 years, they will be cultivators. They will know their surname is Yang, they will know what happened tonight, and someone will tell them. On Shouyang Mountain that night Wanbao Tower slaughtered their fathers and elders. By then they will come to seek revenge on me. Tell me, why should I leave myself this future trouble?" Li Yu knelt on the cold stone steps, his forehead pressed against the rough stone surface, not raising his head. "Because we are not beasts." As these words landed, the entire Shouyang Mountain fell silent. The Yang family's cultivators, with their eyes bulging and cursing loudly, seemed to have their throats suddenly seized by something, all sounds choking in their throats. They were collapsing, they were powerless, they were desperate, they hated Wanbao Tower. But they knew even better that if their positions were switched with Wanbao Tower at this moment, they would only act more ruthlessly. At the very least, Wanbao Tower had not laid hands on their ordinary clansmen. Yang Tianning stared blankly at the young cultivator kneeling in the pool of blood, looking at the sincerity on that handsome face, suddenly feeling something crack open in his chest. "Li Yu." Qin Yi's voice betrayed no joy or anger. "Do you know what you are saying?" "Disciple knows." Li Yu raised his head, his forehead already bruised, but those clear eyes met Qin Yi's gaze without yielding. Chun Yi stared at him and sighed softly. "You have disappointed me greatly. Disciple deserves 1,000 deaths." Li Yu could not rise. But he heard Chun Yi say again, "To actually think that your master is a beast." Li Yu abruptly lifted his head, meeting Chun Yi's eyes that seemed to smile yet not. Chun Yi reached out and pulled him up from the ground. He pointed at the group of shivering children and said, "Take these little ones to Izhou. Feed them, forgetting worry pills ruin their dantians, send them into the mortal realm, and entrust them to trustworthy farmers to raise. From now on no one is to tell them their surname or where they came from." He paused, his gaze sweeping over Li Yu. "This matter I leave it to you to handle." Li Yu bowed and said, "Disciple takes the order." Chun Yi turned and looked at the Yang family's cultivators. He said nothing, only letting out a slight laugh. The contempt within was evident. That single laugh felt like an invisible knife slicing across the faces of every Yang family cultivator. They hated him to the core, wishing they could devour him alive. Yet when those calm and almost indifferent eyes swept over them, they all instinctively lowered their gazes. It was not because they feared death. It was because that scene just now had shattered their most proud family spirit. Their enemy had pleaded for their children. Yet they themselves had never shown even a shred of mercy toward wandering cultivators in the past years, regardless of age. The golden barrier of the mountain protection array was still shining, but the aura of the 583 Yang family cultivators within the array was like a punctured skin slowly deflating. Yang Tianning took a deep breath, lifting his tear-streaked face from the stone bricks, looking towards Chen Yi. "Thank you." His gaze passed over the golden barrier, landing on Li Yu for a moment before returning to Chen Yi's face. "Please, just a single word." The Qingyue sword lay horizontally before him, its blade reflecting the golden light of the mountain protection array, as well as his eyes that were already resigned to death. Chun Yi coldly watched him, raising his hand. Behind him 100 spirit boats soared into the air. Over 1,000 cultivators from Wanbao Tower simultaneously drew their blades. The spiritual light illuminated half the sky. Not a single one left. Chun Yi waved his hand. Above Shouyang Mountain 100 spirit boats trembled in unison, various spells pouring down like a torrential rain. Boom! The golden barrier of the mountain protection array quaked violently under the onslaught of over 1,000 spells, the spiritual light flashing crazily. 1 moment, 2 moments. 3 hours later, accompanied by a loud bang, the Yang family's mountain protection array shattered in response. Yang Tianning took one last look at the still motionless back mountain, letting out a sudden sigh. Turning to face the oncoming disciples of Wanbao Tower, he stood with his sword horizontally, his white hair dancing violently in the turbulence of his power, and shouted sternly, "Yang family's children, heed my command. Follow me to death." The Yang family cultivators all let out a tragic affirmation. The Qingyue sword transformed into a streak of azure light, leading the charge into the ranks of Wanbao Tower. Zhao, who having waited for this moment for a whole year, flicked his black-scaled spear like a black dragon emerging from the sea, colliding head-on with Yang Tianning. The clash of spear and sword erupted a wave of energy, sending both sides' cultivators within 10 zhang back. Listening to the sounds of battle outside, looking at the now silent ancestor. As his gaze refocused on the golden core floating in the blood pool, Yang Wu no longer had an ounce of hesitation on his face. For the family. He reached out and drew that blood core into his abdomen. The cries of battle gradually diminished around him. Zhao Hu's black-scaled spear pierced through Yang Tianning's chest, lifting the frail body into the air with blood flowing down the spear shaft, pooling at his feet into a dark red puddle. With a flick of the spear, he slammed the lifeless body onto the ground, the spear tip pressing against his throat. Yet Zhao Hu did not stab down. He looked down at the once mighty head of the Yang family. The gray hair matted with blood clung in strands to his wrinkled face. His murky eyes were half open, the pupils beginning to dissipate, yet stubbornly gazing towards the back mountain. Do you have any last words? Zhao Hu asked in a low voice. Yang Tianning's lips moved, producing a rasping sound from his throat. The locust. At that moment, a thunderous crash suddenly erupted from the direction of the back mountain. The entire Shoyang mountain trembled violently, as if a ferocious beast that had slept for 1,000 years beneath the earth had been awakened with a grinding noise echoing from deep within the mountain. Immediately, a crimson pillar of light shot up from the back mountain, piercing the heavens. The pillar was over 10 feet wide, its entire body blood red, casting an eerie dark red hue across half the night sky. The clouds were stirred, swirling madly around the pillar of light, forming a gigantic vortex with faint dark red lightning flickering at the edges. What is this? Zhao Hu's pupils constricted as he suddenly looked up at the blood-colored pillar. Not only him, the cultivators on both sides fighting on Shoyang Mountain paused in unison, gazing up at this celestial phenomenon. Someone is about to form their golden core. Someone shouted, and the crowd erupted in chaos. Golden core tribulation. The spiritual energy surrounding the blood-colored pillar began to converge wildly, with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 100 miles seemingly grasped by an invisible giant hand rushing towards the back mountain. The concentration of spiritual energy was so high that it condensed in the air into visible white waves howling towards the back mountain. At the same time, a figure slowly rose within the blood-colored pillar. It was a young man, bare-chested, with his whole body entwined in a crimson blood aura. It seemed as if something was writhing violently beneath his skin, like countless small snakes crawling under the surface, causing his form to twist and change. It was Yanghua. His eyes were tightly shut, his face contorted with veins bulging on his forehead, as if he were enduring unimaginable pain. At the same time, the thundercloud vortex in the sky finally took shape. A bolt of lightning struck down from the center of the vortex, carrying a destructive force straight towards Yanghua, who was suspended in midair. Boom! Just as the lightning was about to hit, Yanghua suddenly opened his eyes wide. With a single hand, he grasped the lightning in his palm. The arcs of electricity struggled and leaped between his fingers, producing a sharp crackling sound, but could not escape. His 5 fingers slowly closed. Puff! With a soft sound, the lightning was crushed, scattering into myriad tiny sparkles. Yanghua raised his gaze, landing his indifferent eyes on Chun-Yi at the bow of the ship, his expression apathetic. Come forward and die. Chun-Yi stood at the bow, his robe fluttering in the wave of bloodthirsty energy. He glanced at Yanghua with a disinterested look and said, so it is the blood aura golden core technique. It truly fails to inspire any interest. As the words fell, his figure had vanished from the bow. In the next moment, Chun-Yi appeared 10 feet in front of Yanghua, floating in midair, his robe remaining still in the blood-red gale. Yanghua's pupils shrank slightly, transforming into a blood-red shadow as he threw a punch at Chun-Yi's face. This punch was devoid of any flourish, purely a display of strength and speed. Chun-Yi raised his hand. The fist and claw collided. Boom! A visible shockwave erupted between the two, lifting the grass, trees, and rocks from the ground of Shoyang Mountain. The cultivators engaged in battle were knocked back by the shockwave, with the weaker ones directly spitting blood and collapsing to the ground. Yanghua's fist, capable of crushing lightning tribulation, was firmly held in Chun-Yi's palm. Chun-Yi glanced at him sideways. Thousands of lives, and you've only refined something like this. Yanghua showed no sign of panic, instead revealing a strange smile. Is that so? As the words fell, the flesh on his arms suddenly exploded, and crimson mist transformed into countless thin blood needles rushing directly at Chun-Yi's face. The change happened so quickly that Zhao Hu and the others below only had time to see a burst of red light explode before the blood needles were already near Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi frowned slightly, a flash of spiritual light enveloping him as a faint golden protective energy appeared out of thin air. Ding 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 ding. The blood needles collided with the protective energy, producing a dense sound like iron and rain. However, the next moment Chun-Yi's gaze sharpened slightly. Those blood needles did not bounce off, but clung to the protective energy, like living creatures frantically drilling in. Chun-Yi's figure retreated violently, while his right hand swung wildly, throwing Yanghua away. Yanghua flipped twice in the air, stabilizing himself 100 feet away. His arm's flesh had reformed, as good as new. From the moment Yanghua appeared, the clouds above had fallen into a deathly silence. Given their status, how could they not see through Yanghua's tricks? They were merely waiting for Yi Tianyuan to provide an explanation. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Yuan sighed softly. How could it come to this? Stepping forward, the clouds beneath his feet surged violently, an invisible aura radiating from Yuan, causing the onlookers' garments to flutter wildly. However, he did not move his figure, one hand already blocking in front of him. Friend Chen, Yuan looked at the hand blocking his chest, his tone calm. I am cleaning up my own house. Do you also wish to obstruct? Chen Daoxian replied indifferently. That is the prey of a child. Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, the murkiness in his gaze revealing a hint of sharpness for the first time. That is my Qingyun disciple. Even if he has made mistakes or taken the wrong path, it should be dealt with by my Qingyun. Chen Daoxian did not retract his hand, nor did he turn to look at him, his gaze still fixed on the figure confronting Chen Yi below. Elder Yi, your Qingyun disciple, let your Qingyun handle it. That statement is indeed correct. But have you handled it? Yuan trembled all over. If the blood aura golden core technique is to succeed, it is certainly not accomplished in a day. Every drop of blood in that blood pool was drawn from living people. Chen Daoxian slowly turned his head, his calm eyes meeting Yuan's murky gaze. Yu Qingyun holds Qingnan, and Shouyang Mountain is right under your nose. You truly do not know what the Yang family has been up to all these years, or are you pretending not to know? Yuan's lips moved slightly, but no sound came out. If you truly do not know, that is incompetence. Chen Daoxian retracted his hand, placing it behind his back. If you are pretending not to know, then what is your intention in cleaning up your own house at this moment? Bastard. Do you think my Qingyun is a place for filth and corruption? Yuan's hair stood on end, his aura rising like a volcanic eruption, crushing the clouds beneath his feet into nothingness, revealing the vast mountains and rivers below. The Yang family slaughtered over 300 members of your Wanbao Tower. If you seek revenge, I have already shown enough respect for your Wanbao Tower by standing by. Yuan's voice echoed like a great bell, causing the surrounding clouds to surge restlessly. But if you Chen Daoxuan dare to tarnish the reputation of my Qingyun, do not blame me for being ruthless under my sword. Facing this overwhelming pressure, Chen Daoxian didn't even frown, merely stating indifferently, reputation is something one must earn for oneself. Good, good, good. Yuan, enraged to the point of laughter, suddenly soared 100 feet high, his robes rustling as he pointed his sword downwards, a dazzling azure sword aura flickering at the tip, turning half the sky into a shade of blue. Though I may be old, this sword Qingming is still quite formidable. Chen Daoxian summoned the Thunderheart mirror with a wave of his hand. Let me experience the means of the foremost expert below the nascent soul in the Yu Kingdom. As Chen Daoxuan's voice fell, the Thunderheart mirror suddenly erupted with 5 different colored bolts of lightning. Gold, azure, blue, red, yellow. The 5-colored thunder roared forth like 5 dragons intertwining in front of him to form a massive wheel of thunder and light. As the wheel spun, the spiritual energy of thunder in the world wildly converged, dyeing the clouds within a 10-mile radius in 5 colors, and the thunderous roar made the mountains and rivers below tremble violently. Yuan's expression slightly tightened, and with a shake of his Qingming sword, the flickering azure sword aura suddenly surged, transforming into a 100-foot-long azure rainbow that slashed down towards Chen Daoxian with earth-shattering force. Come on. Chen Daoxian laughed loudly, thrusting his right palm forward, the wheel of 5-colored thunder clashing against the sword aura. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted in the air. The azure sword aura collided with the 5-colored thunder, the brilliant light illuminating the night sky as bright as day. The violent shockwave radiated outward from the point of impact, sweeping away the clouds within dozens of miles, revealing the dark sky above. Seeing that a battle had broken out, Xiao Zhengming wanted to step forward to intervene, but was stopped by Duanmu Liang. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Duanmu Liang say, "Doesn't Daoist Qiu want to witness the means of Daoist Chen?" Qiu Zhengming's actions froze immediately. Since Chen Daoxian appeared in the Yu Kingdom, his golden core peak cultivation was well known, but his actual combat power remained a mystery. Qiu Zhengming's actions froze immediately. Since Chen Daoxian appeared in the Yu Kingdom, his golden core peak cultivation was well known, but his actual combat power remained. Indeed, it was time to test the means of this top-tier fighter from Wanbao Tower. With this thought, Xiao Zhengming abandoned his intention to intervene. Bai Xuanda stroked his beard, observing the 2 battlefields with deep contemplation, his gaze inscrutable. Only Zhou Xingyuan appeared anxious, yet he was subtly trapped among the 3 fully realized golden core cultivators, unable to act rashly. Chen Yi flicked his wrist, looking at the figure across from him, and chuckled softly. This is quite interesting. It truly is interesting. Yang Wen narrowed his eyes as well. With a wave of his hand, a red-long spear appeared in his grasp. Upon seeing the spear, Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. Besides the golden core, did Yang Jia leave you his life treasure as well? It seems all hope is truly placed upon you. Hope? You may consider it that way. Yang Wen's voice had barely fallen when the long spear violently thrust forward. The spear tip tore through the air, creating a visible white streak, followed by a deafening sonic boom that exploded in realization. Chun-Yi's figure swayed. The spear tip grazed his robes, the resulting fierce wind tearing a fine crack in his protective chi. So fast. A hint of surprise flashed in Chun-Yi's eyes. This was not the strength one would expect from a mere golden core cultivator relying on demonic arts. Even a seasoned golden core who had been established for many years would not necessarily possess such momentum. It's not over yet. Yang's lips curled into a sinister smile, and he abruptly shook the spear. The red long spear bent like a living snake, the spear tip twisting at an unnatural angle, thrusting straight into Chun-Yi's back. Without turning his head, Chun-Yi reached back, and the Juiki sword appeared out of thin air, sweeping out. Clang! The spear tip collided fiercely with the sword edge, sending a shower of dazzling sparks flying. Chun-Yi utilized the rebound force from the collision to drift back 100 feet, hovering in midair. His gaze fell upon the red long spear, his brow slightly furrowing. This treasure was Yang Jia's lifelong refined possession, already of mid-grade quality. How could Yang Wei use it so skillfully after obtaining it? As if realizing something, Chun-Yi's pupils constricted as he looked at Yang Hua and said, "Possession? You are Yang Jia. No wonder you were able to establish a career from nothing. You've been recognized so." Yang Hua tilted his head, his neck cracking with a sound that made one's teeth ache. "You are far smarter than my great-grandson." The already exhausted Yang Tianning, upon hearing this, momentarily froze, his relieved expression turning into one of shock. His murky eyes widened, staring fixedly at the figure in the sky, his lips moving several times as he squeezed out 2 words from his throat. "Why? What?" Yang Tianning's body lay sprawled in a pool of blood, his eyes never closing until death, reflecting the blood-red pillar of light rising from the back mountain, reflecting the great-grandson he had placed all his hopes on. He died gazing at the back mountain. Yet the answer given to him by the back mountain was a body that had been possessed. Chun-Yi looked up at the figure in the sky, the sarcasm in his eyes nearly overflowing. "Did you know when your great-grandson willingly walked into the blood pool that you would possess him?" Yang Jia caressed his youthful face, whispering, "This foolish child would give up his life for the family. It's just a mere body. As long as I can fulfill his wishes, what could possibly go wrong?" Upon hearing this, the remaining Yang family cultivators on Shouyang Mountain trembled in unison. Why did they employ demonic means to collect essence blood, fighting to the death? They fought desperately to buy Yang Hua time. Yang Hua's golden core was meant to secure a future for the Yang family. But now with Yang Hua gone, that youth they had high hopes for had from the moment he stepped into the blood pool already become a mere vessel for possession. What they fought to protect was not the future of the Yang family, but the longevity of Yang Jia alone. An old man drenched in blood rose from the rubble, looking up at the young figure in the sky, his gray beard trembling violently. Tian Ning fought to the death, gazing upon the back mountain until his last breath. "Do you not feel even a shred of guilt?" Yang Jia glanced down at him, his gaze indifferent, as if looking at an inconsequential weed. "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even have the right to stand on this Shouyang Mountain for the past 300 years. Now I borrow a body to revitalize the sect, and you should be grateful instead." The old man was stunned for a moment. Then he suddenly laughed, the laughter growing louder and more miserable until he coughed up a mouthful of blood that splattered on the broken bricks and tiles at his feet. What a gratefulness! He suddenly raised the broken sword, holding it across his neck, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Yang Jia in the sky, speaking each word with intense emphasis. "Yang Jia, listen well. Today I, Yang Shoutian, do not die by the blade of Wanbao Tower, but rather by your cold heart." Before his words fell, the broken sword was drawn across. Blood spurted, staining the base of the broken mountain protection array, turning the dim golden light bright red. The aged body swayed, twice falling backward, stirring up a cloud of dust. Eyes wide open in death. "Uncle Xiaotian." The remaining Yang family cultivators erupted in heart-wrenching cries. If Chun-Yi had crushed their sense of superiority before then, at this moment Yang Shoudian's suicide directly stripped away their last bit of spirit. On Shouyang Mountain, the remaining Yang family cultivators exchanged glances. Their grips on their weapons tightened and loosened, their previously fearless resolve replaced by confusion and terror. They did not fear death, but they did not know for whom or why they were dying. The remaining members of the Yang family had lost all will to resist, with some even stretching their necks, as if waiting for a release. However, the swords and blades of the Wanbao Tower cultivators showed no hesitation. Heads rolled onto the ground, blood flowing down the stone steps of Shouyang Mountain, merging into cascades. Chun-Yi watched this scene with cold eyes, suddenly feeling somewhat disinterested. "I thought it would be a tiger, and skinning it would make a fine carpet. In the end, it's just a nest of wild mice with their bones gnawed clean by an old dog." He raised his gaze to Yang Jia, speaking in a flat tone. "You really are quite disappointing. Are you speaking up for these ants, Master Chun?" Yang Jia's voice carried a hint of amusement as he casually twirled his red spear. No, they chose their path, and naturally, they must bear the consequences," Chun-Yi said, positioning the Juek sword in front of himself. I was simply disgusted by the stench of these pests. For such pests I usually crush them. With that, Chun Yi's figure abruptly vanished from his spot. Yang Jia's pupils constricted sharply as he swept his spear horizontally. Clang! Chun Yi's silhouette reappeared 3 zhang to Yang Jia's left, the Juek sword colliding with the red spear. 2 torrents of violent spiritual energy erupted at the point of impact, uprooting the trees in the forest below with debris and branches flying through the air. Good reflexes, Chun Yi remarked blandly, twisting his wrist as the Juek sword sliced toward the fingers gripping the spear. Yang Jia snorted, coldly shaking the spear, sharply channeling a hidden force through the spear's shaft that pushed the Juek sword back 3 points. At the same time, he used the momentum to retreat, creating distance once more. Since Master Chen finds this dull, Yang Jia stood with his spear held horizontally, the bloodthirsty aura condensing into a writhing dark red orb at the spear's tip. I shall make this performance more lively. With that, he suddenly pressed the spear down. The dark red bloodthirst orb erupted, transforming into hundreds of slender blood threads shooting toward the corpses scattered across Shoyang Mountain. Chun Yi's expression darkened as he raised his hand to intercept, but the blood threads moved too fast and too densely, and in the blink of an eye, they had already entered the bodies lying haphazardly on Shoyang Mountain. Thud! One corpse of a Yang family cultivator twitched. Then came the second, followed by the third. From the wounds of the hundreds of corpses, crimson blood mist surged simultaneously, coalescing in the air like living creatures into tendril-like scarlet ribbons rushing back toward Yang Jia. Across the entirety of Shoyang Mountain, whether it was the corpses of the Yang family or the fallen cultivators of the Wanbao Tower, as long as there was blood left, they were all being drained by that strange force. In just a few breaths, hundreds of blood ribbons had completely entered Yang Jia's body. His physique visibly swelled, the blood vessels beneath his skin protruding, displaying an eerie dark purple hue. The surrounding bloodthirst aura thickened to a point of almost solidifying, and behind him a shadowy figure of a 3-headed 6-armed blood demon faintly materialized. Ha! Yang Jia let out a breath which was shockingly crimson and carried a strong metallic tang. A young body is a good thing, it can bear the load. He looked down at Chun Yi, his eyes devoid of any human emotion, only a vast expanse of red. Master Chen, are you still feeling bored? Chun Yi observed the corpses that had been drained of blood, now merely shriveled husks, including some of his own disciples from the Wanbao Tower. His expression gradually grew colder. Zhao Hu shuddered, immediately clasping his hands in respect. Your subordinate is here. Withdraw. Chun Yi's voice revealed no hint of emotion. Master, Chen Yi interrupted him, his gaze never leaving Yang Jia. Retreat. Zhao Hu gritted his teeth, finally shouting sternly, Wanbao Tower, heed the command. Retreat from Shoyang Mountain. Though over 1,000 cultivators of the Wanbao Tower were reluctant, they dared not defy their master's orders, systematically withdrawing down the mountain under their respective leaders. Yang Jia watched this scene with keen interest, not hindering them, merely scoffing. Master Chen seems to care for his subordinates. With such a small operation, one cannot compare to the grandeur of your esteemed sect. Chun Yi replied in a nonchalant tone. Yang Jia was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, as expected of someone who can rise from nothing. As his laughter gradually subsided, he looked at Chun Yi with a smile. Since you have seen through it, you should know today no one can kill me. Whoever Chun Yi wants to kill, no one can protect. Chun Yi snorted coldly, slowly extending his arms. Suddenly 10,000 golden rays erupted from behind him. A pair of pale golden wings spanning 10 zhang suddenly unfurled from his back. With a slight flap, Chun Yi's figure had vanished from the spot. Yang Jia's pupils constricted sharply, and almost at the same instant Chun Yi disappeared, he crossed the red spear in front of his chest. The blade of the Juek sword had already slashed towards his face. Clang! The spear and sword clashed, sending out a visible shockwave that blew off the roofs of several remaining palaces on Shoyang Mountain. Yang Jia felt a tremendous force travel through the spear, and his entire being was sent crashing back toward the rear mountain like a falling meteor. Boom! Debris flew, dust shooting up into the sky. The 3-headed 6-armed blood demon shadow swayed, nearly dissipating. Chun Yi hovered in midair, gently flapping his pale golden wings, the silvery spiritual light at the edges of his feathers trailing 2 cold arcs in the night wind. He looked down at the human-shaped crater left in the rear mountain, speaking in a flat tone. Didn't you say you wanted it to be lively? How come you couldn't even withstand a single strike from me? Deep within the mountain, a low roar erupted. It was not a human voice, but more like a sound emitted from some thoroughly provoked feral beast. The rear mountain suddenly exploded, a blood-red column of light shooting into the sky, 10 times more intense than when Yang Jia had formed his golden core. In the column of light, Yang Jia's figure slowly ascended, tilting his neck, the bones cracking with a series of popping sounds. Not just the speed of escape. My strength has increased as well. He grinned, revealing teeth stained dark red by bloodthirst. Before his words had even faded, the blood demon shadow behind him solidified abruptly. 3 heads opened their eyes simultaneously, 6 crimson pupils locking onto Chun-Yi. 6 arms shot out simultaneously, each palm transforming into a size of several zhang, converging toward Chun-Yi from 6 directions, resembling a man-eating flower woven from flesh and blood slowly closing. Chun-Yi snorted coldly, flapping his wings vigorously, transforming into a pale golden streak of light slipping through the gap as the 6 massive palms closed in. Boom! The 6 palms closed, compressing the air to its extreme, producing a muffled explosion. Chun-Yi appeared behind Yang Jia, the Zhuek, sword slashing out horizontally. Yang Jia did not turn back, thrusting the spear backward. The spear tip collided with the sword edge once more, and this time neither of them retreated. Sword light and spear aura clashed violently in midair. Each impact erupted with blinding spiritual radiance, while a relentless cascade of metallic clangs merged into an unbroken, deafening roar. Clang, 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 clang. They fought from the rear mountains to the front peaks, then down to the mountain's base, and back up again, soaring into the clouds. The architectural complex atop Shouyang Mountain crumbled like children's blocks beneath the ferocious battle of these 2 golden core cultivators, millennia of legacy reduced to desolate ruins. Yi Tianyuan slashed his sword against the 5 thunder heart-protecting mirror and spoke calmly. By Ziliang's corpse, I instructed Qingye to return it. Chen Daoxian showed no trace of surprise. The Longyuan command had appeared within by Ziliang's spiritual sea, yet not a single cultivator of Qingyun's sect had sensed it, leaving only one possible truth: someone within Qingyun stood firmly with the Xianin sect. And that person's status must be exceedingly high, either Tai Shangchong Lao Daoxian himself or Chief Elder Yi Tianyuan. No other possibility warranted consideration. Yi Tianyuan's direct admission came as no surprise. Chen Daoxian replied coolly, what concern is this? Having reached such a point in their exchange yet still meeting only stoic indifference, Yi Tianyuan's brow furrowed deeply. Will you truly stand aside and do nothing? Chen Daoxian scoffed. When the Wing Province crisis unfolded, you all watched from the sidelines. Why should I not do the same? Though the zombie tide there had been suppressed, swiftly casualties still numbered in the hundreds of thousands. The vision Xian Yin had shown him through the Longyuan command stirred even his iron-hearted resolve. But precisely because he understood their true intent, Chen Daoxian clung fiercely to this grievance. If this matter remained unexplained, every claim they made would be hollow rhetoric. A pulse of thunderous light surged across the 5 thunder heart-protecting mirror, hurling Yi Tianyuan backward several zhang. Yi Tianyuan closed in once more. It was an accident. None foresaw the demonic sect's brutality. Such an excuse could hardly satisfy Chen Daoxian. His gaze sharpened with deeper scorn. Then tell me, am I unexpected Dao Yu in obstructing you today? Yi Tianyuan's expression darkened further. He knew persuasion had failed. To prevent interference, he gritted his teeth and said, Yang Jia died by your son's hand. It will ruin everything. Everything, retorted Chen Daoxian. What does your so-called great undertaking have to do with Wanbao Tower? Do not presume the entire world revolves around you. With a contemptuous laugh, 5-colored lightning flared anew from the heart-protecting mirror, forcibly repelling Yi Tianyuan. He flipped his palm. The mirror vanished. Then with a sharp tap on his storage pouch at his waist, dozens of fist-sized sapphire thunder pearls soared forth, circling him like orbiting stars. Chen Daoxian. At the sight of those thunder pearls, Yi Tianyuan's face paled. He recoiled violently backward. Chen Daoxian held the pearls aloft, his eyes cold and detached. Remain still, or die. Obstinate fool. Do you truly believe I fear you? Yi Tianyuan planted his feet, sword raised, his tiger-like eyes blazing as his cultivation energy roiled like boiling water. A clear, resonant sword hum rose from his Qingming sword. Its aura pierced the heavens, shredding the cloud layer within 100 zhang into wisps of vapor. From afar, Bai Xuanda felt that razor-sharp sword intent and murmured in admiration. Even after 60 years of silence, Yi Dao Yu's blade remains as keen as ever. Qiu Zhengming nodded faintly, though his gaze never wavered from the dozens of thunder pearls hovering around Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoyu is no less formidable. Bai Xuanda heartily agreed. A single Thunderchild pearl could threaten a golden core cultivator. Dozens unleashed together would force even a nascent soul elder to retreat. Chen Daoxuan's display was no longer mere martial contest. It was wealth wielded as weapon, spirit stones hurled like stones. Duanmu Liang frowned. All this for a single demonic sect rogue. Is such extravagance truly necessary? He stepped forward to mediate, only for Bai Xuanda to gently raise a hand and block his path. This lies between Chun Daoyu and Yi Daoyu. We would do well not to interfere. Duanmu Liang paused, startled. Qiu Zhengming furrowed his brow further. Elder Bai, though spectators seldom tire of spectacle, surely this isn't what you mean. Should either suffer grave injury, now the aftermath will be impossible to contain. Bai Xuanda stroked his beard and smiled. This was Chun Daoyu's explicit instruction. a single tie-by armor. Gentlemen, please spare this old man the dilemma. Qiu Zhengming blinked in surprise. Then Duanmu Liang's voice cut cold and sharp. Step aside. Silence felt instantly heavy and brittle. Bai Xuande stood motionless, hands clasped behind his back, his deeply lined face still wreathed in gentle, untroubled warmth. Chen Daoxian had warned him someone might intervene, but he hadn't expected it to be Duanmu Liang. Evidently, relations between Lingshou Mountain and Qingyun sect ran far deeper and far less hostile than appearances suggested. Yet even as he pondered this, his feet remained rooted to the ground. Daoyu Duanmu, though my Lingshou Mountain lacks your sect's vast resources, having accepted Chun Daoyu's commission, I cannot renege upon my word. He paused, his eyes narrowing slightly. In commerce, integrity is paramount. No sooner had Bai Xuande spoken than Duanmu Liang's sleeve billowed without wind, and a raw, untamed aura spilled from his being, his previously placid eyes shimmering with a faint, eerie azure glow. I warned you beforehand. Bai Xuande had not anticipated such unyielding resolve, but neither did he flinch. His hand swept across his waist, and a jade ruler materialized in his palm. Its surface bore an exquisitely carved relief of a mythical beast, its four hooves wreathed in flame. Vivid, lifelike, breathing fire. Then let me test Daoyu Duanmu's mastery. Duanmu Liang uttered no reply. With a sweeping gesture of his great sleeve, a white azure dragon burst forth, fangs bared and claws extended, hurtling straight for Bai Xuande's face. Bai Xuande tapped the air with his jade ruler. The carved beast surged to life, leaping from the ruler's surface, its hooves igniting with crimson flame. It swelled midair, becoming a 10-foot fire qilin that met the azure dragon heat-in a cataclysmic collision. Scale struck scale, water clashed with fire. Billowing white mist erupted skyward, veiling half the heavens in ghostly haze. Without glancing at the clash, Duanmu Liang launched himself toward Chen Daoxian and Yi Tianyuan. Another streak of light intercepted him. Facing Qiu Zhengming, Duanmu Liang narrowed his eyes. Will you two bar my way? Qiu Zhengming's gaze swept over both Bai Xuande and Duanmu Liang, his expression chillingly resolute. Given the present state, restraint is the wisest course for all. Bai Xuande had been bought by Chen Daoxian. Now Duanmu Liang acted with such conspicuous alignment, suggesting hidden ties to Qingyun sect. Qiu Zhengming could no longer decipher the shifting currents. Thus he chose stasis. No one would move. A shadow crossed Duanmu Liang's face, just as a thunderous, earth-shattering explosion rent the heavens. Boom! The sky itself tore open under a savage wave of spiritual pressure. Clouds across 100 li vanished in an instant, revealing a vault of profound, ink-black void. All turned toward the sound, only to find the long-ignored Shouyang Mountain now radiating an indescribable, suffocating oppression that flooded the horizon like a rising tide. A blood-red column of light over 10 zhang in diameter erupted from Shouyang's summit, piercing the clouds, spearing deep into the celestial abyss. Within the pillar loomed a colossal, three-headed, six-armed blood demon phantom, hundreds of zhang tall. All 6 arms formed seals simultaneously, vertical pupils split open in each palm, all 6 locking onto the faint golden figure hovering midair, wings unfurled behind his back. The blood demon true form. Qiu Zhengming's pupils contracted. Has Yang Jia truly sunk so deep into collusion with the blood god sect? His gaze snapped toward Duanmu Liang. Duanmu Liang, caught by that stare, stiffened, then scowled fiercely. Why look at me? Qiu Zhengming gave a frost-laced laugh. The Bai Lin Xian Zhu sword gleamed into existence in his grasp. Each word fell like a hammer. No one moves. The spiritual pressure of the peak golden core cultivator spread out, without reservation, pinning Duanmu Liang firmly in place. Watching Qiu Zhengming's demeanor, Duanmu Liang hesitated several times to speak, ultimately taking a deep breath and holding back. Raising his hand, Bai Jiao, who was entangled with Bai Xuande, returned to his side. Bai Xuande did not pursue, summoning the fire qilin, stroking his beard, while gazing at the towering pillar of blood, a trace of gravity flashing in his eyes. In the sky above Shouyang Mountain, Chun Yi hovered 100 feet away from the true form of the blood demon, gazing at the ferocious flames of the blood demon with narrowed eyes. He couldn't help but recall the system's description of the blood dan when dissecting Wang Chengxi's corpse. Blood dan, a unique product of the blood god sect's secret method of forming a core forged with the blood essence of myriad beings as a catalyst, and the golden core of a golden core cultivator as the core yielding an external golden core. It allows the bearer to possess the power and longevity of a golden core cultivator, enabling the consumer to extend their lifespan 20 years in the early stage, 40 years in the mid-stage, and a full 60 years in the late stage, with each person allowed to consume only 3. From the layout of the demonic sect, it was evident that they harbored the intention of drawing Dao Xian into the demonic camp. Otherwise, the corpse calamity in Yizhou would not have unleashed itself so recklessly. However, from Qinjian's treatment of the Zhang and Wang families, it was clear. Dao Xian's goal was the blood dan not to switch camps. Allowing Yang Jia to be free probably stemmed from the intent to test its effects. Previously Chun-Yi had directly given Wang Chengxi's blood dan to him, so logically speaking Dao Xian should have completed the verification. If Xian Yin was plotting against Dao Xian using Yang Jia, then Tianyuan should not have allowed him to hand over the blood dan to Qingyun, as it would greatly diminish Yang Jia's importance. Similarly, if Dao Xian desired the blood dan, he should not have allowed himself to act against Yang Jia. As long as he dared to act against Yang Jia, it would prove that he was also on the side of Xian Yin. This is also why Chun-Yi believed Yang Jia had already become a mere pawn. But now it seemed he had miscalculated, as this person turned out to be a Tribulation Eye. But it was not a Tribulation Eye plotting against Dao Xian. Who could it be? The split soul of the ghost spirit. If so, was it necessary to make such a huge commotion? Moreover, why must Yang Jia die at his hands? What benefit would that bring to Xian Yin? Chun-Yi couldn't help but sink deeper into thought. What exactly is Xian Yin's identity? A ghost cultivator. If he truly is a ghost cultivator, why would he engrave his own trail into Bai Ziliang's memory? Wouldn't that expose his own vulnerabilities? But if he is not a ghost cultivator, what kind of extraordinary being could have persisted from over 100,000 years ago to the present? Even the turtle-like demon beasts known for their longevity do not live this long, do they? Living beings. Long Yuan. Yang Jia cannot die at his hands. Suddenly a flash of inspiration illuminated Chun-Yi's mind, clearing the fog in his heart. So that's how it is. I underestimated the sages before me. In this case, it counts as converging on different paths to the same end. Having realized this, another question lingered in Chun-Yi's mind. Since the Tribulation Eye is Yang Jia, then it must be that the ghost spirit is to kill him. But Xian Yin allows him to do this. How will the ghost spirit kill? Suddenly a bright idea struck Chun-Yi's mind. The demonic sect's goal in drawing Dao Xian into the demonic realm is likely to disrupt the situation in the Yu Kingdom. Now that his own side is rising, the situation in the Yu Kingdom has changed drastically. What could be better then? Although the conclusion is absurd, it is the only answer after eliminating all impossibilities. No matter how unbelievable, this is mostly the truth. A self-deprecating smile crossed his mind. Using all my strength to try to escape the chessboard, only to find myself stepping onto it instead. However, this time he felt no anger. He was willing to be this peace. Just as he was beginning to understand everything, Yang Jia's attack arrived. A deafening roar erupted from the blood demon's giant mouth, and 6 beams of blood light shot out from its 6 vertical eyes, intertwining in midair to form a blood net that descended upon Chun-Yi. Before the blood net reached him, a stench of blood assaulted his senses. Chun-Yi flapped his wings, rising 100 feet, narrowly evading the edge of the blood net. As the blood net grazed his wings, it emitted a hissing, corrosive sound, and the edges of the pale golden feathers were eroded to a charred black. Indeed, the methods of the demonic sect are quite vicious. Chun-Yi glanced at his damaged wings, and with a turn of his internal energy, the charred feathers fell off on their own, and new feathers grew back at a visible speed. His gaze toward Yang Jia grew increasingly cold. Yang Jia did not give Chun-Yi a chance to catch his breath. His 6 arms moved in unison, each giant hand wielding a weapon forged from blood energy, slashing down at Chun-Yi from different directions. Before they reached him, the overwhelming blood energy made Chun-Yi's blood surge faintly, as if it were about to burst forth and plunge into the embrace of the blood demon. Chun-Yi's expression darkened slightly, and he suddenly folded his wings, wrapping himself within. The pale golden feathers erupted with dazzling golden light, transforming into countless sharp swords that layered upon one another, coalescing around Chun-Yi into a tightly sealed sword cocoon. The weapons struck the sword cocoon, producing a series of deafening clashes. The blood weapons shattered into a mist of blood, and the sword cocoon quivered violently, dozens of feathers breaking off and spiraling down. Duanmu Liang watched this scene with a frown, and said to Qiu Zhengming and the others, "If Chun Daoyu's only son dies here, the situation will not end well." Bai Xuande, while having received Chen Dao Xian's commission, felt a growing unease in his heart. Although Yang Jia walked the evil path, he was a seasoned expert of many years in Golden Core. Chun-Yi, after all, is a newcomer, and his foundation is still somewhat shallow. Qiu Zhengming coldly snorted, "You need not worry about this, Duanmu Daoyu." Casting a glance at Chen Dao Xian, who was surrounded by thunder beads, he said lightly, "Chen Daoyu's wealth is well known. How could that boy lack means of survival?" Hearing this, Duanmu Liang's mouth twitched. Indeed, it was not about losing one or two. Clang! Another heavy strike landed, and the sword cocoon finally could not hold on any longer, collapsing with a crash. Thousands of golden feathers transformed into a shower of fragments like golden snow fluttering down upon the ruins of Shouyang Mountain. Chun-Yi's figure shot out from the fragments, tumbling for dozens of feet in the air before finally stabilizing. Chun Loju, Yang Jia's voice emerged from the blood demon's true form, carrying a hint of mockery. "Is this the extent of your abilities?" Chun-Yi wiped away a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and looked down to see his chest garment completely shredded, revealing the protective armor underneath, its spiritual light dimmed by more than half. It has indeed been a while since I found myself in such a predicament. He raised his head to gaze at the 100-foot blood demon, but instead of answering he said, "While we were fighting just now I kept thinking of one thing." Yang Jia frowned slightly. Chun-Yi continued, "I was thinking since you old dog have committed so many atrocities it would be a pity if you were to be slain with a single sword." Yang Jia sneered, "Facing death you still seek to gain the upper hand with words. Whether it is or not you will know soon enough." As Chun-Yi's words fell his arms slowly extended. Suddenly a long wind arose between heaven and earth radiating outward from Chun-Yi. Initially subtle like whispers and murmurs, but within a breath it transformed into a deafening howl. The remaining walls and ruins of Shouyang Mountain were uprooted by this airflow and the fragments of stone, and wood had not yet touched the ground before being ground into powder by the fierce intent contained within the wind. In an instant the clouds of dust completely obscured Chun-Yi's figure. "What is this?" On the cloud's edge Duanmu Liang's pupils constricted. He practiced the path of beast taming most sensitive to the aura of various strange beasts in the world. The wind carried a kind of pure and extreme ferocity originating from the ancient wilderness. Jiu! A roar not belonging to the human realm erupted from the depths of the dust. The sound was unlike that of a tiger or leopard, nor a dragon or serpent, but more arrogant than the roar of all beings in this world. The hurricane raised by the sound waves swept away the clouds of dust, and Chun-Yi's figure had vanished without a trace, replaced by a colossal being. It was a colossal bird with a wingspan exceeding 30 zhang. Its feathers were akin to molten gold, each one ablaze, radiating a blinding golden light. With a gentle flap of its wings the clouds within 100 zhang were twisted into a vortex, dragging with its shimmering golden blades of qi that trailed 2 long fiery tails. Its beak was dark gold, curved like a divine hook. Those faint golden eyes coldly surveyed the blood demon below, their gaze indifferent, as if looking upon a corpse long turned cold. Zhao Hu's hand gripped the black-scaled spear, trembling. It was an indescribable shiver, the primal fear of the dragon bloodline, within him, facing its nemesis. Liu stood at the bow of the spirit ship, gazing up at the golden figure that obscured half the sky, whispering, crushing the 9 heavens, feasting on dragons. The golden-winged, great pun. The blood demon's true form shrank its 6 vertical pupils to needle points. Golden-winged, great. Yang Jia's voice lost its composure for the first time. "Impossible, this bloodline has been extinct since ancient times, you a mere human." What responded to him was a piercing roar that could shatter gold and stone. The golden-winged great pung flapped its wings. The gust it created swept away a layer of debris from the peak of Shouyang Mountain. The shattered stones and broken wood hadn't even flown far before being pulverized into dust by the swirling golden blades. Those faint golden pupils locked onto the blood demon's true form, indifferent, as if viewing ants. In the next moment the golden-winged great pung vanished. So fast that even the divine senses of the several golden core cultivators present could only catch a glimpse of a golden afterimage, so fast that Bai Xian's hand, which was stroking his beard, froze in midair, so fast that Duanmu Liang's pupils constricted, leaving him no time to utter a word. When it reappeared, its dark golden claws had already seized the blood demon's 2 arms. Crack! Those 2 colossal arms, forged from blood fiend energy equivalent to magical artifacts, were as fragile as rotten wood under the pung's claws, brutally torn off. The blood demon's true form let out a heart-wrenching scream, its remaining 4 arms flailing madly, blood fiend blades crashing down upon the golden-winged great pung. The golden-winged great pung twisted its body, its wings sweeping out like 2 colossal blades of heaven. Clang clang. The clash of metal resonated almost in a continuous line. 4 blood fiend blades snapped cleanly, their breakages smooth as mirrors. As the fragments still tumbled in the air, they were enveloped by the surging golden flames from the pung's wings, instantly refined into nothingness. Yang Jia let out a muffled groan, staggering back, bloodlight flashing violently on his body, clearly indicating that the previous strike had injured his very core. "You young one." Yang Jia's voice no longer held its previous composure and mockery, now tinged with a tremor of anger and fear. The golden-winged great pung didn't give him a chance to speak. With a flap of its wings it soared straight up into the sky, instantly transforming into a golden point of light above the heavens. In the next instant that point of light dove down at an almost imperceptible speed, trailing 2 long golden fiery tails like a falling star, crashing down upon the blood demon's true form. The blood demon's 4 remaining arms raised in unison, the blood light in their palms, surging 4 columns of blood-red light shot forth, intertwining above, to form an unimaginably thick blood shield. On the surface of the shield, countless twisted faces flickered in and out of sight, emitting mournful wails. The golden-winged great pung did not flinch or evade, its dark golden beak slightly opening as golden chi frantically gathered within, compressed into a wind ball the size of a fist. Boom! The moment the wind ball left the Peng's beak, it swelled in the wind, instantly transforming into a golden sun with a diameter of dozens of zhang, carrying earth-shattering might, and crashing fiercely against the blood shield. The countless faces on the blood shield simultaneously emitted desperate cries. The entire shield trembled violently, and within 2 breaths it exploded with a thunderous bang. Losing its protection, Yang Jia's massive body was completely exposed to the wrath of the golden-winged Great Peng. The dark golden claws pierced effortlessly into the blood demon's true form's chest. Crackling. The gut-wrenching sound of tearing echoed through the skies. The blood demon's true form was torn open from the chest to the abdomen, creating a ghastly gash over 20 zhang long. A thick, almost tangible blood fiend aura erupted from the gash, dyeing half the sky a dark red. Yang Jia's scream resonated from deep within the blood demon's true form. It's not over yet. The golden-winged Great Peng spoke human words, its wings flapping violently, 10,000 rays of golden light bursting forth from its feathers, enveloping both it and the blood demon's true form. Within the golden light, the sound of clashing metal rang like a torrential downpour. Accompanied by Yang Jia's wretched howls, the massive blood demon's true form was gradually sliced away by the golden sword light, formed from the myriad feathers layer by layer, as if being ground down on a whetstone, shrinking and disintegrating at a visible rate. 90 zhang, 70 zhang, 50 zhang, until only Yang Jia's true body remained. Die! Chun Yi shouted fiercely, the dark golden beak swooping down like lightning. You young one, you dare? As Yang Jia was about to lose his life right there, Yi Tianyuan's eyes were filled with rage. He no longer cared about Chun Daoshuan, who was watching from the side, and swung down the long-accumulated Qingming sword. In an instant, the sword light cascaded like a river, splitting the sky in 2. The moment Yi Tianyuan unleashed this strike, he regretted it. That was the only child of the Dragon Abyss heir. However, before the mighty sword light could reach within 100 zhang of Chun Yi, a deep blue thunder pearl shot out from a diagonal direction, striking squarely at the center of the sword light. Boom! The lightning and sword light erupted simultaneously, the dazzling brilliance illuminating the entire ruins of Shouyang Mountain as bright as day. The shockwave, carrying fragmented arcs of lightning and sword intent, further stripped away layers from the already ravaged mountain below. At the same time, it sent both the rapidly descending Chun Yi and the doomed Yang Jia flying. Yi Tianyuan let out a long sigh of relief, but suddenly felt a chilling, killing intent approach from beside him. Turning around, he saw Chun Daoxuan's face, as dark as the bottom of a pot. You want to kill my son? Hearing that voice, which seemed to be squeezed out from between clenched teeth, Yi Tianyuan's friend Shenai. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the Tianlei Zi beside Chun Daoxian suddenly brighten, the deep blue lightning illuminating half of his face like that of Ashura. Go talk to my Tianlei Zi. Those dozens of Tianlei Zi instantly transformed into deep blue shooting stars, trailing blinding arcs of electricity raining down upon Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan's soul nearly leaped out of his body, and with a flash of escape light, he transformed into a green rainbow, shooting towards the distant sky. Boom! 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 Accompanied by earth-shaking roars, numerous thunder marshes appeared in the sky. The escape light in front was at risk of being swallowed at any moment. Duanmu Liang, however, did not look that way. With a sweep of his broad sleeve, he transformed into a giant hand intending to seize Yang Jia. Friend Duanmu, do you really think that Xiao is dead? A chilling voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Jingming had already positioned himself in front of Duanmu Liang, the silver light on the 100 scales, 1,000 spiders, sword surging as a multitude of silver sword marks resembling spider silk faintly appeared in the air, disrupting that giant hand. Duanmu Liang's face turned ashen. Xiao Jingming, do you truly want to start this feud? Will you not leave even a shred of face for Qing Yun? It does not deserve it. Xiao Jingming slashed his sword towards Duanmu Liang, clearly intending to entangle him. Duanmu Liang, anxious, found himself unable to break free. Seeing its master entangled, the white dragon flicked its long tail and dashed towards Yang Jia. Bai Xuanda had long been on guard. Oh, how could he allow it to succeed? With the point of the jade ruler in midair, the fiery Qilin, with 4 hooves trampling flames, leapt out again, blocking the white dragon's path. The peak combat powers of the entire Yu kingdom immediately became embroiled in chaos. Zhou Jingyuan and his disciples instead became the only forces capable of independent action in the fray. Let's go. Zhou Jingyuan glanced at the individuals fighting together, then turned to Hu Yueling and said. Hu Yueling did not hesitate. With a flash of escape light, they flew downwards. One headed towards Chun Yi while the other went towards Yang. In an instant, Hu Yueling had leaped in front of Yang Jia, her eyes filled with malice as she gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Old dog. Did you ever think of this day when your Yang family annihilated my Hu family?" Without waiting for his response, Hu Yueling summoned her life-bound flying sword and struck down. Having been tortured by Chun Yi and further weakened by the residual waves from the attacks of the two-peaked golden core cultivators, Yang Jia was already gasping for breath, utterly unable to evade this sword. Puff! The swordlight swept past, and his head flew into the air, rolling twice before freezing in a twisted, ferocious expression marked by the last moments of unwillingness and resentment. The headless body spurted dark red blood, swayed twice, and then fell straight down into the ruins of Shouyang Mountain, kicking up a cloud of dust. Hu Yueling, holding the sword, stared blankly at the head that rolled on the ground. Her lips moved as she murmured, "Father, Mother, Yueling has avenged you." Though her voice was not loud, it silenced the heavens and earth. Duanmu Liang immediately ceased his actions, staring at the rolling head as if he had seen a ghost. Qiu Jingming, seeing Duanmu Liang stop, scoffed, and sheathed his 100 scales, 1,000 spiders sword. He glanced at the weeping woman below, and calmly remarked, "This can be considered a clear case of cause and effect." Upon hearing this, Duanmu Liang took a deep breath and managed to maintain his composure, looking at Qiu Jingming as if he were a fool. With a flick of his sleeve, that white dragon transformed into a beam of white light and vanished into his sleeve. Free from the dragon's entanglement by Xuanda, also sheathed the jade ruler at his waist. However, his gaze drifted uncertainly between the two, his brows furrowing deeper as he pondered. Only the dozens of heavenly lightning strikes in the distance continued to surge, casting flickering shadows across half the sky. Yi Tianyuan emerged from the lightning with a disheveled appearance. His green Taoist robe was charred in many places, his white hair disarrayed, and a trace of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth. Yet upon seeing the head in the ruins, the urgency in his eyes dissipated. Chen Daoxian also ceased it. He stood with his hands clasped behind him, casting a faint glance at the head below, then at Yi Tianyuan's disheveled state, and let out a sneer. At Qingyun on the summit of Tongtian Peak, Dao Xianjinjuan looked at this scene with a grim expression, saying, "I have long said that we should not allow that father and son to act recklessly. With a layout spanning decades and countless lives, to end up in such a situation is indeed a great loss." "Dao Xian, old man, are you blaming that lord?" A handsome young man turned to gaze at Dao Xianjinjuan. A faint smile danced on his handsome face as he lightly waved a folding fan, the 5 poison pattern on it shifting in the spiritual light. Dao Xianjinjuan's expression darkened slightly, yet he did not erupt in anger, only coldly snorting, "We do not slander here. When have I ever blamed that lord? I merely feel regret for the arrangements made earlier." Hunyuan Jinjuan snapped his fan shut, the tip lightly tapping the void, sending ripples like water, pulling the scene of Shouyang Mountain closer. With a calm expression, he said, "It is best that way. Flies do not buzz around a seamless egg. Had that lord not intervened today, it would have been my and Taoist Yunlong's turn to personally confront you at Qingyun." Dao Xianjinjuan's white brows twitched slightly. 6 years ago, had it not been for the visit of Taoist Yunlong from Spirit Beast Mountain accompanied by that lord, he would have indeed fallen into the trap of the demonic path. Once caught in the trap, remembering that Yunlong had been lying in wait under his very nose for over 60 years, Dao Xianjinjuan felt a chill run down his spine. Yet seeing Qiu Zhengming's smug expression in the mirror, he looked at Hunyuan with an unusual expression and asked, "You truly have not exchanged a word with your proud disciple?" Hunyuan chuckled lightly. "Actions speak louder than words. Surely you understand this principle, right? Even if I say nothing, isn't Zhengming doing quite well now?" Looking at Hunyuan's smug demeanor, Dao Xian found himself at a loss for words. Just then a cry of despair echoed from the scene. "Chen Yi has died." Dao Xian's expression stiffened as he hurried to Hunyuan's side, pushing him aside and pulling the water mirror closer. Gazing at the scene in disbelief, he turned to Hunyuan and exclaimed, "This has it truly happened?" Hunyuan's expression remained calm as he replied, "Do you think that lord is just anyone?" Zhou Xingyuan held the lifeless body of Chun Yi, his face filled with disbelief and panic. That cry of despair exploded like thunder over Shouyang Mountain. Hu Yueling, in a daze, suddenly snapped back to reality, looking over in disbelief. "No." The distant observer Qiu Mingxin let out a mournful cry akin to a cuckoo weeping blood. Zhao Hu's black-scaled spear clanged against the ground. This man, who had just seemed like a god of death, appeared as if his spine had been removed, collapsing to his knees as he murmured, "Lord." Li Yu staggered, barely managing to hold onto the deck of the spirit boat to avoid falling. He looked at the lifeless body in Zhou Xingyuan's arms, his lips moving, but no sound came out. Above the clouds, the 4-peaked golden core cultivators all turned their gazes toward Chen Daoxian. Yet Chen Daoxian showed no signs of fear or sorrow at the death of his only son. Instead, a smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. Bai Xian's brows furrowed deeply, inadvertently tightening his grip on the jade ruler. Even after living for hundreds of years and witnessing countless partings, he felt a chill running down his spine at Chen Daoxian's reaction. A tiger does not eat its own cubs. Could this man truly be mad? Duanmu Liang's face initially showed a flicker of fear, but as he observed Chen Daoxian's demeanor, his fright quickly faded, replacing it with indifference. Qiu Zhengming narrowed his eyes slightly. Knowing this father and son, things were certainly not as simple as they appeared. That young man had just been suppressing Yang Jia. Although struck directly by the residual energies of the two peak golden core clashes, could a descendant of the golden-winged roc be so easily killed? It seemed too fragile. Only Tianyuan reacted most violently, his body stiffening suddenly at the sight of the body embraced by Zhou Jingyuan, his face paling in an instant. Old man. Old man. His lips quivered and the veins in his hand gripping the sword bulged. Chen Daoxuan, however, pressed down on his hand. Tianyuan looked into Chen Daoxuan's mocking eyes, and his heart suddenly stabilized. Chen Daoxian then turned his gaze to Zhou Jingyuan, whose face was filled with grief, and said indifferently, "Enough, stop wailing." Zhou Jingyuan's cries halted abruptly as he looked up, tears still staining his old face, staring in astonishment at the figure standing with hands clasped above. Chen Daoxian descended from the sky, landing 10 steps before Zhou Jingyuan. His gaze swept over Zhou Jingyuan's corpse, and the smile on his lips grew increasingly profound. In just a few breaths, the appearance of Chen Yi completely faded away, revealing the gray-black wooden texture beneath. "A puppet!" Zhou Jingyuan exclaimed. He suddenly looked up only to meet several condescending gazes. Chen Daoxian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the previously triumphant curve of his lips now transformed into unabashed mockery. Qiu Jingming had quietly approached from the west side. Although the 100 scales 1,000 spiders sword remained sheathed, its aura had already locked on a Zhou Jingyuan. Duanmu Liang had also seized control of the white flood dragon, sealing off another direction. Even Bai Xuanda had placed his hand on the jade ruler. However, what truly sent a chill down Zhou Jingyuan's spine was Tianyuan. Those murky old eyes held no trace of the prior panic or guilt. What was present was only an extreme complexity of exhaustion and a sense of relief from shedding burdens. Zhou Jingyuan's expression changed, his lips moved a few times, and he said, "Senior brother, do not blame me. I am doing this for the sect." He sighed, straightened his chest, and spoke calmly to the other golden core cultivators. "This matter has nothing to do with Qingyun. If you wish to kill or mutilate, I, Zhou Jingyuan, will bear it all alone." Still trying to sow discord here. Looking at Zhou Jingyuan's seemingly generous acceptance of death, Tianyuan shook his head and sighed lightly. "After acting for so many years, aren't you tired of it?" Zhou Jingyuan was taken aback, and after a long while he finally spoke. "When did you start doubting me? You don't think you acted well, do you?" As that voice drew closer, the clouds surged, and a faint golden light of escape rushed down from the sky, landing beside Chen Daoxian. As the escaping light withdrew, the figure of Chen Yi appeared. He was dressed neatly, his aura calm, showing no signs of injury. Those pale golden eyes looked at Zhou Jingyuan with a hint of barely concealed disdain. "In a place as morally corrupted as the Qingyun sect, the emergence of someone like you, a virtuous man, is itself the greatest flaw." Zhou Jingyuan raised his head to meet Chen Yi's indifferent gaze, then looked at the group of golden core cultivators, slowly saying, "With just this you all doubt me?" Tianyuan interjected, "Isn't it enough? What did the ancestor do with those devilish methods to extend his life? Isn't it to buy time for the sect's cultivators? Who else could we choose? Su Lian, Lu Wenyong, those greedy and unstable individuals. Could they survive the inner demon tribulation of Foundation establishment? Naturally, it can only be you." Tianyuan's voice carried an inexplicable sense of fatigue. "You, Zhou Jingyuan, do not compete or fight, are impartial and upright, treating others sincerely. Everyone in the sect, as long as they have eyes, sees you as the pillar of our Qingyun's future. Since we know the plans of the devil path, why can't we suspect you as the obvious choice?" He pointed at the puppet pierced through the heart by sword energy below, and added, "Moreover, you have not disappointed our suspicions, have you?" Zhou Jingyuan was taken aback, then suddenly laughed. "I consider myself well hidden. This fragment of my soul is also a Foundation establishment cultivator, having walked this path step by step. Yet I did not expect that you self-proclaimed righteous ones would distrust humanity more than I, the demon. How ironic indeed." Gazing coldly at the crowd, he calmly stated, "Indeed, I am the fragment of the soul of the phantom spirit. You all have set up such a grand display today, it cannot possibly be just for a small golden core like me, right? If it were merely a fragment of the soul, you could simply crush it with a palm. Why would I have to lie in hiding here for over 60 years? A voice drifted in leisurely. A burly old man had appeared in the sky at some point. It was none other than Li Qingyue, the head of the Li family from Qingyuan. "I pay my respects to the ancestor. I pay my respects to the true Lord Yunlong." Duanmu Liang and Tianyuan quickly bowed. The true Lord Yunlong, the elder of the Spirit Beast Mountain. How did he end up here? Why were Duanmu Liang and the others behaving so naturally about it? Qiu Jingming and Bai Xuanda exchanged glances, both seeing the suspicion in each other's eyes, and also bowed in return. Li Changyue waved his hand, his deep abyss-like eyes fell on Zhou Jingyuan, revealing no hint of joy or anger, only stating blandly, "Friend Wuxing, I hope you have been well." Zhou Xingyuan's smile abruptly halted as he squinted at Li Qingyue. This fragment of my soul has taken root here for over 60 years. Does the Yunlong friend recognize me? The true Lord Yunlong laughed heartily. We all know where the true body of that phantom spirit is, let alone a fragment of the soul. Aren't you Wuxing? It can't be that Blood River fellow, right? Zhou Xingyuan narrowed his eyes. Why not? Because he does not dare to step into the state of you. A cool voice came from beside Zhou Xingyuan. His heart trembled, and he turned sharply. He saw that puppet had somehow appeared behind him. Yet he could not discern the slightest detail of its cultivation. Zhou Xingyuan reacted like a startled cat, his aura surging coldly, demanding, "Who are you?" Upon hearing this, the puppet began to flow like water. I could be Chen Yi. The proud face of Chen Yi emerged on it, the aura and cultivation indistinguishable. Zhou Xingyuan's breath caught. I could also be the golden-winged Great Palm. The visage of Chen Yi rippled like water, transforming in an instant into a dazzling golden beak. Those pale golden vertical pupils coldly locked onto Zhou Xingyuan, indifferent, as if viewing an ant. The crowd showed expressions of realization. When did the two of them exchange identities become so evident? In the next moment, the golden beak twisted again, transforming into a refined visage. I can also be Bai Ziliang. Zhou Xingyuan suddenly kicked off the ground, retreating like a ghost, fear unmasked in his eyes for the first time. What on earth are you? The puppet, however, did not answer him, but instead turned its gaze towards Chen Yi. Transforming into the visage of an exceptionally beautiful young girl, she said, "Of course I could also be Li Lingxi." Chen Yi realized they had indeed met before. She then raised her gaze to Chun Daoshuan, returning to her original form, and spoke distinctly, "But ultimately, I am merely the great creation of Long Yuan, Xian." As the two words fell, the aura on Xian Yin suddenly surged. Refining Qi Foundation Establishment Golden Core. Nascent Soul. Great Perfection. Puppet. Zhou Xingyuan's face was filled with shock, his voice nearly squeezed out from his throat. The Yin ghosts of Black Wind Valley and the corpse refiners of White Bone View essentially stemmed from the path of puppetry. Therefore Wuxing understood better than anyone where the limits of a puppet lay. A nascent soul at great perfection, yet possessing independent thought indistinguishable from a living being. This was no longer mere refining, this was creation. This was Genesis. This was the ultimate pursuit of a puppet cultivator. He understood even more why this puppet named Xian Yin, clearly possessing the pinnacle of cultivation in the human realm, would go to such great lengths. Because autonomous puppets all have preset commands. For example, only attack enemies. That previous attack aimed at Chen Yi clearly bore this mark. Zhou Xingyuan struggled to swallow, awkwardly asking, without the dignity of a nascent soul cultivator, the fragment of the soul and the main body should not count as one person, right? The true Lord Yunlong stroked his beard and chuckled. If it does not count, why would we perform this play? Zhou Xingyuan's expression stiffened as he scanned every face present, eventually bursting into hearty laughter. Good, very good. After a century of waiting, I find myself playing out a self-destructive scheme with you all. Xian Yin cast a cold glance at him. If you hadn't placed a soul restriction on by Ziliang, even if you turned the state of you upside down, I wouldn't have bothered with you. After saying this, he flickered and vanished from sight. Everyone knew what this nascent soul expert was up to. They also understood that they wouldn't even have the chance to spectate, including Yunlong, the other nascent soul cultivator. Zhou Xingyuan, being a person without any soul connection to the living, grew even more composed upon realizing there was no chance for a reversal. With a wave of his large sleeves, a table appeared out of thin air, adorned with a wine jug and 2 cups. He sat down, filled 2 cups, pushed one across the table, and raised the other for himself. After downing a cup, he said lightly, "Shall we have a chat?" Yunlong Xingyuan frowned and was about to act. But Zhou Xingyuan sneered. "You, a worthless fool, are unworthy of my wine." Yunlong Xingyuan frowned again, ready to explode. However, he saw Chen Yi calmly sit down opposite Zhou Xingyuan and gently sniff the wine cup. 400 years of drunken immortal brew. Chen Yi raised his eyelids slightly. Elder truly spares no expense. With death approaching, what is there to spare? Zhou Xingyuan chuckled lightly and poured himself another cup, looking at Chen Yi. "Surprisingly, you still call me Elder." Chen Yi took a small sip, put down the cup, and looked calmly at Zhou Xingyuan. "Although you harbor ill intentions, the Zhou family's integrity is indeed genuine. Initially, I received much protection from the nobility, so I call you Elder, and you deserve it." Zhou Xingyuan was taken aback by this, and then shook his head with a chuckle. What a notion of deserving. Chen Yi, you are far more interesting than these hypocrites. The other cultivators scoffed, but no one interrupted. Zhou Xingyuan took another drink, looked seriously at Chen Yi, and continued, "You and I are quite similar." "Oh." Chen Yi paused slightly, raising his eyes to look at Zhou Xingyuan with intrigue. "We are both discarded pieces on the chessboard of the Tao, lacking excellent spiritual roots, yet possessing an understanding in obscure paths that even the proudest of the heavens cannot match." Zhou Xingyuan put down his cup. "Only you are luckier than I am. You have a father of extraordinary strength, but I do not. So, Chun-Yi placed the wine cup on the table and squinted, his elder lamenting fate. Zhou Xingyuan shook his head. Fate. If I believed in fate, I would not have walked the path paved with bones toward immortality. I invite you to drink this cup of wine merely to ask, do you truly not believe in the goodness of humanity? Chun-Yi looked at Zhou Xingyuan with a faint smile. Elder does not believe my earlier words. Zhou Xingyuan laughed heartily. If those words had come from someone else, I would certainly believe them. After all, a person with a heart of filth sees everything as filth. But you I do not believe. Why not? Chun-Yi raised an eyebrow. Because you trust Zhou Ming, trust Zhou Xuanhong, trust the Lansong Zhou family, yet it makes no sense that you would not believe that there are those who rise from the mud untainted in this world. Zhou Xingyuan looked intently at Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi fell silent for a moment. The mountain wind swept through the ruins, lifting wisps of lingering smoke and dispersing the fragrance of wine on the table. Zhou Elder, Chun-Yi finally spoke. You are not wrong, I do believe. He raised his faint golden eyes to look at Zhou Xingyuan. I believe in the righteousness of the Zhou family, I believe in the loyalty of Zhou Xiong, and I also believe in the support the Zhou family head extends to the younger generation. I also believe that there truly are pure white lotuses in this world that rise from the mud untainted. However, it is precisely because I believe in them that I do not believe in you. Oh. Zhou Xingyuan's hand hovered in the air, his eyes showing a genuine surprise. Before I decided to take revenge on the Yang family, I visited Lansong Mountain. Zhou Xingyuan nodded. Chun-Yi continued, in addition to repaying the nobility's kindness, I also inquired about a person. Who? Zhou Lai. Zhou Xingyuan's movement suddenly halted. He is dead, isn't he? Chun-Yi said seriously. Zhou Xingyuan nodded. Chun-Yi's voice dropped a few notches. He was one of the few direct descendants sent to Qingyun by the Zhou family, a golden core seed, carefully nurtured by the Zhou family, and also a father. A father would not neglect to see his son after his foundation establishment. So in this Qingyun sect protected by you, who could prevent him from sending news of his death back to the family? The answer was evident. So Elder, no matter how well you play to me, it is all just an illusion. I see. Zhou Xingyuan self-deprecatingly smiled, downing the remaining wine in his cup, and a rare bitterness flickered in his eyes. I thought that all cultivators in this world regarded the Tao as greater than the heavens. That foolish child, upon discovering my connection with the ghost, could not bear the blow, and took his own life. To avoid complications, I declared to the outside world that he was in seclusion to break through. Little did I know this became my flaw. Father. He chewed on these two words as if tasting a completely unfamiliar vocabulary, ultimately sighing. I have lived countless decades, yet never truly understood the weight of these two words. Chun-Yi did not respond, only quietly watching him. Zhou Xingyuan set down the wine cup, his fingers tracing the edge of the table for a moment, suddenly raising his head, his gaze devoid of mockery, openness, and self-mockery, revealing a rare seriousness. Thank you for clarifying things for me, he said, his voice calm as water. This time I will undoubtedly die, and I offer you an opportunity. Do you dare to accept it? At these words, the expressions of the cultivators in the clouds changed in unison. Yunlong Jinjuan frowned, speaking in a deep voice. Do not listen to his temptations. The methods of the demonic path are treacherous and unpredictable, and this opportunity is likely to cost you your life. Duanmu Liang and Yi Tianyuan also coldly echoed, indeed. Chun-Yi, if you believe him, it would be utterly foolish. Zhou Zhengyuan laughed heartily. Did you see that? My words have proven true again. Elder is indeed perceptive. Chun-Yi chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, the cultivators in the clouds had varied expressions. Yunlong Jinjuan directly scolded Chun. You brat, how dare you? Chun Daoxian snorted lightly, directly interrupting the nascent soul Zinjin's words. The child has his own decisions, there is no need for Elder to worry. Yunlong's eyes widened in surprise. Just as he was about to explode, he saw Chun Daoxian flip his hand, and the Longyuan order appeared in his grasp. Do not bring calamity upon yourself. Seeing this order, Yunlong's explosive aura suddenly came to a halt. The two nascent soul demonic cultivators, merely for placing a soul restriction on by Ziliang, the holder of the Longyuan order, faced a fatal calamity. If one dares to take action against this recognized heir of Longyuan, she will surely return and crush them on the spot. Lord Yunlong's face turned ashen, anger boiling in his eyes, yet he ultimately remained silent. Chun Daoxian withdrew the Longyuan order, standing with his hands behind his back, his gaze lightly resting on the table below. Chun-Yi did not look back, but calmly said to Zhou Xingyuan, then thank you, senior. Zhou Xingyuan stroked his beard with a smile, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Such courage. He flipped his hand, and an ancient jade slip appeared in his palm. Placing the jade slip on the table, he pushed it towards Chun-Yi. This is the path of the 7 kills that I have comprehended throughout my life. Take it with you. 7 kills. Zhou Xingyuan nodded slightly, a trace of pride crossing his gaze. Indeed. The world knows only of my wuxing skill in controlling corpses, yet it is merely flesh and blood. This path is the true meaning of my wuxing. Heaven generates killing intent shifting stars and changing abodes, earth generates killing intent dragons, and snakes rise on land, humanity generates killing intent, and heaven and earth turn upside down. The so-called 7 kills refers to killing life, extinguishing killing intent, killing heart, killing spirit, killing path, and killing oneself. I too have scarcely reached the 4th step. The last 3 steps are all about deduction, yet I have never personally verified them. Your comprehension is exceptional, and you are well-versed in alternative paths. This object in your hands may lead you farther than I. Chun-Yi solemnly took the jade slip, but did not look at it. Instead, he said, "Thank you for granting me this path. I will certainly verify it from the side, and not let you down." What a fine statement of verifying from the side. Zhou Zhengyuan laughed heartily. His laughter resonated through the ruins of Shouyang Mountain. After the laughter, he looked down at his own hands. The thin, frail edges of his palms were already beginning to show fine grayish white, like weathered rocks of 1,000 years crumbling inch by inch from the edges inward. Quite efficient, Zhou Zhengyuan murmured, his tone lacking sadness or joy, only a sense of settled acceptance. The connection between him and his true self had been completely severed. This meant that his true self had already been found by Xianyin. A perfected nascent soul against an early nascent soul, the outcome was without suspense. Once his true self perished, this fragment of his soul would become like a rootless tree collapsing in an instant. Kid Zhou Zhengyuan raised his head, his eyes, which had begun to grow hollow, fixed on Chun-Yi. "I have one last piece of—" Chun-Yi placed the jade slip down and sat upright. "Please speak, senior. Since you trust in human hearts, remember this day. In the world of cultivation, the most populous is not the demonic path or the righteous path, but those pitiful creatures who have lost their original intentions and cannot reclaim them. They cultivate and cultivate, yet lose themselves along the way. As I stand here today, to say I have no regrets would be false, but to say I would do it all over again, hey, it might not differ much." He smiled, a smile devoid of resentment or relief, only a self-awareness of having seen through the ways of the world, yet still choosing to sink into it. "So kid, do not follow my path. You are luckier than I, luckier than 99% of the cultivators below the head. Behind you stands Xianyin. If you still choose to follow the lead of us old fools, that would truly be a disgrace to this." As his voice fell, his body suddenly shattered. Countless grayish-white fragments fell like snow, scattering on the table, in the wine cup, and on Chun-Yi's shoulders. Chun-Yi sat still, allowing the fragments to settle upon him. After a long time, he rose, tucked the jade slip into his sleeve, and respectfully bowed in the direction where Zhou Zhengyuan had dissipated. In the clouds above, the expressions of various cultivators were diverse. None expected that this notorious killer would die so unperturbed. Could it be that the heart of the demonic path truly surpasses that of the righteous? Just as they were pondering, a voice filled with resentment and anger echoed from the horizon. "Xianyin, you have ruined my Tao. I curse you to fall into the abyss for eternity." Everyone looked over, only to see an old man resembling a foundation establishment cultivator stumbling through the thick black smoke from the sky. "That is He Yongyan." Yi Tianyuan's gaze sharpened, recognizing that disheveled figure. At this moment, He Yongyan bore no semblance of the dignified elder of the He family. On that originally plump, gentle face, veins bulged, bloodshot eyes, and the black energy surging around him was a sign of his true self's death and fragmenting of his soul. Chun-Yi raised his brow. Previously, from Wang Chengzi's words, he only knew that the fragment of the ghostly soul was in Qinan. With Zhou Zhengyuan's obvious involvement, there was no doubt. Now that Zhou Zhengyuan had been confirmed as the fragment of Wuxing, who then was the fragment of the ghostly soul? He had no clue. But he knew one thing. That is, the ghostly soul was absolutely doomed. When Wang Qingji handed Bai Ziliang over to that fragment of the soul, it could no longer endure the foolish behavior of Bai Ziliang repeatedly self-destructing, thus triggering the soul ban. He had already made it onto the list of Yama. Seeing He Yongyan now, Chun-Yi felt a sense of sudden clarity. Well hidden, he is merely a foundation establishment cultivator. Yet upon reflection, it was not without clues. Among the 3 golden cores of Qinjian's Caodong, with Xiao Lan as the leader. This was evident from their previous meetings. But in Qinan, these major families had always regarded the He family as the head. Previously, he thought it was just He Yongyan's cleverness, but now it seemed not to be the case. Chun-Yi looked up and saw He Yongyan glaring at him and his companions with eyes full of resentment. "If I am to die, you shall not fare well either." Yi Tianyuan's expression froze then, as if he understood something. His teeth gritted in anger. "You dare." He Yongyan grinned savagely, a glimmer of ghostly light exploding at his brow. In an instant, muffled groans echoed from all around. The He family, the Xiao family, the Lu family, the major markets, scattered cultivators, caves, and even 1,000 miles away in the Qingyun sect, cultivators fell at the same time. All suffered, shattered sea of consciousness, their spirits extinguished. Yi Tianyuan's hair stood on end, his entire being surged with power like boiling water, and he struck out with the Qingming sword. However, before the sword light could reach, He Yongyan's body had already turned to ashes, swept away by the mountain wind, leaving nothing behind. Having lurked for a century with this old demon's methods those he had planted as soulbinders, Chun-Yi could hardly imagine. Just moments ago, due to Wuxing's calm acceptance of death, the faint stirrings he felt towards the demonic path were instantly washed away by the gruesome scene before him. In the midst of his emotions, a figure suddenly appeared beside Chen Daoxian. It was none other than Xianyin. At this moment she appeared immaculate, her expression still that of a nonchalant, otherworldly being, as if the recent slaughter of 2 nascent soul demons was merely a casual act. Calmly she said to Chen Daoxuan, "I have cleaned up the territory. How to manage it, and how to choose in the future, is your business." Chen Daoxian gave a slight nod, and said softly, "Much obliged." Xianyin said no more, her figure rippling like water, and in an instant, she vanished from sight. Yunlong sighed with relief upon seeing Xianyin leave. Those who had remained on Qingyun Mountain, including Hunyuan and Daoxuan, arrived in unison. They looked at Chen Daoxian, and clasped their hands. "Chun Xiaoyou, please take care of us in the future." Chen Daoxian returned the gesture. "I cannot dare to take care of you, but I do have a question." Lord Daoxian raised his white eyebrows, slightly forcing a warm smile. "Feel free to ask." Old man will speak without concealment. "Since Senior Xianyin cannot take action against non-enemies, how did you unite the seniors here?" As soon as Chun Daoxuan's words fell, the expressions of the nascent soul cultivators present shifted subtly. Wuxing and the ghostly soul were not to be trifled with, and these 3 were certainly no innocent birds. Daoxian had tolerated Yang Jia's killing and blood collection, refining blood pills. Oh, were those people not dead because of him? Yunlong had lurked in Qinan for over a century. Was he truly there to guide Daoxian back to the right path? Had Hunyuan truly gone to Qingyun Mountain just to catch up with Daoxian? Had it not been for Xianyin's suppression, the demonic path would have further incited trouble. The 3 sects would certainly have ended up fighting like dogs. The first to die would be Qingyun. Hunyuan glanced at Qiuxin, who was already engaged in conversation with Chun-Yi, and after a moment's hesitation said with a bitter smile, "Since you asked, I won't hide it from you. When Senior Xianyin came to us, she did not spend much time talking. She did only one thing. She tore open our spiritual veins." Chen Daoxian suddenly understood. Xianyin was like an NPC in a game, unable to take action against non-enemies. But reality is not a game. She could not act against people, but could she not act against objects? The difference between the righteous and demonic paths lies not only in their styles, but also in the fact that the former have roots. Either mix with her, or do not stay in Yuegua. Were they not fighting for these resources? Thus the 3 sects had never had a choice. Knowing what cards he held, Chen Daoxian said, "In that case, how to govern Yuegua in the future indeed needs a set of 2 kings plus 4 twos, and you still want to play operations. What a joke." Dozens of spirit boats were already waiting at the foot of the Lansong Mountain. Zhou Xianhong stood at the bow with his hands clasped behind his back, the mountain wind howling, causing the sleeves of his robe to flutter like a banner. His calm gaze swept over the vast fleet of boats. These spirit boats carried the entire Zhou family of Lansong with no one else aboard. However, there were more than just these spirit boats. There were scattered cultivators, family disciples, and even Qingyun sect disciples rushing in from all directions like vultures. Their relatives had either suffered due to the blood sacrifice of the Yang family or perished because of the soul imprint triggered by the specters. But the Yang family had been destroyed, and the specters had vanished. Their pent-up hatred had lost its target for release. Naturally, it turned towards the Zhou family. Although Zhou Xingyuan had never harmed any of them, and the Zhou family was unaware of Zhou Xingyuan's identity. However, hatred does not heed the facts. Once a prominent Golden Core family, the Zhou family had become a target of public scorn overnight. The market was suppressed, the family assets were plundered, and whenever a disciple of the Zhou family stepped outside, they were often besieged and insulted. Had it not been for the support of Wanbao Tower, the Zhou family would have been completely devoured. Yet even so, the Zhou family had not moved away from Qingnan. Instead, they used their family assets to compensate the victims' families. This compensation lasted for 10 years. No one was grateful to them. The compensation was received with an air of entitlement. Spittle and curses were thrown at them as a matter of course. Even because the Zhou family's attitude was too passive, those victimized families became increasingly demanding. Until a few days ago, when a Zhou disciple went out to buy supplies and was blocked at the market entrance by dozens of scattered cultivators who not only hurled vile words, but even resorted to violence, beating the young man until he coughed up blood and collapsed. When Zhou Xianhong arrived, the young man was already in a coma with 3 broken ribs and signs of internal injuries. Hundreds of onlookers stood by, and not one of them offered help. However, a few familiar old family acquaintances stood far from the crowd, wanting to say something, but ultimately dared not approach. As Zhou Xianhong carried the young man back home, he heard someone behind him sneer. How many people did his ancestor kill? What is this injury compared to that? He did not turn around. The young man remained unconscious for 7 days before awakening. Upon waking, his first words were, "Master, what have we done wrong?" Zhou Xianhong did not answer. He only knew that if they stayed any longer, these hundreds of family members might not even survive. Thus this grand fleet was formed today. All members of the Zhou family had boarded the boats, but their emotions had truly sunk to rock bottom. On the deck, an old woman held her grandson silently in tears. A young man clenched his fists, biting his lip, and a middle-aged man squatted on the deck, burying his face in his knees. No one spoke. "Lift your heads." Zhou Zuanhong's voice thundered like a clap of thunder. The dejected Zhou disciples trembled in unison and instinctively raised their heads. Then Zhou Xianhong declared aloud, "My Zhou family thrived because of our ancestor, and now we are scorned because of him. There is nothing to feel wronged about. But we the Zhou disciples have acted righteously and have never committed any inhuman deeds. There is nothing to—" Zhou Zuanhong's eyes swept over the malicious onlookers, his gaze icy as he said, "For the past 10 years my Zhou family has compensated where we should and endured where we had to. It is not that we owe you anything. We are merely settling the debts owed to ancestor Xingyuan, and now we are even." At these words the onlooking cultivators erupted in outrage. Someone shouted, "Compensating a bit of filthy money counts as settling. My life partner was obliterated by that soul restriction. Can you bring them back?" Zhou Xianhong calmly looked at the speaker. "Was your partner's soul restriction planted by my Zhou disciples? Or was it placed by ancestor Xingyuan? Why do you block the door of the Lansong Zhou family instead of going to find the He family? What is your reasoning?" The man was momentarily stumped by the question, but quickly retorted, "He is your Zhou family's ancestor. Your Zhou family has enjoyed his protection for over 100 years. Now that he has caused trouble, do you want to wash your hands clean? Dream on." Exactly. That He Yongnian is just a mere foundation establishment, while Zhou Zhenyuan is a golden core. Without his protection, could your Zhou family? Could what? A cold voice rumbled like thunder from the sky, cutting off the man's words. The crowd looked up to see a golden light streaking across the sky, arriving in an instant. As the light dispersed, the tall figure emerged, none other than Qin Daoxian. With his hands clasped behind his back, he stood in the void, his gaze surveying all beneath him, causing all cultivators to lower their heads involuntarily. The previously agitated crowd fell silent in an instant. Qin Daoxian's gaze fell upon the shouting cultivator, his tone calm. "Go on, I would like to hear it." "Without the current wealth and prosperity." The man stammered, his voice shrill as cold sweat poured from his forehead, and his legs trembled like leaves in the wind. Qin Daoxian chuckled, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. "So by your reasoning, my Wanbao Tower has also been under the protection of Zhou Zhenyuan. Should we also owe you something?" At these words the venue fell completely silent. They dared to block the Zhou family's door simply because the Zhou family had lost their golden core and were in a weak position. But facing Qin Daoxian and his son, they would not dare, even if they had 100 times their courage. Zhou Xianhong looked at the figure standing with hands clasped behind his back, his throat rolling slightly, yet he did not speak. He knew that since Qin Daoxian had arrived, this was no longer just a matter for the Zhou family. As expected, Qin Daoxian withdrew his gaze, his tone as cold as ice. "Listen well. Zhou Zhenyuan is Zhou Zhengyuan, and the Zhou family is the Zhou family. The debts he owes the Zhou family has repaid for 10 years with interest and not a bit less. From today onward, the Zhou family will move out of Qingnan, and we will have no further dealings with you. If anyone still feels it is not enough," he paused, his gaze sweeping over the most boisterous individuals, and slowly said, "You may come to Wanbao Tower to find me, Qin Daoxian, to demand it." No one dared to respond. Those cultivators who had just been so self-righteous now wished they could bury their head. Qin Daoxian ignored them further, turning to Zhou Xuanhong, his expression softening slightly. "Master Zhou, my tower has been waiting for 10 years. May I receive a response today?" Zhou Xianhong looked at Qin Daoxian, then at the suddenly brightened eyes of the family members on the spirit boats behind him, taking a deep breath. He straightened his clothing and bowed respectfully to Qin Daoxian. "I have delayed for 10 years in responding to your invitation, and I am deeply ashamed. Today we shall enter your tower as a family, and from now on through fire and water we will follow your lead." "You are being too modest, Master Zhou." Qin Daoxian extended his hand in a gesture of support. "In those years when my son was down and out, if it were not for your family's shelter, how could he have reached this point today?" After speaking, Qin Daoxian waved his large sleeve. As if he had been waiting for this moment, the clouds in the sky suddenly rolled apart, and countless rays of dawn cascaded downward, like waterfalls enveloping the entire fleet. The members of the Zhou family on the spirit boats all looked up, and behind the clouds countless flying boats adorned with the golden patterns of Wanbao Tower soared out, lining up on both sides, numbering no less than 100. On the bow of each flying boat stood a cultivator dressed in the robe of Wanbao Tower, each at least at the foundation establishment stage, all bowing and cupping their fists, their voices resonating across the wilderness. "All of us at Wanbao Tower welcome the Zhou family into the tower." The sound rolled like thunder, echoing endlessly in the valley. Zhou Xuanhong, who had presided over the family for over 100 years and was accustomed to grand scenes, could not help but swallow hard, his eyes slightly reddening. Behind him, those Zhou disciples who had endured humiliation for 10 years could no longer hold back their tears. They had thought that Wanbao Tower might accept them. They just never expected it to be such a grand occasion. After you. Chen Daoxian stepped aside with a graceful, open-handed gesture. 100 spirit vessels pivoted in perfect unison, clearing a passage for the Zhou family's fleet. Rays of rosy light unfurled like a celestial carpet stretching from the foot of Lansang Mountain to the distant horizon. Zhou Xianhong drew a deep breath, suppressing the bitter tightness rising in his throat. He turned to face the hundreds of kinsmen gazing at him from aboard the spirit vessels and proclaimed in a clear, resonant voice. Departure. Dozens of spirit vessels ascended slowly into the sky. Without prompting, the Zhou disciples aboard straightened their spines as one. At the mountain's base, the assembled cultivators, who moments before had shouted and blocked the path, exchanged uncertain glances. One opened his mouth to speak, but upon meeting the icy, unwavering gazes of Wanbao Pavilion's attendants, swallowed his resentment whole. Just as the fleet was about to cross beyond the territorial bounds of Lansang Mountain, Zhou Xianhong suddenly raised his hand, and the entire formation halted midair. He turned back, his eyes fixed upon the mountain range where he had lived for decades. Its verdant peaks remained unchanged, its pavilions stood as serene and elegant as ever, yet all were now empty. Facing his ancestral land, Zhou Xianhong adjusted his robes, composed his expression, and performed a solemn full kowtow. Hundreds of kinsmen behind him followed in silent unison. No command issued, no word spoken. Only the crisp, wind-whipped rustle of silk sleeves against the mountain breeze. First bow. He rose. Let us go. Turning away, Zhou Xianhong did not look back again. The fleet pierced through the clouds and merged seamlessly into Wanbao Pavilion's grand formation of 100 spirit vessels, magnificent, stately, and bound for Yizhou. At the mountain's base, the onlookers stood frozen until the last vessel vanished beyond the farthest edge of the sky, as if awakening from an impossibly long dream. Ah, what arrogance! The yellow-robed cultivator who had shouted loudest spat fiercely onto the ground. Though fear still flickered across his face, it swiftly hardened into disdain. What does grandeur matter? Merely the swagger of a newly minted upstart. A gaunt Foundation establishment cultivator beside him brightened instantly and leaned in eagerly. Exactly. Wanbao Pavilion may have flourished these past years, yet it lacks even a single nascent soul, true lord. Without a nascent soul, true lord anchoring its foundation, how can it claim status as a top-tier sect? In my view, it's nothing more than a grasshopper in autumn. Its days of leaping are numbered. The yellow-robed cultivator, as if having found a kindred spirit, raised his voice further, seemingly to dispel the lingering dread stirred by Chen Daoxuan's piercing glance. Precisely. A nascent soul, true lord, commands immense longevity and heavenly power. That is the true bedrock of any sect. Chen Daoxian may be domineering, yet he remains merely a peak golden core cultivator, still one crucial step short of nascent soul attainment. How many golden core cultivators have stalled at this very threshold, until their bodies crumbled to dust? Fleeting glory, nothing more. Another woman, her face twisted with resentment, interjected, indeed, to hoard such vast reserves of spirit stones without possessing a nascent soul, true lord, is that not a glaring case of virtue failing to match position? They'll be forced to disgorge it all, sooner or later. Their voices grew louder, more animated, already envisioning Wanbao Pavilion's catastrophic collapse. Their earlier dejection vanished entirely, replaced by a strange, self-satisfied superiority. The gaunt cultivator swayed his head, thoughtfully feigning profundity, as he concluded, thus it is said, the cultivation world ultimately judges by supreme combat strength. Transient splendor is but passing mist. Without a nascent soul, true lord, Wanbao Pavilion is nothing but a paper tiger. Once the three great sects turn their attention here, it will be the first to fall. Come, let's drink. Let's see just how long Wanbao Pavilion's triumph lasts. 3 days later, the spirit vessels had crossed Qingzhou and entered Yizhou's domain. Unlike the rugged mountain-choked terrain of southern Qingzhou, Yizhou lay open and expansive. Vast fertile plains stretching endlessly, dotted with countless cities and towns renowned since antiquity as Yu Kingdom's most prosperous region. Yet due to its meager earth veins and scarce spiritual veins, few immortal sects had ever taken root there. Today, however, Yizhou was profoundly transformed. No sooner had the fleet traveled a mere 100 li into Yizhou than the Zhou clan sensed something extraordinary. Beyond the ceaseless streams of flying lights and spirit vessels overhead, even the markets below, each spaced mere dozens of li apart, faintly glowing with spiritual radiance, spoke volumes. Yizhou had irrevocably changed. Zhou Xianhong stood at the prow, gazing down at the bustling crowds flowing through one such market. With quiet awe he murmured, this land once famed across Yu Kingdom for its barrenness has flourished beyond imagination. Wanbao Pavilion's hand is truly formidable. Chen Daoxian stood beside him, hands clasped behind his back. Hearing this, he offered only a faint knowing smile. We simply offer cultivators of the unaffiliated a place to settle and thrive. Though Yizhou's earth veins are weak, its geography is unparalleled. crisscrossed by all major routes, unclaimed by any great sect. Ideal ground for independent cultivators to take root. Today Ijo hosts precisely 108 markets, great and small. From pills and artifacts to talismans and arrays, from spirit materials to spirit beasts, anything traded across Yu Kingdom may be found here. Here, any independent cultivator who exerts effort finds a path forward. Zhou Xinhong nodded silently. He well understood those few words alone would draw cultivators from across the realm like moths to flame. Yet this was only Ijo's foundation. Its true unshakable pillar rose beneath the clouds, a colossal city wall, azure gold, and spanning dozens of li coiled like a slumbering celestial dragon across the horizon, cleaving the skyline in two. Upon its ramparts stood 9 corner towers arranged like orbiting stars. Beneath each tower's sweeping eaves hung a luminous pearl the size of a human head, glowing with soft radiant light even beneath the noonday sun, as though 9 moons had descended together into the mortal realm. Even Wanbao Pavilion's attendants instinctively straightened their postures. The fleet's formation tightened further. Cultivators stationed atop the walls had already spotted the 100 golden-trimmed spirit vessels and immediately struck the ceremonial welcome drums. The drum beats rolled deep and resonant, growing heavier with each strike, reverberating beneath the clouds and sending waves of astonishment rippling through the city. Countless cultivators lifting their heads skyward in wonder. There, amid churning cloud banks, hundreds of spirit vessels emerged in perfect goosewing formation. Leading the vanguard were Wanbao Pavilion's 100 golden-trimmed spirit vessels arrayed left and right like outstretched wings. At their center, shielded with solemn reverence, sailed the Zhou family's dozens of spirit vessels, kinsmen standing tall at the railings, their eyes alight with awe and dazed disbelief. Directly above the main gate, a vast expanse of sky had been cleared. 36 Wanbao Pavilion attendants clad in crimson ceremonial robes hovered midair on spirit swords, hands weaving identical incantations. In that instant, thousands of spiritual lights surged upward from every quarter of the city, converging in midair to weave, petal by petal, golden lotuses formed purely of condensed spiritual energy, laying down a radiant lotus path stretching from the city gate to Wanbao Pavilion itself. Golden lotuses bloomed in silent splendor, fragrant vapors filled the air. The city streets and alleys teemed with people. Half a month prior, Tianji City had posted official notices. Today, a distinguished guest would arrive. Markets would close for half a day. All shops must sweep their thresholds and hang lanterns and banners. Though most cultivators knew not the reason, they welcomed the spectacle and crowded the sidewalks long before dawn. When the fleet finally entered the city and they beheld the 100-vessel formation soaring above, and then the golden lotus path conjured by 36 Foundation establishment attendants, even those long accustomed to Wanbao Pavilion's scale gasped aloud in stunned silence. Such extravagance. Who could possibly warrant this reception? I heard it's a fallen noble house. Entire clans seeking asylum. A fallen house. Such extravagance. Who could possibly warrant this reception? I heard it's a fallen noble house. Entire clans seeking asylum. A fallen house. High above the clouds atop Wanbao Pavilion's 90-year jade pavilion, the seat of its central authority, Li Yu stood at the balustrade. Behind him stood Sun Qing and the rest of the pavilion's senior leadership. He watched the majestic fleet descend into the city, watched the Zhou disciples stand erect on deck, and a subtle, knowing smile touched his lips. Then turning sharply, he strode purposefully toward the pavilion's entrance. Let us go. Welcome our new schoolmaster. The flying boat landed. Creak. The heavy vermilion gate was slowly pushed open by 2 disciples, revealing the full view of the main hall of the Wanbao Tower to the members of the Zhou family. The interior of the hall was not as resplendent as that of a typical sect adorned with gold and brilliant colors. Instead, it was laid entirely with jade green tiles, and the walls were embedded with hundreds of fist-sized moonlight stones, their soft radiance illuminating the entire hall like a moon palace. 72 coiling dragon pillars flanked both sides, each pillar adorned with a vividly lifelike dragon, its eyes half-closed, holding a slowly rotating spiritual pearl in its mouth. As it breathed, strands of spiritual energy unfurled like mist. In the center of the hall, a spiritual carpet about a yard wide extended from the entrance to the deepest white jade steps embroidered with a cloud pattern emblem of the Wanbao Tower in gold thread shimmering with spiritual light, making it feel as if one was walking on clouds. The members of the Zhou family had never witnessed such grandeur, and for a moment they found it hard to take a step. At that moment, a clear voice resonated from the depths of the hall. The master of Wanbao Tower, Li Yu, leads the 5 halls and 16 courtyards of the main tower, respectfully inviting the head of the Zhou family into the hall. The voice echoed, layered upon itself, as disciples from each courtyard relayed the message, greeting them with the highest courtesy of the cultivation world. The 9-layer transmission. Zhou Xinhong adjusted his attire, took a deep breath, and stepped over the threshold. Behind him, 8 elders of the Zhou family followed in a line, and further back were 36 direct descendants of the Zhou family, all holding their breaths, their steps solemn. They were not inexperienced newcomers in the past during the Zhou family's prime. They were also a powerful clan dominated by golden core cultivators. However, compared to the Wanbao Tower, a colossal entity spanning multiple states and controlling the economic lifeline of the Yu Kingdom, the golden core families were merely clouds and mud. Liu had descended from the jade steps and stood firmly in the hall. To his side stood the 5 hall masters: Sun Qing of the Gathering Treasure Hall, Zhao Hu of the Jinyue Hall, Lin Bin of the Wind Message Hall, Tanya of the Nurturing Hall, and Old Wang of the Dragon Taming Hall, all possessing golden core cultivation. Behind them, the masters of the 16 courtyards lined up, the lowest of whom were at the later stages of foundation establishment, with the 2 masters of the alchemy and tool courtyards having reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. This are all the high-ranking officials of Wanbao Tower present. Such a spectacle, even if the emperor himself were to arrive, it would be just about this grand. A voice murmured from among the crowd of cultivators outside the hall, who were taken aback. Immediately someone beside them lowered their voice in response. What does the emperor amount to? Do you know Bai Xuande, the true person Bai? He is the direct ancestor of our Yu Kingdom's emperor. When he last visited our Izhou, only 3 hall masters made it. At this remark, several wandering cultivators who had been listening intently gasped in surprise. The presence of the peak golden core royal ancestor was enough for only 3 hall masters to attend, yet today, for a fallen family, all 5 halls and 16 courtyards had gathered in full. Some astute cultivators had already quietly etched the name Zhou family into their minds, deciding that in the future, when they encounter cultivators with the surname Zhou in the Izhou region, it would be wise to treat them with courtesy. Zhou Xianhong walked into the hall and stood facing Liu. Liu smiled and was the first to bow his hands. Head of the Zhou family, I have waited for this day for 10 years. Zhou Xianhong hurriedly returned the gesture, his voice tinged with a barely detectable dryness. I am merely a fallen family head. What merits do I have to deserve such a warm welcome from the master and all the hall masters? Head of the Zhou family, you are speaking too modestly. Liu reached out to support his arm, preventing him from bowing too deeply, and his expression became more serious. In the past, when my master was in a humble position, it was the nobility who opened their doors and treated us with sincerity. This kindness is something that the entire Wanbao Tower will never forget. He then shifted his gaze from Zhou Xianhong to the Zhou family disciples behind him, who appeared reserved yet straightened their backs, and declared loudly, Today Wanbao Tower does not treat you as guests, but greets you with the courtesy of esteemed scholars. Please, head of the Zhou family, receive the seal. As his words fell, Tanya stepped forward from the ranks, holding a purple sandalwood tray with both hands covered with a dark silk cloth beneath, which the outline of a square azure gold seal could be faintly seen. Zhou Xianhong was taken aback. Master, what is this? Liu smiled slightly, gesturing. Head of the Zhou family, it is obvious at a glance. Zhou Xianhong hesitated for a moment, then reached out to unveil the silk cloth. On the tray lay a seal carved entirely from green oak spirit jade, quietly resting on the silk cushion. The seal's knob was shaped like a soaring green phoenix, its feathers intricately detailed, its eyes inlaid with 2 golden spirit crystals that seemed to exude a divine bird's disdainful demeanor. Around the seal, 8 ancient characters were engraved, educating a region passing on the flame. The moment Zhou Xianhong saw those engraved words, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he raised his head sharply to look at Liu. Liu stood with his hands behind his back, his voice clear as a bell. 10 years ago, my master drew out 300 acres of spiritual mountain at the foot of Qingyang Mountain to establish the Wanbao Academy. In the past 10 years, the palace has been established, the texts have been prepared, the teachings of alchemy, tools, and talismans have all been arranged, yet there remains the position of the headmaster unfilled. He gazed intently at Zhou Xianhong, his tone calm, yet heavy with weight. Head of the Zhou family, do you wish to take on this great responsibility? Silence fell within the hall, so quiet one could hear a pin drop. The relatives of Zhou Xianhong exchanged glances, their eyes filled with both shock and disbelief. The Wanbao Academy had become well known in the cultivation community of the Yu Kingdom over the years, even regarded as a sacred place. There, regardless of the quality of spiritual roots or the level of cultivation, as long as one passed the entrance examination, they could enroll and learn a skill. Those who performed well at the academy could directly advance to the nurturing hall with all tuition covered and become official disciples of Wanbao Hall. Remember, they would be official disciples, those qualified to exchange for foundation establishment pills. Even those who did not catch the eye of the nurturing hall could still find respectable work in the 108 markets of Izhou with the skills learned in school. Moreover, they need not worry about tuition fees, as Wanbao Hall provides student loans to those in need with remarkably low interest rates. Essentially, one could pay it off in 7 to 8 years of work after graduation. Thus, countless wandering cultivators yearned to get in. And now Liu had casually entrusted such an important position, arguably the most significant after the 5 hall masters, into the hands of Zhou Xianhong. Zhou Xianhong had cultivated for over 100 years and had seen countless storms, yet at this moment, he could barely hold that seal. Master, I am of mediocre intellect, what merits do I possess? Just then Shun Daoxian, who had left earlier, returned wearing a new robe. Head of the Zhou family, do you know why the position of headmaster has remained vacant since the establishment of the Wanbao Academy 10 years ago? Everyone in the hall displayed a contemplative demeanor. The importance of the Wanbao Academy was clear to all, yet the headmaster position had remained unfilled since its founding. While there were certainly reasons related to the unpredictable actions of Chun Daoxian and his son, it seemed there were deeper implications now, because one must be worthy of the position. Chun Daoxian stepped down slowly. While walking, he said, "Some say the Xinbao Academy was established by the youth due to the shallow foundation of the Wanbao Tower, aiming to cultivate skilled practitioners. Others claim that the youth founded the academy out of compassion for scattered practitioners who face hardships. Both statements are partially true and partially false." Chun Daoxian stood 5 steps away from Zhou Xuanhong, his gaze sweeping across the attentive practitioners inside and outside the hall, and he said calmly, "The great Tao is about competition. The weak are prey to the strong." These 8 words have been spoken for countless years in the cultivation world, yet they have persisted for as long. It seems that as long as one does not compete with the heavens for life, with the earth for profit, or with others for fame, one is considered useless, destined to languish in the mud, doomed to never rise again. Chun Daoxian's voice was not loud, but it echoed in the hall like a bell. Therefore, the scattered practitioners I encountered in Qingnan had in their eyes, aside from a thirst for resources, nothing but resentment. They resent the sects for monopolizing, resent the aristocratic families for their exclusion, resent the heavens for their unfairness. His gaze suddenly sharpened as he scanned the crowd in the hall. Later, when the youth arrived at Qingyun, he discovered that even those esteemed sect practitioners and aristocratic youths were perhaps no clearer in their eyes than the scattered practitioners. Scheming, infighting, factional disputes. What are they competing for? Chun Daoxian paused, then slowly said, "It is merely a battle over the word fear. Fear of being trampled upon, fear of insufficient resources, fear that if one stops, one will be ground to dust by this so-called great Tao competition. Everyone fears, so everyone competes. Everyone competes, so everyone is exhausted, everyone suffers, and thus lives like a dog." Upon hearing these words, many practitioners' expressions changed slightly. These words were too blunt. Cultivators seek transcendence, seek freedom, who would want to be described as living like a dog. Yet no one could refute it. However, Chun Daoxian shifted his tone. Thus, the true intent behind the youth establishing the Wanbao Academy is to provide another path for the practitioners of this world. A path where one does not need to compete, to snatch, or to scheme, but can live uprightly through one's own skill. Chun Daoxian's gaze fell upon Zhou Xuanhong, his tone becoming increasingly serious. "Therefore, this position is not one that just anyone with high cultivation can occupy. This person must uphold integrity, not be swayed by personal desires, must harbor compassion, not judge by background, must endure the ups and downs without losing their resolve, and remain steadfast amidst honor and disgrace." Zhou family head, your Zhou family has been in Qingnan for 10 years, losing all assets and enduring insults, yet you have never lifted a finger against any victim, nor returned a single harsh word to any slander. This endurance, this sense of responsibility, this integrity etched into your bones. This is the virtue that the head of this academy should possess. Chun Daoxian raised his hand, holding the Qinghuan seal in his palm. This seal does not represent power, but rather the spirit of the academy. This head must manage not just affairs but the hearts of the people. The academy has been established for 10 years, and the position of head has remained vacant for 10 years. It is not that there is no suitable person, but rather I have been waiting for you. Zhou family head, now do you wish to accept the seal? Zhou Xianhong looked at the Qinghuan seal in Chun Daoxian's hand, his eyes slightly reddening. It was a tremendous honor for the Wanbao Tower to accept his Zhou family, providing them with a place to belong. Yet he did not expect that the other party was entrusting him with the core philosophy and foundational principles of the Wanbao Tower. This trust weighed heavily. This acknowledgement was also a validation of his life's service. He took a deep breath and steadily accepted the Qinghuan seal with both hands. "Thank you for such trust. I Zhou will not disappoint your expectations." "Good." Chun Daoxian slightly nodded, a smile appearing on his face, then turned to the assembly in the hall and proclaimed loudly, "From this day forth, Zhou Xianhong will be the first head of the Wanbao Academy, holding the same rank as the 5 Grand Hall Masters, overseeing all affairs of the academy." Zhou Xianhong held the seal, his gaze sweeping over the crowd present, his throat rolling several times, finally culminating in a deep bow. After the ceremony, Li Yu stepped aside to gesture, "Head Zhou, please take your seat." Amidst the 72 coiling dragon pillars, the spiritual mist seemed to respond as it surged to the sides, creating a wide passage directly leading to the white jade staircase. Atop the staircase, the 5 Grand Hall Masters stood on either side, followed by the 16 Academy heads, all bowing in unison. Zhou Xianhong adjusted his attire and stepped onto the staircase. Behind him, 8 elders from the Zhou family exchanged glances, their eyes filled with both overwhelming excitement and a sense of surreal disbelief. Just half a day earlier they were reviled and avoided like street rats too afraid to even step into the market. Yet now they had entered the very heart of Tianji City, in Izhou, becoming honored guests of the Wanbao Tower. The oddity of life circumstances could hardly be more striking. Zhou Xinhong ascended the steps, and Li Yu personally guided him to his seat, which was the foremost chair beneath the 5 Grand Hall Masters. Everyone, Li Yu turned to face the assembly, his voice clear. Today is not only the day the Zhou family enters the tower, but also the day the Wanbao Academy truly gains a steering figure. The academy has been founded for 10 years and the position of head has been vacant for 10 years. Today, we finally have a sage to hold the seal. This is a fortune for our Wanbao Tower, and also a fortune for the scattered practitioners of the Yu Kingdom. Immediately the hall erupted in a chorus of congratulations. Head Zhou Li Yu waited for the congratulatory voices in the hall to subside, smiling at Zhou Xuanhong. Now that you have accepted the seal, you are the 6th hall master level figure of our Wanbao Tower. According to our academy's rules, all hall masters and above will receive the sect's assistance in achieving the golden core. After saying this, Li Yu clapped his hands. Tanya stepped forward from the ranks holding a brocade box and presented it with both hands. The box opened, revealing a pill the size of a longan quietly lying inside, exuding a mist of pill energy that coalesced without dispersing. Merely inhaling its scent made one feel invigorated. This was the golden core pill previously given by Chun Yi at the Lansong banquet. This pill is merely the first one. All resources required for Head Zhou to achieve the golden core will be fully supplied by the sect with no limit on quantity until the golden core is formed, Li Yu stated. As soon as these words came out, the whole Tianji city erupted in uproar. What does this mean? Unlimited supply of golden core pills, someone shouted. Nearby, a thin foundation establishment practitioner heard this, his mouth twitching. Even combined, the golden core pills in the 3 sects wouldn't exceed 10. Are they really blowing smoke? 3 sects? What do the 3 sects matter? Can they compare to the wealth of the Wanbao Tower? Even if they were the richest, would they scatter golden core pills like candy? The emaciated practitioner seemed to be quite serious, counting on his fingers. Even for the Wanbao Tower, producing 3 or 5 pills would be the limit, unlimited. Do you think forming a golden core is as easy as growing cabbages? The other scattered practitioners all nodded in agreement, clearly feeling that this statement held merit. The cultivation world had certainly seen its share of extravagant characters, but no matter how bold, there were basic laws to adhere to. But unfortunately, Wanbao Tower does not adhere to the basic rules. With Xianyin standing behind him, Chun Yi no longer bothered to put on an act. In the storeroom of Wanbao Tower, the process of forming a golden core is not much different from that of candy. Otherwise, how could old Wang and his companions achieve it in just 10 years? Listening to the uproar outside and observing the strange gaze of Zhou Xuanhong, Li Yu smiled and said, with such turmoil in people's hearts, why not seize the day and form the golden core here today, giving the cultivators in the city a first lesson? Zhou Xuanhong's pupils trembled slightly. Looking at Li Yu's nonchalant demeanor and scanning the unperturbed expressions of the 5 hall masters inside the hall, his lingering doubts completely dissipated. Taking a deep breath, he stood up and cupped his hands, saying, then, I will trouble the sect leader and the hall masters to act as guardians. Good. Li Yu chuckled and waved his large sleeves. The azure gold barrier that spanned several dozen miles and enveloped the entire Tianji city suddenly surged as if it had come to life. At the same time, the pearl's-eyed gems atop the 9 corner towers burst forth with brilliance. Their originally soft moonlight suddenly intensified, and the beams of light shot skyward, converging at a single point high above the city. Buzz, a deep dragon-like humming reverberated through the heavens and the earth, and wherever the sound wave reached, every jade-tiled roof in the city trembled slightly. At the point of convergence, a gigantic azure gold formation slowly materialized with a diameter of nearly 100 feet, its prohibitions swirling like fish, layered and intricate to the extreme. Forming a golden core in public. Has Wanbao Tower gone mad? Exclaimed a bearded man, his eyes wide. Isn't that the truth? A tall, thin individual, arms crossed, clicked his tongue sourly. When cultivators form their golden core, who doesn't hide away in a remote mountain forest, not even allowing their own parents to approach? Well, this is good, forcing it in front of tens of thousands of cultivators in the city. What are you worried about? Someone scoffed. The tall, thin man was momentarily stumped, but remained unperturbed, gesturing towards the hall. Am I worried for them? I'm just afraid if they fail to succeed, it will be quite the show for all these people. This remark struck a chord with many. Wanbao Tower has been too dominant in the past decade to the point of inciting jealousy. The pills and magical artifacts produced like a flowing river are akin to printing money. The world of cultivation has always been a place of envy and resentment. On the surface, everyone addresses the disciples of Wanbao Tower as Dao friends politely, but how many secretly wish for their downfall? Worried about not being able to wrap things up. TCH, a young man in a blue shirt finally couldn't hold back a cold laugh. Did you all forget the scene when the 5 hall masters formed their golden cores 10 years ago? Surely you don't think those few managed to form their golden cores on their own. This comment from the young man in blue was like a stone thrown into boiling oil, causing an uproar in the square outside the hall. Right? How could I forget that? An old cultivator with a medicine basket suddenly slapped his thigh, his eyes filled with the shock of realization. The 5 hall masters, 5 of them, that's 5 people. In one day they all formed their golden cores, and each was at least of the 3rd grade. I was so busy marveling at the deep heritage of Wanbao Tower that I didn't think deeper. It's not that you didn't think deeper, it's that you didn't dare to think. A middle-aged man who looked like a scholar adjusted his headscarf and smiled bitterly. Without 5 golden cores as a foundation, who would dare to let 5 people break through at the same time? Once this was said, many cultivators' expressions changed. Those who had previously crossed their arms and waited to see Wanbao Tower's joke were now unable to smile. The bearded man swallowed hard, his voice hoarse, but didn't Wanbao Tower claim afterward that the 5 hall masters broke through on their own due to deep accumulation? The old man with the basket rolled his eyes. Wanbao Tower has only been established for less than 20 years, and the hall masters were barely at the 4th layer of Qi refinement when they followed Lord Shun. 20 years from the 4th layer of Qi refinement to forming a golden core, do you really call that deep accumulation? Then I've been expecting to reach the 4th layer of Qi refinement for over 50 years. Oh, wouldn't that mean my foundation is as solid as Mount Tai? Everyone fell silent. Indeed, 20 years from the 4th layer of Qi refinement to forming a golden core's such speed transcended the notion of talent. It was utterly unreasonable. The bearded man moved his lips a few times, but ultimately managed to stammer well. That doesn't mean they can form golden cores like frying beans. That is indeed not the case. The young man in blue leisurely unfolded his folding fan, his gaze falling on the figure stepping towards the center of the hall. So isn't he about to prove it publicly? Inside the hall, Zhou Xianhong had already seated himself cross-legged at the center of the spiritual carpet. He held up a golden core the size of a dragon's eye suspended 3 inches above his palm, the pill's aura enveloping his entire face in a faint golden glow. The moment he consumed the pill, the half-closed dragon eyes atop the 72 dragon pillars suddenly opened wide in unison. The dragon carvings coiled around the pillars seemed to come to life, the spirit pearls they held in their mouths spinning faster, and 72 pure, almost tangible streams of spiritual energy surged forth from the spirit pearls, cascading like 72 milky white waterfalls towards Zhou Xianhong in the center of the hall. What the hell? Someone outside the hall gasped in astonishment. Aren't those dragon pillars just for show? Of course not. Do you think Wanbao Tower spent 10 years polishing these 72 pillars for decoration? Each of those pillars is connected to a 3rd grade spirit vein. 72 pillars means 72 spirit veins. This statement caused another wave of gasps from the crowd. What does having a 3rd grade spirit vein mean? For an ordinary golden core sect, having even one 3rd grade spirit vein is already a tremendous effort, yet Wanbao Tower directly took 72 to assist in forming a golden core. The wealth of Wanbao Tower had surpassed the limits of their imagination. However, Zhou Xianhong, sitting at the center of the hall, had no time to marvel at this grand gesture. The moment the torrent of spiritual energy entered his body, he felt as if his limbs and bones were stuffed into an oven, every meridian swelling wildly, and the true essence whirlpool in his dantian, which was originally only fist-sized, began to shrink dramatically the moment the pill's power was unleashed. Zhou Xianhong felt the true essence whirlpool in his dantian shrink to its limit, suddenly collapsing inward, as if something had exploded deep within his organs. A scorching heat that nearly burned through his internal organs surged from his dantian, rushing up through his meridians, causing them to swell and threatened to burst wherever it passed. Zhou Xianhong let out a muffled groan, the veins on his forehead bulging, and he could no longer maintain his posture of holding the golden core with his hands. Condense. A low shout squeezed from his throat as Zhou Xianhong bit down hard on his tongue, exchanging the pain for clarity, using his divine sense to firmly clamp down on the golden core that had just begun to take shape in his dantian, pressing it down inch by inch. With every bit the golden core sank, his complexion paled further, and when it finally settled in the center of his dantian, blood began to seep from his 7 orifices. Outside the hall, tens of thousands of cultivators fell silent. Those who had been calculating how to witness a joke from Wanbao Tower now unconsciously tightened their fists. The dangers of forming a golden core were well known to those present, but witnessing a peak foundation establishment cultivator attempting to break through right in front of them was a first. The brilliance of the 72 spirit pillars intensified, and within 3 feet of Zhou Xianhong, a visible cocoon of spiritual energy had already formed. Look, it's working. A voice called out, though the speaker was unknown. Suddenly a golden light emanated from Zhou Xianhong's dantian, initially faint like a flickering flame, but in an instant it surged forth like the rising sun, illuminating his entire dantian, making it as translucent as jade. A golden elixir the size of a pigeon egg and perfectly round slowly rotated within his dantian. The golden core. The azure light barrier above Tianji City suddenly trembled. Above the originally clear sky, a thick layer of leaden clouds had gathered at some unknown moment. As the clouds rolled, faint sounds of thunder echoed from deep within the horizon, each rumble louder than the last. Lightning tribulation. It's a lightning tribulation. Oh my, did he really form it? Just one. He formed the golden core with just one. The crowd outside the hall erupted in excitement. The burly man with a beard had his mouth agape large enough to fit a fist, while the thin man with a fan in his hand had dropped it to the ground without noticing. The old cultivator with a basket on his back was even more agitated, his eyes reddening as he muttered, "It really worked, it really worked." The once skinny loose cultivator who had just been calculating how many golden cores the Wanbao Tower could produce now had a face as red as a cooked shrimp, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide. Inside the hall, however, there was an unusual silence. Li Yu frowned. The 5 hall masters exchanged glances while Chun Daoxian stood with his hands behind his back, showing no signs of joy. Only 7th grade. Chun Daoxian's voice was not loud, yet it was like cold water poured into boiling oil. The moment he spoke, the commotion outside the hall came to an abrupt halt. 7th grade golden core is considered only. The cultivators throughout the city exchanged bewildered glances, feeling that such words were utterly absurd. In the whole of the Yu Kingdom's cultivation world, forming a core is a tremendous fortune. A 7th grade golden core stands as a good middle ground among the 3 sects, while many sects barely achieve 8th or 9th grades. Yet here at Wanbao Tower they spoke as if it were nothing. Zhou Xianhong slowly opened his eyes, the blood seeping from his 7 orifices, still fresh, his face pale as paper, yet his eyes held a hint of relief. Having cultivated for nearly 100 years, achieving the golden core, even if it was only 7th grade, was sufficient to honor his ancestors in the heavens. Just as he was about to rise and pay his respects, Chun Daoxian stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Zhou Shanchong." Chun Daoxian looked down at him seriously and said, "Dissolve it." Zhou Xianhong was taken aback. "Dissolve? Dissolve it?" Zhou Zuanhong's lips trembled, hardly able to believe his ears. "You mean to say, dissolve the power?" Chun Daoxian spoke with an even tone, as if discussing a trivial matter. "Your Zhou family has also produced golden cores. You should know that while a 7th grade golden core can dominate a region, it will never hope to reach the nascent soul stage. Once this golden core stabilizes, it becomes fixed with no room for change." He withdrew his hand, placing it behind his back, and gazed far beyond the hall at the rolling leaden clouds and the faintly rumbling thunder, stating lightly, "As the head of the Wanbao Academy, I cannot settle for just a golden core." Outside the hall there was a complete silence. The tribulation clouds surged above Tianji City and the ominous thunder rolled, yet Chun Daoxian wanted Zhou Xianhong to dissolve the golden core he had just formed right before the impending tribulation. Insane. Absolutely insane. The thin, loose cultivator could no longer hold back and shouted, "That's a golden core? How many cultivators spend their entire lives trying to touch that threshold? He just lets it dissolve. What if he can't reform it after dissolving? Wouldn't that be a complete waste?" This echoed the thoughts of most present. There are legends in the cultivation world about dissolving and reforming, yet those are merely tales from ancient texts. Who would dare to play such a game in reality? The master speaks true. Looking at Chun Daoxian's serious expression, Zhou Xianhong took a deep breath and said, "It seems I Xuanhong have been short-sighted." Saying this, he formed a hand seal, and amid the shocked gazes of the cultivators in the city, he pointed fiercely at the golden core that had just formed within his dantian, which had yet to resonate with heaven and earth. Buzz! A mournful cry, as if coming from the depths of his soul, resonated from within him. The golden core shattered with a deafening bang. Puffed! Zhou Xianhong coughed up a mouthful of reverse blood, and within that blood there were even glimmers of shattered golden light. His already pale complexion instantly turned the color of golden paper, his breath visibly dwindling, and he seemed to age 10 years in an instant. Above the sky, the thick tribulation clouds that had just gathered suddenly stalled, as if they had lost their target. The rolling thunder growled reluctantly in the air a few times before slowly dissipating, revealing a clear blue sky. The sunlight once again bathed Tianji City, but the cultivators throughout the city felt no warmth, only a chill rushing from their feet up to the crown of their heads. He truly dissolved it. In front of tens of thousands of cultivators at the final moment before the tribulation, he personally dissolved a genuine golden core. The old cultivator with the basket nearly fainted, his eyes rolling back, clutching his chest, as he gasped, "Such a waste. Such a waste. This is a punishment from the heavens." The square outside the hall was a complete mess. Chun Daoxian looked at Zhou Xuanhong, whose breath had dwindled to its limit, with no trace of pity in his eyes, only satisfaction. "Good." He nodded slightly, then waved his sleeve, causing a jade bottle to fly out from within and hover before Zhou Xianhong. "This is a spiritual liquid. Take it to restore your cultivation, and we will continue." Zhou Xianhong trembled as he took the jade bottle. The moment he uncorked it, an otherworldly fragrance that was almost soul-pulling spread out. Just from one whiff, his previously depleted breath, which had waned from dissolving his power, was forcefully pulled back to the brink. The dried and exhausted meridians within him were like a parched riverbed finally receiving its first drop of spring rain, greedily devouring the medicinal power wafting through the air. What is this? Spiritual liquid. Outside the hall, the old cultivator with the basket's voice sounded as if someone had gripped his throat, letting out a sharp cry. Spiritual liquid that can only be produced once a year by a fourth-grade spiritual vein. Spiritual liquid, a treasure that even has some effect on nascent soul-true monarchs. And now Chen Daoxian is using it to restore the cultivation of someone who just dissolved their power and fell to the lowest rank. And an entire bottle at that. This is no longer luxury, it's simply burning money, throwing an entire spiritual vein into the water for a sound. Without hesitation, Zhou Xianhong tilted his head and poured the spiritual liquid into his mouth. As it slid down his throat, a gentle, yet boundless spiritual power exploded within him. His breath, which had fallen to the early stages of foundation establishment, surged suddenly like a wildfire ignited. Mid-foundation establishment. Late foundation establishment. Peak foundation establishment. In just the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Zhou Xianhong had returned to his peak state prior to dissolving his power, and even the refinement level of his true essence surpassed what it had been before. The city fell into a dead silence save for the sound of heavy breathing. With this bottle, it seemed as if it could directly elevate a cultivator from the early stages of qi refining to the peak of foundation establishment. With such a method, the 5 hall masters who had endured for 20 years just to form their cores had truly accumulated their strength. Zhou Xianhong returned to his peak, his aura even more refined than before. When he opened his eyes, the brilliance in his gaze was reined in, yet it carried an indescribable shock. Thank you for the medicine, esteemed one. No need for thanks. Chen Daoxian slightly raised his hand, looking at him calmly. Since I promised to secure your golden core transformation, it naturally cannot be a dead-end road. He glanced back at Li Yu. Li Yu immediately understood, extending his hand to reveal a jade box that appeared in his palm. As the lid was lifted, another golden core glowing faintly with a golden hue lay quietly within. The heavy breathing sounds from the square outside the hall suddenly came to a halt. The emaciated loose cultivator widened his eyes, his throat rolling up and down, and after a moment, he managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. There really is a second one. No one paid him any mind. Everyone's gaze was fixed on that jade box on the golden core, emanating a faint golden glow. The first one had already pushed Zhou Xianhong into the realm of the golden core in front of countless cultivators, and although it was eventually dissipated by Chen Daoxian's words, the fact that it had reached the 7th grade was indisputable. Now the second one was presented so casually. Li Yu handed the jade box to Zhou Xianhong, smiling at him. Master Zhou, before you consume this golden core, I have a suggestion. Zhou Xianhong paused with the jade box in hand. Please speak, Sect Master. Li Yu turned to face the hall's entrance, his gaze sweeping over the crowd inside, landing on the tens of thousands of cultivators outside. Just now, Master Zhou formed his golden core, and all the cultivators in the city witnessed it with their own eyes. However, seeing does not equate to understanding. He turned back to Zhou Xianhong, his smile full of warmth. How can it be considered a lesson if it is merely demonstrated without explanation? As soon as Li Yu finished speaking, those cultivators in the square who had been engulfed in shock and amazement suddenly... What does this mean? Is he going to explain the nuances of forming a golden core on site? As expected, Li Yu raised his hand towards the square, gesturing for attention, and proclaimed, Dear friends, in the path of cultivation, wealth companions laws and land. While laws come after wealth, they are even harder to obtain. Today, the master of Wanbao Academy takes office, using this opportunity of forming the golden core as a teaching tool to give all loose cultivators a public class. He turned to Zhou Xianhong, his eyes sparkling with a smile. Master Zhou, would you be willing to share the flow of energy and the methods of transforming true essence at the moment of breakthrough? Zhou Xianhong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood Li Yu's intentions. Since the sect master has given an order, how could I dare to hide anything? Seeing Zhou Xianhong agree, the previously silent square instantly buzzed with excitement. The atmosphere of eager spectators waiting for the spectacle and feeling sour was as if someone had splashed a pot of boiling water over them, evaporating completely. The first to react was actually the emaciated foundation establishment loose cultivator. This person had just been arguing vehemently about how Wanbao Tower could not possibly have so many golden cores, but at this moment, he seemed as if struck by lightning, his whole body trembling. Without a word, he slapped his storage bag at his waist, and a sound recording stone hovered in front of him. His eyes were fixated on Zhou Xianhong, fearing that if he were slow to channel his power during the lecture, he might miss a single word. His action was like pouring water into hot oil, causing the entire square to erupt in a deafening roar. Sound recording stone. Who has an extra sound recording stone? I will buy one for 10 spirit stones. An old white-haired cultivator jumped in place, yelling hoarsely around him. 10 stones. I will offer 20. Hurry. Who will lend a jade slip? I am willing to exchange a bottle of chi nourishing pills. Stop pushing. You stepped on my foot. Make way, make way. I am a disciple of Wanbao Academy, give me some space. The clamor surged in waves, and the once clearly defined crowd of onlookers was now completely mixed up. Countless hands were raised above heads clutching sound recording stones, jade slips, and even someone anxiously pulled out a copper mirror-like artifact, unsure if they intended to record video or sound, but they held it up regardless. Even more exaggerated were the loose cultivators at the back. Although the Tianji City Square was large with tens of thousands of cultivators gathered, the front rows were already packed tightly. The people behind stood on tiptoe but could not see inside the hall, anxiously pulling their hair, and some impatient ones directly flew into the air. However, as soon as they ascended, they were politely pressed back down by the city guards. Silence. Anyone disturbing the order shall be expelled from Tianji City. A deep shout rolled over the square like thunder, and 5 golden core auras simultaneously rose from the main hall direction, towering like mountains, momentarily stunning all the cultivators in the city. The noise was instantly choked off, as if an invisible hand had grasped its throat. Liu had somehow arrived at the hall's entrance, flanked by 5 hall masters, their 6 golden core auras intertwining, overwhelming the entire crowd. Though his face still bore that gentle smile, the authority surrounding him made it unwise for anyone to act rashly. I deeply understand the desire for knowledge among my fellow Taoists. Liu stood with hands clasped behind his back, his voice resonating like bells, each word echoing throughout the city. But in a classroom, order must be maintained, for there is respect, and with respect there is learning. He slightly inclined his body, gesturing towards Zhou Xianhong in the hall. As Master Zhou lectures today, if you truly wish to learn, please act according to the rules. Sound recording stones and jade slips may be used, but no noise, no pushing, and no disrupting the order. After speaking, he unfurled his large sleeves, and the luminous pearls atop the 9-corner towers emitted soft light, weaving into a giant screen in midair, which shimmered like waterways for a moment, before clearly displaying Zhou Xuanhong's figure inside the hall. This is the projection ability of the protective formation of Tianji City. From any corner of the city, you can look up and see. Liu smiled slightly, so the friends at the back need not worry. Today's class will be visible and audible to all. Those loose cultivators sweating anxiously at the back of the square were initially startled, and then they all looked up at the enormous screen spanning 100 feet in the air. After a moment of silence, they erupted into thunderous cheers. Wanbao Tower is magnificent. Thank you, Sec Leader Li. Long life to Master Zhou. Liu raised his hand to calm the city once more. He turned and strode back into the hall, stopping 3 zhang behind Zhou Xianhong. Master Zhou, please. Shun Daoxian flicked his sleeve, and a mysterious altar rose in the center of the hall. Zhou Xianhong took a deep breath and sat cross-legged on the altar. The altar was 3 zhang in circumference, made entirely of green jade, with intricate patterns for gathering spiritual energy carved on its surface. 72 streams of spiritual energy flowed from the coiling dragon pillars, swirling around the altar like threads, making Zhou Xianhong appear ethereal, as if he were a celestial being. He spoke loudly, "Thank you all for your kindness. Zhou has practiced for nearly 100 years, and what I have learned is eclectic. I dare not claim to possess any profound techniques to share with you. But today, having personally experienced the process of dispersing energy to form a golden core, I do have some insights I'd like to share with my fellow Taoists." All the cultivators in the city held their breath, ears perked up, fearful of missing a single word. The path to forming the golden core. Although Zhou Xianhong was thrust into the situation, he had ultimately succeeded in forming the golden core. Moreover, being a person with a meticulous mind, he had received formal education. The precautions regarding the golden core formation were recounted, as if they were cherished memories delivered with from the initial perception of spiritual energy to the refinement and compression of true essence, and then to the formation of the illusory core and the placement of the golden core. Every step was explained in a way that was both profound and accessible. He even candidly addressed the dangers he faced earlier due to his impatience, which nearly caused a rupture in his heart pulse. Outside the hall in the square, tens of thousands of cultivators were silent, with only the sound of paper and pen scratching and the occasional hum from the jade slips being inscribed. A young boy at the 3rd level of Qi refinement squatted on the edge of the square on a stone pedestal, gripping a crude wooden tablet in his hands and quickly sketching on it with a charcoal pencil. Zhou Xuanhong's mention of various meridian names and true essence terminologies was largely incomprehensible to him. Yet he diligently took notes, tracing the unfamiliar characters with care, much like an uninitiated child practicing calligraphy. "Brother, what's the use of remembering this?" A younger girl beside him tugged at his sleeve, her dirty little face filled with confusion. "We haven't even broken through to the 4th level of Qi refinement yet." Without raising his head, the boy mumbled through the charcoal pencil in his mouth. "It might not be useful now, but what if it becomes useful later? What if?" This was likely the shared sentiment of the tens of thousands of scattered cultivators in the square at that moment. They were scattered cultivators, the lowest form of life in the cultivation world. Without a master to guide them, without resources, and without elders to impart crucial insights. Countless people remain stuck at the chi refinement stage for their entire lives, not due to lack of talent or effort, but because at the critical juncture no one tells them you should use spiritual sense as a guide. Just that one turn without guidance leads to a lifetime of dead ends. They spend their lives groping in the dark, suffering injuries, and accumulating a tiny bit of meager experience. And this experience they either take to their graves or pass on to their children, never revealing it to outsiders. Because the law is not to be lightly transmitted. These 4 words are an ironclad rule in the cultivation world, a principle ingrained in every cultivator from the moment they embark on the path. Cultivation methods are not to be shared, and insights into cultivation are the most guarded secrets. If you lay bare your foundation, what will happen if others surpass you? What if they seize your opportunities? Therefore no one teaches. Therefore scattered cultivators will always remain scattered cultivators. Thus, when Liu spoke the words public lecture, the immediate reaction of these scattered cultivators was disbelief. And when Zhou Xianhong truly took to the Shantan and unreservedly dissected every step of the golden core formation for them, the shock they felt far exceeded their earlier awe at seeing the golden core being formed. The golden core was indeed precious, but it belonged to the Wanbao Tower, to Zhou Xuanhong, and not to them. However, this insight into golden core formation was now genuinely pouring into their ears, inscribed on their jade slips, and engraved in their hearts. This was something that could not be taken away by others. Half an hour later, when Zhou Xianhong concluded the final segment on tribulation perception, the entire Tianji city fell into a peculiar silence. It was not the deathly silence caused by the pressure of the golden core, but rather a sensation of intoxication and digestion akin to savoring fine wine. Just then someone in the square stood up. It was the old cultivator with a backpack. He trembled as he set down his burden, adjusted his worn and patched Dao robe, faced the Shantan in the hall, and clasped his hands in a deep bow. He did not speak, but this single action held more power than any words. It was like the first domino falling. Behind him, a middle-aged woman, who also appeared to be a scattered cultivator, stood up similarly, adjusting her attire, bowing deeply. The third was the emaciated scattered cultivator. He carefully stored his sound stone and jade slip, clasped his hands, and bowed with meticulous precision. The 4th, the 5th, the 10th, the 100th. One after another, a wave followed another. There was no commotion, no conversation, and no one gave commands. Everyone was performing the same action, adjusting their attire, straightening their appearance, facing the main hall. This was not a bow of reverence towards a golden core cultivator, nor was it a bow of flattery towards the wealth of the Wanbao Tower. Tens of thousands bowed in unison, and the square was filled with a sea of heads bowed low. This was a gesture of respect towards the teacher. It was gratitude towards the one imparting knowledge. This was the respect of a student. Zhou Xianhong gazed at the sea of bowed figures outside the hall, a complex expression fleeting across his eyes. Having navigated through the cultivation world for many years, he had witnessed countless grand spectacles, seen thousands kneel before a nascent soul ancestor, and experienced the uproar of sect leaders being publicly honored. Yet those were all forced by pressure, extracted by power, or lured by benefits. The scene before him, however, was one of spontaneous and heartfelt reverence from the scattered cultivators. Not for any other reason, but for that single lesson. Just for Zhou Xuanhong's unreserved public sharing of the insights into golden core formation. Zhou Xianhong slowly stood from the Xuantan, adjusted his attire, clasped his hands, faced the hall, and solemnly returned the bow. Esteemed friends, you flatter me, Zhou. As he returned the bow, a chorus of responses echoed from the crowd of bowed figures outside the hall with utterances of unworthy, and Zhou Shanzhong is being too modest resounding. Liu stepped forward at the right moment and declared loudly, esteemed friends, today's lecture by Zhou Shanzhong is merely the beginning. From now on the 1st and 15th of each month, the Wanbao Academy will hold open lectures with Foundation Establishment or Golden Core Cultivators teaching. All cultivators of the U Nation, whether from sects or scattered, may attend. As soon as this was said, another wave of uncontrollable cheers erupted in the square. Liu raised his hand to quell the crowd, signaling them to calm down, turning his gaze towards Zhou Xuanhong. Zhou Shanzhong, the lecture has concluded, it is time to continue. Zhou Xianhong nodded and took out the jade box once again. Just then someone in the crowd shouted with gusto, Zhou Shanzhong, you will surely achieve a top-tier golden core. This shout was like a spark thrown into a pile of dry kindling. Yes, a top-tier golden core. It must be a top-tier golden core. Zhou Shanzhong is virtuous and deserving. If the heavens have eyes, he should be granted a first-tier golden core. The crowd was stirred, a cacophony that shook the heavens. The fervor and volume of their voices were even more intense than when Zhou Xianhong first condensed his core. The only difference was that previously they were spectators waiting to see the Wanbao Tower's misfortunes or marveling at its wealth. But now they were participants. They sincerely wished for Zhou Xuanhong's success, hoping that this teacher, who had just selflessly imparted his lifelong learnings, could ascend to the pinnacle of cultivation. Inside the hall, Liu observed this scene, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He turned to Chun Daoxian beside him and whispered, "Master, it seems the young man has won." Chun Daoxian slightly nodded, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes then. "Let us proceed as you suggested." "Thank you, Master." Li's calm demeanor as the sect leader finally faltered at this moment, his eyes and brows betraying an uncontainable joy. Seeing him like this, the 5 hall masters could only smile in resignation, while Tanya directly turned her face away. The others in the hall were left in confusion, feeling that the exchanges between these two were nothing but a mystery. Zhou Xianhong was utterly bewildered, but at this moment he had no mind to ponder such things. The golden core he was to consume was still waiting for him. "Zhou Shanchong," Liu said, his joyful expression fading as he resumed his gentle yet authoritative demeanor. As sect leader, his gaze falling on the jade box in Zhou Xuanhong's hand. "Please." Zhou Xianhong nodded, saying no more. At this moment his cultivation had returned to the peak of foundation establishment. His meridians, nourished by the spiritual liquid, were now more resilient and wider than before, and his mind had settled to the utmost after that lesson. He took a deep breath, picked up the golden core from the jade box, and placed it in his mouth. The torrents of spiritual energy surged once more, filling the entire main hall with that nearly tangible richness of qi. Time passed second by second. On the luminous screen in midair, the golden light at Zhou Xuanhong's dantian gradually became clearer, transforming from hazy to vivid, from faint to intense. Every rotation of the illusory core drew the attention of tens of thousands of cultivators outside the hall. No one spoke. Even the scrawny rogue cultivator who had been the loudest just moments ago bit his lip tightly, as if he were exerting strength on Zhou Xuanhong's behalf. Buzz! A long clear sound resonated from Zhou Xuanhong's dantian. As the illusory core reached its peak rotation, it suddenly shrank inward, then swiftly expanded, transforming into a round pill the size of a longan. The golden light swirling indicates the sign of a mid-grade, third-tier pill. Someone in the square shouted with a voice that broke, and then the entire crowd erupted like a dam, bursting cheers, shaking the heavens, each wave of sound higher than the last, almost overturning the clouds above Tianji City. The old cultivator with the backpack was so moved that tears streamed down his face, shaking the arm of a nearby stranger vigorously. "A nascent soul is within reach." The shaken cultivator was not angry. Instead, he laughed heartily and grabbed the old cultivator's shoulder, both of them jumping around like brothers who had been separated for years. The people in the hall also displayed joy on their faces. The 5 hall masters clasped their fists to congratulate Zhou Xuanhong, and the head of the 16th Academy was visibly delighted. Liu wore a smile, yet his sentiments were deeper than those of others. He turned to look at Chun Daoxuan, only to find his master still maintaining that calm demeanor, even the curve of his lips unchanged. Chun Daoxian seemed to sense his gaze, and said lightly, "What's wrong?" Liu shook his head with a smile. "Nothing, just thinking. When will I ever learn even a fraction of master's composure?" Chun Daoxian glanced at him, and as if seeing through his thoughts, replied indifferently, "It's just a 5th tier. Just a 5th tier." If those rogue cultivators still cheering outside heard this, they might spit out 3 liters of blood on the spot. The top nascent soul candidates of the 3 sects were merely 1 tier higher. But Liu knew that Chun Daoxian was speaking the truth. Back in the day, the 5 hall masters of Wanbao Tower all attained their golden cores, with the lowest being 5th tier, while Lin Bin and Zhao Hu even managed to condense 4th tier golden cores in one go. A 5th tier golden core in the eyes of others was already an existence that was desirable yet unreachable, but in Chun Daoxuan's eyes, it was merely a passing mark that those he favored ought to achieve. In the sky, the tribulation clouds gathered once more. This time the clouds were thicker than before, rolling with dark thunder, while faint purple lightning flickered within the rumbling thunder, growing heavier, like mountains rolling into the abyss. Zhou Xianhong opened his eyes, no more blood seeping from his 7 orifices. Although his face was still pale, it radiated a sheen of restrained vitality. He stood up and formally bowed to Chun Daoxian and Liu, saying, "Thank you, Master, for your grace in bestowing life, and thank you, sect leader, for your protection." "First transcend the tribulation," Chun Daoxian said flatly. As soon as the words left his mouth, the heavenly tribulation descended. Zhou Xuanhong's figure flashed, and he soared out of the grand hall, shooting straight into the sky. He did not want to transcend the tribulation within Tianji City. He wanted to see his current strength. As Zhou Xianhong ascended into the air, tens of thousands of cultivators in the square looked up, their eyes following the figure rising from the ground. Zhou Xianhong stood firm at the edge of the clouds, forming hand seals. His true essence surged, and a golden light barrier expanded from within him, enveloping his entire being. The first bolt of heavenly lightning crashed down. The heavenly tribulation for a 5th tier golden core was far more ferocious than that for a 7th tier. The lightning was as thick as a human waist, with a faint purple glow, and when it struck down, even the protective array of Tianji City buzzed in resonance. Zhou Xianhong withstood the first bolt of tribulation lightning, his figure swayed slightly in midair before stabilizing. The second bolt followed closely behind, thicker by a third than the first. The third, fourth, and fifth bolts, 5 bolts of heavenly lightning, corresponded to the mid-grade, third-tier golden core, each one stronger than the last, and by the time the fifth bolt descended, the lightning was as thick as a water barrel, completely engulfing Zhou Xianhong in purple light. All the cultivators in the city held their breath, not daring to exhale. The lightning faded away. Zhou Xianhong still stood at the edge of the clouds. His golden barrier had shattered into pieces, his robe charred, hair disheveled, a trace of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his spine remained perfectly straight. The aura of a golden core cultivator erupted from his body, resonating with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, causing the chi within 100 miles to tremble collectively at that moment. Golden core achieved. A deafening cheer erupted from the square. Zhou Xianhong descended from the clouds, returning to the grand hall. Though he appeared disheveled, the aura of a golden core was undeniably genuine. "Disciple does not disappoint your trust, master," he said, cupping his hands to Chen Daoxian. Chen Daoxian nodded slightly, raising his hand to wave. A gentle spiritual light fell upon Zhou Xianhong, smoothing out all the burn marks on him, and replacing his attire with a brand new robe of the Wanbao Tower's Hall Master. "From today onward you shall be the first mountain master of Wanbao Academy." Chen Daoxian looked at him, his tone becoming more serious. "Do not let down the hopes of the people." Zhou Xianhong deeply bowed. Outside the hall, the grand welcoming ceremony was only now truly complete. The Zhou family members were led by the stewards of Wanbao Tower to their prepared residence, while the rogue cultivators in the city gradually dispersed, yet the discussions and excitement lingered for a long time. It could be imagined that today's public golden core achievement, the recultivation and the condensation of a mid-grade third-tier golden core, would be the hottest topic in the cultivation community of the entire Yu Kingdom for a long time. However, all of this had nothing to do with the people in the hall. The 5 hall masters returned to their positions, and the heads of the 16th Academy also took their leave, leaving only Chen Daoxian and Li Yu in the grand hall. The once bustling hall was now so empty that one could hear a pin drop. The spiritual pearls on the 72 dragon columns had returned to silence, and the moonlight stone above cast a warm, gentle glow, elongating the shadows of the two. Chen Daoxian stood with his hands behind his back, facing away from Li Yu, his gaze fixed on the massive map of mountains and rivers deep within the hall. "Your master did not lose unjustly." "Master, you flatter me." Li Yu stood 3 steps behind Chen Daoxian, cupping his hands in respect. "After the Battle of Qingnan, the senior Xian Yin has emerged, and our Wanbao Tower is no longer threatened by external enemies. The path chosen by my master, I understand. Is that path correct?" "Correct." "Is it secure?" "Secure," Li Yu said, shifting the topic, "but I always feel it's a pity." Chen Daoxian finally turned to him. The light of the moonstone fell on his face, casting his handsome features in a half-light. "What is regrettable?" "It's regrettable that what we hold in our hands is an opportunity that has not appeared in the cultivation world for countless years." Li Yu met Chen Daoxian's gaze unwavering. "Has master ever thought about why the cultivation world has become like this today? Why must rogue cultivators always wallow in the mud? Why do sects and aristocratic families hold themselves high, viewing lower-level cultivators as ants? Why does everyone believe in the 8 characters, the law of the jungle, the strong prey on the weak?" He paused, his tone suddenly growing heavier. "It's not because human nature is inherently evil, but because since ancient times the resources for cultivation have always been scarce. There are only so many spiritual veins, so few medicinal pills. If you have one more bite, I have one less. If you rise, I may fall. Thus everyone is competing, everyone is grabbing, and everyone is on guard against others. In such an environment, whoever talks about morality is digging their own grave. Whoever speaks of kindness is simply being overly charitable." Chen Daoxian said nothing, merely observing him quietly. "But master," Li Yu took a deep breath, a certain fiery light flickering in his eyes, "we are different now. The resources we hold are now ample enough that we need not fight or grab. We are entirely capable of doing something that no one in the history of the cultivation world has ever done. No, rather something that no one has ever had the ability or dared to do." Li Yu pronounced each word with emphasis. "We can completely shatter that set of rules." The hall suddenly fell silent. Chen Daoxian looked at his cheap disciple, whose stubbornness was so out of place in the cultivation world, and he felt a moment of daze. It was as if he saw the martyrs from his past life, who sacrificed their lives for the sake of changing the world and benefiting the people. "So you made that bet with your master?" Chen Daoxian slowly spoke, his tone revealing no hint of joy or anger. "Yes," Li Yu admitted. "The bet was established during a fierce argument between the master and disciple 3 years after the battle in Qingnan, when Wanbao Tower began its large-scale expansion. Chen Yi's intention was very clear. Since Xian Yin had already intimidated the Yu Kingdom, Wanbao Tower could develop steadily and eventually establish its own territory. As for the masses, he would set up a school, light a lamp, and those who came following the light would be accepted. The rest could do as they pleased. He would only save those who sought salvation. However, Liu believed that since Wanbao Tower possessed heavenly mandate, it should not only seek its own comfort. Instead, it should take on the responsibility of unifying people's hearts and reforming the cultivation world. Neither the master nor the disciple could persuade the other. Finally, Chun-Yi snorted coldly. All right, then prove it to me. If you can make those cultivators willingly follow my tower without relying on force or buying them with resources, then I will acknowledge your path. Liu took on the bet on the spot. The terms of the bet were simple yet harsh. Today Liu won. He won. The dense crowd of cultivators outside the hall bowing to Zhou Xuanhong was the best proof. These individuals were not disciples of Wanbao Tower. They had not received a single spirit stone from Wanbao Tower, yet they sincerely thanked and respected Wanbao Tower because of a public lecture. This is the power of people's hearts. This is the path Liu wanted. Chen Daoxian looked at him. Today's scene indeed proves that people's hearts can be won over. But Liu, have you considered what you are giving away today? Liu was taken aback. The insights on golden core, the barriers to break through the methods of cultivation. Chen Daoxian's tone remained calm, yet every word struck Liu's heart like a hammer. You taught them these things for free. They thank Wanbao Tower, which is fine. But do you really think that just a few lectures can change the rules of the entire cultivation world? He stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze deep as the sea. What you did today, to put it mildly, was to win people's hearts for Wanbao Tower. To put it bluntly, it is tearing down the platforms of all sects and aristocratic families. You publicly shared the golden core techniques which only core disciples of sects could learn. The loose cultivators may be pleased, but what about the large sects? What do you think they will think? Liu fell silent for a moment and replied softly, Disciple knows. You know? Chen Daoxian raised an eyebrow. Disciple knows that after today, all the notable sects and aristocratic families in Yu Kingdom and surrounding countries will see Wanbao Tower as a thorn in their side. Liu raised his head, his gaze eerily calm, because we are digging at their roots. The cultivation world maintains the dominance of sects and aristocratic families not only through force. The true sustenance of this order is monopoly. Monopoly on techniques, monopoly on resources, monopoly on knowledge. Cultivators at the bottom have no techniques, so they can only rely on sects. Without resources, they can only serve the sects as beasts. Without knowledge, they will never break through the thresholds of foundation establishment or even golden core. For thousands of years, sects and aristocratic families have tightly locked the cultivation world from top to bottom with these three chains. Chen Daoxian looked at him without speaking. Disciple certainly knows that this will attract much hostility. Li's tone became even more impassioned. But Disciple knows even more that if we do not do this, the cultivation world will forever remain as it is, where the strong remain strong and the weak remain weak. If we clearly have the ability to change all this yet choose to stand by idly, then what difference do we have from those lofty sects and aristocratic families? The brilliance flowed silently. Chen Daoxian looked at Liu, and Liu looked at Chen Daoxian. The two stared at each other for a long time. How long have you been holding that sentence in? Chen Daoxian suddenly asked. Liu was taken aback. What? That sentence just now? Chen Daoxian's tone suddenly became somewhat subtle. It wasn't a spuro vehement thought, was it? That passionate fervor seemed to be rehearsed countless times in advance. Li's expression instantly stiffened. A hint of embarrassment surfaced on his usually calm and composed face. Disciple. He opened his mouth, the tips of his ears faintly reddening. Disciple just thought about it a few times on ordinary days. A few times. Chen Daoxian raised an eyebrow. Liu, seeing his rare flustered appearance, a slight curve finally appeared at the corner of Chen Daoxian's ever-icy face. All right. He turned around, looked again at the map of mountains and rivers, his voice returning to its usual calmness. Since you have won, your master will naturally acknowledge the bet and accept defeat. Ancestor. Liu suddenly looked up. The path Wanbao Tower has taken in the past decade was determined by you. Chen Daoxian did not turn back, but his tone contained a bit more warmth than before. This path is your choice. Today's scene was also orchestrated entirely by you, but has nothing to do with me or your master. He paused and said lightly. So how Wanbao Tower proceeds from here on out will be decided by you, the sect master. The rest will be handled by me and your master. Li's throat rolled a few times, wanting to say something. Chen Daoxian waved his hand. Liu took a deep breath, stepped back, adjusted his attire, and properly paid a deep respect towards Chen Daoxian. Chen Daoxian heard the sound of fabric rustling behind him, but did not turn around. He merely clenched the hand behind his back slightly. Deep within the hall, the map of mountains and rivers hung quietly amidst the brilliance. On the map, the terrain of the 10 states of the Yu Kingdom was outlined in meticulous detail, every mountain range and river clearly identifiable. Outside the Yu Kingdom, the vast blank areas were marked with a few names: Jin Kingdom, Liang Kingdom, Yang Kingdom, Yunmings. These places were the territories Wanbao Tower had yet to step into. They were also the direction Liu truly wished to extend his path. Moreover, they were where Chun-Yi currently resided. In the depths of their minds, Chun Daoxian mockingly said, "You've even schemed against your own disciple. Have you no shame?" In his mind, Chun Yi scoffed, "You and I are one. How could you not know what kind of person I am? I can't involve myself in matters of sacrificing for the sake of the world. Just being able to contribute money and effort from behind the scenes is already a result of 9 years of compulsory education. What more can you demand of me, eh?" Chun Daoxuan's lips twitched. "Nonsense. If it's none of your business, why did you run to Liang Kingdom? That's none of your concern. I do as I please. Of course it's my concern because I am your father. That father was created by me." Although they were clearly one soul in two bodies, they had quarreled in the sea of consciousness for an entire afternoon. Chun Yi rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat mentally fragmented. Just then Xiaomingxin walked over and said softly, "I just received a business deal. The risk is a bit high. Should we take it?" Chun Yi raised an eyebrow at her. "Have you received the payment?" "Yes. A total of 38 blocks and 13 grains of spirit sand to buy the life of the Liang King." Xiaomingxin said seriously, "A big deal." Chun Yi's gaze sharpened. He dusted off his clothes and stood up. Chun Yi loved big business deals. After saying that, he strode towards the courtyard door. "Let's go." Xiaomingxin smiled brightly and quickly followed. The palace of the Liang Kingdom, named Paradise of Ultimate Bliss, is said to have been personally renamed by the current Liang Emperor, inspired by the term Pure Land from Buddhist scriptures. This palace spans a vast area, and to reach the main hall one must pass through 9 layers of gates, each flanked by towering bronze lamp columns. Ordinary palaces use luminous pearls or moonlight stones for their lamp columns, but the Liang Emperor has a unique idea. He ordered the addition of merman oil to each lamp. This merman oil is refined from the bodies of mermen in the Eastern Sea, and once lit it burns for 1,000 years without extinguishing, emitting an unusual bluish hue that casts an eerie glow throughout the palace. Beyond the 9 layers of gates lies an artificially dug lake filled not with water, but with the blood spirit wine transported from 1,000 miles in the west. The Liang Emperor loves wine and becomes drunk every time he drinks. After getting drunk, he commands the palace servants to row small boats on the wine lake, casually scooping up the wine to drink. Finding the wine lake too bland, he ordered a layer of warm jade to be laid at the bottom of the lake to warm the wine to perfection. During the harsh winter months, he bathes in warm wine. In the scorching summer, he commands formation masters to freeze the wine lake into a massive block of ice, which artisans then carve into an ice palace, where he enjoys drinking with beautiful women. By the side of the wine lake lies a meat forest covering an area of 300 acres. The meat is not from ordinary pigs and sheep, but rather exotic beasts gathered by the imperial chef from all over the country. Dragon whale meat from the eastern sea, sand camel humps from the western regions, colorful phoenix wings from the southern border, and snow bear paws from the northern desert. All kinds of delicacies are roasted until golden and greasy, hung on specially made golden racks and silver hooks replaced with fresh ones when spoiled. Every time the Liang Emperor ventures out, he must pass through this meat forest, casually tearing off a piece of meat to devour with grease dripping down his beard, which he wipes with valuable merman silk, then tosses the soiled silk into the lake. The main hall is extravagantly luxurious to the extreme. The roof is not covered with tiles, but with solid sheets of rainbow glass, through which sunlight pours in, casting a colorful glow over the entire hall. Inside the hall stand 72 dragon-patterned columns, each carved from whole pieces of spiritual jade, with golden dragon scales and claws spiraling around, and dragon eyes embedded with spirit pearls the size of fists. In the center of the hall rests a dragon bed carved from Tinthasandir warm jade, covered with 9 layers of the finest merman silk cushions. The Liang Emperor usually reclines half-sitting on this dragon bed, with a beautiful woman on either side, while 7 or 8 palace maids kneel before him, massaging his legs and shoulders. In front of the dragon bed is a white jade dining table, 3 zhang long and 1 zhang wide, laden with mountain delicacies and seafood. Just one dish, 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, requires the tenderest meat from 100 different types of spiritual birds artfully arranged in the shape of a phoenix. It must be slow-roasted over true fire by Foundation establishment cultivators for 3 days and nights, taking a full month to prepare. However, when the Liang Emperor eats this dish, he often only glances at it, pokes at the phoenix's eye with his chopsticks, and then waits for it to be taken away to feed the dogs. The dogs he raises are not ordinary creatures. They are 3rd-tier demon dogs, entirely black as ink, with exposed fangs and blood-red eyes. The Liang Emperor orders people to feed its spiritual beast meat every day, occasionally changing its diet. What does he change it to? He sets down his wine jar and glances sideways at the Foundation establishment cultivator kneeling at the steps. The cultivator Han Tieshan is pinned to the cold golden brick floor with his arms twisted behind his back, his forehead bruised, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, forming a small pool of dark red on the shiny golden bricks. He is the head of a small sect in the western part of the Liang Kingdom, with mid-Foundation establishment cultivation, and is considered a notable figure in the cultivation world of Liang. Today he has been brought to the hall for one reason. A treasured ancestral artifact under his sect, which the Liang Emperor sent people to request, but he hesitated for 2 days and did not respond immediately. Hesitating for 2 days is tantamount to defying the imperial decree. The Liang Emperor slowly sat up from the dragon bed, casually pushing aside the beautiful woman in his arms, stepping barefoot onto the merman silk cushion, and looked down at Han Tieshan, who was kneeling at the steps, as if examining a new dish just delivered to the table. Han Qing. The Liang Emperor's voice is lazy, tinged with a hint of drunkenness. I heard your little sect is called, oh, the Iron Sword sect. The name is a bit crude, but I heard that there are a few hundred disciples under your command, making it somewhat of a local power in your impoverished region. Han Tieshan, unable to raise his head due to the pressure, can only grit his teeth and squeeze out a few words. This commoner does not dare. This commoner is loyal to your majesty and has no disrespectful intentions, but that Shishao is the ancestral treasure of my Iron Sword sect. Ancestral treasure. The Liang Emperor chuckled a light and shallow laugh that held no warmth. Han Qing, you seem to have forgotten one thing. Every inch of land, every spiritual vein, and every spirit stone in this Liang kingdom belongs to me. I merely sent someone to request a broken sword from you, yet you took 2 days to respond. 2 days, Han Qing, do you know how bored I've been waiting these 2 days? Han Tieshan trembled, all over, unsure whether it was from anger or fear. He still wanted to argue, but the Liang Emperor was already too lazy to listen further, raising his hand to snap his fingers at the third-tier demon dog, crouched beside the dragon bed. General Black. The demon dog stood up at the sound, its giant mouth dripping with viscous saliva, its blood-red eyes fixed fiercely on Han Tieshan below. The Liang Emperor casually pointed to Han Tieshan's right arm. I heard that the sword cultivators of the Iron Sword sect consider their right hand to be their lifeline. Let it have a taste, and see if it suits its palate. Your Majesty. Before Han Tieshan's tragic shout could fully escape his lips, the demon dog lunged forward like a shadow. In the hall, a sickening sound of bone shattering was heard, followed by a muffled noise of flesh being torn as the demon dog bit off Han Tieshan's right arm at the shoulder. Han Tieshan convulsed all over, veins bulging on his forehead, yet he gritted his teeth and remained silent. The demon dog returned to the Liang Emperor's feet with the severed arm, placing it on the golden bricks like a dog seeking prey, wagging its tail. The Liang Emperor lowered his head to take a look, frowned. Why is it just bones? Han Qing, your life seems to be quite poor. After saying this, as if suddenly recalling a brilliant idea, his eyes lit up with interest. I heard. No pain, no gain. Feed him this pill. A nearby eunuch immediately stepped forward, holding a jade bottle, pouring out a bright red pill. Several guards with slightly higher cultivation levels changed their expressions upon seeing the pill. It was a second-tier regenerative pill capable of regrowing severed limbs, valued at least tens of thousands of spirit stones in the market, beyond the reach of many cultivators in their lifetime. The eunuch pinched Han Tieshan's chin and stuffed the pill into his mouth, using true essence to help it dissolve. Within the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the flesh and blood in Han Tieshan's right shoulder began to squirm, and a brand new right arm grew at a visibly rapid rate, with skin as smooth as a baby's, leaving not a single scar. Han Tieshan knelt on the ground looking at his regrown right arm, but there was not a trace of joy in his eyes, only a deep-rooted fear. He has already guessed what the Liang Emperor intends to do. What are you dawdling for? The Liang Emperor smiled at the demon dog. Continue eating. I am in a good mood today, so I'll reward you with a satisfying meal. The demon dog lunged again. This time it was the left arm. Then it was the right arm. Then it was the left leg. Then the right leg. Then his eyes. As the Liang Emperor ordered the demon dog to tear apart each limb of Han Tieshan, he had the eunuch feed him a regenerative pill, allowing that part to regrow before letting the demon dog continue its feast. This cycle repeated itself for 7 or 8 rounds, until Han Tieshan finally broke down mentally, during another round of gnawing, collapsing on the ground like a puddle of mud soiled with excrement and urine, continuously repeating the words, Your Majesty, spare my life. The Liang Emperor found it utterly boring, waved his hand, take him away. That worthless Tai sword sect will send people to raid tomorrow, the disciples will be turned into slaves, and the female cultivators will be sent to the palace. As for Han Qing himself, he tilted his head in contemplation, and suddenly his eyes brightened. There are still a few steaks needed at the bottom of the wine lake. Let's refine him into a human steak and sink him to the bottom of the lake. Let his foundation establishment cultivation slowly seep into the wine. Perhaps it could add a hint of spiritual energy to my drink. The guards expressionlessly dragged Han Tieshan away. The hall fell into a deathly silence, with the palace maids and eunuchs kneeling on the ground, holding their breaths to the bare minimum, fearing that they might be the next to suffer misfortune. However, the Liang Wang did not look at anyone else. He reclined back on the dragon bed, lazily pulling a beautiful woman into his embrace, burying his face in her neck, and inhaling, deeply intoxicated. This scent is still the most pleasant, but just now the bloody smell in the hall overwhelmed the fragrance of my wine. The beauty stiffened all over, but dared not resist in the slightest, only managing to force a smile as she poured wine for him. Just then an unexpectedly clear female voice broke through the decadent noise of the main hall. Your Highness the Liang Wang has such great taste. But this wine aroma, though strong, can hardly cover the grievances of a nation. The guards in the hall all drew their swords in unison, the gleam of the blades reflecting the treasures filling the hall, dazzling the eyes. The Liang Wang, however, remained unconcerned, not even standing up. He merely lazily lifted half of his face from the bowties, next squinting towards the direction of the hall's entrance. Between the 9-layered gates a man and a woman walked side by side. The woman wore a plain robe, her face as cold as frost. It was Xiaomingxin. The man, dressed in an ordinary blue robe, appeared relaxed, as if he were strolling in his own backyard rather than walking through the heavily guarded palace of the Liang kingdom. It was Chun-Yi. The leading guard shouted, "Who dares to trespass the royal palace? Seize them!" Dozens of armored guards surged forward, their weapons thrusting out the sharp energy ripping through several layers of the soft cushions in the hall. Chun-Yi did not even blink. Xiaomingxin lightly raised her hand, her 5 fingers slightly spread, and an invisible wave radiated outward from her palm. The guards charging in front seemed to hit an invisible wall, their bodies along with their armor flying back as they crashed into the dragon pillars in the hall, the sounds of bones cracking echoing. The guards behind turned pale, their steps faltering. The Liang Wang finally sat up straight, not out of fear, but because he found it interesting. Peak Foundation establishment. He tilted his head, scrutinizing Xiaomingxin, then glanced at Chun-Yi. Or are you a golden core? Interesting. It's been many years since I had an assassin in my extreme joy heavenly palace. Not only am I not afraid, but I'm also quite curious. He lazily patted the armrest of the dragon bed. The last one who dared to assassinate me was a reckless golden core cultivator 6 years ago. I turned him into lamp oil, and it's still not burnt out after 3 years. You too, how long do you want to consider? Chun-Yi finally spoke. Are you the Liang Wang? The Liang Wang laughed at his words. He laughed so hard that he doubled over, nearly pushing the beauty in his arms off the dragon bed. Only after he had laughed enough did he point at Chun-Yi, his eyes full of mockery. Isn't that nonsense? In the entire Liang kingdom, who doesn't know me? Where did you come from, young fool, daring to attempt an assassination without even knowing the person? Chun-Yi did not smile. He quietly waited for the Liang Wang to finish laughing, then said something that plunged the entire great hall into silence. It's nothing, just confirming. After all, 38 spirit stones for a life, it would be troublesome if I killed the wrong person. 38 spirit stones. The smile on the Liang Wang's face froze, as if he had been unexpectedly slapped in the face. He, the Liang Wang, the ruler of the Liang kingdom, holding thousands of miles of territory with 5 golden core cultivators under his command, a single lamp in the extreme joy heavenly palace made from the blood of a merman was worth thousands of spirit stones, and the layer of soft cushions made of merman silk on the dragon bed was enough for an ordinary loose cultivator to live a lifetime. And this person before him accepted a contract for 38 spirit stones. To kill him. You. The Liang Wang's lips moved slightly, his voice surprisingly filled with hesitation. Could you repeat that? How much? Xiaomingxin answered for Chun-Yi. She seriously took out a pouch of coins, weighing it in her palm. 38 spirit stones and 13 grains of spirit sand. Buying your life. The Liang Wang was stunned for a moment. Then he burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, shaking with laughter until tears came out, causing the dragon bed to creak. Ha ha ha, 38. I'm only worth 38 and 13 grains of spirit sand. He abruptly stopped laughing, a chilling light bursting from his eyes as he slammed his palm on the armrest of the dragon bed, sternly ordering, "Come. Seize these 2 reckless fools for me. I'll refine them into a lamp to burn for 1,000 years in this hall." "Yes, your majesty." A soft voice echoed from the top of the hall like a cold, slippery snake, entering the ears of everyone present, making them shiver involuntarily. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. A figure stood with hands behind his back atop the roof, sunlight streaming through behind him, casting a long silhouette. He wore a dark red robe that resembled congealed blood, the hem fluttering without wind, intricate silver designs embroidered at the collar and cuffs subtly pulsing with blood energy. His white hair was tied back, accentuating his excessively young and handsome face, making him appear even more sickly and pale. Night Owl Marquis. It's the Night Owl Marquis. The guards at the door felt their knees weaken. If they weren't leaning against the merman lamp column burning with blue flames, they would have collapsed on the spot. The Night Owl Marquis. This name sent chills far deeper than the Liang Wang himself throughout the Liang kingdom's court and populace. The Liang Wang was mad, absurd, and capricious, but at least you could decipher his moods. Today he might reward you with a fortune if he was happy, and tomorrow feed you to the dogs if displeased. At least there was a reason. But the Night Owl Marquis needed no reason. The palace maids and eunuchs who had barely managed to stand before all knelt down upon hearing this name, their foreheads pressed tightly against the cold golden bricks, deliberately keeping their breathing as light and shallow as possible, fearing that even a wisp of warm air they exhaled might anger the white-haired man in blood-colored robes above them. The Night Owl Marquis cast his gaze down at the hall, and at that moment Chun-Yi also raised his eyes. As their gazes met, it was as if two mountains gently collided across the void. The light and shadow in the great hall flickered slightly, and the spiritual pearls on the 72 dragon pillars dimmed simultaneously. At this tense juncture, a silver light sprang from the spirit beast pouch at Chun Yi's waist, landing on the ground, and rolling over, transforming into a round, plump, silver-white little beast. It was only the size of a palm, covered in fine silver scales, its short limbs perched on the golden bricks. As it looked around, its mouth still mumbling, Where? I heard someone say night snack. The Night Owl Marquis's pupils suddenly constricted. Sword Hedgehog. Lifting his gaze towards Chun Yi, a rare moment of stillness appeared on the face that had long lost its blood color. The Sword Hedgehog was a mythical creature from ancient times, long extinct from the world. Yet today in Tiannan, only beside the recently renowned owner of Wanbao Tower could one be found. Are you Chun Yi? This name has been resounding in the cultivation world of Tiannan for nearly a decade. Possessing the bloodline of the golden-winged Great Peng, he was considered invincible among his peers. His Wanbao Tower spanned several nations, amassing a fortune of billions and countless treasures. Since his travels in Tiannan, many well-known Golden Core experts have met their demise beneath his sword. Behind him stood an old man who was but a step away from reaching the nascent soul stage. Such a person, not to mention the Liang Kingdom, even in the entire cultivation world of Tiannan, few sects dared to provoke easily. So it is Chun Tower Master. The drunkenness on the Liang King's face dissipated significantly as he squinted his eyes, saying, I believe I have no grievances with your tower. Why has the Tower Master come with a sword today? Why? Chun Yi chuckled lightly. I am a businessman only concerned with credibility, not reasoning. If someone is buying your life, I will accept the transaction. It's as simple as that. Upon hearing this, the Liang King's eyes narrowed into slits. The trepidation he felt upon learning Chun Yi's identity instantly vanished. What replaced it was boundless killing intent. What a disregard for reason. I want to see how you Chun Yi will act without reason today. Without needing the Liang King's command, the Night Owl Marquis descended gracefully from the top of the hall, landing 10 steps in front of the Liang King. Tower Master Chun, please proceed. Before Chun Yi could respond, Ping and swiftly positioned himself in front of Chun Yi. Boss, let me handle this. I want to take him on. Me. Chun Yi glanced down at him, his eyes filled with undisguised skepticism. Ping An's silver spikes erupted, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Boss, what kind of look is that? I can fight well, okay. As he spoke, the Night Owl Marquis gaze shifted from Chun Yi to the palm-sized silver-white creature, his thin lips pressed together, a hint of cold mockery flickering in his eyes. Tower Master Chun, his voice maintained its soft and delicate tone. I have heard that you are ruthless under the sword, yet I did not know you also had a penchant for letting your pet die for you. Upon hearing this, Ping and spun around, showing his tiny white teeth to the Night Owl Marquis. You're the pet. Your entire family are pets. I am your grandpa Ping'an, the #1 lackey of the boss. The kneeling palace maids and eunuchs in the hall trembled in unison, wishing they could shrink their heads into the seams of the golden bricks. This reckless little creature dared to insult the Night Owl Marquis. The Night Owl Marquis said nothing, only slowly raised his right hand. A mist of blood poured from his palms, swiftly forming a blood-red chain as thick as a thumb, coiling towards Ping and like a giant python. A mere trick. Ping and snorted lightly. A diamond-shaped scale detached from his back, trembling in the air, before transforming into a slender silver blade, expanding with the wind, quickly becoming a short sword over 3 feet long. A mere trick. Ping and snorted lightly. A diamond-shaped scale detached from his back, trembling in the air, before transforming into a slender silver blade, expanding with the wind, quickly becoming a short sword over 3 feet long. Clang. The sound of metal clashing erupted, the blood-red chain shattered inch by inch, dispersing into a mist of blood. Yet Ping An's sword energy remained unyielding. The Night Owl Marquis raised an eyebrow, his figure unmoved, as the dissipating blood mist reassembled in an instant, forming 3 palm-sized blood-red shields arranged in a triangle before him. Ding ding ding. The scale sword slashed 3 times the 3 blood shields, shattering in response. However, this brief obstruction allowed the Night Owl Marquis to retreat 3 steps. With his right hand in a loose grip, the shattered fragments of the blood shields transformed into countless blood-red flying needles, raining down upon Ping'an. Come at me. Ping An's round body bounced up from the ground, all his silver scales standing on end as dozens of sword spikes detached from his body, forming an impenetrable sword barrier before him. The blood needles struck the sword barrier like rain on banana leaves, creating a cracking sound, yet none penetrated. Is that all you got? Ping'an peeked out from behind the sword barrier, making faces at the Night Owl Marquis. White-haired freak, did you forget to eat? Do you want your grandpa Ping'an to reward you with a couple of spirit stones to buy some? Ouch. Before he could finish, a blood-red ribbon silently emerged from the crack in the golden bricks beneath him, wrapping tightly around his short hind leg and yanking him upwards. Ping was left hanging upside down in the air, his short legs flailing chaotically, resembling a plump fish being held by its tail. Ambush. This is an ambush. Doesn't count. That doesn't count. The Night Owl Marquis smirked coldly, his fingers slowly tightening the blood-red ribbon, constricting tighter, causing Ping's hind leg to creak. Tower Master Chun, he controlled the blood-red ribbon, while looking up at Chun-Yi, his voice still soft and delicate. This sword hedgehog is indeed extraordinary. It would make for a fine set of flying swords to refine. I have long heard that the Tower Master's skill in crafting is unparalleled in Tiannan. Might I have the honor of requesting you to take action once? Facing the provocation from the Night Owl Marquis, Chun-Yi didn't even glance at him. He merely cast a casual glance at Ping and said, "Keep it up and your snacks will be halved." The phrase "snacks will be halved" seemed to be more effective than any divine ability. Ping's round shiny eyes widened suddenly, his small body, hanging in the air, stiffening in an instant, followed by his entire body erupting with silver spikes, emitting a low buzzing sound. "No way. Absolutely not." He screamed, his short limbs retracting violently before he struggled outward. Crack. The blood-red ribbon constricting his hind leg was forcefully snapped, transforming into a cloud of blood mist. The Night Owl Marquis pupils constricted sharply. Before he could comprehend, Ping and transformed into a streak of silver light, rapidly spinning in midair, shedding spikes that spread out, becoming hundreds of sword lights. The sword energy flickered erratically, casting the entire hall in a silvery hue. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Ping shouted loudly, his juvenile voice pronouncing the 4 words somewhat comically. Hundreds of sword lights simultaneously emitted a clear humming sound, then cascaded down, like a galaxy pouring forth, inundating towards the Night Owl Marquis. The Night Owl Marquis' expression changed drastically, no longer able to maintain his calm demeanor. He patted the storage pouch at his waist, and a pitch-black beast bone shield flew out, expanding to half a person's height, blocking before him. Boom. The sword light collided with the bone shield, shaking the entire hall thrice. Several glazed tiles from the roof crashed down, landing on the guards' helmets with loud clangs. Cracks spread across the bone shield like spider webs. The Night Owl Marquis boots carved deep grooves into the golden bricks, and his back crashed against a gilded dragon pillar, debris flying. Cough. He propped himself up with one hand, a sweet taste surged in his throat, and he spat a mouthful of dark red blood onto the golden bricks, sizzling with a foul odor. The pitch-black bone shield let out a mournful cry, shattering into 7 or 8 pieces, clattering to the ground. Having struck successfully, Ping was relentless. His round body flipped in midair, all 4 short legs stepping onto a suspended flowing short sword below. The hundreds of sword lights moved as if they were extensions of his limbs, and with a motion of his short front paw pointing towards the Night Owl Marquis, they gathered once more into a dragon of sword energy, charging fiercely in the direction the Night Owl Marquis had fallen. If this collides, not to mention that the Night Owl Marquis is a flesh and blood being, even a medium-grade magical treasure would be pierced through. The Night Owl Marquis pupils constricted as a heart-wrenching shriek erupted from the dark red spirit beast pouch at his waist. A shadow shot out from the pouch, like lightning swelling against the wind. It was a bat-like beast with wings spread out to a length of 10 zhang, its entire body as black as ink save for the dark crimson edges of its wing bones. Its blood-red eyes, the size of mung beans, shone like 2 glowing coals under the flickering candlelight of the hall, exuding a violent and fierce aura, having already reached the peak of the 9th level, comparable to a fully realized golden core human cultivator. As soon as the blood bat appeared, it opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and unleashed a wave of blood-red sound waves that were almost tangible, creating visible ripples in the air as they crashed violently into the sword Qi Long Dragon of Ping'an. The sound wave collided with the sword Qi Dragon, and the entire hall felt as though it had been struck by a hammer. The palace maids and eunuchs kneeling in the hall were shaken off balance, with several nearby bleeding from their ears and noses, fainting directly. The sword-light dragon of Ping was momentarily obstructed by the sound wave, causing the front dozen sword lights to vibrate and lose some of their momentum. In that moment of delay, the Darkwing Bloodbat had spread its wings, shielding the Night Owl Marquis like a massive black cloak. The subsequent sword lights poured down like a torrential rain onto the Darkwing Bloodbat's wings, producing a series of crisp sounds like metal clashing. Though the Bloodbat's wings appeared to be thin membranes, they were shockingly resilient. Ping's sword strikes, capable of piercing gold and stone, only left hundreds of shallow white marks on the surface, failing to even break the skin. Ping squinted its small eyes, clearly not expecting this ugly black creature to be so tough. It waved its short front claws in the air, about to act, when it heard Chun-Yi's calm voice from behind. "That's enough." Just 2 words, and the silver spikes that had erupted from Ping's body all obediently subdued. It reluctantly kicked off the flying sword beneath it, and the hundreds of sword lights shot back, like tired birds returning to the forest, reassembling in the air into silver-white scales, automatically embedding back into its round body. Ping landed on Chun-Yi's shoulder, still feeling unconvinced as it rubbed its head against Chun-Yi's ear. Boss. I can defeat it. That ugly thing is just thick-skinned ice snacks. Ping instantly fell silent. The Night Owl Marquis slowly stood up propped against the shattered dragon pillar with one hand, his sleeve soaked in blood, yet his feminine eyes remained fixated on Chun-Yi. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and his voice was no longer calm. What a sword hedgehog. I didn't expect Master Chen's beast-taming skills to be equally impressive. Mutual admiration. To be able to control a 9th-level beast without even signing a cohabitation contract, and have it live and die by your side, your beast-taming methods surpassed those of Spirit Beast Mountain by far. Though Chun-Yi was praising the Night Owl Marquis, his gaze never left the bloodbath for a moment. There are two types of beast-taming restrictions. One is the conventional slavery contract, which uses a powerful mark to suppress the beast's spirit, forcing it to obey. This method is the most crude. The Beastmaster's cultivation must be above that of the beast, or they will suffer backlash. The other is the cohabitation contract used by Spirit Beast Mountain disciples, where both human and beast form a contract using their spirits as a guide and blood as a medium. From then on they share life and death, prosperity and loss. Not only is there no backlash, but one can also borrow the beast's innate spells. However, the drawbacks are equally apparent. As long as one party has not broken through, the other's cultivation will also stagnate. The Night Owl Marquis is only at the early Golden Core stage, yet this spirit pet has the cultivation comparable to that of the peak Golden Core. It is evident that such a method was not used. But if a slavery contract was used, the spirit beast's cultivation far exceeds his own, yet did not suffer backlash. How is this possible? The Night Owl Marquis did not respond, but instead said, since Master Chun has already noticed the clues, why not take a guess? This Darkwing Bloodbat is on the verge of transcending tribulation to transform, yet it obeys your commands. I believe there is only one possibility. Chun-Yi stroked his chin seriously and said, this fellow is your wild father. In response to Chun-Yi's malicious words, the Night Owl Marquis showed no signs of anger. The Bloodbat, however, transformed into a crimson shadow and pounced towards Chun-Yi. Do you really think I've died, Ping? Ping exploded with anger. Its round body shot up from Chun-Yi's shoulder with silver spikes standing on end. In midair it spun rapidly and dozens of sword spikes transformed into sword light, cleaving down towards the Bloodbat's face. The Darkwing Bloodbat, having suffered at the hands of Ping and S. Sword Light, knew the sharpness of this silver-white little beast's spikes and dared not take it heeded. Letting out a piercing shriek, it opened its mouth and spewed forth a dark red mist wrapping all the sword lights within. The sword lights buzzed and trembled within the blood mist, as if they had sunk into a quagmire, their momentum rapidly slowing. Ping squinted its small eyes, and with a short front paw it grasped emptily. The dozens of sword lights suddenly shook and burst open in the blood mist, transforming into hundreds of thin silver needles that shot out from within. The Bloodbat was caught off guard with dozens of silver needles piercing through its wing membranes. Letting out a heart-wrenching shriek, it flapped its wings violently, creating a gust that sent the remaining silver needles flying. Ugly thing, does it hurt? Ping proudly lifted its small head. Your Ping and Grandpa's spikes are not that easy. The Bloodbat no longer attacked, and for the first time it spoke human words as expected of an ancient variant being at level 8, yet able to match me. After glancing at Chun-Yi, it continued, old man, we'll help you take down that kid. How about you follow me from now on? Ping was taken aback for a moment, its shiny black eyes rolling, as if seriously considering this proposal. The hall fell silent for a moment. Follow you? Ping tilted its head and asked in a babyish voice. Indeed. The Darkwing Bloodbat hovered in the air, its wings slowly flapping, its hoarse voice surprisingly revealing a hint of rare kindness. I have cultivated for over 1,000 years, and have seen countless exotic beasts. With your aptitude, being a spirit pet for a human is truly a pearl covered in dust. As long as you nod, old man has ways to help you break that slavery contract. At that time, with heaven and earth at our disposal, we will join forces. What is there to worry about? Wait. Ping extended its short front paw to scratch its ear, showing impatience. You said a lot. But I have one question. If I follow you, will there be snacks? The Darkwing Bloodbat was momentarily speechless. My boss gives me the best spirit gold from the south, and I drink the spirit liquid that takes a whole year from a 4th grade spiritual vein to condense a drop. Plus I have 3 pounds of thunder pattern honey as snacks every month. Ping counted seriously with its claws. Can you provide that? Every time Ping thought of something, the corner of the Darkwinged Bloodbat's mouth twitched. These spiritual items were not even something it had seen before, let alone fed to spiritual beasts. As for that spiritual liquid, it could only be condensed by a 4th grade spiritual vein. In this world, which 4th grade spiritual vein is not in the hands of nascent soul powers. It takes a year to condense a single drop, and such a thing that has no side effects for improving cultivation. How could it possibly flow into the market? As for that thunder-patterned candied fruit, it had never even heard of it. But since it was arranged after the spiritual liquid by Ping, and it was evident that its rarity surpassed that of the spiritual liquid. But the problem is such a precious item, only 3 pounds a month. The Darkwing Bloodbat suddenly felt like it had wasted over 1,000 years of its life. Why aren't you speaking? Ping tilted his head. It's alright, I don't mind your poverty. After all, no one wealthier than me has been born into this world yet. But lacking some self-awareness is your fault. A third-grade mongrel that doesn't even know where to open the door to transformation dares to boast in front of me. As he spoke, Ping's petite figure seemed to be ignited from within by a silvery flame, with dazzling brilliance bursting forth from every spike, illuminating the entire hall, as if it were daylight. The people in the hall involuntarily squinted their eyes. When the glow dissipated, Ping's round and smooth body had vanished. In its place was a colossal creature. It was a giant beast standing 3 meters tall, covered in silvery armor. No, it could not be called armor. It was thousands of natural blades. Layer upon layer embedded on its thick back, each blade several feet long, sharp, and gleaming, reflecting. The central row of blades was the largest, extending from the back of the neck to the tip of the tail, along the spine, resembling a silver mountain range of blades. The blades on either side decreased in size, arranged in an orderly fashion, as if they formed a fortress made of a myriad of swords. Its limbs were no longer short and clumsy, but robust as pillars with claws like hooks, exuding a chilling metallic sheen. It slightly lowered its head, and those originally shiny little eyes were now as large as bronze bells, with 2 silvery flames burning deep within its pupils, looking at the Darkwinged Bloodbat, as if it were a clueless sparrow. The most terrifying thing was the sharp aura emanating from its body. Just a glance caused a feeling of a blade at one's throat, instilling fear. Feeling Ping's presence, the Darkwing Bloodbat felt an uncontrollable, almost instinctive fear surge from the depths of its heart, urging it to either flee or submit. After all, it was a peak 9th level beast. Yet Ping was only at the 8th level. But this was the bloodline suppression instilled in demon beasts. When encountering a being of a higher level, their bodies would react before their will. Like a subject seeing a king, it felt frightened before any battle. How is that possible? The Sword Hedgehog clan has long been extinct. How could there still be pure blood in this world? It had previously thought that Ping had merely awakened a part of the Sword Hedgehog bloodline. It never expected that it would actually be pure blood. Pure blood sword hedgehogs are already top-tier existences among demon beasts, reaching transformation upon maturity. How could a Darkwing Bloodbat that hadn't even touched the threshold of transformation dare to confront it? Ping lowered his enormous head full of mockery. Now do you still think I need to associate with you? The Darkwing Bloodbat stiffened its wings, involuntarily retracting, tightly pressed against its sides. Its previously fierce demeanor vanished, akin to a field mouse being watched by a hawk. The expression of the Night Owl Marquis completely changed. Standing before the Bloodbat, he looked at the colossal creature and coldly said, "As a pureblood, yet willing to be a dog for the human race, you've disgraced the Sword Hedgehog clan." Ping knew better than anyone where his pure bloodline came from. Without Chun-Yi's continuous supply of demon-attracting herbs for 1,000 years, he would only be an aberration with a bit of Sword Hedgehog bloodline. The bloodline level wouldn't even reach the 3rd grade, and he wouldn't even have the wisdom to awaken. Not to mention that Chun-Yi was throwing heavenly materials and earthly treasures at him without caring about the cost. Just his monthly expenses for food and clothing could buy 3 extreme pleasure temples. Could this be called a slave contract? This is called an iron rice bowl, an established position. Do you understand? This fortune was something he had stubbornly begged for. Even if he was given cultivation at the transformation stage directly, he wouldn't trade it. How dare this white-haired monster try to sow discord in front of the boss? What if the boss misunderstands that he has ulterior motives and abandons him? Ping hurriedly turned to Chun-Yi, a trace of flattery squeezed out of his silver-flamed pupils. "Boss, my loyalty to you is as steadfast as the sun and moon. This guy just wants to harm me. Please don't fall for his malicious trick." Then he glared fiercely at the Night Owl Marquis. "You white-haired monster, stop spouting nonsense here. I Ping serving as the boss assistant is a fortune amassed over several lifetimes. Daring to sow discord here, I won't let you off lightly today." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword spikes on Ping's back simultaneously detached. The sword light surged like a tide, and the killing intent boiled. This strike from Ping was filled with anger, no longer holding back. Hundreds of sword lights twisted into a silvery torrent in midair, tearing the air with a piercing shriek. The remaining glazed tiles in the hall were swept up by the sword wind and shattered into powder. The pupils of the Night Owl Marquis shrank to the size of needle tips. He had already experienced Ping's might, but at that time this sword hedgehog still seemed to have some playful intentions. At this moment the opponent was exerting all its strength, and that sharp aura was even more fierce than before. The Darkwing Bloodbat let out a shrill screech. Its wings suddenly spread wide, and the crimson patterns along the edges of its wing bones glowed, as if they were red-hot branding irons. It opened its mouth and sprayed a blood-colored sound wave 10 times thicker than before, attempting to block Ping An's torrent of sword light. However, it was futile. As soon as it touched the sword light, it began to disintegrate like boiling water splashing on snow, melting away silently. Flee! The dark-winged bloodbat roared suddenly, spreading its wings and attempting to shield the Night Owl Marquis with its body. Ping An snorted coldly. The torrent of sword light ruthlessly pierced through the dark-winged bloodbat. That membrane, tough enough to withstand the strikes of magical treasures, was as fragile as a layer of paper before the pure-blood sword hedgehog's innate sword spikes. With a sound that made one's teeth ache, the dark-winged bloodbat's left wing was sliced open, with a 3-foot-long gash, dark red blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering on the golden brick floor with a sizzling sound. The dark-winged bloodbat wailed as it fell towards the ground. That silvery torrent continued without any hesitation, sweeping towards the Night Owl Marquis with the force of destruction. At this moment, the Night Owl Marquis was utterly pale. Even the peak 9th-level dark-winged bloodbat was not a match for Ping An, and he, a mere initial stage golden core, would probably not escape with his soul intact. He saw the black dog under the Liang Wang suddenly appear in front of the Night Owl Marquis. With a wide mouth, a terrifying suction force appeared out of nowhere. At the moment this suction appeared, the silvery torrent of sword light suddenly changed direction, rolling back into the giant mouth of the demon dog. Ping An's pupils shrank slightly, and his body trembled. Those sword spikes immediately turned around, breaking free from the suction and flying back. Ping An, facing the sea of swords, looked solemnly at the black dog, devouring divine ability. You bear the celestial hound bloodline. Bloodline. The black hound licked its paw, casting a calm, indifferent gaze over Ping An before flicking a glance at Chenyi, its tone laced with faint, veiled mockery. This world holds far more than just you who are of pure blood. Of course, one who willingly degrades such pure blood, as you do, is truly singular in his folly. Ping An sneered, glancing at Prince Liang. And yet you yourself serve this deluded sovereign as nothing more than a gatekeeper dog. We stand on equal footing, neither superior nor inferior. The black general replied coolly, I am not like you. Oh, how so? I should very much like to hear your distinction, Chenyi interjected. The black hound remained silent, but Prince Liang rose instead. The black general is my split soul. Since he is me, no master-servant hierarchy exists. Qiu Mingxin froze in astonishment. Soul-seizing followed 3 immutable laws. Race held no bearing. Yet if paired with the second nascent soul technique, binding a high-eared demonic beast as one's secondary soul was indeed an ingenious stratagem. But could Prince Liang's fortune truly be this extraordinary? A pure-blood celestial hound. Chenyi's expression suddenly cleared. He turned toward the shadow-winged bloodbat and the Night Owl Marquis. You too. Indeed, this Marquis and the bloodbat share one life. The Night Owl Marquis straightened, wiping blood from his lips with a slender hand. The face that emerged, pale and unervingly beautiful, twisted into a chilling, grotesque smile. And us as well. For voices rang out almost in unison from beyond the hall's threshold. For an instant the light spilling through the doorway dimmed. For figures strode side by side into the central hall. The leftmost bore heavy obsidian black armor, broad-shouldered and thick-waisted. His face bristled with coarse tangled beard, while twin copperbell eyes blazed with fierce, incandescent light. At his side paced a jet-black fire-treading rhinoceros, its hooves wreathed in crimson flame. Sparks spat from its nostrils, sizzling upon the gilded bricks and scorching black pits into their surface. This was Tai Tu, the Iron Slaughterer, ranked among the 5 golden cores of the Liang state, and its grand guardian general. Second from the left stood a gaunt, emaciated figure, tall and brittle as a withered bamboo stalk, his sallow complexion stretched taut over sharp, jutting cheekbones, his triple white eyes half-flitted, perpetually drowsy. Coiled upon his shoulder slithered a slender, viridian-scaled, venomous serpent. Each flick of its forked tongue released a cloying, sickly sweet miasma into the air. He was Du Daorun, the Venom Master, the chief cultivator of the Liang State's Hall of Venerables. Second from the right wore a moon-white monastic robe. His bald pate gleamed with ash-gray precept scars beneath the crystalline light, his features serene and compassionate, his lips curved in a sorrowful, benevolent smile. In his palm rested a gilded toad, 3-legged, its back studded with 7 whirling sentient eyes. His Dharma name was Du Yi, the deliverer from calamity, and he served as the Liang State's national guardian Dharma Master. The rightmost figure was the shortest, no taller than 3 chi, resembling an underdeveloped child, yet crowned with massive calloused hands, fingers swollen and knotted like gnarled tree roots. He rode astride a steel-maned wolverine, its silver-gray pelt bristling with barbed quills tipped in eerie cobalt-blue frost. He was Gui Tongzi, the Ghost Child, the most enigmatic golden core venerable of the Liang State. 4 golden core cultivators, 4 apex-level 9th rank demonic beasts. Add the Night Owl Marquis and the Shadow-Winged Bloodbat, and all 5 golden cores of the Liang State now stood assembled. Impossible. Qiu Mingxin's composure shattered, her delicate features paled. That Prince Liang had acquired a celestial hound, as his split soul could be attributed to sheer fortune. Even the Night Owl Marquis might be excused. But for this modest Liang state, so small, so obscure, to field 6 golden core cultivators all wielding elite demonic beasts as second souls, such a convergence defied mere luck. Surprised too. Prince Liang stood motionless, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping first over Qiu Mingxin's face, then settling upon Chun Yi, with a slow, knowing curl of his lips. Master Chun, famed for your erudition. Care to guess where these second souls originate? No guessing required. Chun Yi replied, his gaze circling the chamber before locking onto Prince Liang. You are but beasts wearing human robes. Prince Liang blinked, then threw back his head and laughed heartily. Truly, Master Chun ranks among the wisest minds in this realm. Those 4 words capture our essence precisely. You carry the blood of the golden-winged great Peng bird, making you, in truth, half one of us. Out of respect for your ancestors, I grant you a choice. Join us. Otherwise you shall never leave this palace of ultimate bliss. Faced with 6 golden core cultivators and their 6 ninth-rank demonic beasts, Chun Yi's expression twisted with visible torment. Prince Liang made no move to hasten him, waiting patient and expectant for the sovereign merchant of Wanbao Pavilion to render his final verdict. Unbeknownst to them, Chun Yi was already transmitting voice-sealed messages to Qiu Mingxin. Prepare yourself. When battle erupts, I'll have Ping escort you away. What in heaven's name is happening? How could they possibly? Qiu Mingxin pressed urgently. Chun Yi cut her off. High-tier demonic beasts are rare, but golden core cultivators, far easier to find. Do not forget, humans may seize demonic beast bodies, just as demonic beasts may seize human ones. Once awakened, their intellect rivals, or even surpasses, that of humankind. Qiu Mingxin's pupils contracted violently. She finally understood. It was not humans seizing beasts, it was beasts seizing humans. These so-called golden core cultivators of the Liang state were at their core nothing but high-tier demonic beasts, emerged from the 10,000 mountain range. They had seized human cultivators' bodies, then refined their original demonic forms into second souls, mastering both vessels simultaneously through the split soul art. Thus they walked openly among men, wearing human identity like a seamless mask, while retaining their full demonic power. More crucially, this subterfuge bypassed Xian Yin's detection entirely. Xian Yin had been forged for one sacred purpose: to shield the southern heaven from demonic incursion. She could not strike those who bore no hostility toward humanity, but demons. She faced no such restraint. Hence the high-tier demon clans of the 10,000 mountain range had never dared step beyond their ancient border. Yet now, these demons had gone to such extraordinary lengths, seizing human cultivators, entrenching themselves within the Liang state, and operating brazenly for decades at the very heart of the southern heaven. Their ultimate design sent chills down the spine, even to imagine it. Qiu Mingxin's back was drenched in cold sweat. Instinctively she looked to Chun Yi, only to find his tortured hesitation utterly vanished, replaced by open, unvarnished contempt. Join you? Forgive me. I am a merchant, yes, but not so debased as to become a lapdog to a pack of beasts. Obstinate fool. Prince Liang's face darkened, he crushed his wine cup to dust. Kill them. Go. Chun Yi seized Qiu Mingxin and hurled her onto Ping'an's back. Ping'an felt a sudden weight settle across its broad, blade-like spine. Qiu Mingxin landed firmly balanced atop its gleaming carapace. Hold on tight. With a low, resonant growl, Ping'an raised dozens of sword blades along its back. They interlocked like folding lotus petals, encasing her safely at their center. Then, light flared. They shot skyward in a streak of silver-white radiance. Think you can flee? Too late. Gui Tongzi shrieked, a sound like shattering glass. His steel-maned wolverine leapt into empty air, barbed quills erupted from its body like a storm weaving midair into a vast cobalt-blue net of venom, hurtling downward to ensnare Ping'an. A streak of golden light slashed diagonally from the void, ripping the venomous net asunder. Chun Yi emerged, wings of blazing gold unfurled behind him, shimmering with divine radiance. A wave of bloodline suppression, equal in intensity to Ping'an's own, engulfed the 5 beasts' hearts. In that single stunned heartbeat, Ping'an surged clear of the encirclement, carrying Qiu Mingxin beyond reach. Worthless trash. Prince Liang roared in fury. Unaffected, the black general opened its maw wide, unleashing a terrifying suction force that pulled relentlessly toward Ping'an. Oomph. Chun Yi snorted coldly, forming his hand into a claw and slashing downward through the air. Golden talonlight collided heat-in with the devouring vortex. The clash tore a jagged fissure through the suction's grasp. Ping'an seized the fleeting opening, its speed flaring thrice brighter, and vanished into the heavens without trace. Chun Yi watched the silver-white sword light dissolve into the distant sky, then slowly lowered his gaze. His golden wings stirred once, halting his descent midair. He looked down upon the 6 figures below, not with fear, but with quiet disdain, shaking his head. All second-rate mongrels. Only that hound bears any merit. It seems the 10,000 mountain range has truly run dry of worthy adversaries. The face of the Liang King darkened like the bottom of a pot, his eyes brimming with murderous intent that seemed ready to solidify. In an instant, the black general was enveloped by surging black mist, his form rapidly expanding, transforming into a massive black hound over 30 zhang long. With fangs like spears and eyes resembling blood moons, his fur was deeper than the darkest night. He fixed his gaze on Chun-Yi and said lightly, "Let me handle this." The other 6'5" beasts retreated without hesitation, clearing space for Chun-Yi and the black general. Chun-Yi raised an eyebrow at the celestial dog and asked, "Do you wish to duel me?" The black general's expression grew solemn as he replied, "You possess the bloodline of the golden-winged roc. Though you are of the human race, you can barely be considered half-blooded. Since this is a contest of pure-blood, outsiders must not interfere. This is the rule of the 10,000 great mountains." Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. "You only learn the worst of things." He did not waste words with him. With a powerful flap of his wings, he suddenly vanished from his original position. In the next moment, the black general's enormous body plummeted from midair, crashing violently to the ground. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the already ruined paradise of bliss vanished, entirely replaced by a massive deep pit. A golden-winged roc with a wingspan of over 30 zhang suddenly appeared in the sky. As expected of the golden-winged roc, even this claw alone is not inferior to an ordinary shape-shifting demon king. The black general slowly stood up from the deep pit, shaking off the debris. Looking at the golden-winged roc, not only was there no trace of anger in his eyes, but a strong sense of battle also ignited. "But you are still only half-blooded. Today I shall taste the flavor of this half-blood roc." As soon as the words fell, the black general's massive body exploded into a cloud of black mist, spreading rapidly like ink poured into clear water, swiftly enveloping an area of 100 zhang, transforming reality into illusion. Chun-Yi's heart trembled. Whoa! A hound's howl emerged. The black mist surged and suddenly coalesced into a dog head. The dog head was absurdly large, its mere head comparable to half of the paradise of bliss. When it opened its mouth, the upper jaw nearly touched the clouds while the lower jaw brushed against the ground, as if it aimed to swallow both heaven and earth. Chun-Yi flapped his golden wings and retreated 100 zhang. The dog head snapped at empty air, exploding into a cloud of black mist. However, as Chun-Yi scanned with his divine sense, his expression suddenly changed. Because amidst the explosion, the black mist had shrouded him without him noticing. Realizing the danger, he frantically flapped his wings, attempting to flee upwards and escape the black mist's range. Yet above him it had already coalesced into a spiked pitch-black tail whip, descending with immense force. The golden wings swiftly turned, and Chun-Yi performed a flip in midair, but the gale generated by the tail whip struck his left wing, causing several golden feathers to break off. The ability to switch between reality and illusion at will. Is this the true skill of the Celestial Dog Clan? Chun-Yi looked at the thickening black mist around him, deeply alarmed. The black general's voice echoed from all directions, laced with mockery. "Your rock clan excels in speed, while the Dragon Clan is known for strength. Yet my Celestial Dog Clan stands unrivaled in the art of transforming reality into illusion. And now you are within my grasp. Even with the fastest speed in the world, where can you escape?" As he finished the word escape, chains appeared out of the mist, converging from all directions to ensnare Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi's gaze sharpened as he rapidly turned his rock body. His enormous wings spun like two colossal blades, slicing through the air. The sound of clashing metal rang out in a torrential downpour as the chains clanged against each other. In an instant, he severed those chains, reducing them to shreds. Chun-Yi steadied his form and glanced at the chains that had reformed into black mist, saying, "Is this all you can do? Don't be arrogant." The black general snorted coldly. The chains that had been shattered did not dissipate. Instead, at the moment of their destruction, they recoalesced into countless thin black needles rushing back from all directions. The proximity was too close and the numbers too dense. Even the speed of the golden-winged roc could not evade them. Chun-Yi suddenly brought his wings together, overlapping his golden feathers to form a massive shield. Clink, clink, clink. The black needles hammered against the golden wings like a torrential rain, sparking here and there, yet none could penetrate the layer of feathers shimmering with a pale golden hue. However, at that moment when Chun-Yi was restrained by the black needles, the black mist above silently coalesced into a giant claw that blotted out the sun, crashing downwards. Chun-Yi's pupils constricted sharply, realizing it was too late to flap his wings. Boom! The giant claw struck the back of the golden-winged roc, forcefully smashing that golden figure down to the ground. The earth trembled violently, dust billowing into the sky as the ground was struck, creating a deep pit of several dozen zhang in diameter, with cracks spiderwebbing out in all directions. "Let's see if you can still." The black general was about to mock, but his voice abruptly ceased, for the pit had already lost Chun-Yi's figure. As the black mist churned, the black general reformed into the 30 zhang giant, howled a low growl emanating from his throat. His divine sense spread widely, immediately sensing a golden glow bursting forth from the black mist, sending debris flying. Chun-Yi reappeared in midair, his golden wings fluttering, every feather shining bright, as new, showing no signs of damage. Earth escape technique. The black general narrowed his eyes and mocked. I didn't expect the illustrious golden-winged rock to learn the tricks of a rat. Chun-Yi hovered in midair, sneering, better than your celestial dog clan's self-praise. The path of devouring. Tisk tisk tsk. He had seen through it perfectly. If it were truly devouring, he would have been defeated the moment he was drawn into the black mist. Thus the so-called devouring of the celestial dog clan was merely transforming into black mist to envelop opponents, using the home ground advantage to concoct a scheme. Their core spell should be that transformation between reality and illusion. The flaw was obvious. The black mist could not invade the physical body. Chun-Yi had realized this when he was struck into the ground. He was able to escape with the earth escape technique he learned from Han Chi. Stubborn. Chun-Yi chuckled, and with a sudden flap of his wings he charged forward like a blinding golden streak towards the black general. Seeking death. The black general's blood-red eyes lit up, his massive mouth opened wide. His entire body transformed again into a giant maw, ferociously lunging at that streak of golden light. However, the golden light did not diminish. Instead, it twisted, elongated, and reshaped in midair, instantly morphing into an enormous golden beak. The beak was 3 zhang long, with the upper part hooked like a claw and the lower part sharp as a knife, its tip shimmering cold light, as if it could pierce through all things in the world. In the past, the golden-winged rock had fed on dragons, relying on this skill of piercing armor and heart. The dragon's scales were incredibly tough, immune to all methods, yet they feared the beak of the rock. How much more would a celestial dog fear it? Crack! With a spine-chilling sound of shattering, the massive maw of the devouring beast pecked down, creating a huge hole right in the middle of its upper jaw. The black mist surged violently, and the devouring maw collapsed with a thunderous sound. The black general reemerged in the form of a giant dog over 30 feet tall, but this time, it looked far more disheveled than before. On its gigantic canine head there was a transparent hole right in the center of its nose, connecting front and back with strands of golden light, still lingering at the edges, sizzling and burning its flesh. You. The black general was both shocked and furious, a hint of apprehension showing in its eyes for the first time. The golden-winged rock hovered in midair, looking at the incredulous expression of the black general, and sneered, surprised. Let me tell you the truth, the innate spell of the golden-winged rock tribe is never about speed. Speed is merely a racial endowment, an instinctive ability like how fish swim and birds fly. Oh, it is not a spell. The true innate spell is Sky Rock Dragon Striking Technique. The Sky Rock Dragon Striking Technique was specially designed for slaying dragonkind, a killing move honed by the ancient golden-winged rock while feasting on true dragons. A claw shatters dragon scales, a beak crushes dragon bones, a wing breaks dragon spines. Every move is a bane to the dragon race. Later, when the dragon race went into hiding, the golden-winged rock tribe perfected this technique, no longer limited to slaying dragons, but transforming it into a complete combat system designed to counter all flashy tactics. However, due to its overly complex nature, even the pure-blooded descendants of the golden-winged rock could only inherit a fragment of its power. And because it was difficult to master the entire technique, any partial move would have flaws. The golden-winged rock tribe standardized the narrative that the ultimate speed was the essence of their bloodline spell. In contrast, Chun-Yi's bloodline, though refined through techniques, was produced by a system, and the essence was all qualified and abundant. Under the assurance of quality and quantity, he was able to master the complete Sky Rock Dragon Striking Technique. Moreover, this body of his was merely a temporary vessel, so there was no need to hide his lineage from the golden-winged rock tribe, right? But the black general was unaware of this. Licking its newly grown nose, reflection of Chun-Yi's golden figure showed in its blood-red eyes, and its tone had calmed significantly. The Sky Rock Dragon Striking Technique. Today I have truly witnessed the methods of the rock tribe. But if you think victory is in the bag, you are mistaken. The black mist suddenly shrank, and the gigantic form of the dog collapsed and solidified in an instant, ultimately transforming into a black dog barely a foot in length. Though its size was reduced by dozens of times, its aura had condensed far beyond before. Its fur was darker than ever, rendering the surrounding light unable to escape, creating a bizarre halo around its body. You are underestimating my Tengu tribe. Although the black general did not move, Chun-Yi's expression changed drastically. As it scanned the area with its divine sense, it found the position of the black general completely empty, as if it did not exist in the world. Yet his eyes clearly saw it standing there, its 4 paws on the ground, blood-red eyes cold as ice, and the distorted halo of light around it slowly rotating. Divine sense shielding. A heavy feeling weighed on Chun-Yi's heart. Do not underestimate the significance of divine sense shielding. at their level speed is no longer something the naked eye can capture. Just like modern fighter jets, Rayall tracking relies on radar, which is akin to divine sense. Now Chun-Yi felt like a high-performing 4th-generation fighter encountering a 5th-generation fighter with stealth capabilities. Its performance may not be significantly worse, perhaps even slightly better, but it simply could not lock onto the target. The Black General did not explain anything, showing its steel teeth in a sinister grin, saying, "It's my turn." Shadows flickered 1, 2, 3. Over 10 Black Generals appeared in the sky surrounding the golden-winged rock completely. Chun-Yi instantly understood why the bloodline inheritance of the Tengu tribe featured such a harmless auxiliary spell of solid void transformation. Coupled with this racial endowment of divine sense, shielding this bloodline spell indeed added 1,000 unpredictable and bewildering tactics. Chun-Yi took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Over a dozen dark shadows pounced from all directions simultaneously, making it impossible to distinguish which was real and which was illusion. Or perhaps they were all real and could all turn into illusions. Shoo! A sharp pain struck from the left wing. 3 claw marks deep enough to see bone appeared on the golden wing. Golden feathers fell and blood splattered. Chun-Yi suddenly turned around the right wing, slashing horizontally like a heavenly blade, but only shattered a remnant shadow. Another dull thud came from behind as a tail struck down like a heavy hammer on his back, forcibly knocking him down several tens of feet from the air. As he fell, the black mist surged again, and over a dozen shadows pounced once more. Chun-Yi's golden wings flapped urgently, his figure darting among the myriad of dark shadows, yet he ultimately could not evade those elusive claws. Counterattacks fell on empty spaces, yet the injuries he sustained were all too real. Chun-Yi was drenched in blood, his golden wings drooping slightly, as if he were exhausted. Seeing this, the 10 or more shadows simultaneously stopped, pride shining in their blood-red eyes as they proclaimed, "Kid, I give you one more chance. Honor me as king or die. I choose." Chun-Yi raised his head, his gaze still sharp as a sword, "To eat dog meat. Then die." The Black General snorted coldly, and the 10 shadows simultaneously exploded into black mist, which instantly recongealed, pouncing from all directions. However, this time Chun-Yi did not strike out or block like before. The first Black General pounced, its savage fangs aimed at his neck. If this strike landed, even with the strength of the golden-winged rock, it would surely die on the spot. Yet Chun-Yi did not move an inch. He allowed the black dog to pass through him. It was an illusion. Then came the second, the third. Chun-Yi remained utterly still, until the 9th one. That Tengu clawed at his chest. Chun-Yi suddenly raised his claw. The rock claw and the dog claw collided violently. Boom! Before the sound of metal clashing faded, Chun-Yi's left wing swept across like a heavenly blade. The Black General's blood-red eyes narrowed, and at the critical moment its body exploded into black mist, narrowly avoiding the winged strike that could cut through gold and stone. The black mist rapidly condensed 10 feet away, re-emerging as the giant dog, over 30 feet tall. The Black General's forepaws were off the ground, and its blood-red eyes fixed intensely on Chun-Yi for the first time, revealing an expression of disbelief. Impossible. It had just released 13 illusory forms. The switch between illusion and reality was but a thought away. Even if the shape-shifting Demon King came, it would be impossible to discern in an instant. Yet Chun-Yi managed to do it. Not by luck. What do you think? Chun-Yi uttered 2 words, and his figure had already vanished from sight. In the next moment, a massive rock claw appeared out of nowhere. It stomped down on a fragment of broken wall. No! Accompanied by the terrified voice of the Black General, the giant dog in the sky suddenly disintegrated. Your Tengu tribe's solid void transformation combined with divine sense shielding is indeed impressive. But unfortunately you encountered me. Ignoring the Tengu struggling under his claw, Chun-Yi mockingly looked at King Liang and said, "Braised or stewed, which do you prefer?" King Liang's face turned ashen, but he coldly snorted, "It's just a split soul. If you kill him, I will take Is that so? Then I shall not be polite." As the words fell, the rock claw erupted with power. The Black General's surrounding dark mist surged violently, attempting to escape into an illusion. However, the golden light flowing on the rock claw acted like a stubborn parasite. As soon as the mist touched the golden radiance, it sizzled and was forced back into reality. Crack! A sound that made one's teeth ache echoed as the Black General's spine was brutally crushed, dark red blood gushing from its mouth and nose. "What do you want?" The voice of King Liang was almost squeezed out through clenched teeth. Seeing that, King Liang did not deny it. The smile in Chun-Yi's pale golden pupils deepened. The sharp nails tapped rhythmically on the dog's head as it tilted its head to look at King Liang. "I want to know why you came to Tiannan." King Liang's facial muscles twitched slightly. He did not answer immediately. Chun-Yi pressed down another inch with its claws, and the skull of the Black General beneath them made a faint creaking sound, as if it would shatter at any moment. "I will tell you." King Liang hurriedly spoke. Due to the limitations of bloodline rank, our demon race finds it 100 times more difficult to break through transformation after reaching level 9 than it is for you human cultivators to establish a golden core. King Liang spoke rapidly, fearing that if he spoke too slowly he might die at the claws of Chun-Yi, leading to his own demise. A century ago, a secret technique called the Second Nascent Soul suddenly spread among the various demon kings in the 10,000 Great Mountains. At first, no high-ranking demon cared about it, but later people in the 10,000 Great Mountains began selling high-quality human cultivators. A demon king accidentally discovered that by seizing the body of a human cultivator and using this method to refine their own body into a second nascent soul, not only could they retain the strength of their original body, but they could also free themselves from the shackles of bloodline and gain the opportunity to break through to the demon emperor realm. Thus, the various demon kings began to practice this method in succession. However, because your human race has a delicate constitution, you cannot directly devour spiritual herbs to refine the medicinal power like my demon race. So the demon kings who seized human bodies mostly came to your human territory to earn cultivation resources. Looking at the 5 people and 5 beasts on the edge of the battlefield, Chun-Yi showed a look of realization. In the classification of demon beast ranks, a demon king is equivalent to a human's golden core realm, while a transformed demon emperor is equivalent to a human's nascent soul realm. Unlike human cultivators who can make up for their insufficient qualifications with wealth, the bloodline rank of demons essentially sets a hard limit on their potential. Especially for these high-level demons, with only a third-tier bloodline reaching level 9 is already their ceiling. Due to the limitations of bloodline rank, they do not even qualify to invoke the tribulation for transformation. In contrast, while establishing a golden core is also a major hurdle for humans, as long as one reaches the completion of the golden core realm, there is always an opportunity for a final leap. It is no wonder that they would take risks to come to Tian-Nan. At this point, are you still lying? Chun-Yi chuckled softly, and the pressure of its claws increased slightly. The skull of the celestial dog under its claws made a sound of being unable to bear the weight, and dark red blood continuously surged from its 7 orifices, the brilliance in its blood-red eyes dimming visibly. You! King Liang clenched his fists tightly, his eyes almost bursting with rage, yet he did not dare to make a move. If his original body died, he would be doomed as well. I have said everything I know. What exactly do you want? Chun-Yi looked at King Liang's demeanor, and the smile in its eyes grew even. Glancing over the other 5 individuals and 5 beasts, it finally returned its gaze to King Liang and sneered. This reason indeed explains why these 5 beasts came to Tian-Nan. But what about yours? Chun-Yi's voice suddenly turned sharp. Don't tell me as a pure blood you still need to seize a human body to qualify for transformation. A pure blood demon can undergo transformation once they reach the pinnacle of level 9, without the need to seize a human body, as demon beasts of the same rank have a significantly longer lifespan than human cultivators. This is also why Chun-Yi was certain from the beginning that King Liang was merely a fragment of the soul, while the Black General was the original body. King Liang's facial muscles twitched violently. His voice carried a tone of embarrassment, as if he had been exposed. Since you know everything, why bother asking? Indeed, my celestial dog clan is pure blood, and we can undergo tribulation for transformation at the pinnacle of level 9, without needing to seize a human body to take any detours. But what about after transformation? King Liang suddenly laughed, his laughter filled with self-mockery. After transformation with the bloodline endowment of my celestial dog clan, I would not say I could walk through the 10,000 Great Mountains, but no one would dare to provoke me easily. But what is the meaning of that? It would be one thing if they were mindless creatures without spirit. They exist merely to eat and reproduce, no different from stones in the mountains or water in the streams, muddling through living and dying without understanding their purpose. But I am different. I know how vast the heavens are. I understand that in this world there is not only slaughter and devouring, but also the pleasures of speech and beauty. Why should I only be cooped up in the deep mountains and old forests? This line of reasoning greatly surprised Chun-Yi. He had seen the tragic state of the human race during the period of demon rule. He originally thought that an elite demon like the celestial dog would come to Tian-Nan on a mission, yet it turned out to be for pleasure. And King Liang indeed lived a life of indulgence and excess. It seems there is some truth to that. Chun-Yi nodded seriously. The innate endowment of the demon race is there. Establishing a prosperous civilization like the human race is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even pure-blood demons are just beasts that live a bit longer. How could they compare to the riches and pleasures of the human world? Seeing this, King Liang let out a long breath. I have said all I needed to say, and I can also give you this fragment of my soul, can you? No, Chun-Yi sneered. I trust what I see more. After saying this, the spiritual light on its claws flickered, and it directly initiated a soul-searching technique on the celestial dog. The fragment of the soul and the original body are of the same origin. The soul-searching technique fell upon the Black General, and King Liang naturally felt it as well. He felt as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. Even the muscles at the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Chun-Yi's divine sense swept through like a plow, violently tearing apart the Black General's spiritual barriers, with scenes flashing through its mind like a revolving lantern. As it turned out, it was indeed as King Liang had said. He had come purely for enjoyment. The 5 great demon kings were also his subordinates, whom he had previously subdued in the 10,000 Great Mountains. A pure-blood celestial dog bringing 5 high-ranking demons going through great lengths to seize a human body coming to Tiannan. Was it really just for food, drink, and entertainment? Chun-Yi was quite angry. The celestial dog and the golden-winged roc were both pure-blooded, and the latter even held a higher status among demon beasts. With the Tianpeng Bo Long technique fully mastered, if Chun-Yi wanted to kill the celestial dog, it had plenty of ways. Previously it had been suppressed because it wanted to capture it alive. Hence it took the opportunity to sprinkle its essence blood across the battlefield. Although the celestial dog's racial endowment could shield it from divine sense detection, it could not hide from the system. By sprinkling essence blood everywhere, the system could detect all areas. If any region could not be scanned by the system, it would definitely be where the celestial dog's true body was located. After expending so much effort and still being beaten up for nothing, was this all the intelligence it could gather? How could it not be enraged? The golden claws suddenly tightened. Crack! General Hei's massive canine head exploded like a ripe fruit beneath the talon of the golden-winged Great Peng, while Prince Liang's body instantly stiffened and toppled backward, rigid and lifeless. The 5 cultivators and their 5 spirit beasts standing at the periphery remained motionless, their gazes converging uniformly upon Chun-Yi, not a single pair burning with vengeful fury for their fallen master. They simply watched in silence, as if awaiting something. Chun-Yi retracted his Peng talon, his pale golden pupils sweeping slowly across each demon sovereign present. You aren't fleeing? The 5 exchanged glances. Yi Xiaoho spoke first. His unnaturally pale, handsome face twisted into a subservient smile bordering on sycophancy as he clasped his hands and bowed deeply. Lord Loju's divine might is peerless. Even the celestial hound fell before you in a single strike. How dare we presume to display our crude arts before such majesty? Tai Tu's eyes, large as bronze bells, rolled sideways, and in his deep, gravelly voice he added, Black Sovereign is dead. We pledge fealty to Lord Luju, henceforth ready to serve your will without reservation. Du Daoren stroked his sparse goatee and chuckled nervously. Since Lord Luju has already tamed the sword hedgehog, surely a few more guardian spirit beasts would hardly burden your household. Though we cannot compare with Brother Pingan, we have nonetheless attained the peak of the 9th tier, more than sufficient to guard your gates and tend your establishment. Du Yi pressed his palms together in solemn reverence. The 7-eyed golden toad nestled in his hands obligingly croaked twice. Gui Tongzi said nothing, but dismounted from his wolfiana mount and offered a respectful bow. 5 demon sovereigns, 5 spirit beasts, each posture impeccably deferential, as though they were humble cultivators applying for employment. Chun-Yi tilted his head studying them, and suddenly found it faintly amusing. Moments earlier these very beings had roared alongside Prince Liang, weapons drawn and bloodlust blazing. Now their master lay dead, and they had already turned their allegiance toward a new overlord, faster than the most opportunistic merchant in Qingnan. Yet it was hardly surprising. Among demons the law of the jungle reigned supreme. A loyalty was neither sacred nor expected, it was merely optional. While Prince Liang lived, he held dominion over them, not through charisma or virtue, but through the innate hierarchical supremacy of his pure-blood celestial hound lineage. Now that the celestial hound was slain, the mountainous weight of his authority had crumbled, and naturally they sought a new branch upon which to perch. Yet Chun-Yi remained silent, offering no reply. Instead, he reverted to human form and descended gently from midair, walking slowly toward the 5 demon sovereigns. With each step their bodies tensed further, rigid as carved stone. For the bloodline pressure emanating from Chun-Yi, the aura of the golden-winged Great Peng, did not wane with his transformation, rather it thickened, intensifying like a gathering storm. It was a terror etched deep into marrow and instinct, deeper even than fear of a natural predator, like a mouse catching the scent of a cat, or a fish sensing the shadow of an eagle overhead. The shadow-winged bloodbat yielded first, its torn wings still oozing crimson, yet it lowered its body, fully pressing its brow hard against the ground in perfect obeisance. Mo Lin, fire-treading rhinoceros, followed suit, dropping to all 4 knees, even the sparks snorting from its nostrils dimmed by a third. Then came Gang Zone wolf hyena, Shi Lin venom serpent, and the 7-eyed golden toad, one after another bowing their heads low, their primal instincts compelling submission to a higher-tier existence. The 5 demon sovereigns themselves remained upright, but their faces were ashen. Bound to their spirit beasts through soul fragment resonance, they felt every tremor of terror their mounts endured. The bone-deep shuddering made their own knees tremble. Chun Yi halted 3 paces before Yi Xiaoho, studying him as one might appraise a second-hand magical artifact. You wish to follow me? Yes, yes. Yi Xiaoho nodded frantically. Your cultivation is commendable. Chun Yi extended his hand. But, Yi Xiaoho convulsed. I do not recruit beasts. Chun Yi withdrew his arm slowly, and casually tossed the still beating heart onto the ground. Yi Xiaoho collapsed instantly, eyes wide and uncomprehending, dying without grasping why Chun Yi had struck. The shadow-winged bloodbat shrieked, a piercing, anguished wail. Bound soul to soul, its master's death rent its spirit asunder. Its body writhed violently midair, then plummeted, convulsed twice, and fell utterly still. The remaining 4 demon sovereigns blanched. Tai Tu reacted fastest, roaring, "Stop him!" The instant Yi Xiaoho fell, he hurled himself backward like a cannonball. His Mo-Lin fire-treading rhinoceros erupted into flame, charging straight at Chun Yi. The other 3 instantly understood, commanding their spirit beasts to intercept, while their own bodies fled in desperate, divergent directions. 4 ninth-tier peak spirit beasts encircled Chun Yi. The rhinoceros dug its hooves into the earth, sparks from its nostrils sizzling against golden bricks, its enormous eyes brimmed with wary dread. The Shi-Lin venom serpent coiled tightly, tongue flickering erratically, yet never ventured closer than 10. Gang's own wolf hyena bristled, spines erect, throat rumbling with threatening growls, yet its forepaws edged imperceptibly backward. The 7-eyed golden toad spun all 7 orbs wildly, its croaking shrill and hollow, bravado masking raw fear. Though 4 against 1, the oppressive aura of Chun Yi's golden-winged Great Peng bloodline was so overwhelming that their combat prowess halved. None dared strike first. Chun Yi did not move to fight. Instead, with a mere flick of his wide sleeve, he dissolved the 4 corpses upon the ground. Then he glanced at the 4 demon sovereigns, and nodded satisfied, as if inspecting premium merchandise, top-grade stock. The 4 demon sovereigns paled anew. Before they could react, they froze mid-motion, then crashed lifelessly to the earth. 3 streaks of light shot in from the distance. Pinyin landed lightly, shook himself, and 2 bodies tumbled from his silver spines: Tai Tu and Gue Tongzi. Han Shi and Xiao Mingxin, clad in the Tai Bai armor, likewise dropped their respective corpses. Pinyin retracted his gleaming silver quills, shrinking back into his usual plump, palm-sized form, then bounced onto Chun Yi's shoulder, nuzzling his ear affectionately as he boasted, "Boss. Those 2 ran faster than rabbits. Thought they'd slip away, but I skewered them both in one stroke like candied hawthorns on a stick." Snacks doubled upon return, Chun Yi replied, rarely indulgent, yet this time granting the reward without rebuke, patting Pinyin's head gently. "Actually, I was just easing your burdens, boss. Snacks are really secondary. Then it remains unchanged." No. Doubled. A gentleman's word is as binding as a galloping steed. Pinyin panicked, clutching Chun Yi's ears with both tiny forepaws, clearly prepared to cling there indefinitely, if betrayed. Xiao Mingxin watched, barely suppressing a chuckle, then swiftly sobered, her gaze sweeping over the 4 colossal demon corpses. Lord Loju, their infiltration into Tiannan is unlikely confined to Liang State alone. Chun Yi nodded. Though it had been confirmed the celestial hound had come lured by mortal opulence, the unknown figure who had disseminated the second nascent soul art deep within the 10,000 mountain range and trafficked high-grade human cultivators undoubtedly harbored grander ambitions. Now it seemed clear the strategy devised by his adopted disciple was in fact the most astute course for this volatile landscape. This matter requires my immediate report to the sect. I must part ways with Lord Luju now. Xiao Mingxin clasped her fists in formal farewell. Chun Yi returned the gesture, "Farewell, and take care." She bowed once more, then soared skyward in a streak of light, vanishing toward Yu State. Watching her receding trail, Chun Yi's eyes shimmered with quiet admiration. She had journeyed beside him for a decade, and now, speaking thus, she had clearly shattered the chains of the affection poison. Their next meeting would likely coincide with her successful golden core formation. By contrast, though his own cultivation had surged directly to golden core peak via spirit liquid, his sword, Qi, remained stubbornly stagnant, eliciting a quiet, inward sigh. Setting aside such vexations, he turned to Han Shi. "Old Han, there's a path ahead. Risky, yes, but guaranteed to grant you eligibility to break through to nascent soul. Will you walk it?" Han Shi had followed Chun Yi for nearly 10 years and was well aware of the methods and temperament of this leader. He was never one to act without purpose. If he said there was a chance to achieve the nascent soul, then there certainly was. When he said the risk is a bit high, it meant that the danger was substantial enough to deter ordinary cultivators. Han Shi replied solemnly, "If the leader has a need, how could I possibly refuse?" Chun Yi seemed to have anticipated his response, and said nothing further. Instead, he took out a jade slip from his sleeve. A flicker of spiritual light flashed from his fingertip, inscribing a spell into it before tossing it over. Han Shi caught it with both hands and probed the jade slip with his divine, sense, his pupils suddenly constricting. "This is the second divine soul technique. Shun Yi nodded. Due to your limited foundation, you have formed an inferior-grade golden core, and you will never achieve the nascent soul in this lifetime. He glanced at the 4 intact bodies of the Demon Kings, and continued. These 4 Demon King bodies are complete. If you can exchange for a demon body, I have my ways to help you continue your path. Looking at the jade slip in his hand, then at the 4 demon bodies, Han Chi immediately understood Shun Yi's intent. You want me to go to the 10,000 Great Mountains in the guise of a Demon King? Shun Yi nodded. If it was merely to help Han Chi continue his path, there would be no need for the second divine. However, the 10,000 Great Mountains were different. That was the territory of the demon race with countless demon emperors within. He needed a secure channel for information transmission. The sharing of mind and spirit between the split soul and the main body was the best choice. Han Chi fell silent for 3 breaths. After 3 breaths, he lifted his garment and knelt on one knee, saying this life of Han Chi was rescued from the mud by the leader 10 years ago. Let alone going undercover in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Even if the leader asked me to venture into the underworld prison now, I would not frown. Shun Yi reached out to help him up without speaking, merely giving him 2 firm pats on the shoulder. Some things did not need to be said. After 10 years together, the tacit understanding between master and disciple had long been maintained without words. Choose one. Looking down at the vast land beneath the flying vessel, Liu felt both delighted and troubled. The joy was that this was a complete nation. Having won the previous bet, the direction of reform in the building was led by him. Although Yizhou belonged to his Wanbao Tower, the governance rights still rested with the royal family of Yu Kingdom, making it merely a half-experimental ground. Now, having obtained the complete territory of Liang Kingdom, he could finally unleash his plans developed over the years. The trouble was that this was a complete nation. Although Liang Kingdom was not as vast as Yu Kingdom, it was still a legitimate mid-sized nation with a population of nearly 20 million, and its spiritual veins and mineral resources were far richer than Yizhou. The problem was, there was no one. Although Wanbao Tower had expanded rapidly in recent years, the core team consisted of just a few people. With the setup in Yizhou barely underway, all available personnel had already been assigned, and even the recently graduated apprentices from the Huanshulang Hall had been pressed into service. Now Chun Yi had silently sent over Liang Kingdom, and Liu could only feel his temples throbbing. The flying vessel hovered in midair, casting a shadow over half of the dilapidated imperial city. Liu was the first to leap down from the flying vessel. He bowed deeply to Chun Yi, who stood amid the ruins, saying, "Disciple Liu greets master." "No need for that." Chun Yi waved his hand casually. "I have already cleaned up Liang Kingdom for you. The rest is up to you." Hearing Chun Yi's indifferent tone, Liu showed no surprise. He had been by this master's side for quite some time, and had long figured out his character. If he could lie down, he would never sit. If he could push something off to someone else, he would never handle it himself. Let alone such a huge task as Liang Kingdom. Even at Wanbao Tower, Chun Yi would avoid responsibilities whenever possible. "Master." Liu straightened up, took out a jade slip from his sleeve, and presented it with both hands, saying, "This is the governance strategy for Liang Kingdom, drafted by disciple. Please review it, master." Chun Yi did not take it. "You won the last bet, so the matters of Liang Kingdom will naturally be under your full authority. No need to consult me." Upon hearing this, Liu understood that master had completely delegated authority and did not act coyly, simply bowing deeply once more. As he rose, Liu suppressed all emotions on his face, reapplying the demeanor of a dignified leader. Dozens of Wanbao Tower attendants flew down and first bowed to Chun Yi. Then they formed 2 rows behind Liu, bowing and standing by. "Convey the order effective immediately. Liang Kingdom will fall under the jurisdiction of Wanbao Tower. All harsh taxes imposed by the former Liang King are to be abolished immediately, and local offices will temporarily be managed by Wanbao Tower attendants. Send word to the Yu Kingdom headquarters and dispatch personnel from Huanshulang Hall, Fingsintang, and Jinhua Hall to Liang Kingdom within 3 days, without fail." A series of commands poured from his mouth as the attendants behind him quickly took notes. Watching Liu issue orders in an orderly manner, Chun Yi slightly nodded. As for his disciple, regardless of other abilities, just this talent for governance was enough to surpass 99% of the leaders in the cultivation world. Once Liu delegated all tasks appropriately, dozens of attendants took their orders and left. Seeing that there was nothing left for him, Chun Yi was about to find an excuse to slip away. However, Liu, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, gently said, "Master, please stay." Chun Yi paused. "Is there something else?" Liu turned around, the authoritative demeanor of a leader he had worn shedding considerably, replaced by an expression that hinted at mild complaint, only revealed when alone with his master. "Master, you have entrusted Liang Kingdom to me, and I do not dare to refuse. However, there is one thing I truly cannot conjure out of thin air." "What thing?" People. Liu raised a finger. "Those who can independently govern a region. Liang Kingdom encompasses 2 states and 27 prefectures with a population close to 20 million, and there are over 300 offices, big and small. The personnel I can bring from the Yu Kingdom amount to just over 300, even if I split them into 8 parts, they would still be insufficient to fill this gap. Chun-Yi frowned, saying, you want to manage both immortals and mortals. If you don't have enough people, who can you blame? Liu was choked up by this statement, forcing a bitter smile. Master Liu said with a pained expression, hardly concealing his fatigue, if you are truly angry, I would accept. As I journeyed, I saw white bones exposed in the wilderness, and the land was devoid of the crowing of roosters for 1,000 miles. Good farmland lay abandoned, irrigation systems fell into disrepair, bandits roamed freely, and the common people could barely afford a meal, let alone rest and recuperate. I implore you, master, for the sake of these common people, please consider a way to help me. Chun-Yi observed Li Yes' expression of both defiance and plea and fell silent for a moment. The system that separates the celestial from the mortal has persisted for millennia for a reason. Immortal cultivators live long lives, while mortals barely last 100 years. Asking cultivators to manage mundane affairs is akin to asking an adult to worry about who moved a grain of rice in an anthill today. It is not that they cannot manage, but the vast majority of cultivators do not care to, nor do they understand, and they certainly have no heart for such matters. Chun-Yi understood this well, which is why he insisted on the separation of celestials and mortals, allowing Wanbao Tower to focus solely on matters concerning cultivators. It is not that he does not want to care about the lives of mortals, but he is too aware of the weaknesses of human nature. Cultivators are also human. Once they gain power, they become corrupt, and with strength, they become arrogant. Having a group of cultivators with the power to move mountains and fill seas, manage mortals, can easily lead to tyranny worse than that of the Liang King. Yet what Liu said was also true. Chun-Yi was not blind to the scenes below. Under the rule of the Liang King, the Liang Kingdom had long been riddled with wounds. Now that the Liang King was dead and the 5 great demon kings were vanquished, Wanbao Tower had taken over this mess. If they were to turn a blind eye and merely collect the spiritual veins without caring for the livelihoods of the people, how would Wanbao Tower differ from the Liang King? After a long silence, Chun-Yi said, you want cultivators to manage mundane affairs simply because you believe they possess divine power that can yield twice the result with half the effort in farming and irrigation and in driving away plagues and disasters. If that is the case, let cultivators manage matters, or why not let mortals handle human affairs? Liu frowned. Forcing cultivators to serve mortals is already akin to drinking water from a cow's mouth, to then make them obey mortals. Stubborn. Chun-Yi scoffed lightly. Let both sides operate independently, without hierarchy. Wouldn't that suffice? Operate independently, without hierarchy. Liu repeated softly. Gradually a glimmer of insight sparked in his eyes. Chun-Yi paced with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone remaining indifferent. The matters handled by the cultivator offices include irrigation of spiritual fields, disease control, repelling beasts, and improving waterworks. These are tasks mortals cannot handle, but cultivators can do quickly, so let them do it. The matters handled by the mortal offices include tax collection, criminal cases, household registration, and road repairs. These are matters cultivators do not understand nor wish to handle, so let mortals manage them themselves. 2 offices, each fulfilling their own duties without interference. Cultivators need not heed the commands of mortals, nor must mortals watch the expressions of cultivators. However, when issues arise, they must not shift blame onto each other. A set of regulations must be established to clearly define the rights and responsibilities of both sides. Liu became increasingly excited as he listened, unable to help but interject. If there is a dispute between the 2 offices, let the supervising cultivators sent by Wanbao Tower mediate. The supervising cultivators will not intervene in specific affairs, but will monitor whether either side oversteps their authority, neglects their duties, or engages in corruption. Chun-Yi glanced at him, a rare hint of approval appearing on his lips. It seems I haven't taught you in vain. Liu took a deep breath, quickly running these ideas through his mind, growing more convinced of their viability. He even began to calculate which cultivators would be suitable for the irrigation office, which mortal officials could remain in their posts, and from which lineage the supervising cultivators should be selected. But just as this thought arose, he suppressed it himself, thinking too far ahead. If calculated this way, there were indeed enough cultivators for the offices, but the mortal offices still lacked personnel. The Tengu had ruled the Liang Kingdom for nearly half a century, and under the influence from top to bottom, the governance of the Liang Kingdom had rotted to the core. The officials at all levels in the government were either the Liang King's lackeys or were corrupt worms who had climbed to power through flattery and plundering the people's resources. These individuals lacked the ability to govern, but wield increasingly cruel methods to oppress the common people. If these people were retained, even if Wanbao Tower built up the cultivator offices, well, they would be gnawed to pieces by these vermin below. Even holding examinations to select officials now would be too late. When Liu expressed these concerns, Chun-Yi had already anticipated them. The state of Yu has been established for over 1,000 years. Who knows how many scholars unable to achieve fame can only make a living by copying documents or ghostwriting letters for others. At this point, Chun-Yi paused slightly, his gaze landing on Li Yes' face, carrying a hint of assessment. Are these individuals not readily available? Li Yu was taken aback, and suddenly his eyes sparkled with realization. How could he not understand Chen Yi's meaning? The literary culture of the state of Yu was already flourishing. Over 1,000 years of imperial examinations had resulted in an accumulation of countless failed scholars. These individuals have toiled for decades memorizing the 4 books and 5 classics, adept at drafting strategies and official documents. And in terms of true talent and learning, they are likely no worse than those who have succeeded merely lacking fortune and facing limited slots, which kept them out of the officialdom. They are scattered across various states and prefectures in the state of Yu. Some teach in private schools to make a living, some serve as accountants for businesses, and some simply set up stalls by the street to offer letter-writing services, barely scraping by. With their skills wasted on trivial matters, how could they not feel resentment? The more Li Yu thought about it, the more he felt this path was feasible, but then he considered another point, furrowing his brow. Slightly master people are indeed readily available. However, with the state of Liang newly established, and everything in need of revitalization, these failed literati, although well-versed in literature, may not be willing to leave their homes. Leave their homes? Chen Yi scoffed, pointing at him with his finger. You've been the sect master for 10 years, and have forgotten the businessman's perspective. Let me ask you, what do the failed scholars in the state of Yu lack the most? Li Yu pondered. They lack an opportunity to stand out. Exactly. Scholars value the arts and martial skills to be sold to the royal family, but now that there are no royals, the official positions still exist. If you grant them official positions, give them power, and provide them an opportunity to showcase their lifelong learning, do you think they will come? Li Yu was suddenly enlightened, immediately bowing deeply. Disciple understands. I will send people to the various states of the state of Yu to post notices and recruit talented individuals. Li Yu turned to leave, but was called back by Chen Yi. There is one more thing. Please speak, master. Chen Yi looked at Li Yu seriously. Any organization that wishes to endure must have a core principle. When I established Wanbao Tower years ago, its principle was to build the tower on commerce, with the core being the word profit. But now the path you must take is vastly different from that of your master. What you need to gather are not those who come for profit, but those who have the heart to care for the common people. How will you gather these individuals? The gap between cultivators and mortals is far greater than that between gentry and common folk. The Confucian way cannot even resolve the problems between officials and civilians, let alone that between celestials and mortals. Li Yu's expression grew serious upon hearing this, as the earlier anxiety over the lack of talented individuals was thoroughly suppressed by this question. He had certainly contemplated this issue. On the contrary, it was this very thought that he had grappled with repeatedly over the past decade. The root of spiritual energy is innate. Longevity is a privilege reserved for cultivators, and power is an insurmountable chasm. What could possibly make a mere mortal whose lifespan barely exceeds 100 years identify with a cultivator who might miss out on their entire life due to a single period of seclusion, saying we are all citizens of the same regime? Through benefits, cultivators seek the Tao and eternal life, while mortals seek stability and wealth. The benefits of both are fundamentally on different dimensions. These thoughts had circled in Li Yu's mind countless times, yet he had never found a satisfactory answer that he could convince himself of. At this moment, when Chen Yi pointed it out directly, he felt no embarrassment at being seen through. Rather, he experienced a sense of relief, as if he could finally express his confusion. Li Yu lifted his head, his gaze open. And honest master, I have pondered for 10 years, and truly have not come to an understanding. Oh. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow, his tone now laced with a hint of challenge. If you can't figure it out in 10 years, how will you continue on this path? Surely I can't just blindly charge ahead with my eyes closed. Li Yu said with a wry smile, shaking his head. To be honest, master, that is indeed what I was thinking. Li Yu's expression grew serious. The chasm between mortals and immortals cannot be bridged merely by a system or a manifesto. Even if one articulates the principles beautifully and tells mortals that the existence of cultivators is to serve you, is it effective? Not at all. Because the mere presence of a cultivator is itself a mountain that mortals cannot overcome. Similarly, no matter how strict the rules are set, cultivators still inherently look down on mortals. This is not a moral issue, it is an objective reality brought about by the disparity in power. Chen Yi remained silent, simply observing his junior disciple, waiting for him to continue. Li Yu took a deep breath, as if finally pouring out the words that had been pressed deep in his heart for many years. Thus, I believe this path cannot be achieved overnight. We cannot expect that by issuing a manifesto today, mortals and immortals will become as close as one family tomorrow. That is unrealistic. We can only take steps, make changes, and push those cultivators into the mundane world first. They will certainly be reluctant at first, but that is all right. My tower has rules, and they must comply. However, after a period of time, they will gradually discover that the way mortals look at them has changed. Li Yu's tone grew slightly excited at this point. In the past, mortals only feared cultivators, kneeling at the sight of them, wishing they could bury their heads in the soil. But when a cultivator uses earth-based magic to help a village dig a water channel, or uses wood-based magic to revive 100 acres of sick crops, those mortals, though still in awe of him, will feel an additional sentiment: gratitude. This gratitude is something cultivators themselves can sense. They will realize that apart from seclusion and contention for resources, there exists another way of living. They will discover that their power beyond killing and plundering can be used for more meaningful endeavors. As long as they find it meaningful, this endeavor will no longer be merely a task assigned by the Wanbao Tower, but rather something they willingly choose to pursue. At that time, discussing Manifesto's ideals and the unity of mortals and immortals will naturally fall into place. Liu finished speaking, and the room fell silent for a moment. Chun-Yi looked at his disciple, his gaze unusually devoid of mockery or scrutiny, simply watching quietly for a few breaths. So you never intended to persuade anyone, you planned to compel a change in ideology through facts? Yes. Liu nodded. Chun-Yi frowned. The cultivators of my tower will indeed listen to you. After all, as long as they work, you will provide them with salaries. But the Liang Kingdom cannot possibly consist solely of my Wanbao disciples. What about the other cultivators? How do you plan to motivate them to start working? Liu smiled and replied, Master, you mentioned that the Confucian ethical framework would not work in the reforms ahead. I concede that point. However, it still has its merits. For example, that saying, under heaven all land is the king's. Chun-Yi was taken aback, looking at Liu in disbelief. Liu continued, if I were to reclaim all of Liang Kingdom's spiritual veins under Wanbao's ownership and no longer allow any sect or family to privately occupy them, then all cultivators within Liang Kingdom would only have two paths to choose from. Either leave Liang Kingdom in search of spiritual veins elsewhere, or remain and abide by Wanbao Tower's rules. Want to cultivate with spiritual energy? That is possible, but they must exchange it for achievements. There are achievements for digging water channels, achievements for driving beasts and protecting crops, and achievements for teaching students. At that point, it will not be me driving them, but the spiritual veins compelling them. Chun-Yi continued, what about loose cultivators? They originally have no spiritual veins. How will you motivate them? Liu, instead of being stumped by the question, opened his mouth and said, initially we aim to bring loose cultivators into Wanbao Academy to become skilled cultivators. But over these past 10 years, I have also realized that not everyone is interested in learning. Those cultivators who lack any skills ultimately become a significant problem. However, the suggestion for establishing a cultivator's office that Master mentioned has sparked a revelation in me. Oh, Chun-Yi raised an eyebrow, signaling Liu to continue. In the mortal realm, there is the Imperial Examination System, which gives farmers the chance to leap over the Dragon Gate. Liu said, his eyes ablaze with enthusiasm, as if illuminating the entire hall. Why shouldn't the cultivation world have something similar? Chun-Yi slightly narrowed his eyes, remaining silent. Liu continued, the cultivator's office needs personnel. The Water Conservancy Department requires cultivators who can cast earth magic to dig channels. The Agriculture Department needs cultivators who can use wood magic to hasten the growth of spiritual rice, and the Public Security Department requires powerful cultivators to exterminate beasts and apprehend rogue cultivators. These tasks can be accomplished by my Wanbao disciples. Why can't loose cultivators do them? As long as they are willing to abide by the rules of my Wanbao Tower, and willing to use their cultivation to serve the common people of Liang Kingdom, they would become officials within the cultivator's office, receiving time to use spiritual veins, elixirs, techniques, and magical artifacts as their salaries. In this way, loose cultivators gain a path forward, the common people benefit, and my Wanbao Tower reaps goodwill and labor, achieving 3 objectives in one go. Chun-Yi frowned, with so many people to absorb, where will the money and resources come from? Surely it can't rely on the support of my Wanbao disciples. You must understand that the taxes and resources of the mundane world are of no significance to us cultivators. How can it be without significance? Master, have you forgotten the reasoning we used to convince Qingyi back then? Liu continued, the reason we cultivators must protect mortals is that they can provide us with fresh blood. Those quasi-cultivators born under the governance of my tower will inevitably need to pass through the academy. Liu referred to the academy here, not the Wanbao Academy. He was referring to the educational institution facing loose cultivators who had already embarked on the path. A child with a spiritual root once in the hands of Wanbao Tower would continuously receive education. From the elementary school to the cultivator's school, and then to the skilled craftsman's school, gradually filtered and streamed. There must be a cultivation skill that suits them. Upon graduation, they can enter the nurturing hall. For those who truly struggle with practical skills, those who are articulate can join the gathering treasure hall, those who are brave can join the Jinyue hall, and those who are meticulous can join the Fengxin hall. Starting from childhood, there has never been a waste. If it weren't for the short time and the prosperous governance under Wanbao attracting numerous loose cultivators to come. To be honest, currently, there isn't even a concept of loose cultivators in Izhou. With Wanbao Tower's leading production techniques, raising a few individuals is absolutely not an issue. If it weren't for the fact that the first batch has yet to graduate, why would Liu worry about a lack of manpower? Chun-Yi, upon hearing this, finally ceased to refute. How many people in his era truly understood the principles their country upheld? Were they not molded into the desired shape by the existing system? Subtle influences are indeed like this. Reclaiming spiritual veins and having loose cultivators serve as officials. Shun Yi chuckled lightly. With this approach, those sects and families within Liang Kingdom will likely fight you fiercely. As for the aspect of force, that is precisely what I am least worried about. They cannot even defeat the king of Liang, can they? Li Yu replied with a cheerful smile. When the Wanbao Tower began to move, everything advanced in an orderly manner. On the very day the recruitment notice was posted, the various states and counties of the Yu Kingdom erupted with excitement, especially in Izhou, which had already come under the Wanbao Tower's influence. They had seen imperial recruitment orders before, but this was the first time a celestial sect had personally taken action. The signature is from the Wanbao Tower. Am I seeing this correctly? Isn't the Wanbao Tower a celestial sect? Why are they also issuing a recruitment order like a mundane court? Look further down. With the establishment of the Liang Kingdom, numerous matters await resolution. Those who are well-versed in literature, knowledgeable of laws, and skilled in calculations regardless of their background or status may apply for examination and be appointed based on merit. Appointment. An appointment from the celestial realm. Isn't our mundane government still under royal jurisdiction? Didn't you see? It's not Yu Kingdom, it's Liang Kingdom. Liang Kingdom. The one ruled by that tyrant. The king of Liang is dead. Haven't you heard? Reports from the court say that the immortal Master Chun of Wanbao Tower personally intervened, slaying that tyrant along with all his wicked ministers. Slain. So Liang Kingdom now it belongs to the Wanbao Tower. Doesn't that mean the realms of immortals and mortals in Liang Kingdom are now fully controlled by the Wanbao Tower? Indeed. Ever since the Wanbao Tower became our protector in Izhou, we have had a year of bountiful harvests, and even the government has become much clearer. Those corrupt officials who used to extort from us now treat us with politeness, fearing they might attract the attention of the immortal masters from the Wanbao Tower. So will we also enjoy such treatment if we go to take the exam in Liang Kingdom? The notice is clear: land grants and stable housing, generous salaries, performance evaluations after 3 years, and those with outstanding results will be promoted. Look, land grants. Stable housing. This is backed by the celestial beings. I've heard that Liang Kingdom is in chaos with bandits everywhere. What if we go? Fortune lies in danger. You've studied for half your life living in this small town copying texts. When will it end? Moreover, now that Liang Kingdom is governed by the Wanbao Tower, which petty thief would dare to touch the officials of the celestial realm? Are they seeking death? Similar discussions unfolded in the streets and alleys, tea houses, and taverns across the Yu Kingdom. The once disheartened scholars buried in ancient texts now displayed a glimmer of ambition and hope in them. Within just 3 days of posting the notice, the number of applicants from the Yu Kingdom had already surpassed 3,000. After another week, this number doubled. By the day the registration closed, the compiled lists from various regions were a foot thick, totaling over 12,000 people. When this figure reached Li Yu's desk, even he, usually calm, was taken aback. 12,000 people. Li Yu set down the list, rubbing his temples, his tone half excited and half worried. I thought we would be lucky to attract 3,000 to 5,000 applicants, but the scholars of Yu Kingdom are more eager for this opportunity than I imagined. Shun Yi, sitting in the nearby Grandmaster's chair holding a cup of spiritual tea, merely let out a faint hum in response. The grievances accumulated over 1,000 years of imperial examinations. Do you think they are a small number? The fire in these people's hearts burns much stronger than you think. Prepare to make arrangements. Since they are leaving their homes to serve the Wanbao Tower, all matters must be properly organized. Li Yu nodded. Then the mortals and their families recruited by the Wanbao Tower boarded a flying ship for the first time in their lives. Dad, look quickly, it's clouds. I can touch the clouds. A little girl with her hair tied up leaned over the railing of the flying ship, half of her body hanging out, as she waved her small hands in the milky white clouds, giggling uncontrollably. Her father, named Shun, with the single character Mo for his name, was from the Fun Prefecture of the Yu Kingdom. He had taken the imperial examinations for 18 years, achieving the best result of 32nd place in the prefectural exam, never even reaching the threshold of the provincial exam. At 37, he lost his wife, and only this little girl who was not yet 5 remained with him. He had copied texts for 6 years in Fun Prefecture, but the copper coins he saved were not even enough to buy his daughter a new dress. When the Liang Kingdom issued the recruitment, he signed up with a mindset of breaking the pot and shattering it. At the moment the flying ship took off, Shun Mo tightly shut his eyes, his legs trembling like chaff. But his daughter was not afraid at all. From the moment the ship took off, she leaned over the railing, excited, as if it were new. Shun, brother, your daughter is quite bold. A middle-aged scholar dressed in a faded blue shirt remarked with a smile. Shun Mo opened one eye and saw his daughter hanging halfway out, frightening him to the point of panic as he quickly pulled her back and held her tightly. The little girl squirmed uncomfortably in his embrace, protesting, but Shin Mo refused to loosen his grip. The middle-aged scholar couldn't help but chuckle at the scene, shaking his head before turning to gaze at the shrinking mountains and rivers below. The deck of the flying ship was crowded with over 300 people, all part of the first batch of Yu Kingdom scholars heading to Liang Kingdom. Most wore expressions of 7 parts anxiety and 3 parts anticipation, and their conversations were laced with cautious probing. Once Shen Mo calmed down, he began to survey his surroundings like everyone else. This flying ship was absurdly large, with a deck as spacious as a small square, its hull entirely silver-white, faintly glowing with spiritual light. At the bow stood 2 young cultivators in Wanbao Tower robes, quietly conversing. The 2 cultivators appeared youthful, barely in their 20s, yet the air of profound depth and composure surrounding them made Shen Mo involuntarily breathe more lightly. The little girl, however, didn't care about any of this. She peeked out from her father's embrace, her bright eyes fixed on the 2 cultivators for a long, while suddenly calling out loudly, "Immortal brother, how long will we be flying?" This clear and bright voice was heard by everyone on the deck. Shinmo's face instantly turned crimson with panic as he hurriedly covered his daughter's mouth, bowing repeatedly to the 2 cultivators. "This child doesn't understand. Disturbing the immortal masters. Please forgive us." The 2 young cultivators turned their heads. One of them, seeing Shinmo's anxious demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle, waving his hand and saying, "It's no trouble. The flying ship will reach the Liang Kingdom in about an hour and will dock at Daliang City. Please be patient." He then approached the little girl and asked, "How old are you? Have you ever tested your spiritual roots?" In the Yu Kingdom, the only time mortals could interact with cultivators was during the annual spiritual root testing event, a standard procedure for various sects to recruit disciples from the counties. Shen Mo quickly bowed his head, pressing down on his daughter's little head, and respectfully replied in response to the immortal master, "My daughter is 5 years old this year and has not yet tested her spiritual roots." The young cultivator smiled and took out a crystal ball the size of a fist, its surface shimmering with clarity, kneeling down in front of the little girl. "Place your hand on it and let me check for you." The crystal ball was entirely translucent, with swirling clouds and mist within it. The little girl stared at it with wide eyes and reached out with her small hands to press against it. After 3 breaths, the crystal ball remained motionless, devoid of any light. The young cultivator retrieved the crystal ball, his smile unwavering, and said gently, "It's no bother. Not having spiritual roots is not a big deal." Suddenly, the faint glimmer of hope in Shun Mo's heart was extinguished, but he dared not show the slightest disappointment on his face. He simply held his daughter a little tighter and whispered, "As long as this girl can grow up safely, I won't dare to wish for a celestial fate." The little girl, unaware of what spiritual roots or celestial fates meant, found the crystal ball delightfully cold and fun to play with. She reached out to touch it again, but was stopped by Shen Mo. The young cultivator looked at her bright, sparkling eyes and smiled. He took out a small jade pendant from his sleeve, which was pure white and simply engraved with a minimalist cloud pattern. "This is a gathering spirit pendant. While it won't allow you to cultivate, wearing it will protect you from the elements and keep you free from illness." He presented the pendant to the little girl, saying, "Take it, consider it a gift from your elder brother." The little girl timidly glanced back at her father. Shinemo was taken aback and quickly declined, saying, "Master, how can this be? Such treasures of the celestial realm are not for us mortals to accept. Just take it." The young cultivator pressed the jade pendant into the little girl's palm, stood up, and said, "The Liang Kingdom is currently under the administration of our Wanbao Tower. Since you are willing to settle here, we are colleagues. As colleagues, there is no need for so many formalities." These words, casually spoken, stirred up a tremendous wave among the over 300 literati on the deck. Colleagues. A celestial master calls a mortal a colleague. The lingering unease in everyone's hearts dissipated significantly. The flying vessel sliced through the clouds and mist. An hour later, the clouds outside thinned, revealing a vast expanse of land before everyone's eyes. Shun Imo stood by the ship's railing, holding his daughter, staring in a daze. Having lived in Fun Prefecture for most of his life, which was considered a mediocre state in the Yu Kingdom, the land before him seemed 10 times worse than Fun Prefecture. Large stretches of fertile fields were overgrown with wild grass, and the rivers were choked to the point where only shallow, murky water remained. The nearby villages were mostly empty, with the occasional wisps of smoke rising sparse and conveying an indescribable desolation. This was the place they were headed to. The little girl leaned over the ship's railing and suddenly pointed into the distance, saying, "Daddy, look, there are people over there." Shin Imo followed her finger's direction. Below the flying vessel, at the edge of an unknown small town, a massive crowd had gathered, at least 2,000 or 3,000 people densely packed together. The young cultivator made a gesture, and the flying vessel slowly descended in height and reduced its speed. Only then did the crowd below come into clearer view. Those people were ragged and emaciated, yet they all looked up in unison at the silver, flying vessel breaking through the clouds. No one knelt down. Shin Imo was momentarily stunned, then realized. Every time he had seen mortals in the Yu Kingdom encounter a celestial master on a flying vessel, they all knelt prostrate on the ground, not daring to lift their heads. Yet these commoners of Liang Kingdom merely gazed up, their eyes filled with respect, curiosity, and even a hint of subtle hope, but devoid of the ingrained fear that was so deeply rooted. Shun Imo saw over a dozen disciples of Wanbao Tower in formal robes, standing in an open space outside the town methodically directing activities. Several large pots were set up in the open area steaming hot, next to mounds of grain bags. The common people lined up in an orderly manner to receive their porridge, all well organized. Various regions of Liang Kingdom have been distributing grain for disaster relief. These past few days the young cultivator's voice came from behind. First let the people eat, then we can discuss other matters. Shunimo remained silent for a moment before suddenly whispering, Master, do the people of Liang Kingdom not fear you? Fear comes from the unknown and from a lack of power to resist. The young cultivator looked at the disaster victims and said, but if they are left with nothing but a breath of life and see someone offering porridge and healing, would they still be afraid? No, they wouldn't. Shun Imo murmured. Even if what was given was merely life-saving grain, they would be immensely grateful, unlike before when they viewed them with fear. The young scholar in green sighed softly and said, I've seen many cultivators in your kingdom, but this is the first time I've seen a celestial master distributing porridge to mortals. It's all just work for the tower. There's nothing special to say, the young cultivator replied with a smile. Although the disciples of Wanbao Tower enjoyed good benefits, their philosophy was, those who do not work, do not eat. There are plenty of Wanbao disciples engaged in menial tasks at the fertilizer hall. Compared to that, distributing porridge and grain is indeed a much more leisurely job. Yet to these mortal scholars it felt entirely different. Their Confucian ideals of benevolent governance and love for the people emphasized benevolence is to love others and to worry about the world before the world worries. They viewed governance as a moral responsibility. But in the mouths of these Wanbao disciples, it was merely doing work for the tower. There was no fundamental distinction between this and mining spirit stones or tending to alchemical fires. It was all delegated tasks. Doing well would earn a salary, doing poorly would result in punishment. It was not about morality, but about the system. Shinimo did not know whether this was good or bad, but ultimately the people would benefit. The young cultivator pointed at the Wanbao disciples below and said, these tasks are ours for now, but once you take office they will be handed over to you. Shinimo was taken aback, instinctively asking us. Otherwise, the young cultivator laughed. The tower has sent us to Liang Kingdom for disaster relief and to quell disturbances, not to be county magistrates. We can repair waterways and roads and subdue demonic beasts, but matters of tax collection, criminal adjudication, and household registration are beyond our understanding and interest. He pointed down at the small town. There are at least 1,000 such towns in Liang Kingdom. Each town needs someone to manage accounts, people, and affairs. If you don't come, will you let us who only know how to meditate and refine chi do the accounting? After speaking, the young cultivator gestured again, and the flying vessel ascended, accelerating towards Daliang City. But after this conversation, the mortal scholars felt a little more contemplative. Celestial masters were still celestial masters. No matter how kind, they would not regard these mortals as equals. But that was enough. It was enough for the common people of Liang Kingdom, and enough for them as well. They could not ask for more. Crossing over the last mountain ridge, the silhouette of a majestic city gradually emerged on the horizon. Daliang City, they had arrived. Shun Imo took a deep breath, switched his daughter to his left arm, and unconsciously tightened his grip on the appointment document bearing the Wanbao Tower seal in his right hand. After 18 years of hard study and 6 years of copying text, today, he finally caught a whiff of the scent of his future. In contrast to the lukewarm response from the mundane world regarding the takeover of Liang Kingdom by the Wanbao Tower, the cultivation community of Liang Kingdom was in an uproar. The spiritual veins, the mines, all resources within the borders of Liang Kingdom are to be handed over to Wanbao Tower. Even if the king of Liang is tyrannical, he merely extorts and plunders, but Wanbao Tower has taken everything in one go. In the southern part of Liang Kingdom, at the Kangwu Sect's discussion hall, 7 or 8 Foundation establishment cultivators sat in a circle, all with grim expressions, particularly the elder at the forefront, whose beard trembled in anger. Master, what else did Wanbao Tower say? A middle-aged cultivator with a pale face and no beard could not help but ask. The elder slammed a jade slip onto the table, and with a flash of spiritual light, lines of text appeared before everyone's eyes. As the seated cultivators read line by line, their expressions grew increasingly grim. The first point stated that all spiritual veins and mines were to be returned to Wanbao Tower. The second point dictated that all cultivators within the kingdom must either leave or register and adhere to the rules of Wanbao Tower. The third point stated that spiritual veins would no longer belong to each sect. Those wishing to cultivate with spiritual energy must exchange it for merit. The fourth point outlined that ways to earn merit included, but were not limited to, constructing irrigation systems, driving away beasts to protect crops, exterminating monsters, and teaching disciples. Absurd. Utterly ridiculous. A burly man slammed his hand on the table. How can we dignified cultivators dig irrigation channels for mortals? This is simply an insult. And what of it? The middle-aged cultivator with a pale face coldly laughed. The king of Liang has already been personally executed by Chun Yi, and the 5 demon kings left not even a complete corpse. What do we Foundation establishment cultivators have to fight against them? At these words the hall fell into a dead silence. The burly man opened his mouth, but ultimately fell silent. They could not win. This was the most brutal and irrefutable truth. What cultivation level did the king of Liang possess? What ferocity did the 5 demon kings have? They could kill, without hesitation, not even raising a ripple. The Kangwu sect had only 8 Foundation establishment cultivators, barely enough to fill the gaps. Are we just going to accept this? A younger cultivator gritted his teeth, his face filled with unwillingness. The spiritual veins of Kangwu Mountain were won at the cost of our ancestors' lives. How can Wanbao Tower just take them with a single word? The elder remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking, his voice aged by 10 years. What does it matter if you are unwilling? The cultivation world has never been a place for reason. The strong dictate the terms. Wanbao Tower currently holds our lifeline. We must either leave or stay. If we leave, we cannot take the spiritual veins, nor can we take the foundation of our sect. If we stay, we must obey their rules and be at their mercy. The seated cultivators exchanged glances, and no one could make a decisive choice. Suddenly, a hurried footstep sounded from outside the hall, and a Qi refining disciple stumbled in. Master. Outside. Outside there are cultivators coming. They say they are from Wanbao Tower. All hearts tightened simultaneously. The elder took a deep breath, suppressing his unease, and said in a deep voice, "What is there to panic about? Please come in." Soon a young cultivator dressed in the robes of Wanbao Tower strode into the hall. Behind him followed 2 other disciples in similar robes. All 3 were Foundation establishment cultivators, yet they bore themselves with composure, showing no signs of having stepped onto the territory of a strange sect. The young cultivator first glanced around, taking in the tense expressions of everyone, before leisurely retrieving a jade slip. "I am Fong Yuan, the steward of the Jinyue Hall of Wanbao Tower, sent by the master to discuss the transfer of the spiritual veins with you all." No one in the hall responded, and all eyes were fixed on the jade slip in his hand, as if it were a venomous snake waiting to strike. Fong Yuan remained unfazed, placing the jade slip on the table, and then stepping back 2 paces, speaking neither obsequiously nor arrogantly. "You all must already know the rules of the tower. Today I am here to ask about your sect's choice. Will you leave or stay?" His words fell, and the hall remained in a deathly silence. The Kangwu sect's master stared at the jade slip on the table, the corners of his eyes twitching slightly. This was no discussion, it was an ultimatum. "Steward Fong, does your tower not fear the resentment of the sects throughout the world?" "I cannot agree with your words, old senior," Fong Yuan replied calmly, cupping his hands. His gaze swept over the crowd. "You all know better than I what the past of Liang Kingdom looked like. Before our tower arrived, these spiritual veins were said to belong to the Kangwu sect, but in reality your sect was merely a piece of meat in the mouth of the King of Liang. Now that our tower has taken the ownership of the spiritual veins, the usage rights still remain with you. If you all stay and follow the rules, you can still use the spiritual veins as before, safely and soundly, without worrying about waking up one day to find your head missing." "You speak so lightly," the middle-aged cultivator with no beard sneered. "Follow the rules." "What rules?" "The rule of digging irrigation channels for mortals." Fong Yuan turned to him with a calm gaze. "Do you consider it an insult to work for mortals?" "Isn't it?" The middle-aged cultivator scoffed. "Then do you think being raised as livestock by the demon kings is Fong Yuan smiled derisively. The cold smile of the middle-aged cultivator froze on his face. The King of Liang treated his subjects like pigs and dogs, rewarding them with a few pills when pleased and killing them when displeased. The 5 demon kings occupied their territories, demanding various sects to offer disciples as blood sacrifice each year. Fong Yuan slowly spoke. "Wanbao Tower neither seeks your lives nor drains your blood. We only require you to work. You all have endured in silence under the King of Liang for so many years. Why is it when it comes to Wanbao Tower you suddenly adopt a lofty attitude? You." The middle-aged cultivator's face turned red, but he couldn't utter a rebuttal. The burly man clenched his fists, his face alternating between green and white. He wanted to argue, but what flashed in his mind was the nightmare from 10 years ago, the Demon King's birthday feast, the King of Liang ordering sects to offer young boys and girls. He watched helplessly as his youngest disciple was sent into the palace, not even able to retrieve the bones. Where was he at that time? He was kneeling on the ground, banging his head like pounding garlic, not daring to breathe a word. The Kangwu sect's master closed his eyes as if all strength had been drained from him. Fong Yuan's words were harsh, but they were all true. Which sect within Liang Kingdom had not been struggling to survive in the cracks these years? They were called cultivators, but they were merely livestock raised by the King of Liang. The rules set by Wanbao Tower, while harsh, were at least clear-cut and transparent, alleviating the worry of becoming blood sacrifices one day. After a long time, the Kangwu sect's master finally exhaled a long breath of turbid air. "Steward Fong, I just want to ask one question. Please speak, senior." Fong Yuan replied earnestly. "If we operate according to the rules of your tower, how long can we use these spiritual veins?" Upon hearing this, Fong Yuan's smile faded slightly, replaced by a stern demeanor of official business. It depends on what you all can accomplish. He held up 2 fingers. There are established rules in the building. All merit assessments are conducted annually. If the merit is up to standard, your access to the spiritual veins will remain unchanged each year as long as you meet the requirements. But if the merit is below standard, then the sect's registered status will be revoked, and the rights to the spiritual veins will be reclaimed and redistributed. The head of Kangwu's sect swallowed hard. How is merit assessed? Feng Yuan wasted no words, directly producing a jade volume. With a surge of mana, a luminous screen projected in the center of the hall, displaying the entries clearly for everyone to see. The building categorizes sects within the territory into 4 grades, A, B, C, and D, evaluated based on the disciples' cultivation numbers and the overall strength of the sect. His gaze scanned the attendees, his tone steady and neither servile nor arrogant. Your sect has 8 foundation establishment cultivators, over 100 chi refining disciples with a solid foundation. According to the building's standards, it should be classified as a grade C sect. The head of Kangwu's sect twitched at the corner of his eye, but remained silent. Grade C. For hundreds of years, Kangwu's sect had been passed down in the southern part of Liang Kingdom. While it couldn't compare to those major sects with golden core cultivators, it had always prided itself on being a prestigious lineage. Now to be labeled merely as a cold grade C by Wanbao Building was disheartening. Feng Yuan seemed oblivious to his expression and continued to point at the entries on the luminous screen. Grade C sects are entitled to use the second-tier spiritual veins, needing to complete a basic merit of 3,000 points annually. This 3,000 points is the minimum. If met, the rights to the spiritual veins can be extended for another year. If the surplus exceeds a certain amount, an application can be made to upgrade the spiritual vein, and the expenses will be borne by our building. Is that really true? The head of Kangwu's sect rose suddenly. No one present understood the significance of the phrase, upgrade the spiritual vein, better than he did. Their second-tier spiritual vein had been acquired at the cost of life by generations of ancestors. For hundreds of years, every predecessor of the sect had dreamed of advancing the spiritual vein by 1 tier. However, the resources, methods, and formations required for the upgrade were far beyond what a small sect like Kangwu. Seeing his flustered expression, Feng Yuan showed no mockery on his face, merely nodding slightly. The conditions, processes, and required merit points for upgrading the spiritual vein are all detailed in the Jade volume. If you have any doubts, you can verify them now. The head of Kangwu's sect took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and began to read line by line. Building irrigation channels earns 5 merit points per mile. Herding and protecting crops earns 20 points per village annually. Exterminating monster beasts grants merit points based on their tier, 10 points for tier 1, 50 points for tier 2. Teaching and accepting a new disciple while completing basic training earns 30 points. Each task was listed clearly with the merit points for each job stated precisely. Although the points awarded for each item were not substantial, they added up over time, covering a wide range of tasks. If one genuinely worked steadily for a year, 3,000 points were not an astronomical number. Moreover, once the surplus reached 100,000 points, an application could be made to upgrade to a third-tier spiritual vein. While it was challenging, it was certainly easier than earning spirit stones to refine a third-tier spiritual vein on one's own. The head of Kangwu's sect stared at the entry for upgrading the spiritual vein for a long time, slowly raising his head, the resistance in his gaze having faded significantly. Can the disciples earn these merit points? What about us old folks? Naturally they can. Feng Yuan nodded. The building only looks at the results without regard for cultivation levels. However, if you are willing to take action personally, it would undoubtedly yield greater results. After all, in terms of cultivation and methods, those chi refining disciples under you probably cannot even compare to you. The head of Kangwu's sect fell silent for a moment, suddenly chuckling, a hint of self-deprecation in his laughter. Feng, you really know how to speak. Feng Yuan smiled slightly and chose not to elaborate. The burly man with the twisted beard couldn't help but lean in and whisper, "Sect master, are you really planning to?" "Shut up." The head of Kangwu's sect scolded without turning around, his gaze shifting from the luminous screen to Feng Yuan. "Our Kangwu sect will remain." Wise decision. Feng Yuan pushed the jade slip on the table forward. "In that case, please leave your divine sense imprint on this spiritual vein transfer document, sect master. In 3 days, officials from the building will come to determine the range of the spiritual vein and register the disciple roster. At that time, your sect will officially be included in the sect records." The head of Kangwu's sect took a deep breath, extended a finger, and left his divine sense mark on the jade slip. A flash of spiritual light vanished, revealing the sect emblem of Kangwu's sect on the surface of the jade slip, which then faded away. After completing all this, the head of Kangwu's sect returned the jade slip and asked, "May I inquire how much tribute your building requires each year? I can also prepare in advance." "Tribute?" Feng Yuan replied flatly. "Our Wanbao building does not collect tribute, only commercial taxes." As soon as this was said, the crowd, who were originally reluctant to part with their ancestral spiritual veins, froze in astonishment. No tribute, only commercial taxes. How much could commercial taxes amount to? Every major force in control of a region relied on tribute to sustain its operations. Seeing the reactions of the crowd, Fang Yuan scoffed. That's why you all have profited greatly. Although Fang Yuan's words were blunt, no one in the hall dared to refute. The head of Kangwu sect sat there in a daze. What did this mean? Wanbao Building took the spiritual veins away, but didn't require them to hand over spirit stones or pills, only allowing them to earn merit points in exchange for usage rights. No matter how merit points were calculated, it was far lighter than the tribute they had to pay each year under King Liang's rule. Moreover, once enough merit points were accumulated, they could even upgrade the spiritual vein. Having lived nearly 200 years, he felt for the first time that he wasn't smart enough. Fang, I can't help but ask again, what is your building really after with such actions? Fang Yuan glanced at him and smiled. What are we after? Our Wanbao Building is in business, and to expand the business, we must first clean up our territory. You all can focus on your work without worrying about anything else. With that, he bowed slightly to those in the hall and turned to leave with two disciples. The flying boat soared into the sky, quickly disappearing above the clouds. The hall of Kangwu sect was silent for a full 10 breaths. Finally, it was the burly man with the twisted beard who spoke first, his voice muffled. Sect master, have we lost or gained? The head of Kangwu sect did not answer. He slowly stood up, surveying the elders and disciples below, his voice carrying a long-lost strength. Send the order down. From today onward, all disciples are to cancel their seclusion, and those who are traveling outside are to return immediately. Sect master. The crowd was astonished. The head of Kangwu sect stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the sunset-dyed horizon outside the hall, his expression complex. 3,000 merit points is the minimum, but what I want is not the minimum. What I want is that third-tier spiritual vein. The surrender of the Kangwu sect was not an isolated incident. Within just half a month, out of 37 sects in the territory of Liang Kingdom, 29 chose to remain. The other 8 sects, after weighing the pros and cons, moved with their disciples to other countries, and Wanbao Tower did not obstruct them, even sending a flying ship to escort them. Li was not surprised by this. He had anticipated that these sects in Liang Kingdom had been exploited by the Liang King for so many years that they had long since softened. Although the conditions given by Wanbao Tower were harsh, they were a world apart from the Liang King's tyranny. Moreover, the carrot of upgrading the spiritual vein dangled before them, making it irresistible for any sect with a little ambition. The real trouble lay with the scattered cultivators. The number of scattered cultivators in Liang Kingdom was more than several hundred times that of sect cultivators. These people had no sect, no profession, and no means of livelihood. Some built huts in the mountains for bitter cultivation, some barely made a living by refining pills and drawing talismans in the market, while many roamed around digging for spiritual herbs on one mountain today and seeking fortune in ruins tomorrow, living like vagrants in the cultivation world. Also, because they had no industry or foundational ties, whoever was in power in Liang Kingdom had nothing to do with them. When the Liang King was in power, they would hide deep in the mountains and forests, and no one could find them. Now that Wanbao Tower had taken over Liang Kingdom, they actually wanted all cultivators to register. They would be lucky to have anyone show up. After all, the notice had been out for more than half a month, but the scattered cultivators who came voluntarily were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. In the southern part of Liang Kingdom at Haifeng Ridge, there was a scattered cultivator market hidden deep within the mountains. Though it was called a market, it was merely a narrow alley carved into the rock face with a few stalls scattered on both sides selling low-tier pills and talismans. The alley was permeated with a damp, rotten smell year-round, causing people's eyes to sting. At this moment, however, the alley was packed with people. Register. Does Wanbao Tower think of itself as a worldly court? A burly man with a face full of flesh crumpled the notice in his hand into a ball and slammed it to the ground. I've lived in Haifeng Ridge for 20 years. Who has ever collected taxes from me? What does Wanbao Tower think it is? Exactly. A skinny old man beside him echoed, as scattered cultivators, we are beyond the control of heaven and earth. We seek nothing but freedom. If we are put in a cage, what is the point of cultivating immortality? Might as well return to the mortal realm. But Wanbao Tower said that if we don't register, we will be expelled from Liang Kingdom. A timid voice came from the corner belonging to a young cultivator who looked to be only 17 or 18. Who cares about that? The burly man spat. Liang Kingdom is so vast, can they turn it upside down inch by? We scattered cultivators may not have other skills, but we are experts at hiding. With the Liang King being so ferocious, I've hidden securely in Haifeng Ridge for 20 years. The skinny old man stroked his goat beard, interjecting sarcastically, besides that notice sounds nice, cultivator bureau merit for spiritual veins. Huh, it's just a pie in the sky. I've lived over 80 years and seen many major powers, which one hasn't boasted extravagantly only to trick people in and pick their bones clean. The young cultivator shrank his neck at the back-and-forth banter of the two, not daring to speak up again. The alley was filled with a cacophony of voices, with agreement rising and falling. The reason these scattered cultivators had managed to survive under the Liang King until now was simply by hiding. Hiding from the Liang King, hiding from the Demon King, hiding from sects, hiding from any forces that could control them. No matter how famous Wanbao Tower was in their eyes, it was simply a bigger power coming to control them. Seeing everyone agreeing, the burly man became even more emboldened, stepping on the crumpled notice while preparing to say a few harsh words to bolster his stance. Suddenly a steady footstep sounded at the alley's entrance. The crowd turned to look only to see a group of cultivators in Wanbao Tower robes had unknowingly blocked the alley's exit, with the foremost figure standing with his hands clasped behind his back. It was Fang Yuan, who had appeared at the Kangwu sect earlier. The alley fell silent instantly. Fang Yuan's gaze passed over the crowd, landing on the notice that had been trampled into tatters, his brows slightly raised. It seems you all have some objections to the rules of Wanbao Tower. No one dared to respond. The previously arrogant, burly man now had his flesh trembling slightly, and the foot he had stepped on the notice quietly retreated half an inch. Fang Yuan was not angry. He spoke slowly. In the Haifeng Ridge scattered cultivator market, there are 137 resident scattered cultivators. After saying this, he squinted and smiled, scanning every face in the alley. I didn't miscount, did I? The alley was dead silent. The burly man forced a smile on his face that looked worse than crying. This immortal master. We were just chatting idly, merely idle talk with absolutely no disrespect intended. Fang Yuan chuckled softly. Previously my tower stated that those who register would become registered cultivators, or whatever nonsense you did before, as long as it wasn't heinous. Wanbao Tower will not hold it against you. Since you are unwilling to register, I won't force you. As he finished speaking, the scattered cultivators in the alley exchanged looks, their expressions filled with disbelief. So accommodating. Fang Yuan clapped his hands. Ming Yang, it's your turn to handle things for the Wind Letter Hall. A slightly plump youth resembling old Wang stepped out from behind Fang Yuan, smiling as he cupped his hands. Greetings, fellow Taoists. I am Wang Ming Yang, the executive officer of the Wind Letter Hall. Pleased to meet you. The scattered cultivators in the alley exchanged glances. This youth was no more than 17 or 18 years old, with initial foundation establishment cultivation, speaking slowly, his eyes squinting into slits when he smiled, lacking any semblance of authority. The burly man's heart, which had been hanging by a thread, immediately relaxed. What could such a greenhorn do? Yet Wang Mingyang seemed entirely oblivious to the scorn in the gazes of the crowd, pulling out a faintly golden jade tablet from his sleeve and lightly tapping his fingertip on it. As the jade tablet unfolded, spiritual light flowed and dense words projected a faint golden light curtain on the alley wall. Zhang Heng, a resident of Haifeng Ridge, 9th layer of Qi refinement. On the 3rd month of the year of the Jiazi, ambushed 3 traveling scattered cultivators 30 miles west of Haifeng Ridge, seized their storage bags, obtaining 913 spirit stones and 10 bottles of Huangya Dan. Zhang Heng's face instantly changed. You are slandering me. In the same year, on the 7th month, Wang Mingyang slowly turned a page, colluded with scattered cultivators Zhao Si and Li Matzi from Haifeng Ridge to pass off inferior Peiyuan Dan as genuine, deceiving 3 new arrivals to the market, profiting 720 spirit stones. One of the deceived scattered cultivators suffered backlash from the pill, dropping a level in cultivation, and has yet to recover. The gazes of the scattered cultivators in the alley toward Zhang Heng shifted. Killing and robbing was not new among scattered cultivators, but harming others with fake pills, especially when it affected fellow low-tier cultivators, drew the public's ire. Several scattered cultivators who had been standing behind Zhang Heng quietly stepped away. You're talking nonsense. Zhang Heng's face turned the color of pig liver, veins bulging on his forehead. When did I ever do such things? Do you have evidence? Do you think you can slander me with empty words? Wang Mingyang raised a finger, interrupting his outburst. Don't be hasty, there's more. He turned another page, his tone still slow. In the 5th month of the year of the Jechin, you lured a female cultivator of late Qi refinement into the depths of Haifeng Ridge under the guise of introducing her to his sect with ulterior motives. That female cultivator fought desperately to resist and was killed by you with a single palm. Do I need to say? The alley was so quiet that one could hear the sound of water seeping from the mountain wall. The blood color faded completely from Zhang Heng's face. His lips trembled as he tried to say something, but only a clattering sound of his teeth could be heard. The things he had done, each and every one, were hidden in this no man's land of Haifeng Ridge. Those who knew the truth were either dead or in cahoots with him. How could a young lad who looked no older than 20 reveal them one by one? You? What exactly? Wang Mingyang closed the jade book, looking at him with a smile. I have thoroughly investigated the things you have done over the years in Fengsintang. Each and every one has the victim's testimonies, corroborating evidence, and the confessions of 2 accomplices. He took out a blue jade slip from his sleeve and waved it in front of Zhang Heng. Zhao Si and Li Matzi have already been caught elsewhere. How long do you think they took to expose you? The string of reason in Zhang Heng's mind snapped completely. He roared, and his magical power erupted violently. A dark flying sword shot out from his storage bag, carrying a pungent bloody wind straight towards Wang Mingyang's face. This sword came suddenly and swiftly. The narrow alley left no room for maneuver. Zhang Heng, a veteran at the 9th level of Qi refinement, unleashed all his strength, and the dark light was almost at Wang Mingyang's nose in the blink of an eye. Fang Yuan did not move. Wang Mingyang did not move either. He merely watched the dark light with a smile, as if observing a firework display that had nothing to do with him. The dark light halted 3 feet away from his forehead. A layer of pale golden spiritual light had enveloped him completely, though it was unclear when it had formed. Wang Mingyang tilted his head, looking at Zhang Heng's face, which had turned red from exerting all his magical power. He clicked his tongue twice, violently resisting the Wang Mingyang tilted his head, looking at Zhang Heng's face, which had turned red from exerting all his magical power. He clicked his tongue twice, violently resisting the law adds to your crimes. He lightly flicked the flying sword with his hand. The sword flew back at a speed faster than before, and the hilt struck heavily against Zhang Heng's chest. Zhang Heng let out a muffled groan, his whole body flying backward, crashing against the rock wall, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Before he could get up, 2 disciples from Wanbao Tower had already approached him, one on each side, pinning his shoulders down. In a flash of spiritual light, a special binding lock designed to restrain cultivators was clamped onto him. Zhang Heng: murder, robbery, deceiving fellow cultivators, intentional harm, violently resisting the law. Wang Mingyang flipped the jade book open, his fingertip flashing with spiritual light as he made a note, then looked up at Zhang Heng, still wearing that smile, though the joy did not reach his eyes. Multiple crimes compounded. According to the laws of Wanbao Tower, the penalty shall be death with the soul burned for a century. You can't. Zhang Heng struggled desperately. What right do you have to control me, Wanbao Tower? I am a rogue cultivator. Rogue cultivators are not under the jurisdiction of any sect. Wang Mingyang's squinted eyes finally revealed a hint of coldness, not fitting for his age. No one controlled you before, but that was before. Now Wanbao Tower has arrived. This is injustice. There will be a trial. Fang Yuan crossed his arms, leaning against the rock wall at the entrance of the alley, watching as Wang Mingyang sealed the struggling soul into a small black bottle, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Burning the soul for a century. He had heard of this punishment. It was a method of the criminal division of the Jinhua Hall. Extracting a cultivator's soul, placing it in a soul-guiding lamp, and burning it day and night with spiritual flames for 60 years until it was completely dissipated. During this time, the condemned remained fully conscious, acutely aware of every ounce of pain. It was far more ruthless than murder. Fang Yuan did not consider himself a merciful person. During his years at Jinhua Hall, the lives lost under his command numbered at least in the double digits. However, he always killed cleanly, finishing with a single strike and never torturing. But the people of Fengsintang, these seemingly cheerful characters, were slow and methodical when investigating cases, nonchalant when capturing people, yet they were all the more ruthless when executing. And they never considered themselves cruel. You all need not be nervous. Wang Mingyang put away the small black bottle once again, donning an innocent smile. In our tower, we always take care of business. No guilty party will escape. For the innocent, we will not wrong a good person. As soon as this was said, the rogue cultivators, burdened with bloodshed, immediately began to flee in all directions, but they were all captured by the disciples of Wanbao Tower one by one. Then, after Wang Mingyang read out their crimes, they were all collected into the soul-binding bottles. The alley fell into a deathly silence, broken only by a light thud. The frail old man's legs went weak, and he knelt down on the ground. Immortal Master, please see clearly. This old man has been foolish, blind, but I absolutely have no blood on my hands. The group of rogue cultivators behind him seemed to be awakened by this kneeling, and they all fell to their knees. Some pressed their foreheads to the ground, not daring to lift their heads. Others hurriedly took out their meager possessions from their bosoms, holding them in their hands, as if that could prove their innocence. Even some who had previously echoed the loudest now turned pale, their lips trembling, fearing that the smiling young man at the alley's entrance would flip open the jade book, and their names would be read next. The timid young cultivator also knelt down among the crowd, his knees hitting the stones, causing him to wince in pain, yet he did not dare to make a sound, burying his head low. Zhang Heng's past deeds were known to many of the old folks in Haifeng Ridge. The victimized female cultivator had once been a familiar face in the marketplace, gentle when she smiled, and her pills sold to newcomers were never mixed with inferior ingredients. Then one day she suddenly vanished, and Zhang Heng claimed that she had fallen into a demonic trance, leaving no remains. No one dared to ask questions, nor would anyone seek justice for her. But today justice had arrived, in a way they had never imagined. Wang Mingyang looked down at the kneeling rogue cultivators, then glanced at the young man hidden behind the crowd, who was secretly peeking at him, the smile on his face unchanged, as he unfolded the pale golden jade book a little more. What are you all doing? Our Wanbao Tower is not here to conduct collective punishment. I can clearly tell whether or not you have committed a crime. As Brother Fong just clarified, as long as it's not a heinous crime like Zhang Heng's for past incidents, my tower will not pursue them after registration. He took 2 steps forward, standing on a slightly elevated stone step, turned to a blank page in the jade book, and cleared his throat. Then, registration begins now. Form a line one by one. Name, age, cultivation level, what kind of spells or skills you excel at, any specialties. Just report it. Once registered, you will receive a waste token for registered cultivators, and from now on you will be formal cultivators under the rule of the Liang Kingdom. The rogue cultivators exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of lingering fear and unexpected delight. So, they were registering. Just a moment ago they had called for bloodshed, and now they were being handed tokens. The frail old man was the first to react, disregarding the pain in his knees, scrambling to his feet, and jogging to Wang Mingyang, forcing a smile more grotesque than crying. Immortal Master, I will go first. My surname is Sun, my given name is Da. I am at the 7th level of Qi refinement, 83 years old, and I excel at. He paused, a rare look of embarrassment appearing on his face. I excel at tending to spiritual herbs though my harvests have never been great. Spiritual herb farmer. Wang Mingyang continued writing without looking up. No, how could I dare to call myself farmer? I'm just a gardener. Sunda waved his hands repeatedly, then as if recalling something he quickly added, but I found a wild 3-leaf dew grass in the back mountains of Haifeng Ridge. I raised it for 3 years and didn't kill it. Wang Mingyang paused slightly in his writing and looked at the frail old man, his eyes showing a hint of surprise. Although the 3-leaf dew grass was not a particularly rare spiritual herb, being able to find it in the wild and keep it alive showed a skill and patience that ordinary rogue cultivators might not possess. Seeing Wang Mingyang look at him, Sun's heart skipped a beat, thinking he had said something wrong, and he hurriedly waved his hands. Immortal Master, forgive me, I was just speaking casually. That dew grass was just luck, pure luck. What you can do in tending to spiritual herbs others can't even seek, for why be so flustered? Wang Mingyang smiled and interrupted him, continuing to write neatly in the jade book. Sun to 7th level of Qi refinement excels in identifying and transplanting spiritual herbs. Sunda stood motionless at a loss for words. After 83 years of life, this was the first time anyone had praised his ability to his face, and the one praising him was a Foundation establishment cultivator. Wang Mingyang finished entering his details, absorbed a wisp of his aura, yet did not immediately call the next. Instead, he set the brush upon the jade register, looked up at Sunda with the same genial smile, and asked, have you ever considered applying for an official post? Apply for a post. Sunda blinked, bewildered. The master meant. Wang Mingyang produced another jade slip from his sleeve, poured in a trace of power, and a scroll of light unfurled upon the stone wall. My Wanbao Lu has newly established a cultivator magistracy in Lianghua, overseeing the agriculture division, the supervision division, the meteorology division, and the demon suppression division. Each division contains several departments, and beneath each department, there are quotas for clerks. These clerk positions are open to cultivators across the land. Though they are not disciples of my Wanbao Lu, they will serve as public personnel carrying out Wanbao Lao's affairs. Each month, there is a fixed stipend, and one can accumulate merits to exchange for spirit vein access time pills, magical implements, or cultivation methods. Those who perform exceptionally may even be admitted as formal disciples of Wanbao Lu. Sunda opened and closed his mouth repeatedly before managing to choke out. This old man could become a disciple of your esteemed Lu. He had always thought Wanbao Lao's promises were a lure for scattered cultivators. He had never imagined they might be real. Wang Mingyang waved a hand with a smile. Being a clerk in the agriculture division should pose no problem. As for rising further, that depends on each person's own ability. Thank you, Master. Sun's eyes reddened in an instant. When he was 7, his spirit roots were tested and found to be of the lowest 5 spiritual rank. No sect would take him. He had only stepped onto the immortal path by becoming a son-in-law to a small cultivation family. Yet fortune did not last. Some years before, when the Liang king seized the throne, that little family of his was burned to the ground in the ensuing turmoil. Since then, he wandered from market to market, scraping by on a handful of stolen inheritances about spirit plants, never accomplishing much and never regarded by anyone. Next. Wang Mingyang beckoned behind Sunda. With Sunda having gone first, the atmosphere in the alley loosened considerably. The scattered cultivators picked themselves up and formed a crooked line. The earlier knife-edge fear had been replaced by a more complicated stir of feeling. It was a restless mixture of caution, curiosity, and a faint secret hope. Registration moved swiftly. Though Wang Mingyang appeared casual, his questioning was methodical. In a few words, he could sketch out a person's history in broad strokes. One name after another was inscribed, temporary waste plates were distributed, and the alley slowly took on some of the bustle a market should have. When the timid young cultivator came forward, Wang Mingyang closed the jade register, and looking at him with approval said, Lu Quan, you handled that well. Lu Quan looked up in disbelief. You are the little fly lord. Wang Mingyang's mouth twitched. Not a fly. That was a spirit fly puppet I released. Its full name is Shangsang Jiyan. The device was something Chun Yi had devised for gathering intelligence. It could record images, capture sound, and relay messages. Since Lin Bin obtained them, he had demanded many from Chun Yi, and they had become indispensable to Fengxin Tang's cultivators. Each person carried hundreds. The sect had learned to use them with uncanny skill. On this trip to Lianghua, Fengxin Tang's first task was to scatter these devices throughout the land. Wherever cultivators gathered, there would be spirit fly puppets hidden about. The one Lu Quan had encountered had been released personally by Wang Mingyang. They were excellent in many ways, except that they resembled flies and had no offensive power, so they could be casually swatted dead by anyone who mistook them for insects. Forgive me, Senior I. Lu Quan's face went pale. He reflexively reached to kneel, but was intercepted by Wang Mingyang. Don't kneel. We of Fengxin Tang do not observe that. You did very well. Wang patted his shoulder. Those 137 scattered cultivators on Haifeng Ling. You sorted out who truly stained their hands with innocent blood and who merely had loud mouths but were cowardly indeed. You saved me a great deal of trouble. Lu Quan's lips trembled and his eyes shimmered. Half a month earlier, while gathering herbs on Haifeng Ling's back slopes, he had been chased by a level 2 beast, his leg broken. He lay in a cave waiting to die. A speck-sized fly had landed on his nose, and in a voice so light it was a whisper told him which way to go to find a hemostatic herb. After that, the fly appeared from time to time, sometimes pointing out unharvested patches of spirit herbs beneath a cliff, sometimes warning him to avoid beasts that were fighting. When he asked who it was, the little fly only replied that it belonged to people of Wanbao Lu. Today was the first time he had seen the real person. Wang Mingyang made a brief note upon the jade register. Lu Quanchi, refinement level 3, quick-witted, upright, and conduct suitable for cultivation. Having finished writing, he handed Lu a green wasteplate engraved with the words, Fengxin Tang Trainee. From today you follow me. Trial period 3 months. Oh, perform well, and you will be made permanent. Lu Quan took the plate with both hands, clutching it to his palm. He opened his mouth to speak, yet some lump clogged his throat. In the end, he only nodded heavily. The scattered cultivators in the alley watched the scene, their gazes suddenly complicated. That youth had spent over 2 years in Black Wind Market as the lowest-tier herb gatherer. Anyone could trample him. Now he held a Fengxin Tang probationary wasteplate, and the steward who had registered them had just said plainly suitable for cultivation. So Wanbao Lu would take those who neither killed nor did evil, and who simply gathered herbs quietly. If Wanbao Lu could recruit scraps like Lu Quan, why couldn't they aspire to the same? The line fell silent for a moment, then, as if by agreement, everyone instinctively straightened their spines. Registration continued for 2 hours. 137 scattered cultivators, except for Zhang Heng and the several dozen murderers that Wang Mingyang had exposed on the spot, were all entered into the rolls and received wasteplates marking them as registered cultivators. Wang Mingyang closed the jade register, stretched, and nodded to Fang Yuan. Senior brother Fang, am finished here. Fang Yuan rose and swept his gaze over the gathered crowd. The scattered cultivators no longer wore the panic of earlier. In small groups, they crowded together, turning their wasteplates over and whispering about the magistracy's recruitment. From fear to acceptance in merely 2 hours, Fang Yuan suddenly understood what their sect leader meant by people's hearts are like water, it's better to drain than to dam. Let's move on. Next place. Fang patted Wang Mingyang on the back of the head and strode toward the alley. Wang Mingyang clapped the spot he had been patted and hurried after him, muttering, Senior brother, could you stop hitting my head? I'm an official now. Show some respect. I hit you because you are a Fengxin Tang steward, Fang shot back. Their bickering continued in a familiar teasing cadence. Damn it, I wanted to join Fengxin Tang myself once, but my master forced me into Jinhua Tang. Isn't it that you voluntarily apprenticed to Uncle Zhao? You were quick to kneel. You even confused Uncle Zhao. Nonsense. Let me tell you, my master is hardly straightforward. Seeing the two Wanbao Lu stewards quarrel as they walked out, Lu Quan for a moment did not know how to behave. At the very end of the procession, a Fengxin Tang cultivator in a red, ghostly robe noticed Lu lingering and called out, Why are you standing there dazed? First day on duty, and you want to slack off. Keep up. The shout shook Lu back to his senses. He hurriedly fixed the green wasteplate to his belt and jogged to the table. In the alley, Sun toyed with his temporary wasteplate, turning it over and over, examining it several times. The obverse bore the 2 small characters, Lianghua, while the reverse was blank. According to the Master Wang, once they later went to the magistracy to have their full records entered, the reverse would reveal their names and aura imprints. Old Sun, that. You really intend to take the agriculture division exam? A nearby acquaintance lowered his voice. Sun depressed the wasteplate into his palm. The faint coolness reminded him of the first spirit stone he had touched in that small family long ago. He fell silent for a moment, then grinned. Take the exam. Why not? In our cultivation world, being in your 80s is exactly the age for taking chances. At this declaration, the alley erupted in laughter. One of the scattered cultivators jeered. In your 80s and still taking chances? Old Sun, your skin gets thicker by the day. Sunda shoved the waste plate into his bosom and answered with righteous calm. What's wrong with a thick skin? Senior Wang already said it. My skill at tending spirit herbs is something others cannot beg for. You youngsters, what did you write down when you registered? Good at fighting or fast runner. Is that a skill? That's just having 2 legs. The laughter grew louder, and even those who had been white-faced with fear a moment before could not help tugging at the corners of their mouths. Sunda did not laugh. He lowered his head and looked at the corner of the waste plate, the faint gleam reflected in his cloudy old eyes like a shaft of sunlight suddenly piercing a deep ravine in Haifeng Ling that had never seen the sky. All his life he had been called Old Sun the useless, that farmer. And today for the first time someone had told him plainly, you have ability. Being noticed at 83 was belated perhaps, but far better than never being seen at all. All right, off we go, Sunda waved to the others, and hunched with age shuffled deeper into the alley. Go tidy up. Tomorrow we'll go see that so-called cultivator magistracy. Old Sun, do you even know the way? We have a mouth under our nose, why would we ask? One by one the scattered cultivators dispersed. The alley returned to its usual state, the damp rot, and thin mist spread once more. Yet something had shifted. The steps of those leaving were lighter than when they had arrived. In a corner the notice Zhang Heng had stepped on lay crumpled. Someone passing by stooped, smoothed out its creases, and carefully reaffixed it to the stone wall. The final line of the notice, painted in vermilion, stood out in the dim light. All cultivators of the realm may come and present themselves. Shinmo was assigned to a county named Qingxi. Though called a county, it was little more than an oversized town, its walls built of rammed earth. Its population numbered only 3,000 or 4,000, nearly half of whom were refugees who had recently returned from the mountains after receiving grain and porridge relief from Wanbao Tower. The county yamen, however, was impressively constructed, a sprawling compound with 3 courtyards in succession, roofed with dark glazed tiles and paved with blue bricks. 2 gleaming stone lions flanked its gate, unmistakable evidence that the corrupt officials under Prince Liang's rule had spared no expense. The previous magistrate, surnamed Ma, had governed Qingxi for 8 years. His sole notable achievement was transforming the county yamen into the most magnificent administrative compound within 100 li. How many fields lay fallow, how many irrigation canals had silted up, how many commoners had perished, none of these ever crossed his mind. When Wanbao Tower audited former Liang State officials, Magistrate Ma attempted his old trick, sliding a casket of gold ingots to a Fengshin Hall cultivator sent to verify his records, only to be arrested on the spot along with his entire retinue of sycophants and henchmen and escorted to Daliang City for trial. Thus on the day Shin Mo assumed office, the yamen stood utterly deserted. Not even a single clerk or runner remained to serve tea or fetch water. Fortunately, 2 other civil scholars from U-State arrived alongside him, one surnamed Zhou, the other surnamed Wu. Having shared a flying vessel en route, the 3 had grown familiar enough to exchange greetings easily. Standing together in the grand hall of the yamen, they gazed up at the plaque inscribed with the words, "A bright mirror hangs high," and exchanged uneasy glances. Brother Shun, began the elder scholar in U-State, I served several years as a private secretary to a magistrate. I've witnessed my share of official ceremonies and crises. Yet frankly, and I say this without fear of your ridicule, the situation before us is like asking a master chef to prepare a banquet without rice or grain. He introduced himself as Zhou Heng, a man of early 40s with 3 neatly trimmed wisps of beard, speaking in measured, unhurried cadence. Nor am I any better off, added the second scholar. Wu Ping'an, the youngest of the 3, 27 or 28, fair-skinned and refined in bearing, yet possessing eyes unusually sharp and alert, spoke next. I served 6 years as a legal and fiscal clerk in Fen Province's prefectural yamen. I've handled criminal cases and granary accounts alike, but even the most capable administrator requires staff to make things function. With not even a single runner left in the yamen, shall we take to the streets ourselves to beat the gong? Shun Mo gently set his daughter down upon the floor, then withdrew from his sleeve the official appointment document sealed with Wanbao Tower's insignia, and read it once more. The decree was unequivocal. Shun Mo was appointed magistrate of Qingxi County, Zhou Heng vice magistrate, Wu Ping'an registrar. Each held a formal, duly commissioned post, modest in rank, yet vested with full executive authority. What the decree omitted, however, was the stark reality. Aside from the 3 of them, not a soul remained within the yamen, not even a ghost. Before departing, Shun Mo recalled senior cultivator Fong mentioned something in passing. He said Wanbao Tower has stationed cultivation bureaus across Liang State, and instructed us to settle in first. A liaison officers would soon arrive to coordinate. Yet half a day has passed, and still no one appears. His words trailed off as sudden commotion erupted outside the yamen gates. There they are. That pack of mulehead fools from Jubatang. No courtesy call upon delivery, just dumped us and vanished. Had I not spotted the flying vessel's light trail, I'd have sworn my eyes deceived me. Shun Mo turned toward the sound, and saw 4 figures stride through the yamen's main gate. Leading them was a burly, bearded man in his early 30s, his foundation establishment Cultivation palpable in his commanding presence. He strode forward with thunderous steps, followed closely by 2 young men and 1 young woman, all cultivators. Who among you is Magistrate Shinimo? The bearded man bellowed upon entering, his voice like a bronze bell, shaking dust loose from the plaque above the hall. Shinimo stepped forward, at once clasping his hands in salute. I am Shinimo. And may I ask, Senior Cultivator, your name? Senior Cultivator. Sounds awkward, the man waved dismissively. I'm Xiao Pan, of Jinhua Hall, and currently serve as Chief Administrator of Qingshi's Cultivation Bureau. From now on we share the same yamen, and thus the same table. Chief Xiao will do just fine. He stepped aside, gesturing for the 3 younger cultivators to step forward, introducing each in turn. This is Qian Tang, 9th layer Qi refinement, now appointed Director of the County Agriculture Department. Qian Tang appeared barely 20, slender-faced, and wearing a faded blue cultivation robe, its cuffs stained with fresh mud, as if he'd just returned from the fields. He offered a modest bow to the trio, his smile shy and unassuming. This is Lu Yuan, 8th layer Qi refinement, now appointed Director of the County Meteorological Department. Xiao Pan gestured toward the sole female cultivator. Lu Yuan was around 23 or 24. Her features serene and cool, a pale blue jade token suspended at her waist wreathed in faint shimmering mist. She gave a slight, silent nod, her only acknowledgement. This is Pei Donglai, 9th layer Qi refinement, now appointed Director of the County Demon Subduing Department. Pei Donglai was broad-shouldered and powerfully built, taller even than Xiao Pan, his back slung with a broadsword as wide as a door panel. A thick beard covered his jaw, and his copper coin eyes swept over the group so fiercely that Wu Pingyan instinctively recoiled half a step behind Shinimo. Pei Donglai grinned, flashing a row of startlingly white teeth, a disarmingly guileless smile utterly at odds with his fearsome visage. Pei Donglai, just a rough fellow. For anything requiring fists or blades on the ground, come find me. Shinimo quickly presented Zhou Hong and Wu Pingyan in formal greeting. In rank, Magistrate Shinimo and Chief Administrator Xiao Pan stood as equals, neither outranking the other. Yet as a foundation establishment cultivator, Xiao Pan exuded an innate quiet authority, an aura of overwhelming presence that stirred primal unease in Shun Imo, a mere mortal. Nonetheless, Xiao Pan proved far more approachable than Shun Imo had anticipated, devoid of the condescension often displayed by cultivators toward mundanes. He resembled less a transcendent sage than a boisterous big-heart elder brother, loud-voiced, blunt-spoken, and refreshingly unrefined. Magistrate Shin, strictly speaking, our Cultivation Bureau and your civil administration should operate independently. But you're well aware of Liang State's current state of affairs. Most officials here have rotted to the bone. We arrived months ahead of you, and with urgency mounting, we recruited local personnel to fill critical posts, holding the line until your arrival. Now that you're here, these staff must revert to your authority. So saying, he drew a scroll from his sleeve and handed it. Shinimo accepted it with both hands and unrolled it, revealing 50 or 60 names, each meticulously annotated with hometown, age, prior occupation, and Xiao Pan's detailed personal assessment. As Shun Imo scanned line after line, astonishment grew. These 50-odd individuals covered every essential role required to run a county: constable's, clerk's, granary, overseer's, village elders, land stewards, every cog in the administrative machine. Though their numbers were modest, the skeletal framework of governance was already fully assembled. What astonished him further was how thoroughly meticulous Xiao Pan, this seemingly brash martial man, had been in his work. Each person's background, moral character, aptitudes, and shortcomings were recorded with clinical precision, and final notes flagged those requiring supervision, those worthy of promotion, and those best suited for sensitive duties. Chief Xiao, how can we possibly accept it? Shin Imo held the scroll reverently, at a loss for words. These people were all recruited by you, while we've yet to lift a finger. How could we simply inherit your labor? Why not? What's the difficulty? Xiao Pan plopped himself down on the threshold of the Yaman's main hall, and took a long swig from a wine gourd hanging at his belt. Wiping his mouth, his expression turned wry and weary. I served 10 years in Jinhua Hall. My duty was to slay demons and subdue monsters. When a beast ravaged villages or a rogue cultivator unleashed chaos, I led my team straight to the source, swift, decisive, clean. Then Wanbao Tower posted me here to Qingxi, and assigned me temporarily as acting magistrate. Do you know how I spent these past months? The Zhang family and the Li family were at odds over water, bringing their disputes before me. They dredged up grievances from generations past, and I listened for 2 whole hours, utterly baffled by what they were actually fighting about. Xiao Pan raised a finger, saying, the irrigation channels are ready, and there is enough water. It's just that the Zhang family claims the Li family used half an hour more, while the Li family asserts that the Zhang family's fields should have received less water in the first place. If you were to judge, how would you decide? Zhou Hong stroked his beard, thoughtfully murmuring, we should examine the field size and the established water distribution rules. Exactly. Xiao Pan exclaimed, slapping his thigh. but I have no idea what the established water distribution. I rummaged through the archives at the town hall for 3 days and all I found were illustrated books on beasts and wanted posters. Not even a copy of agricultural water management. And the land allocation issue is even more frustrating. Logically, all land in this realm should be state-owned, so dividing it per person should be correct, right? But within 3 days of dividing the land, problems arose. The Zhang family with 5 members received 20 acres, while the Li family also with 5 members received 20 acres, which seemed fair enough. However, the Zhang family had 3 able-bodied men, while the Li family had only widows and orphans. They simply couldn't cultivate the land and the weeds grew taller than the crops. Xiao Pan's rugged face was filled with despair as he lamented. The widow from the Li family went to the county office to cry, saying I wasn't dividing land, but pushing her to her death. I, Xiao Pan, have slain 6th-level beasts without flinching, yet I was nearly moved to tears by a widow's cry. In the end, I had to personally help her till the land to resolve the issue. And then there's the tax collection. The rules state that commercial tax is 10%, while agricultural tax is 30%. I thought it would be simple. Just send someone to collect it. But what happened? Those temporary clerks we hired promised splendidly, but then dared to collect double from the common people. 1 portion for the public and 1 to line their own pockets. If it weren't for the eyes of the inspection office watching from behind, we would still be in the dark. And it gets even crazier. At the end of last month, someone came to the county office to report that a cow had been stolen from his home and killed. I took Pei Dong to the scene and lo and behold, that cow wasn't killed by a knife, it was pierced through the throat by a spell, with a perfectly clean cut. Upon investigation, it turned out to be a chi refining stage rogue cultivator driven mad by hunger, who stole the cow to survive. How should this be judged? According to mortal law, stealing a cow is a serious crime. But he stole the cow to survive, not to commit evil. A dignified cultivator stealing a mortal's cow is a loss of face beyond measure. In the end, what was the resolution? Shinemo couldn't help but ask. He was made to work for that farming family for half a month as repayment for the debt. Using spells, he tilled 20 acres and even reopened a well that had been dry for 3 years using the water diversion technique. The farmer was instead incredibly grateful, saying that losing a cow in exchange for 20 acres of fertile land and a functional well was a blessing from the heavens. Shin-Emo exchanged glances with the other 2 and a hint of a smile appeared in their eyes. So as I was saying, Xiao Pan stood up from the threshold, hanging the empty wine gourd at his waist and giving a heavy pat on Shun-Mo's shoulder, nearly knocking him off balance. I'm genuinely glad you all have arrived. In these past months, I've come to realize cultivators can move mountains and fill seas, summon winds and rains, but there are some matters that cannot be resolved simply by strength. He pointed at the plaque in the hall that read, "A bright mirror hangs high." This bright mirror hanging high doesn't refer to powerful magic, but to having a mirror in one's heart. After Xiao Pan finished speaking, the 3 of them fell silent for a while. Shin-Emo had seen at least 7 or 8 county magistrates during his time in the Yu Kingdom. Some were greedy, some were incompetent, and a few who wanted to achieve something were completely stifled by the clerks beneath them, losing their spirit within months. He had never seen a magistrate with the expression Xiao Pan wore at this moment. One filled with genuine desire to do well, yet tormented by tasks he was unskilled at, finally seeing a glimmer of hope. This feeling was not unfamiliar to Shin-Emo. During his time in the Yu Kingdom, he spent each day scribing lawsuits, contracts, and letters, witnessing countless pairs of anxious eyes. But the owners of those eyes were all mortals, while the one sitting at the threshold drinking alone and venting was a foundation establishment cultivator. A foundation establishment cultivator troubled by his inability to manage the affairs of a county. This realization quietly loosened the tension in Shun-Mo's heart. Xiao Zhu, Shun-Mo solemnly tucked away the roster, stating, "You and your fellows have worked hard these past months. From today onwards, matters of tax collection, criminal cases, and household registrations will be entrusted to us. I can't guarantee everything else, but I will ensure that widows won't come to the county office crying over unfair land division." Xiao Pan grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. "With your words, I can rest easy." Wait a moment. The previously silent Lu Yuan suddenly spoke up. "The meteorological office has a few matters that require the cooperation of the administrative office." Shun-Emo quickly turned and clasped his hands. "Director Lu, please go ahead." Qingxi County's terrain is low-lying, and during the rainy season it inevitably floods. I have set up 17 hydrological monitoring points throughout the county, recording water level changes 3 times, but I don't have enough manpower. With the meteorological office and myself, there are only 3 cultivators. 3 people managing 17 monitoring points means we spend 4 hours just running around, leaving no time for anything else. I need the administrative office to send a few literate clerks to stay at the monitoring points, learn to read the water level scales, and report to me daily using message talismans. You can train your own people. I will only teach them how to read the scales. Before Shin-Emo could respond, Zhou Heng stepped forward and clasped his hands. "I will take care of this matter." Though the county office currently lacks personnel, it shouldn't be difficult to select a few bright young people who can read. Lu Yuan glanced at Zhou Heng, slightly nodded and retreated. Since Lu has taken the lead, I have something to say as well. Qian Tang brushed off the dirt from his sleeves, smiling shyly. The agricultural office is promoting 3 things in Qingxi County: spiritual rice seeds, crop rotation methods, and composting techniques. The spiritual rice seeds aren't actually spiritual rice. They're semi-spiritual rice seeds that have been improved, which don't require spiritual energy to mature, but yield 30% more than regular rice seeds. The crop rotation and composting techniques aren't particularly novel. They simply encourage the common people not to plant the same crop in the same field every year and to compost the manure from livestock and humans before applying it to the fields, which is far more effective than directly spreading raw manure. As he spoke about his field, the shyness gradually faded from his face and his speech became fluent. After promoting these 3 methods for 2 months, only 3 villages on the outskirts of the city are willing to give it a try. The farmers in other villages are all watching and waiting. I went to the villages to ask, and their concerns are quite simple. They're afraid that if the new methods don't work and they miss a season's harvest, their whole family could starve. Shun Mo understood, so Director Qian needs the administrative office to step in to encourage the people to give. Precisely. I'm a cultivator. If I say the spiritual rice seeds are good, they'll only think that it's a method of the immortals far removed from them. But you're different. Your mortal county magistrates and clerks, what you say they will listen to. Shin Mo fell silent for a moment, suddenly recalling what the young cultivator had said on the flying boat. At the time he thought those words were excuses. Now he truly understood that it wasn't an excuse but division of labor. Cultivators can do things only cultivators can do, and mortals can do things only mortals can do. Neither can replace the other. The saying, 2 classes operate in parallel without hierarchy, has never been about who is higher or lower, but about each fulfilling their own roles. Rest assured, Director Qian, Shin Mo solemnly clasped his hands. Advising the farmers and promoting agriculture is indeed the responsibility of the county magistrate. You organize the details of those new methods into writing, and I'll personally go to the countryside to explain it to them. The 2 classes shared a county office with the dining hall set up in the backyard, which was originally a hidden courtyard for Magistrate Ma's favored concubine, now transformed into a bustling kitchen by Xiao Pan. In the center of the yard stood a large iron pot the size of a grinding millstone, simmering an unknown beast bone soup. A layer of golden oil floated atop the milky broth, and the aroma wafted through the yard, enticing passers-by to salivate. By the stove was a limping old man in his 50s named Kai, who was originally a local cook from Qingxi County. He had been conscripted to repair the city walls during Wang Liang's rule, only to have his leg broken and be abandoned to wait for death. It was Xiao Pan who rescued him from a collapsed, half-ruined house, while searching for refugees from village to village. Uncle Kai was the one in charge of cooking for weddings and funerals in the village. When I had a position to fill in my office, he was the first to come forward to sign up. Xiao Pan sat on a bench, casually whittling a wooden stick he had picked up with a dagger, gesturing towards the stove at that time. I asked him, I said, "Old Kai, what can you do for me here?" Guess what he said? Shun Mo and the others settled on the bench with the little girl perched on Shun Mo's lap, eagerly staring at the bubbling beast bones. What did he say? Wu Pinggan eagerly chimed in. He said, "My lord, I will cook for you." Xiao Pan laughed heartily, saying, "I told him, as a dignified foundation establishment cultivator, I no longer need to eat." He replied, "But your subordinates must eat, right?" I said, "They usually eat pill of the spirit." He got anxious, his face flushed, and after much hesitation he finally blurted out, "But you must have a place for them to eat, right?" Everyone in the yard burst into laughter. Shun Mo chuckled as well, but a vague feeling arose in his heart after the laughter. The old man's thoughts mirrored his own when he was transcribing books in Finzhou, fearing he was useless and would be seen as a burden, desperately wanting to prove he still held some value. Uncle Kai brought a large basin of sizzling, juicy yinjia fish meat to the table. The meat was cut unevenly and didn't look very appealing, but the fragrant aroma of cumin mixed with some unknown spices penetrated the air, making the little girl's mouth water, causing droplets to fall onto Shun Mo's sleeve. "Daddy, can I eat?" The little girl tilted her face up, her eyes sparkling like 2 black grapes. Before Shin Mo could respond, Xiao Pan had already torn off the tenderest piece of meat and stuffed it into the little girl's hand, saying, "Eat. Eat up. Your Uncle Xiao has plenty of meat here." The little girl held a piece of meat larger than her face with both hands, tentatively taking a small bite. Her eyes lit up, and she lifted the meat to Shun Mo's mouth, saying, "Daddy, you eat too." Shun Mo leaned down and took a bite. The meat was so tender it required no chewing, and a warm, comforting heat flowed down his throat, making him feel as if he were soaking in warm water. At 37 years old, it was his first time tasting the meat of a demon beast. Pei Donglai had already brought over a wine jar, breaking the clay seal, releasing a scent mixed with the rich aroma of grain and an indescribable herbal bitterness. He filled each person's large bowl to the brim with wine, the pale green liquid sloshing about, with a few specks of spiritual light floating on the surface. Luan picked up her bowl, sniffed it expressionlessly, and set it back down, then took out a small jade bottle from her storage bag, dripping 3 drops of some unknown spiritual liquid into her bowl, before lifting it to take a small sip. Qiantang, sitting beside Shen Mo, leaned in and whispered, "The spirit rice wine brewed by senior brother uses good rice. It's just that the fermentation is always a bit off, and every time you drink it it's like soured rice soup mixed with half a gin of strong liquor." Shen Mo took a sip from his bowl. His expression froze for a moment before he swallowed, without changing his face. How should he put it? Qiantang's description was still a bit conservative. Seeing Shen Mo drink the wine, Xiao Pan's eyes widened with excitement, saying, "How is it? Is my wine strong enough?" Shen Mo's throat rolled as he forced out a smile. "It's indeed strong. I knew it." Xiao Pan clapped his thigh, causing the bowls and chopsticks on the table to jump. "Luan is picky, as she always says my wine is bad, but you county chief, Shen, you have good taste. Come on, fill it up again," he said, lifting the wine jar to pour into Shen Mo's bowl. Shen Mo's face turned pale, and Zhou Heng and Wu Pinggan instinctively pulled their bowls back simultaneously, their movements so coordinated it seemed rehearsed. The little girl, however, was fearless. Taking advantage of the adult's distraction, she stealthily dipped her finger in a Shen Mo's bowl of wine and popped it into her mouth. After tasting it, her entire face scrunched up, and with tears welling in her eyes, she tugged at Shen Mo's sleeve, complaining, "Daddy, Uncle Xiao's wine is bad." Everyone in the yard burst into hearty laughter. Xiao Pan scratched the back of his head, not at all angry, and chuckled a couple of times, setting the wine jar down on the ground, saying, "Forget it, forget it. It's normal for you mortals to be unaccustomed to spirit wine. Tomorrow I'll go buy a few jars of regular wine. No need to trouble yourself." Luan set down the jade bottle in her hand, her tone flat. "I've already asked someone in Izhou to buy a batch of spirit wine. It will arrive tomorrow." Xiao Pan was taken aback, then laughed even louder, saying, "See, I told you Lu Jr.'s sister has a warm heart. She pretends to complain about my wine, but secretly arranges everything for us." Luan lifted her bowl, ignoring him. Shen Mo watched this interaction and felt a warmth in his heart. The cultivators he had seen in the Yu Kingdom were all high and mighty, regarding mortals as mere ants. But this group of Wanbao Tower cultivators was noisy and playful, brewing their own wine during their leisure time. Though the taste wasn't great, this lively atmosphere was more reassuring than any flowery words. The meal lasted for over an hour. By the time they dispersed, the moon was already high in the sky. The little girl had fallen asleep in Shen Mo's arms, her small hand still clutching half a piece of unfinished roasted meat, her oily face pressed against her father's shoulder, breathing long and steadily. Shen Mo got up, carrying his daughter, to say goodbye. Zhou Heng and Wu Pinggan also stood up, all three showing signs of drunkenness. Xiao Pan escorted the three to the moon gate at the back of the county office, unusually not shouting loudly, just waving his hand, saying, "The house has been tidied up, or it's on the street behind the county office, less than half a tea time away on foot. Your family members have been settled in as well. I'll rest assured, if you need anything, come find me tomorrow." Shen Mo paused for a moment and glanced back at Xiao Pan. Under the moonlight, the burly man leaned against the moon gate, holding the empty wine gourd he had somehow produced again, tapping it idly in his palm. "Xiao Master," Shen Mo spoke, his voice slightly lower than usual. "Thank you." Xiao Pan snorted with a laugh, waving the wine gourd in Shen Mo's direction. "Don't start with that. I've spent months waiting for you to come. If anyone should be thanking anyone, it should be me thanking you." He paused as if recalling something, and added, "Tomorrow morning the court will be in session. You'll have to handle it yourself. I won't be responsible." "Naturally." Shen Mo nodded in response, holding his daughter as he walked into the moonlight. The bluestone road on the back street of Qingxi County was illuminated pale by the moonlight, with most of the houses dark, occasionally interrupted by a bark from a dog in the deep alleys. The footsteps of the three echoed in the empty street. Zhou Heng, feeling the night breeze, shook off some of the drunkenness and suddenly chuckled softly. "Shen brother," he patted Shen Mo's shoulder, his tongue still a bit thick, "did you notice? Our Xiao Master never referred to himself as this seat from beginning to end." Shen Mo's footsteps paused slightly. The cultivators he had encountered in the Yu Kingdom, even the scattered cultivators in the Qi refinement stage, would always refer to themselves as this seed or this true person when speaking to mortals, as if they could not demonstrate the distinction between immortal and mortal without it. Yet Xiao Pan, a foundation establishment cultivator, spoke to the three of them, mere mortal county officials, referring to himself as "I," sitting on the threshold, drinking and lamenting, complaining that the widow is too difficult to deal with. He never put on airs for even a moment. It seems that the people of Wanbao Tower all dislike those pompous things. Wu Pinggan's voice was clearer now. He had the best alcohol tolerance among the three, and was able to support Zhou Heng steadily. "The immortal teacher who tested our little girl's spiritual root on the flying boat was also like that, calling us colleagues right off the bat. At that time I thought I misheard." Shen Mo glanced down at his sleeping daughter in his arms, the luminous spirit gathering pendant pressed against her clothing, the moonlight illuminating it, causing the cloud patterns to seem to shift slightly. "They truly regard us as colleagues. Not just something they say, but something they genuinely feel in their hearts." Zhou Heng fell silent for a moment, then suddenly sighed. After being a steward in the Yu Kingdom for 6 years, following 5 county magistrates, not a single one has ever looked me in the eye. Either they disdain my lowly birth or look down on my lack of title. But today is different. A foundation establishment cultivator clapped me on the shoulder and said, "From now on we are colleagues," and even clinked bowls with me. That wine was really damned awful. Shen Mo and Wu Pinggan both burst into laughter. The three turned into a narrow alley deep in the back street where an old locust tree stood at the mouth, its crown blocking half the moonlight from the alley. At the end of the alley stood a row of 3 side-by-side small courtyards, all recently painted with unpicked red silk hanging on the door rings. Shen Mo pushed open the leftmost door. The door hinge emitted a faint creak. The yard was small with 3 main rooms and 1 side room. The courtyard was paved with blue bricks with a cluster of unknown flowers and grasses growing in the corner. Inside, a single oil lamp burned, casting a dim yellow light that illuminated a hunched figure. Shen Mo entered to find Uncle Kai had come early to prepare hot water and lay out the bedding. On the stove there was still a bowl of sobering soup warming with a note beside it that read, "Drink this for a good sleep." He gently placed his daughter on the bed, took off her worn-out cloth shoes, and tucked her in with the quilt. The little girl turned over in her sleep, mumbling Uncle Xiao's wine is bad before sinking back into a deep slumber. Sitting by the bed, Shen Mo looked at his daughter's rosy little face and suddenly felt a pang of emotion in it. A month ago he was still transcribing books in a leaky shack in Finzhou, earning 15 won for a 3,000 character complaint, unable to gather enough money to call a doctor when his daughter had a fever. A month later he sat in a small courtyard that belonged to him with hot soup on the stove, his daughter covered with clean bedding, and tomorrow morning he would go to a county office to preside over cases as a true county magistrate. It was not a dream. He pinched the flesh of his palm, and the pain was very real. The flame of the oil lamp flickered gently, and outside the window the sound of a night bird flapping its wings passed by. Shen Mo lifted the bowl of sobering soup and drank it all in one go, then blew out the lamp and lay down in his clothes beside his daughter, staring at the dark beams above for a long time before finally closing his eyes in deep sleep. Under the same moonlight 30 miles east of Qingxi County, a figure was moving through the night. Though walking, their speed was not any slower than that of a galloping horse. Clearly not a mortal. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the figure arrived at the city wall, stopping outside the city gate. Looking up at the Wanbao Tower flag gently swaying in the wind, it seemed as if their feet had taken root. In a low voice they murmured, "Is there really justice in this world?" Before dawn, Shen Mo rose silently, settled his daughter at the residence of the Zhou family's servants next door, and entrusted her care to the wife of the Zhou family. After changing into a clean official robe and adjusting his attire in front of the bronze mirror, he took a deep breath and pushed the door open. In the main hall of the county office, Zhou Heng and Wu Pinggan had arrived earlier than him. Zhou Heng was standing downstairs quietly conversing with an old clerk with graying hair, holding a copy of last year's land registry for Qingxi County, listening and taking notes. Wu Pinggan was leaning over the official desk, flipping through the documents left by his predecessor, his brow furrowed, muttering to himself. "Lord Shen has arrived." Zhou Heng stood up and cupped his hands in greeting. Shen Mo noticed the change in his address. Last night during their drinking session, he referred to him as Brother Shen, but upon reaching the county office, he automatically changed it to Lord Shen. Zhou Heng, having worked as a secretary before, had a keen sense of propriety. "Is everyone here?" Shen Mo asked. "Everyone is present." Wu Pinggan looked up from the documents, rubbed his sore eyes, and said, 53 officials handed over by Chief Xiao have been waiting outside the hall since the 3rd watch, all present and accounted for." Shen Mo walked to the official desk and sat down, pressing his palm on the polished wooden tablet, feeling a slight chill that made his heart shudder. He glanced up at the plaque inscribed with bright mirror high hanging overhead, then withdrew his gaze, nodding at Wu Pinggan. "Let them in." The officials entered in single file, standing in 2 rows at the bottom of the hall. Among them were elderly clerks with white hair, as well as young men in their 20s dressed in various styles, some in faded Confucian robes, while others looked like rustic farmers in short brown coats and straw sandals. Regardless of their attire, each person bore a cautious expression, carefully observing the countenance of their new magistrate, attempting to gauge their own future from minor details. Shen Mo did not rush to speak. His gaze slowly swept over each face, causing those present to feel increasingly uneasy. After a moment, he took out the roster from his sleeve and placed it on the official desk. "You have worked under Chief Xiao for several months. The fact that Qingxi County has managed to hold together until today is due to your efforts. My surname is Shun with the given name Mo. I hail from Finzhou of the Yu Kingdom. I have never passed the imperial examination and bear no titles or accolades." A slight stir arose among the crowd. This was a rather blunt statement, too candid for what one would expect from a newly appointed county magistrate. When has a superior on their first day openly disclosed their shortcomings? Shen Mo seemed unperturbed and continued, "In terms of background, I am no different from any of you. In terms of experience, I am a newcomer and far less familiar with the mountains and people of Qingxi County than you all. Therefore before me there is no need for formalities, nor should you try to guess my intentions. Speak plainly if there is anything to discuss, and acknowledge any mistakes you have made. As for what I am ignorant of, I have only transcribed documents for 6 years, so I understand what it means to have clear black and white on paper. Now I will call out names. When I call your name, step forward, introduce yourself, and tell me what you have been doing these past. No need to be nervous, consider it a chance for colleagues to get to know one another. Zhaoan. A tall, slender, middle-aged man stepped forward from the line, cupping his hands, and saying, I am Zhaoan, previously an official clerk in the county's criminal department. After Chief Xiao's arrival, I was temporarily in charge of the criminal records. Good. Shen Mo made an incomprehensible mark next to Zhao An's name in the roster. Chief Xiao's comment on you is familiar with the laws, diligent in your duties, but sometimes a bit rigid. I have noted it down. Next, Qian Yud. A short, plump old man with a round face stepped forward, grinning. I am Qian Yud, formerly the county grain supervisor. Chief Xiao assigned me to oversee the entry and exit of grain supplies. Chief Xiao's comment on you is accounts are clear attention to detail, but a bit too soft-hearted. I have noted that down. Qian Yud's smile froze for a moment, clearly taken aback that the previous evaluation of him would be relayed verbatim to the newly appointed magistrate, and even more shocked that this new magistrate would read it aloud in front of everyone. One by one, Shen Mo methodically called out the names of all 53 officials. With each name, he recited Chief Xiao's remarks, making a note beside each entry. Some turned red when their shortcomings were mentioned, while others straightened up when their strengths were acknowledged. However, regardless of the reaction, Shen Mo treated them all equally, nodding and calling for the next person. Once all the names were called, the hall fell silent. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. Everyone realized one thing: although this new magistrate was merely a mortal without any titles, the roster in his hands held all their secrets. Both the good and the bad were laid bare with not a trace of concealment. Shen Mo closed the roster and suddenly smiled. Chief Xiao is an honest man. When he handed this roster to me, he said there are 50% of the records that are barely usable. The remaining 50% you will have to check yourself. But now that I have met all of you, I find that Chief Xiao was a bit too harsh. The atmosphere in the hall visibly relaxed. Shen Mo stood up and walked to the official desk, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. From today onwards, the Qingxi County government will officially take charge of affairs. The first matter. Director Qian mentioned yesterday that the Agriculture Department proposed 3 new methods, namely spirit rice seeds, crop rotation, and composting techniques. Currently, only 3 villages on the outskirts are willing to try them. I require you to gather all the village heads in Qingxi County to the county office within 2 days. I will personally explain it to them. The second matter. Shen Mo turned to Zhou Hong. Director Liu's Meteorological Bureau needs manpower. County Deputy Zhou, choose a few literate young individuals from these 53 and send them to the hydrological monitoring station outside the city. Remember, they must be diligent and capable to avoid those who are all talk and no action. Zhou Hing cupped his hands. Understood, my lord. The third matter. Shen Mo looked at Wu Pingan. What did you find while reviewing the documents? Wu Pingan picked up a stack of papers from the official desk, his expression serious. My lord, the previous county magistrate served for 8 years, ruling with a focus on money rather than justice. Whoever offered the most money won the case. There are no less than 30 cases in the documents involving wrongful deaths. Shen Mo's mouth twitched slightly. He had initially intended to focus on encouraging farming in the countryside, but now it seemed he must prioritize this matter. Shen Mo returned to the official desk and scanned the officials in the hall, finally resting his gaze on the criminal clerk Zhaoan. Zhaoan stepped forward, cupping his hands. I am here, my lord. You are an old hand in the criminal department. How many cases did the previous magistrate Ma adjudicate that you handled? Zhao An's facial muscles twitched imperceptibly. This question was difficult to answer. Admitting he had handled them would mean acknowledging himself as an accomplice in those wrongful cases, denying it would mean deceiving his superior to his face. He hesitated for a moment and ultimately chose to speak the truth. My lord, all the cases that have my name in the documents have been handled by me. I cannot shirk responsibility. Good. Shen Mo did not pursue the matter further, merely nodding. Then tell me, among these more than 30 wrongful cases, which one has the most severe injustice? Zhao An's forehead broke into a sweat. He lowered his head, pondered for a moment, and grit his teeth, saying, My lord, if we talk about the most severe injustice, it would have to be the land case of the widow from the Zhou family in Qingchuan town. Elaborate. Zhaoan took a deep breath as if steeling himself. The widow Zhou's husband Zhou Daniu originally owned 30 acres of prime paddy fields in Qingchuan town. The younger brother of Magistrate Ma took a liking to that land, so he found someone to forge a land deed, claiming it was passed down from his ancestors. Zhou Daniu went to the county office to complain, but Magistrate Ma tore the real deed apart in public and accused Zhou Daniu of slander, beating him with 40 strokes. Zhou Daniu's injuries were severe, and he died within half a month. The widow Zhou, feeling wronged, went to the provincial capital to lodge a complaint, but Magistrate Ma sent people to intercept her midway, locking her up in the county jail for a full 3 months. By the time she was released, she had already gone mad. The hall fell silent. Shinmo's grip on the wooden tablet tightened slightly. Who did the 30 acres of land ultimately belong to? It belonged to Magistrate Ma's younger brother-in-law Qian Wanlu. After Magistrate Ma was detained and brought to Daliang City for trial, Qian Wanlu continued to live in Qingchuan Town, drinking and having fun every day, living an easy life. Shinmo was silent for a moment before looking at Wu Pinggan. Is the case file for this case available? Wu Pinggan retrieved a file from the stack of papers and handed it over with both hands. Shinmo opened the file and read through it line by line, becoming increasingly frown as he progressed. The file was extremely poorly written with incomplete testimonies from both sides, and the last few pages merely contained a few hastily scribbled dates with no verdict provided. He had seen many muddled cases in the Yu Kingdom, but at least they followed some process. However, in Magistrate Ma's case, even the pretense of a process was discarded, showing utter disdain for black and white on paper. This was not merely incompetence, it was blatant impunity. He slammed the wooden tablet heavily, the sound causing everyone in the hall to startle simultaneously. At your service, my lord. Gather all the case files related to those 30 or so muddled cases and sort them by the severity of injustice, attaching a summary for each case. I will give you 3 days. Wu Pinggan immediately cupped his hands. I will comply, my lord. Shinmo turned to Zhaoan. Zhao, how many years have you worked in the criminal department? Replying to your lord, it has been 15 years. 15 years. Shinmo looked at him with a calm gaze. You have a clear understanding of how many wrongful cases you have handled over these 15 years. I will not hold you accountable today. That is the previous magistrate's issue, and you had no choice back then. But from today onwards, every criminal record of Qingxi County must be written clearly in black and white. If you can do that, stay. If you cannot, you may leave now. Oh, I will not stop you. Zhao An's complexion shifted between pale and flushed, finally collapsing to his knees, with a thud, bowing 3 times with a loud thump. I, Zhao, have been blinded by greed, following Magistrate Ma and compromising my conscience. From now on, if there is even one case that is ambiguous, may I die a horrible death. Get up. Shinmo's tone softened slightly. I do not require you to swear oaths. I only need you to write each case record clearly. Go complete the details of the Zhou widow's land case from the first page to the last. Zhaoan got up from the ground, his eyes already reddened. He bowed deeply and turned to head to the criminal department. Shinmo washed his back and added, after you finish, take the constables and bring Qian Wanlu to the county office. If he refuses to come, deal with him as a lawbreaker. Understood. The officials in the hall exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a mix of surprise and fear, but more so with an indescribable excitement. Having worked under Magistrate Ma for so many years, it was the first time they witnessed a magistrate openly uncovering the previous administration's mess before everyone and investigating each case one by one. In the following days, the speed and quality of case adjudication in Qingxi County drew everyone's attention. Shinmo, along with the 2 others, performed their respective duties with great synergy. Zhou Hong, experienced in dealing with people, was responsible for receiving citizens coming to lodge complaints. With just a few words, he could grasp the ins and outs of the cases, organizing the tearful accounts into coherent testimonies. Wu Pinggan, having worked as a clerk for 6 years in the Funzhou government, was well versed in criminal laws and regulations. He meticulously compared the old case files, marking the contradictions in each muddled case. Shinmo presided over the hall, never delegating his authority, personally adjudicating each case. Anyone who came to file a complaint was welcome at any hour, the drums summoning them without fail. The hall's doors were open from dawn until dusk, sometimes with oil lamps lit, as they adjudicated cases until the moon hung high in the sky. Shinmo's hands, having spent 6 years transcribing documents, now held the wooden tablet, and his writings reflected the verdicts. His handwriting was not particularly beautiful, but every stroke was neat and precise, with no hastily scrawled characters. The backlog of old cases was gradually resolved one after another. The case of Qian Wanlu's land encroachment was adjudicated over 3 days, summoning 19 witnesses and conducting 3 rounds of confrontation. Initially, Qian Wanlu attempted to deny the charges, but when Xiao Pan sent Pei Donglai to personally attend, Qian Wanlu faltered the moment he stood before the hall, confessing fully within a quarter of an hour. Unfortunately, the widow Zhou had been insane for many years, and her small uncle was the one receiving the verdict on her behalf, kneeling in the hall and wailing as he held the judgment document, causing all the officials present to tear up. The case of the grain merchant mixing sand led to a judgment of triple compensation for the grain payment and the sealing of the grain shop. The previous clerk's case of extortion resulted in the complete recovery of embezzled funds, returning them to the victims, and the implicated clerks were publicly displayed in shackles for 3 days. One by one, some were ordered to pay compensation, some were taken into custody on the spot, while others were cleared of false accusations by Shun Mo restoring their honor right there in the hall. Shun Mo had a rule when adjudicating cases: no kneeling was allowed. Citizens filing complaints could simply stand and speak. Initially, they were not accustomed to this, or upon seeing him, they would instinctively kneel. Shun Mo patiently repeated stand and speak. Over time, the citizens stopped kneeling upon entering, merely cupping their hands and addressing him as Lord Shun before beginning their accounts. The people transitioned from initial skepticism to word of mouth, with more and more individuals coming from nearby villages to Qingxi County's office, some carrying complaint papers, while others came empty-handed, eager to see this magistrate who was not greedy, did not accept bribes, and did not require kneeling during hearings. The old man selling sugar on the back street told everyone he had personally seen Lord Shun eating in the cafeteria after finishing hearings with nothing but a meat dish and a vegetable dish in his bowl, in stark contrast to Magistrate Mo's extravagant 8-dish meals. Days passed by, and the drum for grievances at the Qingxi County office had not sounded for a long time. Shun Mo had been in office for just over a month, and the backlog of old cases was cleared by more than half, with new cases being alarmingly few. It was not that the citizens had no disputes, but rather that petty conflicts, no matter how trivial, could be mediated by the village heads and the elderly in the community, eliminating the need to disturb the county office. Shun Mo found himself with significantly more free time, spending a couple of hours each day in the hall to handle the matters at hand. One morning, Shun Mo was as usual reviewing case files behind the official desk. Wu Ping'an had already organized most of the old case files, while Zhou Heng was downstairs advising a few village heads on agricultural matters. Sunlight streamed slantingly through the hall's entrance, casting a warm golden glow on the blue brick floor. A little girl sat on the threshold, clutching a piece of sesame candy that Kai Bagong had given her mouth filled with crumbs, as she occasionally looked up and grinned at her father. Shun Mo raised his head from the documents and saw his daughter, looking like a calico cat, causing his lips to involuntarily curl upward. Just then a slow, measured footstep echoed from outside the county office. The threshold of the county office was quite high, and ordinary citizens had to lift their legs to step in, but the newcomer crossed it silently. Shun Mo looked up, his gaze falling on the figure, and momentarily froze. It was a man in his 30s, dressed in a faded gray Taoist robe with frayed sleeves and a dingy storage pouch hanging from his waist. The most striking feature was his left sleeve, empty, with the entire left arm severed at the shoulder, the cut so clean it seemed not to have been severed by a weapon, but rather as if something had melted away flesh and bone. His complexion was pale, his features ordinary, and his skin slightly dark. Standing at the intersection of light and shadow at the entrance of the hall, he resembled a piece of wind-blown driftwood, exuding an indescribable fatigue. He did not beat the drum, nor did he follow the usual custom of voicing grievances upon entering. He simply stood quietly at the door, gazing at Shun Mo with a complex expression. Shun Mo set down the documents and stood up. He did not inquire why the newcomer had not beaten the drum, nor did he strike the wooden tablet to announce the session. He simply walked to the official desk and cupped his hands. "I am Shun Mo, the magistrate of Qingxi County. You are a cultivator. What brings you to the county office?" The one-armed cultivator paused for a moment, his gaze drifting from Shun Mo to scan the officials on both sides of the hall, then glanced at the little girl sitting on the threshold gnawing on the sesame candy, before finally returning his gaze to Shun Mo's face. His lips moved slightly as if he were weighing his words or confirming something, and after a long pause he finally spoke. "I have heard. The two offices under the Wanbao jurisdiction, the matters of criminal justice, fall under the purview of the administrative office.